After confirming that the grinning man's head was now nothing more than a smear on the pavement, utterly, definitively dead, Charlie finally exhaled. Relief washed over him like a tide. To any outsider, the sight of a man dressed like Captain America flinging himself off a six-story building, shield in hand, might have looked utterly deranged. Like someone role-playing a dementia charge from League of Legends gone horribly real. But for Charlie, it was calculated madness. After all, Steve Rogers had experience with reckless leaps of faith. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, he jumped out of a plane without a parachute and dove straight into the ocean, only to sneak aboard a hijacked ship like a ghost. Later, he'd plummeted from upper levels of a high-tech skyscraper, landed like a panther, and continued fighting. Compared to that, 6 stories was a minor drop. With the threat eliminated, Charlie guided Captain America's avatar out of the mission area and logged off. The game flickered to a halt, and real life crept back in. He stretched, his muscles finally relaxing. It was time to eat. Even heroes need dinner. He grabbed his cold takeout boxes from the table. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten since noon, too engrossed in his virtual crusade. He loaded the boxes into the microwave, thoughts already shifting to food rather than fallen foes. Elsewhere, chaos was brewing. The 9th Special Service Division had secured the area with swift, surgical precision. Protocols were followed. Streets were cleared. Every trace of the conflict scrubbed clean. Felix, who had been on site, was recalled to headquarters without delay. What had begun as a routine low-threat operation had escalated fast, and now the name Batman was on every operative's lips. And his shield-bearing ally? That wasn't just cosplay. The footage told another story. To make matters worse, intelligence suggested the infection's source might be tied to the Laughing Disaster, a catastrophe that still haunted the agency. If that was true, then the threat hadn't been eliminated, just dormant. Normally, field agents had a few days to file reports. This time, orders came fast and sharp. Report now, in person. Both agents. No excuses. Charlie, in the middle of his reheated dinner, received the directive like a bucket of ice water to the face. A report? What do they want me to say? He muttered between bites. A full review of the cuisine in Walgar? He wasn't at fault here. He'd simply followed orders. Felix told him to eat well, so he did. Should he be blamed for being an obedient subordinate? Still chewing, Charlie was ushered into a sleek black vehicle that pulled up outside his apartment like a hearse for his night off. Within minutes, he was en route to the agency's command center, also known as the Flying Graveyard. There, he came face to face once more with Felix, who greeted him warmly, as if nothing was out of place. No irritation, no blame. Just a smile and a question. Was dinner good? Charlie offered heartfelt thanks, still unsure if this was kindness or sarcasm. The actual debriefing was uneventful, at least for Charlie. Felix handled the talking. Charlie, meanwhile, stood in the corner like a glorified plant. No one seemed interested in his version of events. All eyes were glued to the mission footage. Gasps rippled across the room as Batman deployed a smoke bomb and vanished like a ghost. The experts leaned in, brows furrowed. "What the hell was that?" someone whispered. "This isn't a known infected ability," another replied. Professor Miyazaki finally spoke. "He's still human. This must be advanced spatial tech or cloaking gear." The Minister of Equipment scoffed. "I make tools, not illusions. You want me to conjure teleportation next?" Then the video cut to Captain America. The room practically exploded with questions. For weeks, rumors had circulated about masked heroes appearing in the city, but no one had taken them seriously. Most thought it was costumed vigilantes or elaborate pranks. This footage changed everything. Commander Ross leaned forward, expression dark. Then, not acting alone, there was a collective pause. "If this is an organization," Ross continued, "we're looking at something big. Possibly global, maybe alien, possibly ancient. But one thing is certain, it's real." Speculation filled the air like smoke. Was this a secret society of enhanced operatives? Some long-lost order? Foreign tech experiment gone rogue? Charlie remained stone-faced, watching the hysteria unfold. If only they knew, he thought. The whole organization is just me. One man and a laptop. All the drama, all the awe, over a remote-controlled supersuit. No agents. No grand conspiracy. Just Charlie, eating cold takeout in his pajamas while piloting digital demigods. The footage of Captain America taking a direct rocket hit nearly gave one analyst a heart attack. No damage, Dr. Hines muttered, pausing the screen on the shield. Not a scratch. The room erupted into murmurs. That kind of material didn't exist, at least not outside science fiction. And yet there it was. The explosion that shook the camera hadn't even fazed the shield bearer. Instead, he charged forward, punching through debris and leveling enemies with terrifying precision. Then came a drop, the 6-story leap, the brutal takedown. Newton's laws seemed to bend around him. If Batman was a shadow mage with gadgets, Captain America was a living tank with divine strength and armor straight out of a myth. Watching all this, Charlie couldn't help but smirk. What'll they do? He mused, when I finally unleash someone like Superman. He imagined the chaos, the panic, the wild theories. The room had barely settled from its amazement over Captain America's explosive performance when the conversation narrowed in on a new focal point, his shield. Professor Miyazaki was the first to voice what many were already thinking. Yes, his strength is impressive, he said, eyes fixed on the freeze frame of the battle. But the key to his survival lies not in his muscles, but in that shield. He clicked the remote. The screen zoomed in on a moment of absurd contrast. A crater left by the smiling man's fall, cracks spidering through the concrete. And right beside it, the spot where Captain America had landed. No damage, no depression, not even dust displaced. It makes no sense, Miyazaki continued. A man falls from 6 stories and leaves no trace? Either physics has taken a holiday, or something else absorbed the impact. The theory formed on his tongue before anyone else could speak it. The shield may contain some form of kinetic energy absorption, he speculated. A built-in mechanism. That would explain both his fall and how he blocked a direct bazooka blast without recoil or injury. Silence blanketed the room as the implications sank in. All eyes turned, like clockwork, to Dr. Richard, head of the equipment division, who had been quietly pretending to disappear into his seat. Dr. Richard? The man groaned internally. No, we don't have anything like that. I don't know how it works. I haven't even heard of anything that could do that. His tone was clipped, defensive, and frustrated. What did they expect from him? He built exosuits and field-grade tech, not alien relics or miracle toys. For a moment, he wondered if he should summon a magic conch and let it answer their questions. TL note, SpongeBob fans, you know the one. Truth was, unless they could examine the shield firsthand, any further debate was futile. Dr. Richard's team was already drowning in the impossible, trying to reverse engineer Batman's gear. Tackling a miracle shield without a starting point felt like trying to calculate pi by staring at the sun. At least when Batman appeared, there were propulsion trails, stealth patterns, and sound signatures to analyze. The shield? It was just silent, elegant, ominous. Dr. Richard had foolishly thought a brawny warrior would be easier to figure out than a shadowy tech wizard. He was wrong. Again. Thankfully, the discussion shifted, leaving the shield mystery to stew, and turned to the next urgent matter, the infection's origin. The real threat. The primary source had been identified as Ethan Ward. Once an average young man, the infection had warped his mind, convincing him he was the reincarnation of his dead girlfriend. His rampage at Central Hospital had targeted multiple victims, all women who bore a striking resemblance to the late Emma Hart. The signs pointed to something deeply personal, twisted, patterned. Yet, unlike previous outbreaks, the infection hadn't spread. Reports from Ethan's apartment building mentioned only mild psychological disturbances, feelings of unease, nothing more. No new hosts, no mass hysteria. Then came the wild card, the smiling man. Felix's report, paired with mission footage, suggested the grinning figure shared some connection with Greg Hunter, the central figure in a prior incident. A deeper thread was emerging. Soon, they had a name, Nagao Katsumi. Once respected, Nagao's life had crumbled after a wrongful conviction. By the time he was released, his world was ashes. No family, no job, no future. Depression consumed him. And in the end, he took his own life. And yet, here he was, smiling, alive, infectious, like Greg Hunter, like Ethan Ward. Each of them should have been dead. I've said this before, Professor Miyazuki spoke grimly. And this confirms it. The mastermind is targeting those who have died or are near death. Somehow, he's reviving them and twisting them into stronger, more volatile forms. He gestured to another screen, displaying spiritual residues left behind after each host was destroyed. These infected don't just die. They leave something behind. Anger, fear, hatred that lingers. If gathered, these fragments could coalesce into something new, something worse. We saw it during the Greg Hunter case. Commander Ross leaned forward, hand clasped. So we're dealing with an enhanced infected, one who can revive the dead and weaponize emotion. No one spoke. The silence was heavy with implication. A madman with a plan was dangerous. But a madman who could spread his madness? That was a catastrophe. The darkness within. Felix cleared his throat. I think, he began, uncertain. Everyone turned toward him. The man behind all this, he's not just twisted. He believes in what he's doing. He sees himself as the embodiment of nothingness. He thinks everyone harbors the same emptiness, the same darkness, and he's out to prove it. Professor Miyazaki nodded. Infection correlates with emotional trauma. The more resentment, fear, or anger present, the more likely a soul can be infected, even after death. Felix's gaze darkened. That's the thing. In this case, he tried to infect Emma Hart, but failed. Heads snapped toward him. She died without hate. No fear. No regret. Just peace. He drew a deep breath. His voice was steady now. What I'm saying is, he's wrong. Not everyone carries darkness. And I think that's what Batman and the others are trying to show us. People sat straighter, listening. The infection comes from within us. Our demons feed on fear and failure. But if people can find hope, light, goodness, they can resist it. They can't be infected. A beat passed, then another. I think that's the message. That's what Batman and the others are trying to say. Even the signal we saw that night, it wasn't a threat. It was a warning, a call. For a moment, even Charlie, sitting quietly in the back, the unknowing source of all their speculations, was caught off guard. Is that what they think this is all about? He almost laughed. But the scary part was they weren't wrong. The Grove's hand. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Grove Group building, Felix's uncle, Galadin Grove, sat in quiet contemplation behind his ornate desk. His mate approached, tablet in hand, and bowed respectfully. These are encrypted visuals, sir, leaked directly from 9th Division surveillance. Galadin accepted the device without a word and tapped the screen. The battle footage played. The shielded warrior, moving with inhuman precision, dispatched the infected with terrifying ease. A single leap, a deadly blow, a clean finish. Galadin smiled faintly. A new player enters the game, he murmured. The maid lowered her gaze. It appears young Master Felix has proven quite useful. Without him, we wouldn't have access to this level of intelligence. Galadin's eyes sparkled with cold amusement. Useful? Perhaps. He closed the tablet slowly. But don't be fooled. Felix believes he climbed into the 9th Division through his own skill. The truth? We laid that path for him before he could walk. The smile never...
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ivon lay on his back on the black bench press rack. His muscles tensed as he pushed the 400 kilograms barbell toward the ceiling. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and slid down his sculpted body, highlighting the sheer effort required to lift such an immense weight. For most people, bench pressing over 300 kilograms would be an extraordinary feat, something achievable only by elite athletes or those with superhuman strength. Even among the elite members of the Marvel team, the average bench press maxed out at around 550 kilograms. But to push beyond 400 kilograms, nearly 900 pounds, was pushing the boundaries of what even the strongest individuals could achieve. Yet, Ivon relished this challenge. He loved the sensation of his strength being tested to its absolute limits. Every cell in his body was mobilized, every fiber of muscle squeezed to its fullest potential, his entire being teetering on the edge of its capabilities. With each press, he forced himself to go just a little further, to push his body and mind beyond the boundaries he had previously thought unbreakable. This relentless drive kept him in peak physical condition, ensuring that every adversary he encountered would receive a brutal, VIP-level experience from the orthopedic ward to the crematorium. Throughout his intense workout, Ivon's gaze remained locked on a photo he had taped to the ceiling directly above his bench press station. It was a picture of Batman. The image quality was poor, the pixels blurry and indistinct, but it was the best he could obtain, meticulously enhanced through various image processing techniques. In truth, Ivon's collection of Batman photos extended far beyond this single image. The walls of his small, dimly lit room were plastered with all kinds of pictures of the Dark Knight. Some depicted him mid-punch, delivering justice with a swift blow. Others showed him leaping across rooftops, his cape billowing in the wind. Most were so blurred and grainy that it was difficult to discern if the figure was even human. If the masked figure in these photos had been replaced by a beautiful girl in a school uniform, the sheer volume and obsessive nature of the collection would be enough to get someone arrested. But considering that the subject was a muscular man dressed in a peculiar bat suit, the entire scenario took on a more unsettling tone. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Ivon truly was to maintain such a shrine-like dedication to tracking down this mysterious vigilante. Clang. The sharp, metallic sound of the barbell clashing with the bench press rack reverberated through the room, signaling the end of Ivon's set. He sat up slowly, his muscles burning from the exertion, and reached for the bottle of mineral water on the table beside him. Twisting off the cap, he took a large gulp, feeling the cool liquid soothe his parched throat. His enhanced physical conditioning allowed his muscles to recover quickly, the lactic acid dissipating as his body returned to a state of readiness. As he rested, his eyes caught the flicker of a news program playing on the small TV in the corner of the room. The sound was low, almost inaudible, but something about the footage on the screen caught his attention. Reaching for the remote, Ivon turned up the volume, his focus sharpening. On the screen, a female reporter stood in front of an apartment building, her hair whipping in the wind as she held a microphone, reporting live from the scene. An eyewitness reported seeing a laughing man fall from a tall building, the reporter said, her voice clear and professional. Moments later, a masked man wielding a shield jumped from the upper floors and struck the man on the head with lethal force. Authorities have confirmed that the laughing man was severely infected, but they have not released any information regarding the identity of the shield-wielding individual. Additionally, reliable sources indicate that Batman may have also been involved in this altercation. Ivon narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. His gaze drifted from the TV to the photo on the wall beside him, where the blurred figure of Batman was frozen in a moment of action, captured by the camera's lens. Who exactly was this Batman? And why did he keep appearing in these increasingly bizarre incidents? Achoo! Charlie sneezed violently as soon as he stepped out of the car, hitching a ride home with Felix. The sneeze echoed in the quiet street, and Charlie rubbed his nose, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He couldn't help but think of the old saying, sneezing meant someone was either thinking of you, cursing you, or talking about you. Perhaps some neighborhood auntie was admiring his good looks again, or maybe someone was gossiping about him behind his back. He made his way inside and, after locking the door behind him, pulled out his phone. A slew of unread messages from his good friend Walter lit up the screen. It looked like Walter had forgotten to do his homework for tomorrow's class and was now desperately seeking Charlie's help. Charlie chuckled, quickly typing a response to let Walter know he'd send a photo of the completed homework as soon as he relaxed for a bit. To his surprise, Walter's reply came almost immediately, laden with mischief, exhausted again. Charlie paused, taken aback. He was, admittedly, a bit worn out after remotely controlling the shield-bearing hero in a grueling battle against a ghoul in women's clothing, followed by a seemingly endless meeting where he was little more than decoration after barely managing to grab a bite to eat. But how did Walter know? Before he could ponder the mystery further, another message from Walter popped up, this time with a smirking I get it emoji. And at that moment, Charlie understood his friend had completely misunderstood the situation. It is often said that some people measure others by their own flawed standards. Just as some harbor deep-seated prejudices, others assume everyone around them is inherently virtuous. And then there are those who, when confronted with someone paying too much attention to detail, assume there must be an ulterior motive. Ignoring Walter's teasing, Charlie snapped a photo of his completed homework and sent it over. Walter responded with an enthusiastic wave of thanks, and Charlie smiled at the small boost in their friendship meter. But there was little time to waste. Charlie quickly sat down in front of his computer. He had left in such a hurry earlier that he hadn't had time to finish his meal, called away to headquarters before he could even take a proper bite. Now that he was back home, his first order of business was, of course, to indulge in some gacha draws. Tonight had been a productive 1-2 bosses down, or at least what could be considered elite monsters if not full-blown bosses. Coupled with the minions and wild monsters he had taken down during his previous nightly patrols, Charlie had saved up enough for 10 consecutive single draws and 3 C-level hero coupons. 17 draws in total. Could 17 consecutive draws finally bring him that elusive top-tier hero? As he clicked through the 10 draws, the words "Thank you for participating" flashed across the screen repeatedly, almost knocking him out of his chair. With only 4 tickets left and 3 coupons still to go, Charlie's hand trembled slightly as he moved the mouse to initiate the next draw. He began to feel that this punishing card pool didn't even guarantee a bottom line, playing with his emotions like a cruel game of chance. But then, as he completed the next draw, a burst of dazzling light filled the screen. Slowly, the light faded, revealing a slender figure curled into a fighting stance, a blonde beauty with long legs and a determined expression. It was a Marvel superhero, codenamed Black Widow. TL note, who played the best, hottest image, Black Widow. Comment here, no NSFW images, I will report you, after I download it. But it wasn't the well-known Natasha Romanoff. Instead, the figure on his screen was Yelena Belova, Natasha's younger sister and successor. She had been introduced in the Black Widow standalone film as the next generation of Black Widow after Natasha's departure. According to her character description, Yelena, like Natasha, had been trained in the Red Room, an organization infamous for producing deadly female assassins. As a result, her physical fitness was nearly on par with Natasha's, but she lacked the superhuman qualities that would make her a true powerhouse. Nevertheless, she was a formidable fighter, albeit not as powerful as some of the top-tier heroes in the C-level card pool. If she had any distinct advantages, they might be her sharp combat skills, long, flowing red hair and light green eyes, which gave her a certain appeal. Charlie couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. What was going on with this card pool? First, he had pulled Huntress, then Elektra, Black Cat, and now Black Widow. Each one had less fabric on their costumes than the last. Was this game really pushing attractive heroes over powerful ones? He now realized how naive he had been to think that Marvel and DC were somehow different from the other gacha games that relied on scantily clad characters to entice players. These two franchises have been playing the game of appeal since the last century. In terms of experience and seniority, the anime characters that followed had nothing on these pioneers of visual allure. With a sigh, Charlie redeemed the last 3 coupons and took a deep breath. Could he finally pull a hunk? Thank you for participating. As if in response to his desperate plea, the penultimate draw burst into a spectacular display of light. The screen filled with a red-suited figure, his face obscured by a helmet adorned with horns. It was Matt Murdock, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, codename Daredevil. A dark red figure crouched on top of the tallest building in the city, his presence a silent sentinel over Riverton's sleeping landscape. The city, draped in the shroud of night, seemed to lie peacefully within a vast, intricate tapestry. Different shades of black intertwined to form the primary hues. At the same time, the distant glow of red and green lights, typical of an urban sprawl, punctuated the darkness like errant brushstrokes on an artist's canvas. But he couldn't actually see any of this. For this dark red figure, a superhero known as Daredevil, was blind. After acquiring the new hero, Charlie couldn't wait to put Daredevil through his paces. Unlike the previous street-level heroes, who bore similarities to Batman but fell short in most aspects, Daredevil brought something unique to the table. Though he, too, was a street-level hero known for his combat skills, Daredevil possessed a remarkable superpower that set him apart. His power wasn't rooted in physical strength or agility but in an extraordinary sense of perception. Daredevil, whose real name was Matt Murdock, was known to many as a lawyer, a fact that had earned him the nickname Lawyer Matt. When Matt was a child, a terrible accident involving a truck loaded with chemical reagents changed his life forever. The truck overturned, spilling its radioactive contents, which blinded Matt. Though he lost his vision, the accident unexpectedly enhanced his remaining 4 senses to superhuman levels, giving him a unique ability called radar sense. TL note, I thought that on his way home from school, he took a detour into a construction site, and a forklift swerved to the side, causing the forked edge to tear open nearby chemical reagents, thus blinding him. Oh well, I guess it's the same thing. In simple terms, this ability allowed Matt to perceive the world in a way far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. With radar sense, Lawyer Matt navigated his surroundings differently than others. Instead of relying on sight, he primarily used his heightened sense of hearing. But his hearing was unlike that of Superman, who could detect the sound of a pin dropping on the other side of the planet. Daredevil's hearing was more akin to sonar, mapping the world around him in a highly detailed, 3-dimensional manner. Although his range wasn't as vast as Superman's, the sounds Matt detected enabled him to construct vivid, accurate 3D models of his environment in his mind. TL note, much like Toph Befong from Avatar: The Last Airbender. In essence, Lawyer Matt saw with his ears, interpreting sounds into images in a way that far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary hearing. Because of this extraordinary ability, solid walls and other obstacles were meaningless to Lawyer Matt's senses. The entire world was rendered transparent in his mind's eye. His radar sense allowed him to visualize entire streets and buildings in his mind, and if he concentrated, he could even detect the slightest movements within these structures, such as the soft creaking of floorboards or the muffled conversations taking place inside. And this incredible ability was vividly displayed on Charlie's monitor. When he switched to Daredevil while navigating the urban landscape, the screen instantly transformed into a muted, gray-toned world. The visual effect was strikingly similar to Eagle Vision in the Assassin's Creed series, a filter that made hidden details and objectives stand out amidst the gray backdrop. At that moment, Charlie's experience felt similar to using Batman's detective mode but with far greater depth and detail, enhancing the immersion tenfold. The first noticeable improvement was the range of detection. Daredevil's radar sense covered nearly twice the distance of Batman's detective mode, and within this expansive range, no movement went unnoticed by Lawyer Matt. Additionally, Daredevil's auditory enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. As Matt perched on the rooftop, Charlie could clearly hear every sound from the bustling street below, from the honking of distant cars to the whispered conversations of the pedestrians. The game's audio design made it feel as though Charlie had been transported directly into Daredevil's world, with 360-degree surround sound enveloping him from all sides. And this was with Daredevil's hearing automatically suppressed. With his full hearing activated, the sheer volume of information and noise could overwhelm a person, leading to sensory overload and potential mental breakdown. Fortunately, Matt had undergone extensive training since childhood to filter out unnecessary noise and focus on relevant sounds, a skill that had become second nature to him. Charlie discovered that he could manipulate Daredevil's radar sense to enhance his hearing further, allowing Matt to target specific directions or rooms for more precise monitoring. In these cases, Matt's hearing became so acute that he could detect even the faintest whisper or the subtle rustle of clothing from hundreds of feet away. After just a few minutes of gameplay, Charlie found the experience to be both exhilarating and disorienting. It was as if he had fully immersed himself in Daredevil's first-person perspective. Every movement of the character brought with it a cascade of sound effects, creating an intense sensory experience that was unlike anything Charlie had encountered before. He could hear every word of the conversation taking place in the barbershop below, where Aunt Linda was once again boasting about her good looks. However, the visual information on the game screen was limited to what Lawyer Matt could detect with his radar sense. When playing as other hero characters, Charlie could usually stand at a high vantage point and gaze out across the city, the horizon stretching out to where the city met the sky. But with Lawyer Matt in control, the area beyond his detection range was a blurry, indistinct void, leaving the screen shrouded in darkness. Moreover, Lawyer Matt's ability to detect extraordinary events was more sensitive than Batman's. As Charlie guided Daredevil across the rooftops, an exclamation point suddenly appeared at the edge of the screen, indicating a detected event. Based on Charlie's past experience, if he had been playing as another hero, this event would have remained hidden at such a distance. Without hesitation, Charlie directed Daredevil toward the source of the signal. In the dead of night, the red-clad hero deftly pulled out the short stick strapped to his leg and swung it, sending the attached rope flying through the air. The short stick was Daredevil's signature weapon, a versatile tool similar in function to Batman's grappling gun. It allowed him to swing between buildings, scale walls, and traverse the city's rooftops with ease. Fans of Daredevil would recognize the similarities between him and Batman, two heroes who often walked parallel paths. However, Daredevil lacked Batman's wealth, advanced equipment, and extensive training. Despite these differences, both characters shared a deep commitment to justice, a determination to protect the innocent, and a complex moral code that often set them apart from other heroes. But Daredevil wasn't always the brooding, complex character fans knew him to be. In his early days, despite his tragic backstory involving the death of his father, Daredevil's storylines were relatively straightforward, lacking the depth and complexity that would later define him. He spent much of his time battling low-level street thugs in outlandish costumes, while his personal life revolved around cliched love triangles with his best friend and secretary. It wasn't until Frank Miller, the legendary writer behind such iconic works as Batman, Year One and The Dark Knight Returns, took the reins of Daredevil's story that the character underwent a dramatic transformation. Miller brought his signature darkness, grit, and psychological depth to Daredevil, reshaping Lawyer Matt into a character with many of the same qualities that had made Batman so compelling. Under Miller's direction, Daredevil became a more complex and nuanced figure, grappling with inner demons, facing off against more dangerous and cunning villains, and navigating a world filled with moral ambiguity. And yes, Lawyer Matt inherited another of Miller's trademarks. Despite his relative poverty, he led a life filled with romantic entanglements. His past relationships included Karen, his loyal secretary, Typhoid Mary, a dangerous supervillain with dissociative identity disorder, and Erica, a deadly assassin from the Hand, among others. TL note, I thought Elektra was a member of the Chase? WTF. Even Marvel's iconic Black Widow had been romantically involved with him at one point. Of course, considering Black Widow's extensive dating history, it was hard to keep track. She had enough ex-boyfriends to field 2 football teams, complete with substitutes. It was often difficult to determine who was chasing whom in these relationships. Samuel stood on the pier, his hands tucked deep into his sleeves, shivering as the cold wind blew across the water. The night air was frigid, biting at his skin, and the waves lapping against the dock only intensified the chill. Yesterday had been his 18th birthday, but the day had passed without so much as a word from anyone. His parents, long since divorced, had moved on with their new lives, leaving him to navigate the world alone. He had dropped out of high school 2 years ago, and since then, his life had spiraled into a chaotic blur of poor decisions and questionable alliances. Aimless and desperate, he had fallen in with a rough crowd, drawn into the criminal underworld by promises of money, power, and a sense of belonging. Lately, luck seemed to have turned in his favor. Big D, a notorious gang leader with a fearsome reputation, had taken an interest in him. Big D was known throughout the area for his ruthlessness. His subordinates feared him as much as his enemies did. And Samuel was no exception. This was his first mission under Big D's command, and Samuel was determined not to mess it up. All he wanted was to get the job done, keep his head down, and avoid drawing any unwanted attention. He had been told to talk less, do more, and never ask questions, a rule he intended to follow to the letter. But when the shipment they had been waiting for finally arrived, and the container doors creaked open with the sound of heavy metal chains, Samuel's resolve faltered. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock at what he saw. Inside the container were people. The so-called goods were, in fact, human beings, men, women, and even children. Their expressions were blank, their faces devoid of emotion, and their eyes, once full of life, were now dull and lifeless, as if all the hope had been drained from their souls. Samuel felt a wave of terror surge through him, his stomach churning with nausea. He instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to tear his gaze away from the horrific sight. He turned to look at his companion standing beside him, hoping for some kind of reassurance, some indication that what he was seeing wasn't real. Sean, his companion, and one of his closest allies in the gang, stood there nonchalantly. Sean was a tough, imposing figure, dressed in a shiny black vest with a silver skull pendant hanging from his neck. His tall, muscular frame and the cold, hard look in his eyes made it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Those are our goods?" Samuel asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Yeah." Sean exhaled a puff of smoke, a twisted grin spreading across his face, revealing teeth stained yellow and black from years of neglect. "They'll fetch a good price, don't you think?" Sean's tone was so casual, so disturbingly indifferent, as if the people crammed into the container were nothing more than merchandise objects to be bought and sold, their lives reduced to mere currency. Samuel's chest tightened, and his breathing grew shallow. A voice inside him screamed for him to do something, to say something, but he pushed it down, struggling to keep his composure. "Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble," he repeated to himself like a mantra. He was just a small-time player in a world much larger and more dangerous than he had ever imagined. He was a nobody with no power and no influence. There wasn't much he could do, and he knew it. All he wanted was to complete his first mission without incident, to leave a good impression on Big D, the gang leader who had taken a chance on him. Samuel forced himself to look away from the haunting, vacant stares of the people in the container, as if those eyes were burning into him, searing his soul with their silent, desperate pleas. "Sean," Samuel stammered, desperately searching for a distraction, anything to take his mind off the horror unfolding before him. "How many times have you done this kind of mission? I mean, dealing with cargo like this?" But there was no reply. Samuel turned his head, expecting to see Sean beside him, but the big man had vanished without a trace. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest as a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. It was as if his instincts were screaming at him, warning him that something was terribly, horribly wrong. Then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, the voice on the other end filled with confusion and concern. "Did anyone see where Antoine went? This is Hojo. Jojo is gone." Samuel's mind raced as he struggled to process what he was hearing. He fumbled with the walkie-talkie, his hands shaking as he brought it to his mouth. This is Samuel. I can't see Sean anymore." It was only then that the gang members began to realize the gravity of their situation. 5 of them had disappeared without a sound, without anyone noticing. "We're being targeted." Big D's voice came through the walkie-talkie, sharp and commanding. "Assemble, everyone gather here." The gang members immediately stopped what they were doing and began moving toward Big D's position, their movements hurried and frantic. Samuel followed suit, his feet moving on autopilot as he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. But as he walked, he couldn't help but glance back at the container, catching another glimpse of the people trapped inside. Their eyes, those helpless, haunting eyes, seemed to follow him, pleading with him, begging him to do something, anything to help them. The voice inside him grew louder, more insistent, harder to ignore. But he shoved it down, burying it deep inside as he forced himself to follow orders, to walk toward Big D and the others. The gangsters converged on the central location, each of them abandoning their tasks to regroup. They moved quickly, their faces grim, their bodies tense with fear and uncertainty. But none of them noticed the shadowy figure perched silently atop one of the containers, watching their every move with cold, calculating precision. The gang members believed that sticking together would keep them safe. They thought that as long as they stayed in a group, they wouldn't be picked off one by one. It was a strategy straight out of a horror movie. Those who wandered off alone were always the first to die, so sticking together was the safest bet. But Charlie, watching the scene unfold from behind his computer screen, couldn't help but chuckle at their naivete. If the gang had spread out, Charlie would have had to carefully plan Daredevil's attacks, ensuring that the hero didn't get caught in the crossfire while taking down his targets. It would have required careful timing, strategic positioning, and a lot of patience. But now that the gangsters were all moving in the same direction, they had unwittingly handed him the perfect opportunity. The red-clad demon moved swiftly, dashing forward with the agility of a panther. He flipped off the top of the container and delivered a powerful, acrobatic kick to the head of a nearby gangster, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The man walking ahead spun around, panic in his eyes, and fired his gun wildly, not even bothering to aim. But by the time he turned, Daredevil had already evaded the bullets, which ricocheted harmlessly off the metal walls of the container, sparking in the darkness. The panicked gangster rushed to check on his fallen comrade, his gun still pointed in the direction Daredevil had disappeared. His finger hovered over the trigger, ready to fire at the first sign of movement. But he never got the chance. The red demon appeared from the opposite direction, emerging from the shadows like a wraith. The man's eyes widened in terror, and he tried to swing his gun around, but it was too late. Daredevil's alloy short stick connected with his face, the force of the blow sending him reeling, his vision fading to black as he crumpled to the ground. Another gangster heard the commotion and called out, changing direction to investigate. But he didn't realize that as soon as he and his companions turned, Daredevil had already landed behind them. The hero moved silently, swiftly, and without hesitation, knocking out the last man with a swift, backhanded strike. Because Daredevil's fighting style is similar to Batman's, Charlie quickly adapts to controlling him. The general strategy for playing these stealthy, assassin-type characters was straightforward: avoid direct confrontation, prioritize taking down the most dangerous enemies first, and use the shadows to your advantage. With Daredevil's radar sense providing a near-omniscient view of the battlefield, Charlie was able to stay one step ahead of the gangsters, picking them off one by one without ever being seen. Of course, this mission was relatively simple, a daily task to test out the new hero's abilities. In terms of raw power, Daredevil wasn't on the same level as Batman, and his skills were better suited for scouting and reconnaissance rather than direct combat. Batman was the better choice for a straight-up fight. But when it came to taking down these low-level thugs, Daredevil was more than capable. As the gang's numbers dwindled, only a few remained, including Samuel, who had managed to regroup with Big D and the others. Big D's face was a mask of anger and fear, his eyes darting around as he tried to assess the situation. His usually intimidating presence, his swollen face, his gold earrings, and his fierce scowl seemed to have lost its edge. He realized that his men were outmatched, that they were unlikely to survive this encounter. And what made it worse was that they hadn't even caught a glimpse of their attacker. Big D suspected it might be Batman, or one of the other vigilantes who had been causing trouble in the city. But whoever it was, he knew they were in over their heads. After all, they were just small-time criminals, bullies who preyed on the weak. They weren't equipped to deal with someone like this, someone who operated on a completely different level. Big D glanced at the container nearby, his mind racing. He knew that this shipment was valuable and that losing it would be a significant blow. But in the end, money could be replaced, his life couldn't. If he made it out of this alive, he could always rebuild, always find another way to make money. But if he didn't, he made a quick decision, turning to Samuel, who was standing beside him, trembling with fear. You, come here. Go start the car for me. The rest of you, stay behind and cover us. Smash. No one was prepared for what happened next. Samuel, the young man Big D had just singled out, walked up to him slowly, almost mechanically. His movements were deliberate, almost as if he were in a trance. Then, without warning, he picked up a brick from the ground. Big D didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. The brick came crashing down on his head with a sickening thud, and the world went dark. His vision blurred, stars filled his eyes, and then everything faded to black as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The other gang members stood there, paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. They vaguely remembered that Samuel was a newcomer, someone Big D had recently taken under his wing. None of them even knew his name. For a moment, no one moved, too stunned to react. They watched in horrified silence as Samuel climbed on top of Big D's body, his eyes wild and unfocused. He raised the blood-stained brick in his hand and brought it down on Big D's head again and again. Once, twice, 3 times. With each impact, the brick became more soaked with blood, turning a deep, viscous red. Big D's head was reduced to a grotesque pulp, his skull shattered, and his brain matter splattered across the ground in a gruesome display. Each time the brick came down, bits of bone and tissue were sent flying, like a stone being dropped into a pool of thick, sticky mud. Then they heard the laughter. Samuel, still perched on the mutilated corpse, began to laugh. It started as a low chuckle, but it quickly grew louder, more maniacal, until it echoed through the night air. His entire body convulsed with hysteria, his laughter twisted and unnatural, sending chills down the spines of everyone who heard it. Charlie had quickly and efficiently taken out most of the gangsters in the dock area. Now, only Big D and a few of his men remained. But when Daredevil leaped off the container and landed on the pier, Charlie was met with a scene he hadn't anticipated. Several gangsters lay dead in a pool of blood, their bodies mangled and broken. The head of the most unfortunate one was a bloody, unrecognizable mess, reduced to little more than a smear on the ground. A young man stood nearby, his lips smeared with sticky blood as if he had applied it like lipstick. He held a blood-soaked brick in his hand, and as he turned to face Daredevil, he grinned, his eyes burning with madness. He let out a wild, unhinged laugh and charged at Daredevil with reckless abandon. Charlie was momentarily stunned when he first saw the bloodied corpses scattered across the ground, wondering if there had been a mole within the enemy ranks that he hadn't known about. He hadn't even made a move yet, and somehow, they seemed to have resolved things internally. What was this? A preemptive attempt at allegiance? Or perhaps some twisted form of internal justice? But then, as his gaze locked onto the twisted grin on one of the faces, a grin that seemed more at home in a nightmare than reality, Charlie realized what had truly happened. This wasn't some internal dispute. He had stumbled upon an infected individual, a new variant that had turned with terrifying speed. This fan of chaos wasn't just enthusiastic, they had gone the extra mile, armed with a blood-soaked brick and adorned in a war-damaged skin that looked straight out of a horror flick. Charlie's instincts kicked in. He clicked the right mouse button just in time, and Daredevil swiftly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the heavy brick aimed at his head. In one fluid motion, Daredevil's right foot shot up, striking the young man's wrist with precision. The impact jolted the brick from his hand, sending it flying. Daredevil didn't hesitate. He circled around to the outside of the attacker's arm, drawing his baton in a swift, practiced motion. With a powerful swing, he brought it down on the opponent's head. The dull, sickening thud of alloy meeting bone resonated through the air, a sound that would have been fatal to any normal human. But the infected man merely staggered, shaking off the blow before turning to launch a counterattack. Charlie's reflexes were sharp. He guided Daredevil to sway backward, narrowly dodging the incoming grasp. In a heartbeat, Daredevil was back on the offensive, delivering another brutal strike to the man's skull. This time, he followed up with a powerful front kick that connected squarely with the infected man's chest. The force of the kick sent the man reeling, his body shuddering as he stumbled backward before collapsing in a heap. But it wasn't over. The infected man's body writhed on the ground before he somehow managed to get back on his feet. His movements were unnatural, his limbs twisting in ways that defied the limitations of human anatomy. Blood gushed from the wound on his head, running down his face and neck, making him look even more monstrous. His grin had only grown wider, more grotesque, as if he were reveling in his own pain and madness. Charlie knew better than to let his guard down. He kept Daredevil in a defensive stance, his batons crossed and ready to block or counter any sudden attack. But the infected man didn't charge forward again. Instead, he shook his head violently, as if trying to clear his thoughts, and took 2 stiff, jerky steps toward Daredevil. His body seemed poised to attack, muscles tensing as if ready to spring. And then, without warning, his head exploded in a violent burst of blood and gore, like a grotesque firework going off in the darkness. The headless body remained upright for a moment as if in disbelief before its knees buckled, and it collapsed to the ground with a lifeless thud. The infection had overwhelmed his body, pushing it beyond its limits until it self-destruct. Charlie couldn't help but frown at the sight. After confirming that the infected man was truly dead, Charlie felt a strange mixture of relief and unease. This infection seemed to spread more quickly, more aggressively, than anything he'd encountered. But there was no time to dwell on it. He turned his attention to the container where the hostages were being held. His priority now was to get them out safely. As the doors swung open, the hostages inside looked up with a mixture of hope and fear, their eyes wide and pleading. They had been through hell, and the sight of Daredevil standing before them, dark, imposing, but undeniably a hero, seemed to bring them a sliver of hope. Criminals, much like society, had their own hierarchy. Even among the most despised, there were those who operated under a certain code, grand thieves who lived by a set of rules, desperate souls driven to crime by circumstance, and those who, though controversial, had their own sense of honor. But then there were the others. The scum who were so vile, so reprehensible, that even their fellow criminals looked down on them. These were the ones who, when thrown into prison, were destined to be at the very bottom of the pecking order, despised and rejected by everyone. Even among the underworld, these individuals were regarded with nothing but contempt. Big D, whose head was now a gruesome smear on the ground, belonged to this category. His death was brutal, but Charlie felt no sympathy for the man. The world was better off without him. Daredevil remained perched on a high vantage point, his senses on high alert. He waited, watching until a team of FBI agents arrived on the scene. Thanks to Daredevil's radar sense, Charlie confirmed their identities, ensuring they were who they claimed to be. Once he was certain that the hostages were in safe hands, Daredevil used his baton to fire a grappling hook, swinging away from the scene like a shadow in the night. Charlie exhaled deeply, relieved that the mission had come to an end. He had earned some points, tried out a new hero, and, most importantly, saved innocent lives. But as much as he enjoyed the thrill of the game, he knew that even heroes had their limits. Daredevil landed on the rooftop of a nearby building. Charlie brought up the game menu, his cursor hovering over the logout button. But just as he was about to click, a bright exclamation mark flashed in the corner of the screen, signaling a new mission. Suddenly, his curiosity got the better of him. His hand moved away from the logout button, and his eyes locked onto the exclamation mark. It was like seeing a blemish on an immaculate surface, something that just couldn't be ignored. Charlie hesitated, weighing his options. Every mission that appeared on the map represented a real-world crisis, a situation where someone needed help. Each one was also an opportunity to gain experience, to grow stronger, to learn more. And every missed mission felt like a loss. Being a hero, even a virtual one, wasn't easy. Batman might have been a force of nature, able to run a company by day and fight crime by night, but even the mere act of sitting in front of a computer and patrolling the digital city for hours on end was exhausting. The next day, people might start making assumptions, wondering if he had been out all night partying. But no, Charlie was just trying to do the right thing, even if it meant sacrificing his own comfort. Daredevil's radar sense wasn't just useful for detecting crime, it also made him more sensitive to potential threats, picking up on activities that other heroes might miss. He could hear the faintest whisper of a conversation behind closed doors, the subtle hum of a phone call that hinted at an impending disaster. With Daredevil, the world was a little clearer, the dangers a little more apparent. and that meant farming quests with Daredevil might be more efficient, with more opportunities to gain experience. Charlie directed Daredevil toward the exclamation mark, activating the hearing booster as he approached. The sound was coming from a security patrol car. Through the car's intercom, Charlie could hear chaotic shouts, the sound of objects crashing, and voices calling out in distress. "This is the 4th branch of the FBI," someone shouted desperately over the radio. "Requesting support? We need support." The transmission abruptly cut off, followed by a sound that resembled a gunshot, and then a low, sinister laugh in the background. The patrolling officer immediately switched on the security lights atop the car, and the siren blared through the night as the vehicle sped toward the FBI's 4th branch office. Charlie was caught off guard. Someone's actually attacking the FBI? Just a few minutes earlier, the atmosphere had been calm and routine at the FBI's 4th branch office in Riverton City. Director Lincoln sat in his office, enjoying what he thought would be the last cigarette of the day as he prepared to leave for the night. It wasn't quite time to clock out, but he had promised his wife he would pick up the kids from school. They had an evening class to attend, and with only an hour to grab dinner, he needed to leave a little early to make it work. Just as Lincoln stepped out of his office, a low, ominous buzzing sound filled the air. Without any warning, the entire FBI building was plunged into darkness, the power cut off abruptly. What's going on? Did we just lose power? For a few moments, the agents were disoriented, unsure of what had just happened. But then, the backup generator kicked in, and a dim, cold light flickered on, casting eerie shadows across the room. But the relief was short-lived. "George? What are you doing?" one of the agents asked, his voice laced with confusion and growing concern. George, an agent who had been standing by the water cooler just moments ago, slowly turned around. His movements were stiff, almost robotic, and his face was contorted into a disturbing, unnatural grin. He raised his arms, revealing a sidearm in his hand. Director Lincoln quickly realized the danger. The black barrel of the gun was pointed directly at him. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed through the room, and a burst of blood erupted from Lincoln's chest. The intense pain was brief, giving way to numbness as he collapsed backward, his vision dimming amidst the panicked cries of his colleagues. "The chief is shot! The chief is shot!" Panic erupted within the FBI's 4th branch office as the shocking cry echoed through the precinct. The sharp crack of a gunshot had sliced through the air, and now chaos reigned. George, the staff holding the smoking gun, let out a maniacal laugh, his face twisted into a grotesque grin. Officers around him were frozen in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. They watched as George, seemingly in slow motion, began to swivel his arm, the barrel of his gun moving as if searching for the next target. But before anyone could react, the lights flickered and then failed entirely, plunging the precinct into an abyss of darkness. The oppressive silence that followed was broken only by the quickened breaths of those who remained. Then, out of the suffocating blackness, a flash brief, violent, and blinding. It was the muzzle flare of George's gun as he fired again. The room was illuminated for an instant, casting long, sharp shadows that danced across the walls. In that fleeting moment, George's face was lit up a twisted mask of glee. Another officer cried out as the bullet found its mark, and just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light was swallowed by the darkness once more. Chaos gripped the precinct. Officers scrambled to draw their weapons, their hands shaking as they aimed blindly into the void. But the darkness was all-encompassing, disorienting, making it impossible to know where to aim. The officers' hearts pounded in their chests as they realized that George, somehow, was navigating the blackness with eerie precision, as if he could see through the pitch darkness with unerring clarity. His laughter began to echo through the precinct, a chilling sound that bounced off the walls and surrounded the terrified officers. It was everywhere and nowhere, coming from all directions at once, making it impossible to locate the source. It felt like the walls themselves were closing in, amplifying the sound and pressing down on their minds, driving fear deeper into their bones. One officer, desperate for any source of light, fumbled for his phone, his fingers trembling as he swiped at the screen to activate the flashlight. But as soon as the faint, bluish glow illuminated his face, another flash erupted from George's gun. The bullet tore through the officer's body, splattering blood across the phone screen, cracking it as the device fell from his grasp and clattered to the floor. The light extinguished once more. "Over there," a voice shouted in desperation. One of the officers, driven by fear, fired in the direction of the gunfire, his hand shaking as he pulled the trigger. But instead of stopping the threat, the only sound that followed was a scream and agonized cry from another officer. The bullet had found a mark, but it was the wrong one. George's laughter grew louder, more mocking. "Huh? Nice shot. That must have been you, Mark. But you missed again. God, I didn't mean to. No, please," the officer whimpered in the darkness, his voice trembling. But his pleas were met with a sickening sound, the unmistakable noise of a blade slicing through flesh. Mark's voice was cut off abruptly, replaced by the wet, gurgling sounds of a man choking on his own blood. George's laughter, now almost inhuman in its intensity, filled the void left by Mark's death. Then came the dull, heavy thud of a body hitting the cold, hard floor. Mark's final scream seemed to linger in the air, echoing in the minds of every officer who heard it. The small precinct, once a bastion of safety and law, had been transformed into a nightmare, a place where the familiar had become terrifyingly foreign. It was as if they had been trapped inside a cage with a monster, and there was no way out. The darkness fed on their fear, amplifying it, turning their own minds against them. Death seemed to be lurking in every shadow, brushing past them, waiting to strike. Every time another officer fell, the survivors were pushed closer to the edge of madness, the line between sanity and insanity blurring until it almost didn't exist. It was only a matter of time before one of them snapped. "Go to hell!" Inspector Richard bellowed, his voice a mix of rage and desperation. He fired his gun wildly into the darkness, each shot a burst of light that briefly illuminated the room. But George was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the bullet grazed the cheek of one of Richard's colleagues, drawing a sharp cry of pain. "Stop, Inspector," someone shouted, their voice tinged with fear. "You're going to hit one of us." But Richard was beyond reason. He had lost himself to the terror that gripped him. He spun around, firing in every direction, his eyes wide and wild as he cursed into the void. "You think I'm afraid of you? Come on, show yourself. I'm right here." The laughter didn't stop. It grew louder, more mocking, as if George was toying with them, relishing their fear. Then, another gunshot rang out not from George, but from one of the other officers. Unable to stand Richard's reckless behavior any longer, the officer had taken aim and fired. The bullet struck Richard in the chest, and he crumpled to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. George's laughter reached a fever pitch, a maniacal cackle that reverberated through the room, filling every corner with its chilling sound. It was as if he was feeding off their fear, growing stronger with every moment of chaos. It was a tragic irony, officers who had fought side by side now turning their weapons on each other in a desperate attempt to survive. The bonds of trust that had held them together had been shattered by fear, leaving them isolated and vulnerable. George reveled in their misery, his laughter echoing off the walls like a twisted symphony. But then, suddenly, the laughter stopped, as if he had sensed something in the darkness. When he turned, he found himself face to face with a towering figure, a black bat that loomed over him, its presence dominating the space. Batman had arrived, silent and imposing, his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. George reacted instinctively, raising his arm to fire, but it was already too late. A bat dart flew through the air, slicing into George's arm with deadly precision. The blade cut deep, tearing through muscle and bone and sending a spray of blood into the air. The force of the impact sent George flying backward, his body crashing through a desk and shattering it into splinters. Even as he fell, a twisted smile remained on his face. "Ha, it's you," he began, but before he could finish, Batman was upon him, moving with the speed and precision of a predator. Charlie had switched to Batman, knowing that he was the fastest and most capable hero for the situation. He had considered all his options, but none were as quick or as lethal as the Dark Knight. While Batman's gliding cloak and grappling hook were impressive, it was the Batmobile that had made the difference tonight. More than just a vehicle, it was a weapon of justice designed to strike fear into the hearts of criminals. With its immense horsepower and jet propulsion, the Batmobile could outpace anything on the road, scaling walls and rooftops with ease. In just a matter of minutes, Charlie had used the Batmobile to cross the city, reaching the scene in record time. As George hit the ground, he scrambled to raise his gun, firing wildly in a desperate attempt to fend off his attacker. But Batman was already gone, disappearing into the shadows like a wraith. When George managed to get to his feet, Batman was behind him once again, gripping his arm with the strength of a vice. George twisted, trying to aim his gun at Batman's head, but the Dark Knight was faster. He dodged the shot with a swift motion, wrenching George's arm and delivering a brutal knee strike that sent the gun flying from his grasp. In one fluid motion, Batman dislocated George's arm, leaving it limp and useless. But George, infected and devoid of pain, wasn't done yet. He lashed out with a kick, but Batman countered with a powerful strike that shattered George's leg. Not giving him a moment to recover, Batman followed up with a relentless series of kicks, each one driving George further back. The final kick connected with George's chest, sending him crashing into another set of desks, the impact scattering papers and debris like confetti. The remaining officers, still in shock from the chaos, quickly moved out of the way, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Even with his body broken and battered, George's deranged laughter continued to echo through the room. He began to crawl, his mutilated limbs dragging across the floor as he tried to stand, his mind consumed by madness. It was clear he still intended to fight, to cause as much destruction as he could. But before he could make another move, Batman raised his hand and launched a gel bomb. The bomb exploded at George's feet, and the thick gel expanded rapidly, engulfing him and hardening around him, trapping him in place like a grotesque statue. At last, George was immobilized. His laughter finally ceased, leaving only the heavy silence of the aftermath. The precinct was deathly quiet, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. The officers who had survived the ordeal stood in stunned silence, staring at the immobilized figure of George, their minds struggling to process the horror they had just witnessed. The nightmare was over, but the memories of what they had endured would haunt them for a long time. By the time the lights flickered back to life in the 4th precinct, Batman had already vanished into the shadows, leaving no trace of his presence behind. The haunting laughter that had filled the precinct had ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The infected person, once a terrifying figure filled with manic energy, now lay motionless, a corpse trapped within the hardened gel. Charlie, having expertly maneuvered Batman out of the precinct, ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building using the grappling hook. From his elevated perch, he surveyed the city below, the early morning light just beginning to tinge the horizon. It had been a long night, and Charlie felt the weariness begin to set in. His body ached from the hours of tension, but as he was about to log off and finally get some rest, an unexpected notification appeared on his screen. A new exclamation point had popped up, signaling yet another mission. Another one. Charlie muttered, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as curiosity and the thrill of the hunt took over. This night had been unusual from the start. Typically, he would set out in the early evening, struggling to find a few worthwhile missions throughout the night. Most of the tasks were mundane, with little reward. But tonight had been different. Missions had refreshed one after another, each more intense than the last, and all seemed to be linked by a common thread: infected lunatics with that same eerie, unsettling laughter. It was as though Riverton City itself had been gripped by a wave of madness, and Charlie, as Batman, had been at the center of it all. What's going on tonight? Charlie wondered, his mind racing. It felt like the city was in the midst of some unseen, sinister force, its effects spreading like wildfire. But despite the strangeness of it all, this was good news for Charlie. Every mission completed meant more experience points and a chance to further hone his skills. And tonight, he'd encountered several high-level threats, what could be considered elite enemies, if not outright bosses. The rewards for these encounters were significantly greater than what he would typically earn from taking down run-of-the-mill thugs. Charlie hesitated for a moment, his finger hovering over the log-off button. It reminded him of those late nights spent reading novels, where the thrill of the story kept him glued to the screen, unable to stop despite the growing fatigue. He'd tell himself, just one more chapter, only to find himself clicking through page after page until the first light of dawn crept through his window. The cliffhangers were relentless, each chapter ending just as the tension peaked, compelling him to continue. Now, after weeks of high-intensity training within the game, Charlie felt he could handle the strain. He was tired, sure, but he could push through for a little longer. The temptation of the new mission was too strong to resist. With a resigned sigh, he made his decision and directed Batman toward the next objective. He found himself in another familiar scenario. A local gang had stormed into a barbecue restaurant, demanding protection money from the owner. But before they could make their threats, a knife-wielding lunatic had burst in, laughing maniacally as he slashed at anyone within reach. The situation was spiraling out of control. Charlie, controlling Batman, arrived just in time. He quickly subdued the lunatic, disarming him with a swift, calculated strike. The gang members, seeing the vigilante in action, tried to flee, but Batman was quicker. He delivered a series of powerful blows, ensuring they would be out of commission for a while. Another wave of experience points flowed into Charlie's account as the situation was brought under control. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten, the first hints of dawn coloring the edges of the city, that the relentless stream of exclamation points finally stopped. Charlie, still on edge, had Batman patrol for a while longer, scanning the city for any signs of new trouble. When he was finally certain that no new missions were appearing, he allowed himself to log off, his body sagging with exhaustion as the adrenaline began to wear off. While Charlie was busy, pleasantly racking up experience points and rewards, the situation at the 9th Division was by far less pleasant. Earlier that night, they had been on edge, grappling with the sudden outbreak of what they suspected was a new form of infection. The situation had escalated rapidly, and information was pouring in from all directions. Frontline agents were in a constant state of motion, gathering data, handling spontaneous incidents, and relaying updates back to headquarters. The staff on the mothership had spent the entire night on high alert, analyzing the data and trying to piece together the larger picture of what was happening. Now, whenever the word laughing appeared in a report, it triggered an almost Pavlovian response among the team: anxiety, dread, and a sense of impending doom. It was as if the mere mention of it brought back memories of previous crises, much like how the World Security Council in the Marvel Universe would react to yet another troubling report from SHIELD. As dawn broke, the flow of bad news finally began to slow. It seemed that the outbreak of this so-called laughter infection was beginning to taper off. Just as the team was beginning to let out a collective sigh of relief, the door to the conference room suddenly burst open. Professor Miyazaki rushed in, his usually composed demeanor replaced by a look of urgency and alarm. His entrance immediately put everyone back on high alert. "What now?" someone asked, the fatigue in their voice evident. "It's not another outbreak," Miyazaki quickly assured them, though his tone remained grave. "But we've made significant progress in identifying the source of the infection." Hearing this, the room instantly perked up. All eyes were on Miyazaki. Tracking down the source was critical. It didn't matter how many infected individuals were neutralized if they couldn't find the root cause. Without knowing where the infection was coming from, their efforts would be like trying to mop up a flood while the tap was still running. "Have you identified who the source of the infection is?" Commander Ross asked, his voice tight with anticipation. "Not definitively," Miyazaki replied, his tone serious. "But we do have a strong suspect. You're all aware of the attack on the FBI's 4th Division earlier tonight, correct?" The entire room nodded. The incident at the 4th Division had been the most severe of the night, shaking the entire city to its core. "If even the FBI isn't safe," one officer muttered under their breath, "then what hope is there for the rest of Riverton City?" Miyazaki continued, "We reviewed all the surveillance footage from around the precinct, analyzing everyone who entered and exited the building that night. We cross-referenced that with our intelligence database, trying to identify any potential suspects. And," someone prompted, leaning forward, eager for answers. "We found something," Miyazaki said, his expression darkening. The analysts reported their findings to me just a few minutes ago. I'm going to show you what they uncovered. As he spoke, Miyazaki connected his device to the large screen in the conference room. The surveillance footage from the FBI's 4th Division was displayed, though it was grainy due to the enlargement on the large screen. Miyazaki stepped aside and pressed play on the remote. The footage showed a lone figure walking into the surveillance area. The person paused, stopping in the most prominent spot in the frame. Then, they looked directly into the camera and grinned a smile that was both unsettling and unmistakably deliberate. It was almost as if the figure was taunting them, daring them to figure out who they were. Miyazaki paused the video at this moment, freezing the image on the grinning face. Now, I'll zoom in, he said, using the remote to enhance the image. As the image was magnified and underwent further processing, the face became clearer. The room fell into a tense silence as the officers squinted at the screen, trying to make out the identity of the person. Slowly, their expressions shifted from confusion to shock, disbelief, and a dawning horror. Finally, all eyes turned to Miyazaki, their faces a mix of incredulity and fear. Could it really be? One of them stammered, struggling to process what they were seeing. Yes, Miyazaki confirmed with a grave nod. The facial recognition software has matched the image with a 99.9% accuracy rate. He took a deep breath, bracing himself for the reaction to what he was about to reveal. We believe that the person who entered the 4th Division of the Riverton FBI and left behind this provocative footage is none other than our own, Agent Ivon Petrov. The room erupted in a cacophony of shocked gasps and murmurs, disbelief and denial mingling with anger and confusion. The idea that one of their own could be involved in something so heinous was almost too much to bear. The weight of the situation pressed down on everyone in the room. The trust they had placed in their colleague now felt like a noose tightening around their collective necks. The image on the screen remained still, capturing a man with a chilling smile fixed on his face, staring directly into the camera lens. The magnified picture rendered every detail of his expression, a smile that seemed to mock the viewers on the other side. The room, filled with high-ranking officials and seasoned agents, was deathly quiet. The atmosphere had become so tense that the air itself felt heavy. For a long moment, no one spoke. The weight of the situation pressed down on everyone, each person grappling with the implications of what they were seeing. It wasn't just the content of the image that was disturbing, but what it suggested about one of their own. Are you certain this image is authentic? Dr. Hines finally broke the silence, his voice laced with doubt and concern. Video footage can be manipulated, synthesized even. What we see here might not be the truth. Professor Miyazaki, standing at the front of the room, didn't hesitate. If this were a composite video, we would have detected it. I can assure you, Dr. Hines, that the image you see before you is genuine. The reality is exactly as it appears. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. What you're seeing here is Agent Ivon Petrov, captured on surveillance footage. He was present at the 4th precinct of the Riverton FBI earlier tonight and left behind this provocative scene. This is no coincidence. The room remained silent, the tension growing as the full weight of the situation began to settle in. And shortly after this footage was taken, an infected individual appeared in that very precinct, Miyazaki added, his tone making it clear that the connection between these events couldn't be ignored. It's difficult to call that a coincidence, Dr. Hines murmured, frowning as he processed the information. His mind was already racing, considering the possible ramifications. Agent Petrov, isn't he currently suspended? The voice came from a man with a fierce countenance, his presence commanding despite the tension in the room. Dressed in a sharp suit, he wore a black mask adorned with steel studs that made him look more like an executioner than a bureaucrat. Even in the formal setting of the conference room, his aura was intimidating, a man who had seen and done things others could only imagine. This was Hercules, the Minister of Operations. Yes, Melanie responded, stepping forward. She had been quietly observing until now, but the conversation had turned toward her direct subordinate, requiring her to speak. He was suspended for unauthorized actions. He initiated an unsanctioned attack on a casino owned by a mafia syndicate, resulting in multiple fatalities among non-infected gang members. I've heard this isn't the first time, Hercules said, his voice a low growl as he turned his intense gaze on her. The steel studs on his mask reflected the dim light, making his already piercing eyes seem even more threatening. Melanie hesitated for a moment before responding. That's correct. Ivon has a history of disregarding protocol and acting independently. He's been disciplined multiple times for his aggressive methods during missions. Hercules stared at her, his eyes narrowing. What you're describing sounds like a pattern of insubordination and a disregard for discipline. But today, we're not here to discuss his violations of protocol. What concerns us now are the potential implications of his mental state. That's precisely what I wanted to address, Professor Miyazaki interjected, sensing the urgency of the moment. I've always found Agent Petrov's case fascinating. He's an anomaly, even among our agents at the 9th Division. As Melanie mentioned, Ivon has a deep-seated hatred for evil, a trait that undoubtedly stems from his past experiences. Miyazaki's voice was measured, but there was a growing tension in his words, as though he was building towards something unsettling. While this drive to eradicate evil is beneficial for a Secret Service agent, it's not without its dangers. There's a fine line between righteous zeal and uncontrolled aggression, and when that line is crossed, the consequences can be catastrophic. He paused, letting the significance of his statement linger in the air before continuing. For Secret Service agents, the most critical qualities are high resistance to infection, exceptional operational capabilities, and above all, emotional stability. An agent who cannot maintain control over their emotions is a liability, a ticking time bomb. Miyazaki's gaze swept across the room, making sure he had everyone's attention. Ivon Petrov's behavior raises significant concerns in this regard. He has a pattern of disregarding the rules and acting on impulse without considering the broader implications. For him, punishing criminals isn't just about upholding justice, it's personal. It's about satisfying his own deep-seated need for vengeance. At this, Miyazaki paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle over the room like a heavy fog. He then adjusted the image on the screen, replacing the magnified surveillance still with a summary of the infection incidents that had plagued Riverton throughout the night. As you can see, he said, gesturing to the data on the screen, a pattern is beginning to emerge in these outbreaks. Let's start with the incident at the docks. Our first team of detectives arrived on the scene and meticulously reconstructed the events. He clicked a button, and the screen displayed an image of the docks, overlaid with notes and diagrams outlining the events that had taken place. It appears a group of human traffickers were in the process of unloading their cargo when one of them suddenly became infected. This individual then attacked his accomplices before self-destructing due to the infection overwhelming his physical limits. Miyazaki's expression grew more somber as he moved to the next slide. Now, consider the incident at the 4th Precinct, the very branch where Ivon Petrov once worked. Based on our intelligence, we have reason to believe that some of the officers there were involved in illegal activities. The room's occupants began to piece together what Miyazaki was implying, their expressions shifting from confusion to concern. And then there's the attack at the barbecue restaurant, Miyazaki continued, his tone becoming more intense. A laughing infected individual suddenly appeared and began attacking gang members, resulting in multiple fatalities. The restaurant owner and 2 diners were seriously injured, with another person sustaining minor injuries. If Batman hadn't arrived when he did, the situation could have escalated into a full-scale massacre. You're suggesting that the majority of the infected are targeting criminals? Dr. Hines asked cautiously, his mind working to connect the dots. Miyazaki nodded gravely. Exactly. While there are numerous incidents I could cite, these examples should suffice to illustrate my point. In each of these cases, although innocent people were indeed endangered, the primary targets of the infected individuals were individuals who, in many cases, were known to have committed heinous acts. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. 1 or 2 cases might be dismissed as coincidences, but when you examine the broader pattern, it becomes clear that these incidents are following a disturbing trend. Miyazaki's gaze hardened as he addressed the room. By now, you should have an idea of the hypothesis I'm about to present. You're saying that Ivon Petrov, one of our own agents, may have become infected, Hercules said, his voice low and filled with a dangerous edge. And that he's using his condition to spread his own twisted version of justice. Yes, that's one way to interpret it, Miyazaki confirmed, his tone serious and measured. Ivon Petrov is an unusual case, even among our ranks. His psychological evaluations have always indicated a relatively safe but needs observation status. His extreme actions in these incidents and the specific targets chosen by the infected align disturbingly well with his personal vendetta against criminals. Miyazaki took a deep breath, preparing to deliver his final, most unsettling conclusion. In summary, the likelihood that Ivon Petrov is the source of these infections is not negligible. In fact, it's alarmingly high. Hercules drummed his knuckles on the table, deep in thought. A specific individual's immunity to infection is not absolute. While they're resistant to most influences, exceeding their mental endurance can still pose a risk of infection. This is why regular psychological evaluations are mandatory for our agents. No, Miyazaki interrupted, his voice firm as he looked around the room, his eyes intense. I don't believe Ivon Petrov is just another infected individual. He might be something far more dangerous. He clicked the remote again, bringing the image of Ivan's grinning face back onto the screen, the man's unsettling smile seeming to mock them from within the confines of the frame. What I'm suggesting, Miyazaki said slowly, carefully choosing his words, is that Ivon Petrov may not just be a source of infection. He might very well be the origin of this terrifying outbreak that has plagued Riverton. The sun crept over the horizon, bathing the city in a warm, golden light, marking the beginning of another day. Inside his apartment, Charlie stirred from a deep, refreshing sleep, courtesy of his state-of-the-art sleeping capsule. As he sat up and stretched, he felt a satisfying crack in his back, a signal that his body was well rested and ready for the day. However, as he glanced at the clock, he realized that he had slept through the entire morning. Well, that's what happens when you stay up all night playing the nocturnal vigilante, Charlie mused to himself with a chuckle. He pushed himself out of bed and walked over to the window. Pulling back the curtains, he let the sunlight flood into his room. The rays of light were warm on his face, and for a moment, he closed his eyes, letting the warmth wash over him. It had become a routine for him praising the sun, much like a character in one of his favorite video games. But today, the light felt different, more invigorating, perhaps because he knew he had a full day ahead of him. He was aware that being a nocturnal crime fighter had its tolls. After all, Bruce Wayne hadn't become a night owl without consequences. Nights spent battling criminals required a strong body, a resilient mind, and, of course, the stamina to keep going night after night. Even a billionaire like Wayne needed to maintain a rigorous fitness regime to support his dual lifestyle. Charlie, not yet at that level of conditioning, knew he was still in the process of building that strength both physically and mentally. The irony of a rich nightlife needing a strong liver wasn't lost on him, though it was the metaphorical kind in his case. As he began his day, the first order of business was a long, invigorating shower. He cranked the water up to just shy of scalding, letting the heat penetrate deep into his muscles, easing any lingering tension. Charlie lathered his hair with shampoo, scrubbing vigorously as though trying to wash away not just dirt but any remnants of the virtual world he'd left behind a few hours earlier. He repeated the process 3 times, an old habit from his teenage years when he believed that cleaner hair somehow made him luckier in games. It was a superstition he'd never quite shaken. Next came the body wash, and Charlie was just as thorough. He scrubbed every inch of his skin until it practically squeaked, imagining that he was scrubbing away the bad luck that sometimes clung to him after a rough night of gaming. By the time he was done, his skin was not just clean but gleaming smooth and reflective, as if polished to a shine. Satisfied, he stepped out of the shower and toweled off. The mirror above the sink reflected his image back at him, and he couldn't help but notice the small changes in his physique, a little more definition in the shoulders, a bit more muscle tone in the arms. Progress, slow but steady, was being made. Dressed and refreshed, Charlie made his way to his computer. This was where the real ritual began. The day wouldn't officially start until he drew some cards. Sitting in his chair, Charlie cracked his knuckles and fired up the game. The bulk of his points had been spent the previous night, so he only had enough left for a few single draws. He knew the odds weren't in his favor. 10 draws were statistically more likely to yield something good, but he couldn't resist the thrill of pulling one card at a time. After all, there was a certain magic in the ritual, a belief among the gaming community that sometimes, just sometimes, the universe would reward the audacity of a single draw. This debate over single draws versus 10 pulls had raged for years within the card drawing community. There were those who swore by the efficiency and higher probability of 10 pulls, while others claimed that the single draw was where true magic happened, where miracles were born. If one were to graph the probability, it would look like a jagged mountain range, full of peaks and valleys, each turn unpredictable. But Charlie was a firm believer in the saying, "You lose nothing by trying." It was a creed that had served him well in the past. Who knew? Maybe today would be the day when the universe decided to reward his faith. With a deep breath, he initiated the first draw. The familiar animation played out on the screen, the digital cards flipping in the air before revealing his reward. Hawkeye's arrows. Charlie frowned. It wasn't what he had hoped for, a standard arrow, lacking the high-tech enhancements that made Hawkeye's quiver legendary. It was just a regular arrow, useful but unremarkable. Undeterred, he tried again. The animation played out, and this time he was rewarded with a bat shark repellent. Charlie blinked at the screen, momentarily stunned. The bat shark repellent was legendary among Batman fans, not because it was useful, but because it was one of the most hilariously specific gadgets ever created. Originating from the 1966 Batman TV series, the repellent had been used in an episode where Batman, hanging from a helicopter ladder, was attacked by a shark. Without missing a beat, Batman had pulled the repellent from his utility belt and sprayed the shark in the face. It was a classic moment in Batman lore, a meme that had persisted for decades. But in terms of practical use, it was practically worthless. Charlie let out a laugh despite himself. Well, it's not a Batmobile, but at least it's something. Still, the disappointment lingered. He had hoped for something more useful, something that would give him an edge in the game. The bat shark repellent was fun, but it wasn't exactly going to help him in his next mission. He stared at the screen, the words "thank you for participating" flashing across the screen like a taunt. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, contemplating his luck. Maybe he needed to change something to shake up the routine. Perhaps a new hairstyle or a different approach to his morning ritual would turn things around. But even with these minor disappointments, Charlie reminded himself that he had gained more than just a few single draws from the previous night's missions. The hero points he had earned were substantial, but the real prize was the fact that he had leveled up again. Leveling up in the game was a momentous occasion, and it came with its own set of rituals. Charlie knew that as he progressed, the difficulty would increase. The experience required to reach the next level would be greater, and the challenges would be more intense. It was a pattern that mimicked real life, whether in academics, sports, or personal growth. The higher you climbed, the harder it was to keep advancing. But Charlie was still in the early stages, where the room for improvement was vast, and the potential gains were significant. And now it was time for what Charlie affectionately called his 5-turtle superhero crash course. As with each level up, Charlie had the opportunity to randomly draw a hero skill from the pool of existing superheroes. There was no hesitation, he had already decided who his next draw would be from. Captain America. The choice was obvious. Captain America was the quintessential power user, a super soldier whose abilities could enhance Charlie's own physical prowess. With repeated draws, the odds of pulling a superpower increased, and the potential for unlocking something truly transformative was too good to pass up. Moreover, Captain America's skill set was a treasure trove of combat techniques. Even if Charlie didn't pull a superpower, there were countless other abilities that could prove invaluable. The only concern was the possibility of drawing something less practical, like a specialization in painting, which, while interesting, wasn't exactly what Charlie was aiming for. He chuckled at the thought. Captain America, the Star-Spangled Avenger, secretly harboring a passion for painting. It wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility, considering the character's age and the era he was from. Perhaps, long before becoming the leader of the Avengers, Steve Rogers had entertained thoughts of becoming an artist. But Charlie shook his head, focusing on the task at hand. Thankfully, his draw this time didn't yield any such oddities. Power up, Super Soldier version. The words flashed on the screen, and Charlie's heart skipped a beat. He had drawn the ability to enhance his arm strength to superhuman levels, specifically, the strength to perform a bench press of over 500 kilograms. This was no ordinary power-up. This was the strength of legends. Few in the Marvel Universe could match this level of raw power. It was a monster-level ability, one that would give Charlie an undeniable edge in both the game and his virtual exploits. To put it in perspective, the strength Charlie had just gained was akin to what many would consider superhuman. Even characters like the Kingpin who, despite being a normal human, could rival Spider-Man in strength through sheer willpower and rigorous training would struggle to match this level of power. However, Charlie hadn't received the full Super Soldier Serum, just the strength boost. And in a way, he was grateful for that. The serum itself was known for its unpredictable side effects and abstract mutation that could just as easily enhance the mind as it did the body. It made good people better and bad people worse, amplifying their innate qualities. Charlie wasn't sure how he would fare under such a transformation. He was aware that the serum was not for the faint of heart. It required a strong will, and the process of mutation could be grueling, even deadly, for those who weren't prepared. But the power boost? That was perfect. It was straightforward, effective, and didn't come with the baggage of potential psychological side effects. It was the kind of enhancement that would make a tangible difference in Charlie's gaming performance. Excited, Charlie equipped the power enhancement and immediately set out to test its effects. After equipping the strength enhancement, Charlie felt a surge of power course through his muscles. This was not just any ordinary boost, it was the kind of strength that could rival the most formidable fighters in the world. Along with the strength enhancement, Charlie also equipped the fighting techniques he had previously unlocked from Captain America. He headed to an open area, eager to put his new abilities to the test. This time, Charlie was careful. During his last attempt, he had underestimated the coordination required between his brain and body, which resulted in an awkward mishap where he nearly injured himself attempting a high kick. Determined not to repeat the same mistake, Charlie began with smaller, more controlled movements. He tested his reflexes, throwing a few quick jabs and shadowboxing to get a feel for his enhanced strength and technique. As he moved, Charlie quickly noticed a difference. His punches were faster, his kicks more powerful, and his overall agility had increased. He felt the energy coursing through his veins, every muscle primed and ready. With each movement, his confidence grew. He was no longer just a gamer sitting behind a screen, he felt like a true warrior, capable of holding his own in a fight. Initially, Charlie had been concerned that his newfound strength might outpace his physical conditioning. After all, it wouldn't be ideal to have powerful punches if his stamina couldn't keep up. But to his relief, the strength enhancement came with a corresponding increase in overall physical resilience. His muscles felt more solid, his endurance had improved, and he could sense that his body was now better equipped to handle the demands of his enhanced strength. However, Charlie also realized that this increase in physical fitness was not all-encompassing. While his strength had been significantly boosted, his body did not gain the full range of enhancements that the original Captain America possessed. For example, Captain America's serum granted him not only super strength but also a heightened resistance to injury, an enhanced healing factor, and exceptional endurance. Charlie's enhancements were limited to strength and fighting techniques without the added benefits of superhuman durability or rapid healing. Despite this, Charlie was more than satisfied. Even without the full range of Captain America's abilities, his current setup made him feel like a true super soldier. He knew that if trouble ever came his way, he was more than prepared to face it head-on. In addition to the strength enhancement, leveling up to level 3 unlocked 2 new features that added even more depth to his gameplay. The first new feature was the expansion of his team roster. At level 2, Charlie had been able to bring 2 heroes into battle simultaneously, including substitutes. This setup had its limitations, especially when dealing with complex missions that required more diverse skill sets. However, with the level 3 upgrade, Charlie could now bring 3 heroes into battle. This meant that he could switch between 3 different heroes during combat, allowing for greater flexibility and strategic options. Whether he needed brute strength, stealth, or technical prowess, he now had the ability to adapt to any situation. This expansion transformed his team dynamics. Including Charlie himself, the team now functioned as a true 3-person squad. Of course, in the world of gaming, it was common knowledge that a 3-person team could sometimes feel like it had the strength of 4. The second new feature unlocked was the voice function. Previously, the heroes Charlie controlled would occasionally speak iconic lines during key moments, adding to the immersive experience. For instance, Batman might declare, "I am vengeance, I am the night," in a deep, gravelly voice, sending chills down the spine of anyone listening. However, this new voice function took things a step further. It allowed Charlie to open the microphone and speak directly through the hero he was controlling, with the hero's voice being projected in-game. It was as if Charlie's voice had been perfectly modulated to match the hero's, adding a layer of authenticity to the character's interactions. While Charlie didn't plan on using the microphone feature, often preferring to focus on gameplay rather than chatter, it added an exciting new dimension to the experience. Now, he could have his heroes issue commands, taunt enemies, or engage in dialogue with other characters, all in their own voices. This feature made the heroes feel more alive, more like real personalities rather than mere avatars controlled from a distance. This voice function also had practical applications. In situations where communication or interrogation was needed, Charlie could now use his hero's voice to extract information or intimidate opponents, much like Batman's famous Bungie interrogation scenes. It was a powerful tool, adding yet another layer of depth to Charlie's ever-expanding skill set. After a long night of gaming that had stretched into the early hours of the morning, Charlie finally logged off. His body, which had been running on adrenaline and excitement, now demanded some relaxation. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten anything substantial in hours. He decided to take a break and head downstairs for a late breakfast, which was closer to lunch at this point. For a gamer like Charlie, weekend mornings were a mythical concept, something that existed only in the minds of those who didn't spend their nights battling virtual foes. To Charlie, the weekends were sacred, a time when he could indulge in his gaming passion without the constraints of a weekday schedule. The idea of a morning on the weekend was laughable. It was simply the time he spent sleeping off the previous night's gaming marathon. Charlie headed to his favorite local noodle shop and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Feeling a bit indulgent, he added 2 extra eggs to his order. When Megan, the friendly shop owner, saw Charlie, she gave him a warm smile and threw in a few extra slices of beef, knowing he was a regular customer. As Charlie sat down with his steaming bowl of noodles, he pulled out his phone and opened the app for the service division, also known as the lunatic asylum. Given the number of infected individuals he had taken down last night, he half expected to see his achievements plastered across the homepage. However, what greeted him was far from what he anticipated. An emergency notification flashed across the screen. Charlie blinked, momentarily unsure if he was reading it correctly. It was a wanted notice sent out to all agents of the service division. The wanted individual was Ivon. Curious, Charlie clicked on the details, and the familiar face of the bald, muscular agent filled the screen. With his imposing physique and distinctive appearance, there was no mistaking it, this was Ivon. The wanted notice was sparse on details, stating only that Ivon was suspected of being at risk of mutating into an infection source. It mentioned that he might be in a certain area, urging all agents to be on high alert. However, the notice didn't go into specifics, leaving Charlie with a sense of unease. Charlie wasn't one to blindly trust anyone, especially not someone he had only worked with a couple of times. His encounters with Ivon had been brief, and while they had shared a few missions, Charlie couldn't say he knew the man well. However, the idea of Ivon being infected didn't sit right with him. In the few interactions they had, Ivon had come across as a tough, no-nonsense type, someone who was as solid as a rock. Unable to shake his curiosity, Charlie decided to call Tara, who handled communications and logistics. She had previously told him to reach out if he ever had questions, and given that she was in the same group as Ivon, she might have some inside information. Tara didn't hesitate to fill Charlie in on the situation. Apparently, the previous night had been a whirlwind of chaos, with multiple incidents involving infected individuals. Surveillance footage from the 4th branch of the FBI had captured Ivon on camera shortly before the place was attacked. The higher UPS quickly convened an emergency meeting and determined that Ivon might be infected. They sent agents to bring him in for questioning at one of the Secret Service's sub-bases. However, things took a turn when the agents approached Ivon that morning. Instead of cooperating, Ivon had reportedly bolted, breaking through the security perimeter and escaping the sub-base on his own. His current whereabouts were unknown. Charlie was stunned. One man, alone, had managed to escape from a building filled with trained agents, and now no one could find him. This revelation raised serious questions about the security measures in place and made Charlie wonder about the overall reliability of the service division. But as Charlie thought more about it, he realized it might not be entirely the fault of the service division. In theory, security agents and bodyguards were supposed to be vigilant, with a tight network of surveillance and protection. But history was full of instances where seemingly foolproof systems had been breached by a single determined individual. Sometimes, reality defied logic, and even the most secure facilities could be compromised under the right circumstances. The more Charlie pondered the situation, the more suspicious it seemed. The surveillance footage alone might not have been enough to raise alarm, but Ivan's sudden and dramatic escape certainly did. Could it be that Ivon was really infected? The thought lingered in Charlie's mind as he finished his meal, the weight of the situation settling in. This was no ordinary mission, something far more dangerous was unfolding, and Charlie knew he had to be prepared for whatever came next. Actually, whether Ivon is the source of the infection is still under investigation. The headquarters hasn't reached a conclusion yet, Tara said, her voice steady, though it hinted at underlying tension. Initially, they just wanted to understand what was going on with him. They didn't even issue an arrest order. But Ivan's aggressive reaction escalated the situation far beyond what anyone expected. Charlie absorbed this, the absurdity of the situation gnawing at him. So they think he's the source of the infection just because he was caught on camera. That's part of it, but there's probably more to it than that. Tara's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper on the other end of the line. From what I've heard, it's not just about the camera footage. There are whispers that the entire attack on the Riverton City FBI might be suspicious. She hesitated, clearly choosing her words carefully. Did you know Ivon was an agent before he joined the 9th Division? Yeah, Charlie replied. He mentioned it once during a mission. I also saw some old photos in his office. But that was just in passing. Do you know which branch of the FBI Ivon worked for when he was still an FBI personnel? Charlie paused, a growing sense of unease crawling up his spine. No, I don't. Wait, his voice sharpened with realization. You don't mean? Yes, Tara confirmed quietly, it was the 4th branch. The very same one that was attacked last night. It's not hard to see why people are connecting the dots. And, she hesitated again, her voice dropping even lower. I've heard there was some bad blood between Ivon and people at the 4th branch. What kind of bad blood? I don't know the specifics, Tara admitted. That kind of information is heavily encrypted, and only those with the right clearance can access it. But this isn't really something you need to get involved in. If you see Ivon, just contact headquarters immediately, and they'll take it from there. She had a point. Charlie and Ivon weren't particularly close, and whether Ivon was really infected or just caught up in something didn't directly impact Charlie's life. In the past, Charlie would have kept his distance from this kind of trouble. He wouldn't have even bothered to ask questions, let alone get involved. But things were different now. He had developed a taste for digging into mysteries that weren't his business. After all, he was now the legendary keyboard warrior, a master of online crusades, shouting at injustice from behind the safety of his screen. Armed with his key, the keyboard, he was ready to engage in a different kind of battle. The clues Tara mentioned had piqued his curiosity. Charlie had been at the scene of the 4th branch incident last night as Batman, but he hadn't known this was where Ivon had worked. It seemed that the specific details were locked behind layers of security clearance, which Charlie obviously didn't have. But that didn't matter. He believed in the old saying, if you want something, go and get it. There were very few things Charlie wanted that he couldn't eventually obtain, except, perhaps, his parents' approval. A short while later, Batman arrived outside the 9th Division's building, disguised as a nondescript trading company. Charlie knew the drill. Before making any moves, it was crucial to observe and assess the situation. While it was easy to joke about the security of the floating madhouse being questionable, he knew that an organization of this size couldn't afford to be lax. At least on the surface, it had to maintain security standards far beyond those of a public restroom. Batman circled the building multiple times, scanning it thoroughly using detective mode. With each scan, Charlie built a comprehensive mental map of the building's layout, noting the locations of all potential entry points, security measures, and patrol patterns. The first challenge was the building's exterior. The glass walls were lined with state-of-the-art motion sensors, so sensitive that even a light tap could trigger an internal alarm, instantly revealing his presence. But detective mode had its perks. It marked the locations of these sensors in advance, allowing Charlie to trace the wiring through the walls. The intricate web of wires led him to a control hub inside the building, hidden behind several layers of security. Charlie switched Batman's equipment, and the Dark Knight produced a powerful universal decryptor from his belt. Locking onto the control hub, Batman swiftly bypassed the sensors, rendering them useless in a matter of seconds. The entire process was almost too easy. Charlie imagined the software experts at the 9th Division witnessing this. They'd probably be shocked at how quickly their cutting-edge security was disabled. It would be a blow to their pride, to say the least. But then again, it wasn't really their fault. Batman had a reputation for cracking the most secure systems. He had once hacked into Apocalypse, the home planet of the Dark Monarch Darkseid, and hijacked their entire biochemical weapon arsenal, using it to threaten Darkseid himself. Compared to that, a few security sensors were child's play. With the sensors disabled, Batman used the grapple gun to reach the floor Charlie had scouted earlier. Thanks to detective mode, he could see through walls, ensuring the floor was empty. The universal decryptor made short work of the security cameras and electronic locks, allowing Batman to slip inside unnoticed. Navigating the floor was almost too easy. With detective mode active, it felt like playing a game of hide and seek with omniscient vision. Charlie could see how many people were in the building and where they were heading. Any surveillance cameras that couldn't be bypassed were handled with precision. Charlie didn't just disable them, he intercepted their feeds, looping the same few seconds of empty footage over and over, creating the illusion that nothing was amiss. As for the locks, the universal decryptor took care of the electronic ones, while Batman's master key and lockpicking skills handled the rest. If any agents or guards were unavoidable, a quick and silent takedown ensured they wouldn't be a problem. By the time they woke up, Charlie would be long gone. After about 10 minutes, Batman reached the subbase server room, quickly knocking 2 agents unconscious on the floor, a testament to the Dark Knight's efficiency. Batman's infiltration was methodical and precise, a silent operation that left no trace. Charlie selected the appropriate equipment, and on the screen, Batman produced his trusty decryptor. This time, instead of relying on wireless transmission, Batman plugged directly into the server with a data cable, preparing for a deeper dive into the system. Charlie guessed that cracking the server's defenses might take a bit more effort. Although he didn't fully understand the technical process, he saw Batman fiddling with the black tech device a bit longer than usual, his fingers moving swiftly over the controls. From Charlie's perspective, it wasn't all that different from defusing a bomb in a video game. Find the target, press and hold the E key, wait for the progress bar to fill up, and boom, the bomb is defused. The firewall actually managed to hold off Batman for over a minute, a feat that Charlie figured could earn the 9th Division's tech team a year's worth of bragging rights. Once inside the system, Charlie took control of the device in Batman's hand. The screen of the decryptor expanded, taking up nearly the entire view on Charlie's monitor. He could now operate it as if it were his own computer, navigating through the files and databases with ease. When it came to programming, Charlie was a novice. He worried that if the decryptor required any input beyond basic commands, he might be out of his depth. Fortunately, the device was user-friendly, designed for ease of use even by those with limited technical knowledge. It was almost like using a search engine. Type in what you want to know, and the device would do the rest. Charlie entered Ivon's name, and a flood of information appeared on the screen. Before he could sift through the details, one item immediately caught his eye, freezing him in place. It was a photo of Ivon, looking much like he did now, with the same sparse hair and stern expression. But what really stood out was the text below the image. It read, "Death certificate." Charlie's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing to process what he was seeing. Death certificate? Charlie couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes locked onto the screen, disbelief twisting his expression as he double-checked the image before him. It was a clear, unmistakable photo of Ivon Petrov, the same stern, battle-hardened agent he'd worked alongside, the one who'd guided him through some of the darkest, most treacherous assignments he'd ever faced, albeit it was the only assignment he's ever faced at that point in time. Yet, the document beside the photo was a death certificate, and it looked disturbingly genuine. He scrutinized the details, his mind struggling to process the information. If Ivon was supposed to be dead, then who was the man who had been leading him through those perilous missions? Who was the person who had fought by his side, trading wry banter and grim resolve? Could it be possible that the man was some kind of walking corpse? The thought alone was enough to send a shiver crawling down Charlie's spine. But then, something else caught his attention. The name on the death certificate wasn't Ivon Petrov, it was Ivon Petrov. His first thought was that Ivon might have had a twin brother, a long-lost sibling with a hidden history. But when Charlie dug deeper into the records, that theory quickly dissolved. The files revealed the truth. This was indeed the same Ivon Petrov, or rather, this had been his identity in a previous life. Back when he served as an FBI operative, he was known as Ivon Petrov. But that identity had been declared dead. From the ashes of Ivon Petrov rose, was reborn, and was remade into a special agent of the elite and secretive organization known as Special Service 9th Division. The transformation from Ivon Petrov to Ivon Petrov had been meticulously documented, every detail sealed away in the most classified files, accessible only to those with the highest levels of security clearance. But for Batman, those restrictions were barely an inconvenience. Charlie's decryption tools made quick work of the encryption that protected these secrets. The files opened up like a treasure chest of hidden truths, revealing the story of a man who had walked through the fires of hell and emerged with a new identity, a new purpose. This is the story of a man who had once gone by a different name, a man who had begun his career as an agent, filled with dreams as bright as the morning sun. When Ivon Petrov was first transferred to Riverdin City, he was full of ambition. He saw himself as a hero in his own epic tale, a modern-day knight who would bring justice to a city teetering on the edge of chaos. In his mind, he envisioned himself standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow agents, battling the forces of darkness, dismantling powerful drug cartels, and rescuing the innocent just like in the movies. But the reality of Riverdin City was far from the romanticized vision that had driven him. Ivan's first partner in this gritty, unforgiving city was a veteran officer named Brooke. Brooke was the kind of man who had seen it all, a grizzled survivor who had spent 20 long years in the trenches of law enforcement. He was the epitome of cynicism, a man who had been worn down by the relentless grind of the job. From the moment they met, Brooke made it clear that he had no interest in Ivan's high-minded ideals. His motto was simple, and he repeated it often: mind your own business. To Ivon, Brooke was a relic of a bygone era, a man who had let the harsh realities of life crush his spirit. Brooke didn't chase criminals with the fervor of a crusader, he didn't seek promotions, accolades, or even the respect of his peers. His only goal was to make it through each day without incident, to reach his retirement in peace, and to never again set foot in the world of crime and punishment. This attitude was anathema to everything Ivon believed. To him, an agent should be a symbol of hope, a warrior for justice, someone who would risk everything to protect the innocent and bring the guilty to justice. Brooke, in Ivan's eyes, was a man who had given up, who had allowed the darkness of the world to extinguish whatever fire he once had. Their partnership was strained from the very start. Ivon, eager to prove himself and show that he was different and that he had the courage and conviction to make a real difference, constantly clashed with Brooke's jaded pragmatism. Brooke, on the other hand, saw Ivon as nothing more than a naive idealist, a young man who had yet to learn the harsh lessons that life in Riverdin City would inevitably teach him. As time passed, the tension between them only grew. Brooke frequently assigned Ivon to the most mundane, thankless tasks, the kind of drudgery that seasoned agents avoided at all costs. And Ivon, in turn, grew increasingly frustrated with what he perceived as his partner's lack of ambition, his refusal to take risks, and his apparent indifference to the suffering that surrounded them. But everything changed in the final month of Brooke's long career. The case that would alter the course of Ivan's life was one that shook the city to its core. An 8-year-old girl had gone missing, and her desperate parents had turned to the FBI department for help. The case was initially assigned to an officer named Tengu, a man whose reputation for laziness and lack of initiative was well known. Weeks passed, and Tengu's investigation went nowhere, leaving the girl's fate in limbo. Ivon couldn't stand it. He saw Tengu as a disgrace to the badge, a man whose incompetence was putting an innocent child's life at risk. He was furious, and he knew he couldn't just sit back and watch as the clock ticked down on the girl's life. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Determined to find the girl and bring her home safely, Ivon approached Brooke, urging him to intervene. At first, Brooke refused. With only 1 month left before his retirement, he had no interest in getting involved in a case that wasn't even his. But Ivon was relentless. That child is only 8 years old, Ivon had said, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. Imagine if that were your daughter. Would you still stand by and do nothing? Those words struck a nerve in Brooke. He has a daughter, a cute lovable child, an anchor that he had buried deep within himself, keeping it tucked away in a part of his heart that he rarely visited, afraid of tainting her with his foul, blood-soaked presence. But Ivon's words brought those memories rushing back to the surface. Against his better judgment, Brooke agreed to help. The two of them threw themselves into the case with a fervor that surprised even Ivon. They worked tirelessly, following every lead, chasing down every clue, and finally, they managed to locate the girl and her captors. For a brief moment, it seemed as though everything would turn out all right. But fate had other plans. Somehow, the kidnappers had gotten wind of their approach. They were ready for Ivon and Brooke, and what should have been a straightforward rescue mission quickly turned into a deadly ambush. In the end, reinforcements arrived just in time, and the criminals were subdued. The girl was rescued, but the victory came at a devastating cost. Brooke, the old officer who had only 1 month left before his long-awaited retirement, had given his life to save hers. Ivon was devastated, but his reaction wasn't what anyone expected. When they brought Brooke's body back to the station, Ivon didn't cry. He didn't rage or break down. Instead, he was eerily calm, his expression blank, his eyes empty of emotion. His colleagues, unsure of how to comfort him, watched in silence as he quietly requested a private session with the kidnapper. The chief, out of respect for Ivon's loss, granted him that request. No one could have predicted what would happen next. In the small, dimly lit interrogation room, Ivon sat across from the kidnapper, his gaze unyielding as he stared the man down. For a long moment, the room was silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Then, without warning, Ivon reached across the table and, with a single, brutal motion, twisted the man's neck, snapping it with the cold efficiency of someone who had nothing left to lose. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the room like a death knell. That single act of vengeance cost Ivon his badge, his job, and nearly his freedom. The only reason he wasn't charged with murder was the chief's intervention. The official story was that the criminal had attacked Ivon first, that it was a clear case of self-defense. But everyone knew the truth. Ivon didn't care. A few days later, he walked into a bar, a speakeasy tucked away in one of the darkest corners of Riverton City. It was a place where the line between law and crime was razor-thin, where the city's most notorious figures gathered in the shadows, and where whispers of illicit deals and shady alliances filled the smoke-laden air. Ivon found Officer Tengu there, sitting at a table with 2 women draped over him, a drink in one hand and a smug grin plastered across his face. When Tengu saw Ivon, his surprise was evident, but he quickly masked it with a wide, welcoming smile. "Hey, what brings you here?" But Ivon wasn't there for pleasantries. His eyes were cold, his voice as sharp as a blade. "On the night Brooke and I went out, someone leaked our plans. It had to be someone inside the department." Tengu's smile wavered, but he quickly recovered, trying to maintain his facade. "So what? It was you, wasn't it?" Ivon's voice was steady, but there was a lethal edge to it, the kind that made even the most hardened criminals think twice. Tengu hesitated for just a fraction of a second, but in that brief pause, he knew the truth was already written across his face. There was no point in lying, no point in denying what had been done. He let out a low, humorless laugh and leaned back in his chair, feigning nonchalance. "So what if it was?" Tengu's grin turned into a sneer. "What are you going to do about it? You think you're some kind of hero, Ivon? You're just a fool who doesn't know when to back down. You were lucky the old man took that bullet for you. Next time, you might not be so lucky." Ivan's stare never wavered. His eyes, once filled with the idealism of a young lawman eager to make his mark, were now dark, filled with something far more dangerous, a cold, calculated resolve. He was no longer the man who believed in the black and white simplicity of right and wrong. That man had died alongside Brooke. "Why did you do it?" Ivan's voice was calm, but beneath the surface, there was a current of fury, barely contained. Tengu scoffed, taking a slow, deliberate sip of his drink. "Why not? I've got connections, real power. People like you idealists, you're just pawns in a game you don't even understand. Brooke was a relic, just like you are. The world doesn't need people like you anymore. People like me." Ivan's lips curled into a smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. "What kind of people do you think I am, Tengu?" "Pathetic," Tengu spat. "Always trying to play the hero. But this city chews up heroes and spits them out. You should have learned that by now." For a long moment, neither man spoke. The air between them was thick with tension, with unspoken threats and promises of violence. The other patrons in the bar had begun to notice the standoff, the way Ivan's hand hovered just a little too close to his jacket, where they all knew a gun was likely concealed. Tengu, perhaps sensing that he had pushed too far, tried to defuse the situation. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Look, Ivon, we're all just trying to survive here. Brooke's gone, and nothing you do is going to bring him back. So why don't you just let it go?" There's no point in getting yourself killed over this. Ivon's expression hardened. You think this is about survival, Tengu? You think I'm here because I want revenge? Brooke might be gone, but I'm still here. And as long as I am, people like you, people who think they can do whatever they want and get away with it, you're going to learn that there are consequences. The last word hung in the air like a death sentence. Ivan's hand moved in a blur. In one fluid motion, he pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at Tengu's forehead. The room fell silent. The laughter, the chatter, the clinking of glasses, all of it ceased as every eye in the room turned towards the two men at the center of this deadly drama. Tengu's bravado crumbled. He raised his hands, palms out, in a gesture of surrender. Hey, Ivon, let's not do anything hasty. But Ivon wasn't listening. His finger tightened on the trigger. You know, Ivon said quietly, almost to himself, for a long time, I believed in justice. I believed in the system. I thought that if I just worked hard enough, if I was good enough, I could make a difference. But then I realized something. Tengu swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the barrel of the gun. I realized, Ivon continued, his voice calm, almost serene, that justice isn't something you wait for. It's something you take. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. Tengu's head snapped back as the bullet tore through his skull, and he slumped forward onto the table, his blood pooling around the half-empty glass in front of him. For a moment, no one moved. The bar was silent, the shock of the sudden violence paralyzing everyone in the room. Then, as if on cue, the screams started. People scrambled for the exits, overturning chairs and tables in their haste to get away. The security guards, who had been inching closer, suddenly found themselves in the middle of a stampede. Ivon stood motionless in the chaos, the gun still smoking in his hand. He didn't flinch as bodies rushed past him, as people screamed and stumbled over each other in their desperation to escape. His eyes were fixed on Tengu's lifeless body, on the blood that now stained the floor. According to archival records, there were no survivors from the bar that night, not even the owner. Even those who managed to escape the bar were found dead later that day. Despite being the notorious kingpin who held Riverdale City's criminal underworld in a tight grip, the man who was whispered to control everything from drug trafficking to high-stakes gambling met his end with a single, unceremonious bullet. His life, like those of the countless others he had taken, was reduced to a fleeting moment of violence, a brief flash in the darkness. The heavy wooden door of the bar creaked open one last time, revealing a figure drenched in blood. Ivon, once feared and revered in equal measure, now appeared more like a vengeful ghost than a man. His clothes were soaked through, the dark fabric clinging to his skin, and his once proud posture was marred by the weight of 7 or 8 bullets lodged deep in his flesh. Blood oozed from his wounds, forming a sticky trail behind him as he staggered forward. But Ivon seemed oblivious to the pain, his expression distant as if his mind had already left his battered body behind. TL note, who else is getting John Wick vibes? He took a few uncertain steps, his movements slow and labored, like a marionette with its strings cut. The cold night air bit at his skin, yet he paid no mind. Instead, he simply lowered himself to the sidewalk outside the bar, his legs giving out beneath him as he sat down heavily. The world around him was quiet, save for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional rustle of wind through the deserted streets. With trembling hands, Ivon reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He fumbled with it for a moment, finally managing to extract one and place it between his cracked lips. The flame from his lighter flickered briefly before catching the end of the cigarette, casting a warm glow over his bloodied face. He inhaled deeply, letting the smoke fill his lungs before exhaling slowly, watching the tendrils of smoke curl into the air and disappear into the night. The files later indicated that Ivon had already been infected by the mysterious pathogen at that time, though the full extent of its effects on his mind and body was unclear. The report speculated that Ivon himself might have been unaware of the infection's grip on him. It was likely that he hadn't expected to walk out of that bar alive. Perhaps he had even welcomed the idea of dying in a blaze of violence, finding some twisted solace in the notion of going out on his own terms. This was reflected in his mental assessment, where the report further noted a distinct possibility of self-destructive tendencies. It was as if Ivon had reached a point where the only option that made sense to him was an end as brutal and uncompromising as the life he had led. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Later that same night, Ivon crossed paths with agents from the Special Service, an organization infamous in certain circles and internally referred to as the Madhouse. They found him slumped on the sidewalk, a blood-soaked specter who had somehow survived what should have been a fatal confrontation. Intrigued by his resilience and the odd circumstances surrounding him, the agents brought him in for evaluation. After undergoing a series of rigorous tests, both physical and psychological, Ivon was deemed fit to join their ranks. However, the man who emerged from those evaluations was no longer Ivon Petrov, the feared enforcer of Riverdale City's criminal empire. That identity, along with all the sins it carried, was buried that night. In its place, a new persona was forged, Ivon Petrov, an agent of the 9th Division. As Charlie delved deeper into the records, he noticed that this transformation was strikingly similar to the witness protection plan he had heard about in his previous life. The idea was simple yet powerful: erase every trace of the old life, give the individual a new name, a new face, and a new beginning in a place where their past could not follow. In theory, it was an effective way to protect those who might be targeted for what they knew or what they had done. But in the cinematic universe of Hollywood, such plans rarely worked as intended. characters placed under witness protection always seemed to be haunted by the ghosts of their pasts, with old enemies resurfacing at the worst possible times. It was as if the very act of trying to hide from one's past only made it more inevitable that it would come back to haunt them. The witness protection plan, much like Iron Man's infamous anti-armor suits, often proved to be more of a facade than a true safeguard. Just as the anti-armor suits frequently failed to protect against the very threats they were designed to counter, the witness protection plan sometimes failed to shield those it was meant to protect. The past, it seemed, was a tenacious adversary, always finding a way to break through the flimsiest of defenses. For Ivon, it was unclear whether his past had indeed caught up with him, but the events at the 4th Precinct strongly suggested a connection. The footage Charlie had seen earlier showed Ivon reacting to something or someone at that location, which could very well be a remnant of his former life as Ivan Petrov. Regardless of the specifics, one thing was clear: Charlie needed to find Ivon, and quickly. After extracting the necessary information from the server, Charlie disconnected. But his mission wasn't over yet. There was another area he needed to investigate. Earlier that day, Ivon had made a daring escape from the building. Charlie, using Batman's detective mode from the outside, had noticed a crack in the glass on the 3rd floor. It was clear that Ivon had made his exit by jumping through that window. Charlie waited patiently, biding his time until the security guards patrolling the 3rd floor window had moved on. Then, with the precision and stealth of a seasoned predator, he guided Batman to slip through the broken window. The room inside had been cordoned off, and a perimeter was established around the scene of the escape. Shards of glass lay scattered across the floor tiles, glittering faintly in the dim light. The air inside was cool and slightly damp, as if the very room had absorbed the tension and chaos of the earlier events. Charlie's instincts kicked in. He activated Batman's first-person reconnaissance and scanning mode, his vision narrowing as he focused on the debris. With a deliberate, steady hand, he guided the scanning frame over the shards of glass, holding down the right mouse button to initiate the scan. This was one of Batman's many specialized abilities: scene inspection. This feature, which had made its debut in the Arkham series, was a testament to Batman's unparalleled detective skills. Unlike other heroes who relied on physical prowess or sensory enhancements, Batman's strength lay in his intellect and his ability to analyze even the most minute details. His detective mode was a tool that allowed him to see beyond the obvious, to uncover hidden truths that others might overlook. Batman's origins in Detective Comics had long established him as the greatest detective in the DC universe. The detective elements in his stories were not just add-ons, they were central to his identity. While the Batman games were, at their core, action-packed superhero adventures with elements of fantasy, the inclusion of these detective features added a layer of depth and complexity, making the gameplay experience all the more immersive. The detective elements in Batman's world were akin to the action scenes in detective-themed works like Detective Conan, a blend of logic, intuition, and a touch of the extraordinary. However, unlike the leaps of logic often seen in Conan, Batman's deductions were grounded in a combination of Sherlock Holmes-style intellect and Tony Stark-level technology. This allowed Batman to approach each case with a near-divine perspective, as if he were piecing together the puzzle of a crime scene with the help of both his analytical mind and his high-tech gadgets. Charlie watched as the scan of the glass shards quickly built a model of the room on Batman's helmet display. Within seconds, the scene before the glass had shattered was reconstructed in vivid detail. From Batman's perspective, Charlie could see a holographic model of Ivon bursting into the room, his movements quick and precise. Ivon fired 2 shots at the window, the bullets piercing the glass and leaving 2 jagged holes. Without hesitation, Ivon then charged forward, crashing through the glass with a powerful leap. The entire sequence played out as if Charlie were witnessing it firsthand. The progress bar at the bottom of the screen allowed him to manipulate the scene, fast-forwarding, rewinding, or pausing at any moment to examine specific details. This ability to reconstruct and replay crime scenes was something that had left Charlie in awe when he first encountered it in the Arkham games. It felt almost surreal, as if he were not merely playing a game, but rather stepping into the role of the Dark Knight himself, piecing together the clues that would lead to justice. If this was truly how investigation and reasoning worked, it seemed almost beyond the realm of possibility, edging into the territory of supernatural abilities like the legendary Sky Eye. Yet, within the context of Batman's world, it all made perfect sense. TL note: not sure WTF Sky Eye is, but it is probably the heavenly eye from Chinese novels. In Iron Man 3, Tony Stark used a similar method, scanning crime scenes and creating holographic models to conduct high-tech investigations. Sherlock Holmes, too, was famed for his ability to deduce an entire waterfall from a single drop of water. Given Batman's superhuman capabilities and advanced technology, it wasn't far-fetched for him to possess this ability. The holographic replay of the crime scene that players experienced might not have been a purely technological marvel. Instead, it could have been a blend of Batman's mental reconstruction of the scene based on the evidence he gathered and his high-tech equipment. This combination allowed the game to present the intuitive God's perspective in a way that was both accessible and believable for players. This user-friendly interface enabled players to step into the shoes of the world's greatest detective, solving cases with the same precision and efficiency as Batman himself. After replaying the scene, Batman followed the same path Ivon had taken, leaping out of the window with his cape unfurling behind him and landing near the point where Ivon had hit the ground. The floor tiles showed subtle cracks where Ivon had landed, the force of his fall causing the stone to fracture slightly. Batman's first-person perspective also revealed traces of a blood reaction on the ground, a telltale sign of the injuries Ivon had sustained. The luminol reaction, a common technique in crime scene investigations, allows even faint or cleaned bloodstains to glow with a blue luminescence under the right conditions. Typically, this reaction lasts only about 30 seconds and requires a dim environment for the glow to be visible. But in Batman's world, such limitations didn't apply. When Batman activated his detective mode, the function in his helmet allowed him to see dried blood as if it were still fresh, tracing the path Ivon had taken from the scene of the escape to the parking lot. Sometimes, Charlie couldn't help but wonder if the infrared imaging and night vision technologies in Batman's helmet were just the surface. Perhaps the real secret of Batman's helmet lay in something far more advanced, a visual sensor technology that was years, if not decades, ahead of anything else in existence. According to Locard's exchange principle, any contact between two objects leaves a trace. Movies and TV shows often simplify this concept, focusing primarily on fingerprints or DNA. However, trace evidence goes much deeper, encompassing everything from hair and fibers to paint and body fluids, all of which can be left behind at a crime scene. Batman's detective mode was built on this very principle, allowing him to detect even the faintest traces left behind by a suspect. As Charlie followed the trail of blood leading to the parking lot, he noticed it grew fainter the farther it went. He guessed that by the time Ivon reached this point, his body had healed enough to nearly stop the bleeding, perhaps another sign of the infection's effects. But Batman's detective mode managed to track the trail to an empty parking space, the likely spot where Ivon had parked the vehicle he used to escape. When Charlie attempted to scan the parking space again using detective mode, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. Batman's seemingly all-seeing detective mode had reached its limit. Detective mode cannot scan tire marks, Batman's voice intoned, a reminder that even the Dark Knight had his limits. This surprised Charlie. He had come to rely on Batman's almost omniscient perspective, but now, it seemed there were clues even Batman couldn't fully decipher. But then, Batman added, "I need the Batmobile's scanners for further tracking." Charlie's mind raced as he considered the implications. But breaking into a high-security building and stealing information was one thing. But driving a tank-like Batmobile into a public parking lot? That might be pushing it a bit too far, even for Batman. If no one noticed that, then Riverdale City's security was no better than the infamously incompetent guards of Arkham. Hearing Batman's cold, analytical voice echo in his mind like a game guide, Charlie couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. The words were methodical and calculated, much like everything Batman did. It made Charlie question whether the Dark Knight had spent too much time with Arkham's security guards, perhaps even unconsciously adopting their rigid, procedural ways. The Batmobile, a behemoth of a vehicle, an armored tank with the wings of a fighter jet, seemed almost absurdly out of place in a mundane parking lot, like a warship in a swimming pool. The sheer strength it wielded was enough to tear through walls, yet here it was, about to be used for a simple on-site investigation. Charlie couldn't shake the ridiculousness of the situation. The security guards stationed weren't blind, and they certainly weren't insignificant. How could such a massive, conspicuous vehicle sneak into a parking lot without raising an alarm? The idea seemed laughably impossible at first glance, a concept that defied logic. It was like trying to smuggle an elephant through a keyhole. His initial instinct was that attempting something so bold would be akin to signing his own death warrant. In a moment of absurdity, Charlie imagined the guards standing around, completely oblivious as the Batmobile rolled in a sight so strange that it would seem as though they'd seen a ghost. Yet, the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Batman had a way of making the impossible possible. Even if things went horribly wrong, what was the worst that could happen? Charlie could always rely on Batman's tried-and-true method. When in doubt, blow something up and escape. The Bat Tank, as he fondly called it, was more than capable of breaking through any barriers. Batman, after all, had spent decades hunting down criminals in Gotham's shadows, his presence a nightmare for every lowlife in the city. The GCPD had been playing catch-up for years, but they were never quite able to pin him down. If all else failed, Charlie could simply go offline, and Batman would vanish into thin air, his equipment whisking him away to safety in the blink of an eye. He could already imagine the look of shock on his pursuers' faces as they realized their prey had disappeared without a trace. The more Charlie thought about it, the less it seemed like his problem. If Batman caused a commotion, it wasn't Charlie's neck on the line. Batman could play with death, dance on the edge of danger, and it wouldn't matter to Charlie. He wasn't the one out there in the thick of it. So why not push the envelope a bit and test the limits? After all, Batman faced worse odds and came out on top every time. In the comics and the Arkham Knight game, the Batmobile could be remotely controlled with precision. Through the remote control, Charlie could tap into the Batmobile's systems, switching to its perspective as it navigated its way into the underground parking lot. The idea of piloting this mechanical beast from a distance gave Charlie a thrill, a sense of power he rarely felt in his own skin. Even though sneaking such a massive vehicle into the facility seemed daunting, it was Batman's equipment, after all. If anyone could make it work, it was him. First, Batman would need to neutralize the parking lot's surveillance equipment. With the cameras disabled, there would be no digital eyes to witness the Batmobile's arrival. The vehicle then engaged its stealth mode, becoming a ghostly presence, nearly invisible to anyone who might be watching. This stealth wasn't like the high-tech cloaking devices seen in science fiction, where an object would blend perfectly into its surroundings. Instead, it was more akin to the Batmobile from the movie Batman Begins. The roar of the engine quieted to a barely perceptible hum, all external lights shut off, and the tail propeller ceased its fiery bursts. The Batmobile, already painted in the darkest shade of black, now melded with the shadows, its silhouette becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. The built-in AI took over, carefully plotting a route that would keep the vehicle hidden in the shadows, avoiding the occasional sweep of any remaining lights. In the heart of a brightly lit downtown area, this trick would be nearly useless. The Batmobile, despite its stealth capabilities, wasn't invisible. It couldn't hide in plain sight. But in the remote outskirts, where light was sparse and shadows plentiful, it became a phantom. And the secret asylum branch, cleverly disguised as a nondescript trade building, was likely tucked away in just such a secluded spot. The deception was part of its design. On this dark, winding road, the Batmobile transformed into a silent specter, moving with a grace that belied its size. Even if it passed directly in front of a security camera, it would be little more than a fleeting blur, a shadow too quick to capture. Charlie had Batman conduct a reconnaissance of the area. The biggest challenge would be the sentry post at the entrance, where the parking lot lights were so bright they might as well have been stage lights at a concert. Even in stealth mode, the Batmobile would be hard-pressed to slip by unnoticed. If the guards missed something that obvious, they must have been blessed with extraordinarily good luck in their past lives. But Charlie wasn't too concerned. He knew that Batman had other tools at his disposal. Batman silently approached the guards, his movements as quiet as a whisper in the wind. With a few well-placed gestures, he used a technique that was almost second nature to him, a form of physical hypnosis that sent the guards into a deep, dreamless sleep. With the guards neutralized, Charlie was able to guide the Batmobile into the parking lot without any further resistance. Once inside, Batman entered the Batmobile and activated the vehicle's advanced scanning device. A bright blue beam swept out from the front of the car, illuminating the parking space in a cold, otherworldly glow. Within seconds, 4 distinct tire tracks appeared on the ground, as if drawn out by an invisible hand. But this was just the beginning. The Batmobile's onboard systems continued to analyze the scene, processing the data at incredible speed. Charlie imagined Batman's mind working in tandem with the machine, calculating the vehicle's size based on the spacing of the tire tracks, cross-referencing the tire patterns with known models. Soon, a holographic image began to take shape above the tracks, its outlines becoming clearer with each passing moment. The model started with the tires, then the bodywork began to materialize, piece by piece. In mere seconds, a fully formed holographic off-road vehicle stood before him, every detail painstakingly reconstructed. In the driver's seat sat Ivon, his form restored to eerie perfection, as though he had never left the vehicle. But the most remarkable thing was yet to come. The holographic vehicle, though intangible, moved with all the precision of a real car. Ivon gripped the steering wheel, his movements exaggerated as he drifted sideways with a sharp, stylish turn, the vehicle leaving a trail of virtual dust in its wake. He shifted gears, the transition smooth and seamless, and the blue off-road vehicle surged toward the exit with a roar of virtual engines. Charlie, captivated by the scene, continued to guide the Batmobile in pursuit, following the tire tracks as they wound through the parking lot. As the Batmobile scanned the area, more and more vehicles began to appear in the detective mode's display. Each set of tire tracks led to another holographic model, until a small convoy of virtual vehicles was following behind the off-road vehicle. But one by one, they fell away. Some vehicles faltered, their poor performance unable to keep up. Others, with chassis too low, became stuck, struggling to navigate the uneven terrain. A few drivers, overconfident in their abilities, attempted to mimic professional racing maneuvers, only to lose control and end up in ditches. Ivon's spiked belts claimed several more, flipping them over like toys. And then there were those who simply couldn't handle the chase, their lack of skill leaving them behind from the very start. In the end, Ivon's off-road vehicle emerged victorious, having outmaneuvered every pursuer. The chase had taken them far from the city, where the dim light and lack of surveillance made tracking nearly impossible. The asylum branch, for all its resources, had lost him. But the Batmobile was relentless. It followed not only the tire marks but also every other clue left in the off-road vehicle's wake: the broken branches, the crushed shrubs, the faint traces of paint scraped off in the chase. Charlie, still viewing the chase from the Batmobile's perspective, felt like he was watching a blockbuster car chase, complete with heart-pounding special effects and stunning visuals. The realism was uncanny, every detail brought to life with a level of precision that was both exhilarating and unnerving. The pursuit continued, the Batmobile driving relentlessly, its systems tracking every minute detail. Suddenly, without warning, the off-road vehicle was thrown violently into the air, flipping end over end before crashing down onto the ground, a twisted wreck. Charlie immediately paused the scene, rewinding and playing it back in slow motion to catch what had happened. It was a rocket. A well-aimed RPG had struck the off-road vehicle, its explosion tearing through the metal and sending the car into a deadly spin. But Ivon wasn't caught off guard. In the holographic replay, Charlie watched as Ivon kicked open the mangled door and crawled out from the wreckage, his movements swift and precise. In the distance, another car appeared, its sleek form cutting through the night. The door swung open, and a shadowy figure emerged, standing tall and still, watching Ivon with cold, calculating eyes. The contempt in the figure's gaze was unmistakable, a silent challenge that spoke of more dangers to come. Through Batman's on-site reconstruction, Charlie was able to piece together the grim events that had unfolded. It was clear that Ivon had been ambushed while operating in the field. The scene told a story of desperation and struggle. Evidence of a fierce battle lay everywhere. Scattered shell casings hinted at a gunfight, while deep gouges and disturbed earth suggested that the fight had descended into brutal hand-to-hand combat. Batman's reconstruction brought these moments to life with startling clarity, replaying the scene as if it were happening right before Charlie's eyes. He could almost feel the tension in the air as one of the combatants executed a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, sending the other crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The victor, having subdued his opponent, then dragged the loser's limp body away, leaving a trail of drag marks across the dirt, evidence of the struggle that had just taken place. Each mark in the earth, each scuff on the pavement, was a silent witness to the violence that had occurred, revealing the brutal efficiency of the assailant. The land itself seemed like a silent observer, absorbing the violence and keeping the secrets of what had transpired. It was as if the ground, scarred and marked by the battle, held on to the memory of the event, waiting to be uncovered by those who knew how to listen. The battle had ended abruptly, leaving only eerie silence in its wake. Ivan's off-road vehicle, along with the vehicle used by the attacker, had vanished from the scene. Despite being turned into wreckage by the impact of an RPG, Ivan's off-road vehicle had miraculously remained functional. Perhaps its reinforced frame, though twisted and scarred, allowed it to limp away from the battlefield. The tire marks that had once converged now diverged, splitting into two distinct directions, one set of tracks heading east, the other west, each leading toward an unknown destination. Charlie decided to control the Batmobile to continue pursuing the trail of the off-road vehicle, hoping to uncover more clues. The powerful vehicle hummed with latent energy as it followed the faint tire tracks left in the dirt. As the Batmobile advanced, it became evident that after the confrontation, someone had righted the overturned off-road vehicle and driven it away from the scene. The signs were subtle but unmistakable. The skid marks and disturbed gravel told a story of someone in a hurry, attempting to erase their presence. There's an old saying that darkness and dampness are the cradles of life. As Charlie delved deeper into the wilderness, he felt the atmosphere change. The air grew thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves, the scent of life teeming in the undergrowth. The further he went, the more it felt as though he was moving through a place forgotten by time, where the line between life and death was blurred. After some time, the tire tracks abruptly ended, the trail leading to the edge of a large, still lake. The surface of the water was like a dark mirror, reflecting the cloudy sky above. The Batmobile came to a stop, its tires crunching to a halt on the gravelly shore. "The trail ends here," Batman's voice, calm and authoritative, echoed in Charlie's ear. There must be something beneath the surface. Charlie knew the Batmobile wasn't equipped for underwater exploration. The top hatch slid open with a soft hiss, and Batman swiftly exited the vehicle, his cape billowing slightly as it caught the cool breeze coming off the lake. Without hesitation, Batman retrieved a portable respirator from his utility belt and secured it over his face. The respirator, a small but essential tool, would allow him to breathe underwater for an extended period. He then activated the Batmobile's standby mode, which would keep it alert but stationary, ready for any surprises. But before diving in, Charlie couldn't resist a small habit. He locked the Batmobile. It was almost second nature at this point. After all, leaving your vehicle unsecured, even one as formidable as the Batmobile, just wasn't smart. There was an old story that circulated among Gotham's elite about the time Batman had parked the original Batmobile in a dark alley while on an urgent mission. By the time he returned, the tires had been stolen, and the embarrassment of the event had driven Batman to ensure that such a thing would never happen again. Now, the Batmobile was as secure as a military bunker, its wheels locked with titanium alloy covers and a host of other defensive measures activated. With the Batmobile secured, Batman approached the water's edge, his boots sinking slightly into the soft, wet earth. He activated the small thrusters on the bottoms of his boots, which released a controlled burst of flame, propelling him forward as he dove into the cold, murky water. The lake, though not very deep, was dark and uninviting, its waters heavy with silt and sediment. Batman's thrusters allowed him to cut through the water with ease, his form a shadowy blur beneath the surface. The world above was quickly left behind, replaced by the cold, oppressive quiet of the underwater environment. The only sounds were the muted rush of water around him and the steady hum of his thrusters. As he descended, the eerie stillness of the lake became more pronounced. The bottom was a desolate place, covered in a layer of fine silt that rose in ghostly clouds with each movement. It wasn't long before Batman's detective mode scanned the area and highlighted something in the gloom: a vehicle, half buried in the muck and weeds. It was Ivan's off-road vehicle, now nothing more than a forgotten relic on the lake bed. The vehicle's door had been torn off, and there was no sign of its driver. It was clear that after the battle, the victor had taken deliberate steps to sink the car, trying to ensure that no one would find it. It was a crude but effective way to cover their tracks. But despite the best efforts of the assailant, the truth was revealed. Batman's reconstruction had shown that Ivon had not won the battle. He had been defeated, overpowered, and taken hostage by his mysterious attacker. The sinking of his vehicle was likely intended to mislead anyone from the agency who might come looking. Charlie took a sip of the drink he had nearby, his mind racing with possibilities as he guided Batman back to the surface. Batman broke through the water with a fluid motion, his respirator hissing as he removed it and tucked it back into his belt. His cape, now heavy with water, clung to his back, shimmering in the dim light as he made his way to the shore. The next step was clear. Charlie needed to track the other vehicle. The enemy had likely captured Ivon for a specific purpose if they hadn't killed him outright and then made their escape in the second vehicle. Returning to the scene of the battle was the only option. There, Charlie would retract the remaining tire marks, hoping they would lead him to some answers. But then, completely out of nowhere, a ghostly figure appeared on the screen. At that precise moment, Batman had just emerged from the lake and was putting away his respirator. He looked up toward the shore when the figure materialized, seemingly from thin air. The figure was barely visible, its body almost transparent, blending seamlessly with the surrounding bushes and plants. It was like some kind of spectral presence, its form wavering as if it were a mirage. If it weren't for the sharp, eye-catching counterattack alert flashing on the screen, Charlie might have missed it entirely. The shadowy figure was holding an axe, the weapon poised to strike down on Batman's exposed position. Charlie's instincts kicked in, and without thinking, he clicked the right mouse button. Batman immediately adopted a defensive stance, crossing his arms above his head in a protective gesture. The axe came down hard on Batman's crossed forearms. The reinforced alloy in his gloves absorbed the brunt of the blow, but the sheer force of the strike sent Batman staggering backward, the impact reverberating through his entire body. Batman rolled through the shallow water at the lake's edge, quickly recovering and springing to his feet. He assumed a fighting stance, scanning the area for his attacker. But when he looked up, the figure was gone. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. It was rare for Batman to be on the receiving end of this trick, especially one so effective. The whole situation felt surreal. Charlie hadn't gotten a good look at the figure, but the vague, bulky outline and the shape of the axe immediately conjured images of a classic horror movie butcher, an unstoppable force with a deadly weapon. Charlie kept his cool, manipulating Batman to scan the area. The wind off the lake picked up, sending ripples across the water's surface. Batman's wet cape fluttered slightly, but there was no sign of the mysterious figure. He was alone by the vast, silent lake. Was it some kind of advanced stealth and camouflage ability? Charlie recalled what he had been briefed on earlier. When someone's common infection level exceeded 100%, they could develop superhuman abilities. Perhaps this was one of those infected, a person who had gained abilities beyond the ordinary. Charlie hit the X button, activating detective mode. Detective mode was one of Batman's most powerful tools. Combining various advanced technologies housed in his helmet, it offered functions like target recognition, visual enhancement, and infrared imaging. In theory, it should be able to penetrate any form of stealth or camouflage. But as Batman scanned the area, his detective mode revealed nothing. No heat signatures, no movement, just the stillness of the night. Charlie frowned. Could the figure have already retreated? Stealth and then retreat? Could an infected person with such advanced abilities really be so cautious? Just as Charlie was contemplating this, a warning flashed on the side of the screen. Without any sound or movement, the translucent figure had reappeared beside Batman, axe in hand, aiming for his head. This time, Charlie was ready. He quickly had Batman dodge with a swift roll, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. As Batman got back on his feet, Charlie commanded him to throw a batarang in the direction of the figure. The batarang flew through the air with a sharp whir, but instead of hitting its target, it embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk. The figure had vanished once again, leaving no trace of its presence. Now Charlie understood. The figure hadn't left, it was still there, but its stealth ability was far more advanced than he had anticipated. It was somehow able to fool even Batman's state-of-the-art visual sensors in detective mode. Although the counterattack prompts had appeared just in time, they were so quick that it would have been too late for anyone else to react. But for Charlie, this was just the challenge he needed. He knew exactly how to deal with this kind of ability. Without hesitation, Batman raised his hand and dropped a small metal sphere at his feet. The sphere detonated with a soft pop, and within seconds, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from it, engulfing Batman in a dense, swirling mist. Charlie's guess was spot on. The figure lurking by the lake was indeed an infected individual, someone whose infection had warped their abilities far beyond the norm. The infected man maintained a cautious distance, gripping a butcher's axe that shimmered with a faint, almost imperceptible gleam as it, too, remained cloaked in invisibility. He was patient, calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a flaw in Batman's defense that would allow him to deliver a fatal blow. As the infected man prepared to creep closer, intent on exploiting any lapse in Batman's vigilance, he suddenly saw Batman drop a smoke bomb at his feet. The thick cloud of smoke billowed out rapidly, swirling around Batman and concealing him entirely from view. The infected man hesitated, his mind racing. Why would Batman resort to such a tactic? The smoke seemed designed not just to obscure vision but also to interfere with his attack. After all, even if his body was invisible, the smoke would react to his movements, swirling, shifting, giving away his position. Batman could then use those subtle disturbances to pinpoint where the attack might come from. At least, that's what Batman must have thought. A sly grin spread across the infected man's face, hidden by the shroud of his invisibility. His ability wasn't mere optical camouflage, like that of a chameleon. No, his power was far more insidious: cognitive disruption. He could manipulate the perception of those around him, implanting the belief that I don't exist directly into their minds. It was a mental hijacking, one that convinced his enemies that he was simply not there, erasing him from their awareness entirely. That's why Batman's detective mode had failed to detect him. It wasn't a matter of hiding from sight, he was still there, moving through the environment, but his opponents couldn't process his presence. Their minds were fooled into believing he wasn't part of the picture, so the smoke wouldn't help Batman track his movements. The infected man was certain of this. But then, he felt a sudden, icy chill run down his spine, an instinctual warning that something was very wrong. He spun around, and to his shock, he saw a dark red figure closing in on him with eerie silence, like a specter emerging from the shadows. It was Daredevil. The infected man didn't recognize the red-clad figure, but the suddenness of his appearance was enough to startle him. He had only a split second to react, raising his arm in a defensive motion, but Daredevil's alloy baton was faster, slamming into his arm with brutal force and sending him reeling backward. The infected man's thoughts raced, his mind struggling to make sense of what had just happened. Who was this guy? Was he Batman's ally? But more importantly, how could he see him? Invisibility was the infected man's ace in the hole, his trump card in any encounter. His ability didn't just hide him from sight, it made him undetectable by any conventional means, even the most advanced technology. His steps were silent, his movements ghostly. He could slip through the tightest security nets without leaving a trace. He had perfected his technique, becoming more than just a shadow. He was a phantom, slipping in and out of the world unnoticed. The thought that someone could actually see him, track him, was unthinkable. The infected man quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Daredevil. He stopped moving, trying to become as still as possible, like a statue carved from the night itself. Daredevil mirrored his stillness, standing motionless as if frozen in place. Was it just a coincidence? Had Daredevil simply lashed out at a perceived threat, unaware of what he had actually struck? The infected man decided to test this theory. He cautiously took 2 slow steps to the side, his movements so delicate that they barely disturbed the air around him. Daredevil didn't react. He remained perfectly still, showing no signs of having detected the infected man's movement. Emboldened, the infected man circled behind Daredevil. He moved with the grace and silence of a predator stalking its prey, his eyes fixed on the red-clad figure's back. Daredevil remained unmoving, seemingly unaware of the danger closing in on him. The infected man saw his chance. He crept forward, his steps light as a feather, and raised his axe high, the blade gleaming in the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. The axe hovered above Daredevil's head, poised for a killing blow. With a sudden, ferocious burst of speed, the infected man brought the axe down with all his might, aiming to cleave Daredevil's skull in two. But in that crucial instant, Daredevil twisted to the side, the axe slicing through empty air where his head had been a fraction of a second before. The infected man's eyes widened in disbelief as his deadly strike missed its mark. Before he could recover, Daredevil's baton was in motion again, the alloy rod striking with pinpoint precision, smashing into the infected man's face. The force of the blow rattled his brain, sending shockwaves through his skull. His thoughts became a jumbled mess as he staggered back, desperate to regain his footing. How could this be happening? How could Daredevil possibly know where he was? The infected man's mind was reeling. His invisibility was flawless. He had tested it under every condition, against every conceivable threat. No visual sensors, no matter how advanced, had ever been able to detect him. He was certain of his ability, certain that no one could see him when he didn't want to be seen. Yet Daredevil had dodged his attack with the kind of precision that suggested he could see everything. But that didn't make sense. Just moments before, Daredevil had his back turned, yet he had reacted as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The infected man quickly formulated a new theory. It wasn't sight that Daredevil was using, it had to be sound. Yes, that was it. This red-clad figure must have incredibly sharp hearing, so acute that he could pinpoint the infected man's location by the slightest noise. But sound was something the infected man could manage. As an expert in stealth, the infected man had mastered the art of moving without sound. His infected state had given him not only the ability to hide but also the power to eliminate noise altogether. By moving slowly enough, he could become nearly silent, his steps as quiet as a whisper on the wind. Moreover, he could control his body in ways that ordinary humans couldn't. He could stop his breathing entirely, and even more astonishingly, he could control his heartbeat to the point of stopping it completely. This level of control was impossible for a normal person, but for someone whose infection level exceeded 100%, the boundaries of life and death had become blurred. His body was no longer bound by the same rules. Daredevil remained stationary, his stance unchanged. The infected man began his approach once more, but this time he moved with the utmost caution. His steps were slow, deliberate, and so light that they seemed to blend with the gentle breeze coming off the lake. He moved like a ghost, his presence barely more than a ripple in the air. He circled behind Daredevil again, taking care to avoid making the slightest sound. This time, he raised the axe with painstaking care, his movements so gradual that the weapon seemed to float above Daredevil's head. But as soon as he committed to the strike, accelerating the axe to deliver the killing blow, Daredevil moved. With a fluid motion, Daredevil sidestepped the strike, the axe grazing his shoulder but failing to connect. The infected man's mind reeled in shock. How could this be happening? He had taken every precaution. He had eliminated every sound, stilled his breath, stopped his heartbeat, yet Daredevil had evaded the attack as if he could see it coming. Daredevil's response was swift and brutal. His baton flashed in the moonlight as it came down hard on the infected man's shoulder blade, shattering bone and rendering his left arm useless. But there was no time to register pain. His survival instincts kicked in, and he swung the axe wildly with his right hand, desperate to land a hit. But Daredevil was quicker, nimbly dodging the wild swing. With a quick, precise strike, he drove his baton into the infected man's wrist, the blow nearly shattering the bones and forcing him to drop the axe. The weapon clattered to the ground with a heavy thud. The infected man's panic escalated as he stared at Daredevil, his thoughts a frantic jumble. No, it wasn't just hearing. If Daredevil could only hear his general position, there was no way he could dodge the axe with such precision, let alone strike with such accuracy, targeting joints and bones with pinpoint precision. This guy could actually see him. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. For the infected man, this revelation was far more terrifying than any other superpower Daredevil might have displayed. His ability to remain unseen, undetected, it was supposed to be foolproof. And yet, here was someone who could see through it all. Charlie, who was controlling Daredevil, had no idea what was going through the infected man's mind. But if he did, he would have probably burst out laughing. The idea that Daredevil could see was absurd. In reality, Daredevil couldn't see anything, not the infected man, not even his own surroundings. His world was one of darkness, a consequence of the chemicals that had blinded him. But, despite losing his sight, Daredevil's other senses had evolved to extraordinary levels. The chemicals that robbed him of his vision had simultaneously heightened his remaining senses to superhuman levels. Over the years, Daredevil had honed these abilities through rigorous training, pushing his body and mind to their absolute limits. His hearing was so acute that he could detect the faintest whisper from across a room, his sense of smell so sharp that he could identify people by their scent alone, and his touch so sensitive that he could read the pages of a book by feeling the ink on the paper. But these enhanced senses were just the beginning. Daredevil's true power lay in his ability to see the world through a kind of radar sense. This unique ability allowed him to perceive his surroundings in a way that was far more detailed and precise than ordinary vision. By emitting and interpreting subtle echoes of sound, Daredevil could construct a detailed 3D map of everything around him. This radar sense was so finely tuned that it could detect the minutest of details, from the flutter of a moth's wings to the pattern of a person's heartbeat. Unlike Batman's detective mode, which relied on advanced technology to analyze and interpret sensory data, Daredevil's radar sense was entirely natural, a result of his brain adapting to his blindness in a way that transcended human limitations. This sense gave him a complete awareness of his environment, allowing him to detect anything and everything within its range. It wasn't just about hearing, it was about perceiving the world in a way that no one else could, making invisibility and stealth utterly meaningless against him. But here's the twist: while Daredevil could perceive everything around him with incredible clarity, the one person who could truly see was Charlie, the one controlling him. As Daredevil's radar sense picked up the presence of the infected man, it was translated into vivid 3D models on Charlie's screen. The entire environment, including the invisible figure, was rendered in sharp detail, allowing Charlie to track the infected man's every move as if he were out in the open. Charlie could see the infected man's movements, his attempts at stealth, and his increasingly desperate efforts to outmaneuver Daredevil. Every nuance of the infected man's behavior was laid bare before Charlie, who could then direct Daredevil to react with surgical precision. The infected man, now weaponless and battered, began to retreat, his panic rising with every step. He realized with growing dread that Daredevil had been able to see him the entire time. He was never truly hidden. And worse, Daredevil had used his own confidence against him, pretending not to notice, luring him into a false sense of security before striking with devastating force. This realization was like a knife to the infected man's gut. The entire time he thought he had the upper hand, that he was the predator stalking his prey, but in reality, he had been the one hunted. The thought that Daredevil had been able to see through his abilities, through his best-laid plans, was more terrifying than any physical attack. Seeing the infected man's retreat, Daredevil didn't hesitate. He pursued relentlessly, his movements fluid and unstoppable. There was no mercy in his approach. This was a fight, and he intended to end it. The infected man's mind raced, his thoughts a chaotic blur. He had been so sure of his victory, so confident in his abilities. Now, that confidence was shattered. He tried to think of a way out, some strategy that might turn the tide in his favor, but nothing came. He was outmatched, outclassed, and he knew it. As Daredevil closed in, the infected man made a final, desperate attempt to escape. He gathered what little strength he had left and lunged towards the tree line, hoping to lose Daredevil in the dense foliage. But Daredevil was faster. He moved with the grace and speed of a predator, his radar sense locking onto the infected man's every move. As the infected man reached the edge of the trees, Daredevil struck. He swung his baton with lethal precision, the blow connecting with the infected man's knee. The impact shattered the joint, sending the man crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. The infected man hit the ground hard, his body racked with pain. He tried to crawl away, but his body wouldn't respond. His strength was gone, his will broken. He had nothing left. This infected individual specialized in invisibility, an ability that had made him a nightmare for many. However, despite the physical enhancements that came with his condition, he was far from a skilled fighter. His movements were awkward, his strikes clumsy, nothing more than the crude imitation of combat techniques he had likely picked up through observation. These sloppy, unrefined moves made him little more than a paper tiger when pitted against a true martial artist like Daredevil. Invisibility was his crutch, the one thing that gave him an edge. But once that advantage was stripped away, he was reduced to little more than a common thug, albeit one with slightly thicker skin. In the face of Daredevil's combat prowess, he was outclassed, outmaneuvered, and quickly overpowered. The moment Daredevil disarmed him, knocking the axe from his grasp, the fight was as good as over. The infected man tried to resist, but his efforts were in vain. Daredevil moved with relentless precision, breaking both of the infected man's arms in swift, brutal motions. The sickening crunch of bone echoed in the stillness of the night as Daredevil subdued his opponent. In a matter of seconds, the infected man was bound with a rope fired from Daredevil's alloy baton and hoisted upside down from a tree by the lake. With his invisibility completely disrupted, the infected man was exposed, a disheveled figure with long, matted hair that hung down like a curtain. His black robe, adorned with the symbol of a withered flower on the chest, now looked absurdly oversized. As he dangled helplessly, the hem of the robe flopped down due to gravity, adding a comical layer of indignity to his already dire situation. Daredevil, ever methodical, didn't waste a moment. He leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the infected man's head. The force of the blow sent the man swinging wildly, his body moving like a pendulum beneath the tree. As he swung back, Daredevil caught him by the head, his grip firm and unyielding. "Who are you? Who do you work for?" Daredevil's voice was a low growl, brimming with controlled menace. But the infected man seemed barely aware of his surroundings. His eyes were wide with shock, his mouth moving as if on autopilot, repeating the same phrase over and over. "This is impossible, impossible." Charlie, watching through Daredevil's perspective, clicked the mouse, directing Daredevil to land another punch. The infected man's head snapped back with the force of the blow, but instead of snapping him out of his daze, it seemed to only deepen his disbelief. The man wasn't even reacting to the pain. It was as if he were lost in a nightmare, unable to comprehend what had happened to him. Daredevil's patience was wearing thin. Another punch followed, but it quickly became apparent that physical force wasn't going to get any answers out of this man. The infected seemed impervious to pain, as though his mind had retreated into some dark corner, away from the reality of his situation. Finally, though, the repeated blows seemed to have some effect. The infected man blinked through his swollen eyelids, his gaze unfocused but now fixed on Daredevil. You have an organization too, don't you?" the man muttered, his voice heavy with exhaustion and laced with a deep, almost palpable despair. "Too." Daredevil's tone was razor-sharp, cutting through the man's fading resolve. "Who do you work for?" The infected man let out a weak, bitter laugh, the sound hollow and tinged with resignation. "We don't work for anyone," he whispered, his breath hitching as he stifled a cough. A thin trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. "We gather for a common purpose," he continued, each word drawn out as if it took every ounce of his strength to speak. "Your ability, it's some kind of enhanced perception, isn't it?" Daredevil remained silent, allowing the man to continue. "My mission was simple," the infected man continued, his voice trembling slightly. "I was just supposed to observe and record the actions of another infected, the one who laughs. It was a coincidence that I ran into you. I thought I could test the abilities of the legendary Batman, but I didn't expect." His voice trailed off, his eyes glazing over as he seemed to retreat further into his thoughts. Then, with a strange, almost wistful smile, he added, "To be honest, I always believed my invisibility was perfect. It suited me, someone no one remembers, no one notices. A transparent existence, ignored by the world. Maybe that's why fate gave me this power. But to think that someone could see through it, how ironic. The one time I didn't want to be noticed." Charlie, still controlling Daredevil, had little patience for the man's self-pitying monologue. He could sense that there were nuggets of valuable information buried in the man's ramblings, but time was of the essence. "The laughing infected, what do you know?" Daredevil asked, cutting to the chase. When he had been ambushed earlier, Charlie had initially assumed this man was another victim of the laughing infection, but there was something off. The man didn't have that unsettling, rictus grin that characterized the other infected from that particular strain. The infected man remained silent, either unable or unwilling to answer. "It doesn't matter," he finally said, his tone resigned. "I've always been insignificant, both as a human and now as whatever I am. But tell the organization behind you, this is a provocation. Your enemy is the dead." As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a sickeningly loud pop, and his head exploded. Blood, bone, and brain matter splattered across the tree trunk and the ground below, leaving his lifeless, headless body swinging from the rope. Charlie frowned, his mind racing to process what had just happened. The dead? What was that supposed to mean? It sounded almost like a joke, something out of a bad comic book. But there was nothing funny about the situation. Villains had a strange habit of monologuing before their demise, but this one had at least provided some useful information before self-destructing. There was an organization involved, likely made up of other infected individuals. And from what Charlie had gathered, they were operating with some kind of agenda, though the details remained murky. To Charlie, it sounded like a massive opportunity for leveling up, like a giant experience farm waiting to be exploited. One other detail stuck out, the infected man's mention of the laughing infection source. It seemed he had an interest in it, but his words suggested he wasn't directly aligned with it. Perhaps this incident was unrelated to the laughing infection, or at least not as connected as Charlie had initially thought. All this trouble, and for what? It felt like a waste of time. After dealing with the aftermath of the infected man's death, Charlie switched Daredevil back to Batman. He recalled the Batmobile, ready to continue the unfinished mission. But before heading back to the scene of the battle to track the other set of tire marks, he took a moment to send a message. The lake's coordinates needed to be shared with the service division. Naturally, this wouldn't come from Charlie himself, it would come from Batman. The message, crafted and sent through the advanced systems embedded in Batman's suit, was encrypted and untraceable. No one would ever be able to connect it back to Charlie. Whether Ivon had become infected or not, the situation needed to be addressed immediately. If Ivon was infected, he would need to be contained; if not, he needed to be rescued. But first, they had to find him. The scene also needed a thorough cleanup by the special services. They might be able to extract more information from the remains of the invisible infected man, which would be useful. If necessary, Batman could encourage them to share their findings. After sending the coordinates, Batman returned to the Batmobile and continued tracking the other set of tire marks. Within the hour, service division personnel arrived at both the engagement point where Ivon's vehicle had overturned and the lake where it had sunk. They also found the headless corpse of the infected man still hanging from the tree. Heavy equipment was brought in, and the team began a methodical salvage operation. It wasn't long before they retrieved the wreckage of the off-road vehicle from the lake's murky depths. The vehicle's frame bent and twisted from the force of the explosion. Sir Bing, a department leader from the service division, had arrived on the scene to oversee the operation personally. His usually composed face was twisted into a deep scowl, and his brow furrowed in frustration. A short time ago, they had received an anonymous message, containing a set of coordinates that led them directly to this location. The message was unsigned, its origin untraceable, encrypted so thoroughly that even their most advanced systems couldn't break it. Whoever had sent the message clearly had access to some very high-level resources. The coordinates had led them to the scene of the battle and the lake, where they found the upside-down, headless corpse and Ivon's missing vehicle. But just as they were beginning to piece together the situation, Sir Bing received alarming news: their base had been breached. Director Steele, the security director, delivered the report. Several staff members had been found unconscious near the server room and in the underground parking lot. One of the guards had regained consciousness just long enough to mention seeing something resembling a bat swoop towards him before his head was filled with a loud buzzing, and then everything went black. At the same time, Marcus Troy, leader of the team tasked with tracking Ivon's whereabouts, arrived with his own report. They had confirmed that the vehicle retrieved from the lake was indeed the one Ivon had been driving. According to their analysis, Ivon had managed to evade his pursuers and make it to the lake, where a firefight ensued before the vehicle was driven into the water, either intentionally or as a result of the skirmish. As these reports came in, Sir Bing's mood darkened even further. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together, but the picture they formed was deeply troubling. "Let me get this straight," Sir Bing said, his voice dangerously calm as he addressed his subordinates. "You're telling me that Batman, all by himself, managed to infiltrate our base, accessed the server room, and extracted intelligence without anyone noticing?" He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. Then, he casually wandered through our building, dropped by the underground parking lot, and finished by eliminating an infected individual at the evidence collection site. Only after completing all of this did he send us a message to let us know he had been here. Director Steele, the security director, swallowed nervously, hesitant to respond but knowing he had no choice. "Sir, we also discovered a set of fresh tire tracks near the parking lot exit. The tracks don't match any of the vehicles in our garage." Sir Bing's eyes narrowed. "Go on." "Based on the width and depth of the tire marks, it appears that a large, tank-like vehicle possibly weighing over a ton was driven through the facility." Sir Bing's expression shifted from disbelief to a mix of incredulity and fury. "Certainly, here's the revised line. So you're telling me that not only did Batman infiltrate our base, but he also drove a one-ton tank through the premises and your security team noticed nothing?" Director Steele could only nod, unable to meet the department leader's eyes. The reprimand that was surely coming made his skin crawl, but what could he say? The facts were irrefutable. Marcus, standing nearby, had been trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible, but Sir Bing's sharp gaze soon fell on him as well. "And you," Sir Bing said, turning his full attention to Marcus. "Your investigation team, made up of some of our best agents, has been working on this for hours. What have you found?" Marcus hesitated, knowing full well that anything he said could be met with the leader's wrath. Still, he had to answer. "Sir, we've confirmed that the vehicle in the lake is indeed Ivon's. We believe he managed to shake off his pursuers before encountering someone else at the lake. There was a firefight, and the vehicle ended up submerged." Sir Bing's glare could have cut steel. "And while you were figuring this out, Batman, on his own, used the information he gathered from our base to track Ivon's location. He did this in, what, 20 minutes? "Yes, sir," Marcus admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Speak the F***ck up." "Yes, sir." Sir Bing took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, though his frustration was palpable. "So, do you have anything to say in defense of your team?" Marcus looked up, his expression one of resigned defeat. "Sir, we're sorry, but he's Batman." Ivon slowly opened his eyes, blinking against the weight of his heavy eyelids. His mind felt clouded, as though it were a thick fog that refused to clear. His thoughts were sluggish, and the world around him seemed distant, almost unreal. It was as if his brain was a jar of muddled paste, shaken violently and now struggling to settle. For a long moment, he couldn't make sense of anything. His vision was blurred, everything obscured by a hazy mist that clung stubbornly to his sight. Eventually, the fog began to lift, revealing the familiar surroundings of his bedroom. He was lying on his back, staring up at the plain white ceiling of his apartment. It was a sight he had seen countless times, yet now it felt strangely unfamiliar. A dull, throbbing pain pulsed in his temples, each beat sending a wave of discomfort through his skull. He tried to recall what day it was, but his memory failed him. The events that had led to this moment were a blank, as though they had been wiped clean from his mind. With a groggy sigh, he reached out from under the warm embrace of his quilt, fumbling for the cigarette pack and lighter that he always kept on the bedside table. Sitting up slowly, he leaned back against the headboard, the worn wood creaking slightly under his weight. He intended to light a cigarette, hoping the familiar ritual would help clear his muddled mind. But when he opened the pack, he found it empty, just a few scraps of tobacco dust at the bottom. He stared at the empty pack for a moment, his mind sluggishly registering this small but frustrating detail. This was not a good sign. Irritated, Ivon got out of bed, the cold air biting at his skin as he moved. He searched the apartment, checking his usual hiding spots, but found nothing. There were no more cigarettes. The realization settled over him like a heavy blanket, thick and suffocating. For a man like him, who was practically glued to his cigarettes, running out was more than just an inconvenience, it was a crisis. For some people, the biggest obstacle to staying in bed might be a full bladder or a noisy neighbor, but for Ivon, it was his nicotine addiction. The need for a cigarette gnawed at him, an insistent hunger that couldn't be ignored. With a resigned sigh, he threw on a coat over his disheveled clothes and decided to go downstairs to restock. The tobacco shop downstairs was run by Mark, a man Ivon had become acquainted with over the years. Mark was always there, day in and day out, with his ever-present smile and a ready supply of cigarettes. As Ivon walked in, the familiar chime of the bell above the door announced his arrival. Mark looked up from behind the counter and greeted him with a friendly smile, though there was a hint of concern in his eyes. "The usual?" Mark asked, already reaching for the familiar brand that Ivon always bought. "Yeah, the usual," Ivon replied, his voice rough from sleep. He dug into his pocket for his wallet, fingers brushing past the leather as he tried to shake off the lingering fog in his mind. Mark turned to retrieve the cigarettes, but as he did, he mumbled almost absent-mindedly, "You really should try to cut back, you know. Smoking's not good for you." Even though Mark made a living selling cigarettes, even he couldn't help but comment on Ivan's relentless smoking habit. It was the kind of habit that bordered on addiction. No, it was addiction, plain and simple. But for Ivon, smoking was more than just a vice, it was a ritual, a small pleasure in an otherwise chaotic life. "It's fine," Ivon said with a dismissive wave. "I'm tough. Besides, who knows how long someone like me has left? Could be tomorrow, could be today. But that doesn't matter. At least I know these cigarettes are the real deal. Living for the moment, huh? That sounds just like you," Mark chuckled, though there was a note of melancholy in his voice. His hands, usually steady and quick, seemed to move a bit slower as he reached for the pack. "You know, I've been feeling that way more and more recently," Mark continued, his tone softening as he sighed deeply. "They say you never know what'll come first, tomorrow or an accident. I guess people have to live like that, right? We're always afraid. Afraid of losing everything: wealth, power, control. Because when you have nothing, you fear those who have it all. We walk on eggshells, constantly worrying about the rules, the regulations. We numb ourselves with the little distractions of life, trying to forget what's really out there, lurking in the shadows. But deep down, we all know it, don't we? That thing we're all afraid of, it's always there, no matter how much we try to ignore it." As Mark spoke, Ivon felt a growing unease. Something was off. Mark wasn't usually this philosophical, especially not with a customer he barely knew beyond the daily transaction of cash for cigarettes. Even though Ivon and Mark had known each other for years, their relationship was purely transactional, small talk about the weather or sports, nothing more. "Mark," Ivon said, his voice tinged with suspicion as he watched the man closely. Mark suddenly turned around, but instead of holding the usual pack of cigarettes, he had a fruit knife in his hand. A wide, unsettling grin spread across his face, transforming his usually calm demeanor into something sinister. "I should have done this a long time ago," Mark said, his voice dripping with a mix of regret and something darker. Before Ivon could react, Mark lunged at him with the knife, aiming directly for his chest. Instinct kicked in, and Ivon sidestepped the attack, his reflexes sharp despite the lingering fog in his mind. He grabbed Mark's arm, trying to disarm him, but Mark was too quick. With a twisted laugh, Mark let go of the knife with one hand and caught it with the other, slashing at Ivon in one fluid motion. Ivon barely managed to dodge, the blade slicing through the air just inches from his skin. Without thinking, he grabbed Mark's wrist and twisted, forcing the knife out of his grip. The blade clattered to the ground, but the danger wasn't over. Ivon moved quickly, using Mark's momentum against him, and threw him over his shoulder. Mark crashed through the shop window with a loud shattering of glass, his body tumbling onto the sidewalk outside. Ivon didn't wait to see if he was down for good. He kicked open the door, stepping out into the cool morning air, his heart pounding in his chest. Simultaneously, he pressed the button on his earpiece, connecting to HQ. "This is HQ," the operator's voice crackled through the line. "HQ, we've got an incident with an infected person. Possible connection to the laughing infection, level unknown. Ivan's voice was steady, but his mind was racing as he tried to piece together what had just happened. But before he could finish his report, the operator's voice shifted, taking on a strange, almost gleeful tone. Infected? Ha ha ha, that's great, just great. Ivan's heart skipped a beat. HQ, what's going on? The laughter on the other end grew louder, more deranged. HQ isn't needed anymore. Welcome to radio nothingness. The operator's voice dissolved into hysterical laughter, joined by the chilling sound of others laughing maniacally in the background. But it wasn't just coming from his earpiece. Ivon stepped out onto the street, just in time to see a truck barreling towards him, its engine roaring like a beast. He jumped out of the way, narrowly avoiding being crushed as the truck crashed into the tobacco shop with a deafening impact. The front of the vehicle smashed through the wall, embedding itself halfway inside. The driver, covered in blood, lay slumped over the steering wheel, laughing uncontrollably, his face twisted into a grotesque grin. And then the people began to gather. They came from all directions, a growing crowd of men, women, the elderly, and even children, all with the same horrifying expression, wide, feral smiles plastered across their faces as they laughed, the sound high-pitched and unhinged. They moved toward Ivon, forming a circle around him, their laughter growing louder, more frenzied. Ivan's instincts kicked in. He lashed out, his fists flying as he knocked down one of the attackers with a solid punch. Another fell to the ground, clutching a broken nose. But more kept coming. They surged forward, overwhelming him with their numbers. Someone grabbed him from behind, their grip like a vice on his arm. Ivon swung around, landing a punch to the person's face, but the blow wasn't enough to make them let go. The person, now missing a front tooth, just grinned at him, blood dripping from their mouth as they tightened their grip. Two more people jumped on him, pinning his other arm. He was quickly overpowered, the crowd pressing in on him from all sides. The laughter was deafening, a wall of sound that seemed to close in around him, suffocating him. It was like being pulled under by a powerful current, dragged down into a sea of madness where nothing made sense anymore. Everything went black, the world fading away, leaving only the echo of that terrible laughter. Then, with a jolt, he woke up. The horrific scene was gone, vanished like smoke in the wind. It had been a nightmare, a vivid, terrifying nightmare. But as he blinked awake, he realized that waking up hadn't brought him any relief. The oppressive atmosphere lingered, and the sense of dread from the dream seemed to have followed him into reality. He was no longer in his bedroom, nor was he surrounded by familiar surroundings. Instead, he found himself in a dingy, dimly lit room that exuded a sense of malevolence. The room was small and claustrophobic, with walls that seemed to close in on him. An old, flickering incandescent light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a sickly yellow glow that barely reached the far corners of the room. Shadows clung to the edges, dark and thick, as if hiding something sinister just out of sight. The air was heavy with the smell of dampness and decay, a combination that made his skin crawl. Ivan's heart pounded in his chest as he took in his surroundings, trying to piece together how he had ended up here. His memory was still fragmented, but he slowly began to recall the events leading up to this moment. He had been at the Service Division's base, summoned there for questioning. An agent had shown him footage from the surveillance cameras of the FBI's 4th Precinct. The video had captured his face the night before at a location tied to an old alias he had long since abandoned. The agency wanted answers, why he had been there, what he had seen. It was clear they didn't trust him, and he suspected they were preparing to subject him to a psychiatric evaluation. But before things could escalate, he had managed to escape. He had shaken off his pursuers, relying on his instincts and training, only to be ambushed. He winced as a sharp pain lanced through his skull, a remnant of whatever had been done to him during the ambush. He felt groggy, his thoughts still slightly muddled. It was as if the nightmare he had just experienced had left a lingering fog in his mind. A noise from the shadows snapped him out of his reverie. He wasn't alone. "Ha, you're awake." The voice was low and mocking, dripping with a kind of twisted amusement. Ivon tensed, his eyes darting toward the source of the voice, though it was difficult to see anything clearly in the dim light. "I'm sorry I couldn't make this meeting more comfortable," the voice continued, oozing with false sincerity. "But how should I put it? I'm a big fan." The voice was coming from the darkest corner of the room, where the light didn't reach. Ivon strained his eyes, trying to make out a figure, but the shadows were too deep. The speaker remained hidden, their presence a malevolent weight pressing down on Ivan's already frayed nerves. "And I'm sure you feel the same way. I know you must be thrilled to finally meet me face to face, considering how special I am to you." There was something unnerving about the way the man spoke, a blend of condescension and familiarity that set Ivon on edge. He shifted slightly, testing the bonds on his wrists and ankles. They were tight, cutting into his skin. Whoever had tied him up knew what they were doing. Despite the situation, Ivon managed a sneer. "I've met plenty of people like you. You all think you're special," he spat, his voice laced with disdain. "But in the end, you're all the same, just delusional lunatics." The man in the shadows chuckled, the sound grating against Ivan's nerves. "Haha, very funny. I can tell you mean that from the bottom of your heart," the man said, his tone playful yet sinister. "But when you say delusional lunatic, I bet you're putting yourself in that category too, aren't you?" There was a pause, a silence that stretched uncomfortably long. Ivon felt the man's eyes on him, piercing through the darkness, watching him with a predatory intensity. "That dream you had, a world of laughing, joking people, don't you want to know how it ends?" Ivan's breath caught in his throat. His heart skipped a beat, a cold chill running down his spine. How did this man know about his dream? The one that had felt so real, so visceral? Ivon hadn't spoken of it to anyone. It had been a private hell, something he was glad to have left behind. And yet, this stranger knew. You're wondering how I know about your dreams, the man continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if sharing a secret. Haha, the answer is simple, really. Because, as I said, I'm so special to you? The man stepped out of the shadows and into the weak light, revealing his face. Ivan's blood ran cold, and his body went rigid with shock. Standing before him, illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of the overhead bulb, was a face he knew all too well, his own. It was as if he were looking into a mirror, but the reflection was wrong, twisted in a way that sent a wave of nausea through him. This other version of himself wore a malevolent grin, his eyes glinting with a mixture of madness and sadistic glee. His features were the same as Ivan's, yet there was something deeply unsettling about them. The eyes were too wide, the smile too sharp, as if someone had taken Ivan's face and warped it into a grotesque mask. Ivan's mind struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. Surprised, the doppelganger asked, tilting his head slightly as he observed Ivan's reaction. You shouldn't be. After all, who knows you better than you know yourself? The laugh that followed was cold and hollow, echoing off the walls of the small room. Ivon could feel the sound vibrating in his chest, reverberating through his very bones. The doppelganger took a step closer, leaning down so that his face was just inches from Ivan's. The air between them felt thick and oppressive, as if the very atmosphere were suffocating him. Ivon didn't blink, his eyes locked onto the figure standing under the flickering light before him. The harsh shadows cast across the stranger's face made it feel like he was staring directly into a mirror, a twisted, uncanny reflection. A wave of unease threatened to rise within him, but he fought it back, grounding himself in the discipline he'd honed over years of relentless work. Don't blink, don't flinch, don't show fear. The mantra echoed in his mind, as steady and familiar as his own heartbeat. He reminded himself that this had to be some kind of trick, perhaps an illusion created by the infection, or maybe a masterful disguise. The infected had exhibited all sorts of strange abilities, and this could be another manifestation of their twisted nature. Ivon repeated these thoughts over and over in his mind, willing himself to remain calm, to not let his expression betray even a flicker of surprise. He knew, better than anyone, that letting your opponent read your emotions was a fatal mistake. In this line of work, the moment you showed your hand was the moment you lost. But despite his training, despite everything he had experienced, he couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that this time was different. Deep down, an instinct older than reason whispered that this wasn't a disguise or an illusion, this was something far more terrifying. Don't pretend you don't want to see me, the figure across from him said, a wide grin spreading across his face. The voice was Ivan's own, but laced with a cruel, mocking edge. Back at the base, when they showed you the surveillance footage, when you saw me appear, you couldn't control yourself, could you? You received the message I sent you. I greeted you through that lens, and you wanted to see me. Every cell in your body was screaming for it, because deep down, you know we are special to each other. Ivon remained silent. The only sign of his inner turmoil was the subtle tightening of his jaw. He remembered that moment at the base all too well, how he had been struck by a sudden fever that had left him disoriented, a burning heat that had driven him from the building. He had tried to rationalize it afterward, telling himself that he had acted on impulse, that he didn't want to be confined or restrained by the others, that he needed to discover the truth on his own terms. But no amount of reasoning could dispel the truth he had been avoiding, that deep within him, there had been an undeniable urge to see the man with his own face, the one who had appeared on that surveillance screen. Who are you? The words came out through gritted teeth, each syllable a struggle against the anger bubbling up inside him. Ha ha ha, what an interesting question, the other Ivon laughed, a sound that sent a chill down Ivan's spine. Have you ever seen someone ask who they are in the mirror? You are not me. Ivan's voice was firm, but there was a tremor beneath it that betrayed his uncertainty. Of course I am you. The grin on the other Ivan's face widened. But if you insist on calling me something else, why not call me Ivon? The name hung in the air like a ghost. Ivon, the name Ivon had discarded, the identity he had buried along with the man he used to be. A legally dead person. Ivon didn't respond, his gaze never wavering from the other's face, as if he could peel back the layers of skin to see the truth underneath. So, it's always been you? Ivon asked, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. The source of the infection? The infected people, the monsters in the city, that's all you. It's too simplistic to say it's just me, Ivon replied, his tone almost playful. It's more accurate to say it's us. You and me, we share the same desires, the same darkness. If you need an explanation, think of me as a part of you, born from the nothing inside your heart. Every time you've felt anxious about the future, every time you've been afraid of the unknown, every time you've lost faith in what you once believed in, I grew a little stronger. I am your shadow, feeding off the shadows within you, becoming more powerful with each passing day. And when poor old Brooke put that gun to his head for you, boom, that's when I truly came into being. That's when I was born. Ivan's hands clenched into fists, the leather of his gloves creaking under the strain. His knuckles were white, and his heart pounded like a war drum in his chest. No, I never wanted that. Never wanted what? Ivon's voice cut him off, dripping with sarcasm. To break a few necks on a whim? To pick up a gun and unload it into a bunch of random, helpless old fools. Ivon laughed, a harsh, grating sound that echoed off the walls. You see, what we actually want is the same. Of course it is, we are the same person, after all. I've been saying this all along. To people, the unknown future is like a big bad wolf, and all of them those poor, helpless sheep are at its mercy. They can't run, they can't hide, and they don't know who the wolf will devour next. But what we want is to change that. To tip the scales, to shake things up, to add a little chaos to this boring world. We'll let the sheep become mysterious to the big bad wolf. Let it experience the fear of the nothing that you fear so much. That is your deepest wish, Ivon. You just don't have the guts to admit it yet. But don't worry, that's why I'm here. To do what even you can't do, to become the person you need to be but are too afraid to become. It's different, Ivon spat, his voice trembling with barely restrained fury. I killed only those who deserved it. Those who deserved it. Ivon's grin was mocking, his eyes glittering with dark amusement. Huh? I bet you'd like to believe that. But deep down, you know it's not true. Don't worry, though I know what you really want. And it's all coming together very quickly now. My experiments after the previous events are complete, and I'm ready. The things that happened last night? That was just a small test. Today is the real work. It's time to harvest the infection I've spread, starting with Zone Z. Soon, everything will be just as we want it to be. Stop, you madman, Ivon hissed through clenched teeth. His eyes were blazing with fury and disgust as he stared at the twisted reflection before him. Never in his life had he felt such a deep, visceral hatred, not even for the worst criminals he had ever hunted. His hands itched to reach out and snap the other man's neck, but they were bound behind his back, leaving him helpless. You're welcome, Ivon replied with a smirk. To be honest, I've been looking forward to this for a long, long time. Originally, I should have been able to prepare a lot more, but some strange people have appeared recently. But it's okay, ha ha ha, they've only made the game more exciting. Suddenly, with a loud snap, the old chandelier above them went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. The shadows swallowed everything, leaving only the faintest outlines visible. Ivan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt his breath catch in his throat. He knew what this meant. Batman. The name echoed in his mind like a whisper. Somewhere along the way, darkness had become his symbol, his calling card. The room was silent for a moment, and then, unexpectedly, a sound broke through the tension, a low, mocking laugh. But it didn't come from Ivon, the source of the infection, the twisted mirror image. No, the laughter came from Ivon himself, despite the fact that he was still bound to the chair. Ivon turned towards him, his expression curious and slightly amused. What? Have you finally begun to see the allure of nothingness? No. Ivan's voice was a low, dangerous rumble, laced with a cold fury that sent chills down Ivon's spine. I'm just laughing because you're about to face disaster. Ha, you have so much confidence in that guy. Ivon scoffed, though there was an edge to his voice now, a hint of uncertainty. I think you should have realized by now that he's just a mortal. He tries to disguise himself with masks and gadgets, but in the end, he's just a man. I'll prove it to you. Watch, Ivon. He's no different from anyone else. What he offers isn't the hope of defeating nothing, it's just a mirage, an illusion. But Ivon continued to sneer, his expression growing more contemptuous by the second. You say you're me, that I'm you, Ivon began, his voice calm and deliberate, each word weighted with meaning. Then no one understands you better than I do. Do you think you can be his opponent? That you can stand against him? Let me tell you something, you're half right in what you said before. You are nothing. Nothing to him. What did you say? Ivon's voice trembled slightly, the confidence in his grin faltering. I said, you're nothing in front of him. Ivan's eyes glinted with a fierce, defiant light as he leaned forward in his chair. You claim to be the incarnation of nothing? That's laughable, Ivon continued, his voice dripping with scorn. You might be able to deceive others with your words, maybe even fool yourself into believing you're something more than you are. But if you are truly something born from my heart, then you can't fool me. I know exactly what you are. Ivan's words hung in the air, each one slicing through the darkness like a knife. Ivon stood motionless, the smug grin on his face slowly fading, replaced by a look of growing unease. So, let me spell it out for you, Ivon said, his voice low and menacing. You are not worthy of being his opponent. I've seen him with my own eyes, and I know what he's capable of. Maybe he's not special in the conventional sense, but the idea that you could infect him, twist him into something like you? That's impossible. You don't have the power to drive someone like him mad. Ivon's expression hardened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. And what makes you so sure of that, Ivon? You think you know him so well? You think he's untouchable? Everyone has a breaking point. Everyone can be pushed to the edge. Not him, Ivon replied firmly, leaning back in his chair with an air of confidence that only infuriated Ivon further. You can't break someone who's already embraced the darkness. You can't make a madman madder. Ivon and Ivon were not idle during their conversation. The dimly lit room was filled with tension, as both seemed acutely aware of the unknown presence lurking within the shadows. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, heightened their senses. In the midst of their exchange, Ivon's arm began to transform in a grotesque display of biomechanical fusion. Flesh twisted and contorted, merging seamlessly with metal as his forearm morphed into a sleek, lethal machine gun. Without warning, he opened fire, the rapid bursts of bullets tearing through the air. The muzzle flashes briefly illuminated the darkness, revealing glimpses of a decrepit, crumbling room. The sharp sound of bullets striking the walls reverberated through the space, and then, as suddenly as it began, the cacophony ceased, plunging the room back into oppressive silence. Still tied securely to the chair, Ivon smirked, his voice laced with mockery. Ha, I think you just killed a mouse. Impressive marksmanship. Ivon didn't bother with a verbal response. Instead, he let out a low, unsettling laugh that echoed in the silence. The sound was distorted, as if coming from somewhere deep within him. His movements were swift and fluid. As he spun around, his eyes scanned the shadows with a predator's focus. His free hand began to transform again, this time warping into the shape of a sleek, black grenade launcher. A moment later, a fiery projectile erupted from the barrel, cutting through the gloom and crashing into the far wall. The explosion sent chunks of debris flying, filling the air with dust and the acrid smell of burnt concrete. Yet, still, there was no sign of Batman. Excellent, Ivon continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You didn't even spare the cockroaches next door. Though I must say, with your penchant for destruction, you might want to consider a career as a cockroach buster. Ha, that's funny. I like your sense of humor. Ivon's grin widened, but it was the smile of a predator toying with its prey. His footsteps echoed as he approached the smoking crater left by his grenade, eyes darting back and forth as he remained hyper-alert to any movement in the darkness. He took a few more steps, but suddenly his instincts flared. Without hesitation, he whipped around and unleashed a torrent of bullets toward the ceiling. The barrage was relentless, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. Dust and debris cascaded down like rain, and within moments, the ceiling gave way. A heavy, antique chandelier, its once bright bulbs long extinguished, plummeted to the ground, shattering into 1,000 jagged pieces that scattered across the floor. Nice shot. You managed to break a lamp this time, Ivon continued his taunts, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around him. If you could just untie me, I'd give you a standing ovation. Don't worry, Ivon replied with a strange, almost gleeful tone. Let the bat make his move. He won't be able to dance around for much longer. As he spoke, Ivon's eyes narrowed. He suddenly pivoted, his arm still in its weaponized form, and unleashed another barrage of bullets into a specific spot in the darkness. But this time, he didn't merely fire a few rounds, he emptied the magazine, his finger clamped down on the trigger as if determined to obliterate whatever was hidden in the shadows. The continuous muzzle flashes turned the darkness into a strobe-lit nightmare, casting erratic shadows across the room. The roar of gunfire was punctuated by Ivon's maniacal laughter, his voice rising above the violent noise. Ha, gotcha? You're just another trickster, but you're not as clever as you think. Boom! Before Ivon could finish his taunt, the wall behind him exploded into a cloud of dust and debris. The heavy, thunderous sound was accompanied by the mechanical growl of a beastly engine. The Batmobile, a pitch-black monstrosity of steel and power, tore through the wall with unstoppable force. It slammed into Ivon with the brutal efficiency of a sledgehammer crushing a fly, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed through another wall, the impact leaving a gaping hole as he disappeared into the adjacent room, buried under a mound of rubble. Despite the overwhelming force that had just struck him, Ivon's unnatural body began to stir beneath the debris. Groaning, he rolled onto his back, then quickly flipped himself upright with an almost feline grace. His eyes, now glowing with an eerie light, locked onto the Batmobile as it slowly rolled into the room, its tires grinding over the broken floor. Charlie, sitting safely in his remote location, watched the scene unfold from Batman's perspective. Despite Ivon's seemingly random and chaotic gunfire, it had caused Charlie considerable difficulty in finding an opening. Ivon's level of vigilance was akin to that of a highly trained soldier, his reflexes sharp and unyielding, even as he faced down what should have been overwhelming odds. Charlie couldn't help but recall his early days of training when he just launched the game. He learned about the heightened senses and rapid reflexes of seasoned individuals. But even in those tutorials, no one had prepared him for this, a heavily infected adversary who could match, and perhaps even surpass, the cunning of Batman. The Batmobile's stealth mode had allowed Charlie to position it perfectly for this moment. All the while, Ivon had been so focused on tracking Batman that he never noticed the silent, lethal machine closing in on him. But now, as Ivon stood, his form still vaguely human yet grotesquely altered, it was clear that he was far from a normal adversary. Gun barrels extended from the Batmobile, and with a series of rapid, loud pops, large-caliber bullets sprayed out in a deadly arc, aimed directly at Ivon. The force should have torn him to shreds, but as the smoke cleared, an afterimage revealed Ivon's twisted form dodging to the side with inhuman speed. His laughter, though strained, echoed through the room. I see. Your toys are useless against me, Ivon taunted, his voice unervingly steady. I can do this with my bare hands. But once again, his words were cut short. The ceiling above them cracked ominously, and without warning, the roof was torn apart. The Batfighter, a sleek and deadly aircraft, hovered above the opening. Its Vulcan cannon roared to life, spewing long tongues of flame directly at Ivon's position. The force of the explosion sent him flying upward, his body silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. From his vantage point, Charlie watched as Ivon's grotesque form was torn apart by the relentless assault. But even as pieces of his flesh were ripped away, the strange substance that coated his body seemed to reconstitute itself, barely holding his form together. Where a normal human would have been reduced to a pile of charred remains, Ivon continued to move, driven by a monstrous will to survive. His skin, once vaguely human, had been entirely overtaken by the jelly-like substance. His limbs were twisted and elongated, more insectoid than human now. The single, glowing eye in the center of his face flickered as if it were struggling to remain active, while the eerie grin beneath it widened, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. With a final, desperate lunge, Ivon threw himself towards the Batmobile, his arm transforming once more into a massive, grotesque cannon. He fired a rocket point blank at the vehicle, the resulting explosion rocking the entire building and forcing the Batmobile to skid sideways. But this time, Charlie was ready. As Ivon closed in, the Batfighter above released a secondary barrage, twin missiles streaking downward with pinpoint accuracy. They struck Ivon directly, detonating in a blinding flash of light and heat. When the smoke finally cleared, Ivon's remains were scattered across the floor, his grotesque form now nothing more than a twisted pile of charred, smoldering flesh. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the faint whirring of the Batmobile's systems as it recalibrated. Charlie watched intently, waiting to see if Ivon would somehow rise again. But there was nothing, only the stillness of the ruined room and the lingering smell of burnt metal and flesh. Charlie let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Isn't this the best type of combat technique? He muttered to himself, a slight grin forming on his lips. That's why they call it the Batfighter. Taking advantage of the Batfighter's overwhelming firepower, Charlie deftly manipulates Batman to swoop in and retrieve Ivon. Ivon, who was being relentlessly pummeled by gunfire, was far too occupied to interfere. Batman moved like a shadow, easily cutting through the chaos to grab Ivon and leap out of the old, crumbling warehouse through a shattered window. Any hesitation about deploying the Batfighter's heavy weapons in such a confined space was long gone. It seemed as if Ivon, who prided himself on meticulous planning, had chosen this dilapidated warehouse precisely because it was isolated, no civilians, no witnesses, nothing to hold back the full might of Batman's arsenal. It was as if Ivon had unwittingly set the perfect trap for himself, much like a cartoon villain preparing their own downfall. After thoroughly surveying the terrain, Charlie made the decision without a second thought. He remotely positioned the Batmobile fighter in the most advantageous spot. Given the careful layout of the site and the deliberate choice of location, Charlie felt it would be almost disrespectful not to unleash the full arsenal at his disposal. All kinds of weapons fired in unison, and in an instant, the decrepit warehouse was torn to shreds by the overwhelming barrage. The air was filled with the deafening roar of explosions, and high-temperature flames surged into the sky, transforming the entire area into a raging inferno. Even though Batman and Ivon had retreated to what seemed like a safe distance, they were still caught in the aftermath of the blast. A wave of heat and flames rushed toward them, sweeping over the area with deadly force. However, Batman's armor, backed by the virtually limitless resources of his vast fortune, was more than up to the task. The armored suit absorbed the brunt of the blast, while his high-tech cape shielded them from the worst of the impact. At such a distance, the flames were nothing more than a brief, harmless flare. When the two turned to look back, they found the warehouse had been utterly obliterated, reduced to little more than a smoldering wreckage. It was difficult to imagine anything surviving such a merciless onslaught. But Ivon did. The Batfighter's bombardment had torn Ivon's mutated body to pieces. One of his arms had been blown clean off, and a massive chunk of his torso had been hollowed out, leaving a gaping wound that extended from his shoulder to his stomach. Yet, despite the carnage, Ivon had managed to survive, thanks to a hidden escape route he had prepared in advance. Though he reveled in his maniacal laughter, Ivon was not without a plan. Fully aware of the possibility of being ambushed, he had installed a secret escape route beneath the warehouse, a contingency plan for just such an occasion. This secret passage led to an underground pipe, allowing him to slip away from the warehouse and into the labyrinthine sewer system below. It was this foresight that had saved him from being obliterated in the warehouse's destruction. Even so, as Ivon plunged into the murky, stagnant water of the sewer, his entire body was ablaze, resembling a human torch. His tattered clothes and the remnants of his flesh smoldered and smoked as he rolled into the narrow passageway. One of his legs had been completely severed, forcing him to roll into the tunnel like a helpless, broken toy. And despite the agonizing pain, despite the dire situation, Ivon's twisted sense of humor never faltered. Even as his limbs were shattered and his body torn apart, he continued to laugh, a horrible, grating sound that echoed through the tunnels. The laughter was only interrupted when he choked on the foul, muddy water, forcing him to sputter and cough in between gasps for air. But he had escaped. The rushing currents of the sewer system carried him away like a piece of debris, propelling him through the pipes until he was finally spat out into the river that ran along the coast. Ivon surfaced in the cold, dark water, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He spat out a mouthful of water mixed with blood and began to laugh once more, a ragged, wheezing sound that echoed across the water. His laughter was laced with a perverse sense of triumph, as if mocking the very idea that Batman could have outsmarted him. He had escaped while the so-called Dark Knight was likely standing over the ruins of the warehouse, believing he had won. Just as he was about to bask in the glow of his supposed victory, something caught his attention. A faint, unsettling light began to glow beneath the surface of the water, just a few meters away. It was as if something was stirring in the depths, something dangerous and predatory. The water began to churn, and the waves parted to reveal a sleek, steel-black shape emerging from the depths. It rose slowly, deliberately, like a shark surfacing for the kill. The Bat Submarine. Ivon's triumphant smile froze on his face, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest. Before he could react, a sea mine detonated almost directly beneath him. The violent blast sent him flying through the air, his body cartwheeling through the water before being sucked into the swirling vortex created by the explosion. The force of the blast was so great that it nearly tore him apart, but he clung to life with a stubborn, almost inhuman resilience. Panicking, Ivon turned and began to swim as fast as his broken body would allow, his remaining hand morphing into a grotesque weapon to fight back. But the turbulent water made it nearly impossible to aim, and his bullets were ineffective, bouncing harmlessly off the Bat submarine's reinforced hull. The sleek, deadly machine pursued him relentlessly, like an underwater predator, its torpedoes exploding all around him. Ivon was barely holding on, his body battered and torn by the relentless assault. His thoughts raced as he struggled to escape, but he knew he was running out of time. The Bat submarine was a relentless force, a hunter that would not stop until its prey was utterly destroyed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Ivon managed to drag himself onto the shore. He was a pitiful sight, his once powerful body now reduced to a broken, bleeding mess. Half of his limbs were missing, and what remained of his flesh was scorched and blackened. He was barely more than a crawling, writhing mass of pain and desperation. The Bat submarine, at least, respected its aquatic nature and did not pursue him onto land. But Ivon knew that he wasn't safe yet. Batman was nothing if not relentless, and Ivon's escape had only bought him a few precious moments of respite. Ivon staggered into a nearby dark alley, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit. He collapsed against a broken dumpster, his body trembling with pain as it slowly began to heal itself. Despite everything, a dry, humorless chuckle escaped his lips. He cursed Batman's lack of creativity. If the Bat had been just a bit smarter, he would have realized that Ivon was too injured to run far. A little patience, and Batman could have ended him right there. Ivon suddenly froze. A cold, primal fear gripped him as he sensed something behind him. He turned his head ever so slowly, his breath catching in his throat, only to see the silhouette of the Dark Knight standing there, shrouded in shadow. Batman's presence was so silent, so utterly still, that it was as if he had materialized out of thin air, a ghostly wraith of vengeance. Panic surged through Ivon. He reacted instantly, his intact arm morphing into a massive axe as he swung it wildly at Batman. But Batman was faster, effortlessly sidestepping the attack with a graceful, fluid motion. In one swift move, Batman closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch directly to Ivon's forehead, the shock gloves discharging a burst of electricity that sent sparks flying from Ivon's twisted, mutated head. Ivon staggered backward, disoriented and in agony. He tried to retaliate, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He glanced down to see a batarang embedded in the joint of his axe arm, the red indicator light blinking ominously. There was a brief, terrifying moment of realization before the explosives in the batarang detonated. The explosion was devastating. Ivon's arm was blown off at the joint, the force of the blast sending the axe spiraling through the air before it clattered to the ground a dozen feet away. Ivon was hurled to the ground, his body reduced to little more than a shattered wreck. 3 of his limbs were now missing, and his once fearsome form was nothing more than a broken, gasping shell. He lay there, writhing and twitching, trying to crawl away with what little strength he had left. But there was no escape. A shadow loomed over him, blocking out what little light there was in the dark alley. Ivon lifted his head slowly, his vision blurred by pain and exhaustion, and found himself staring up at Ivon. Ivon stood over him, his expression unreadable, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared down at the wretched figure before him. Without a word, Ivon extended his right hand. Ivon watched in horror as Ivan's arm began to deform, metal condensing into a massive gun barrel. The cold, black barrel of the weapon was aimed directly at Ivon's head, its dark maw promising a swift and brutal end. Ivon's one remaining eye widened in terror, his mind racing as he searched for any possible way out of this nightmare. But his body was too broken, his energy too depleted. He was utterly at Ivan's mercy, and he knew it. For a fleeting moment, Ivon tried to muster a laugh, that deranged, mocking laughter that had carried him through so many close calls. But this time, the sound was hollow, a weak, sputtering wheeze that barely escaped his cracked lips. He wanted to taunt, to make one last jibe at Ivon, but the words died in his throat. Instead, he could only stare up at the looming figure, the icy barrel of the gun now inches from his face. The reflection in the weapon's polished surface showed a grotesque, twisted version of what he once was, a shadow of the monster he had become. Ha ha ha, good joke, Ivon, Ivon rasped, the words forced out through gritted teeth. But, whatever, it's all the same, in the end. His voice trailed off, the last vestiges of his bravado crumbling in the face of his impending demise. Ivon remained silent, his expression as cold and unyielding as the steel that formed his weapon. There was no hesitation, no doubt in his eyes as he exerted force on his gun-turned arm. To him, this was not an act of vengeance, not a moment of triumph, it was simply the final, necessary step in ending the threat that Ivon posed. With a sudden, deafening roar, the gun discharged. The flash of the muzzle lit up the dark alley for an instant, casting harsh shadows that danced and flickered like flames. The first shot obliterated Ivon's face, reducing the grotesque visage to a bloody mess. The twisted features, the single, malevolent eye, were all but vaporized in the blast. Blood and bits of flesh spattered across the walls, leaving a gruesome trail in their wake. But Ivon wasn't done. He fired again, and again, each shot a thunderous declaration that this was the end. The second and third rounds hammered home the point, pulverizing what remained of Ivon's head until there was nothing left but a splattered, indistinguishable mass of gore. The alley fell silent once more, the echoes of the gunfire slowly fading into the night. Ivon stood over the lifeless, shattered remains of Ivon, the smoking gun barrel still aimed at the spot where his enemy's head had once been. With a calm, steady breath, Ivon exhaled a cloud of smoke, the remnants of his cigarette glowing faintly in the darkness. The gun barrel on his arm began to shift, the metallic structure melting away and retracting into his body until his arm was whole again. He flexed his fingers, feeling the cool air brush against his skin. Ivon let out a long sigh, the tension draining from his body. The adrenaline that had kept him going through the night was beginning to wear off, leaving behind a strange, hollow feeling. He glanced down at the wreckage of what had once been Ivon and shook his head slightly, as if trying to make sense of it all. I didn't even know I could do that. Ivon murmured to himself, his voice quiet and introspective. There was no satisfaction in his tone, no sense of accomplishment, only a deep, weary fatigue that seemed to settle into his very bones. He turned away from the corpse, his gaze shifting to the distant horizon where the first faint light of dawn was beginning to creep over the city. The night had been long, and the battle hard fought, but there was still so much more to do. Ivon lit another cigarette, letting out a tired sigh. There was no rest for the weary. Charlie was taken aback when he saw Ivan's arm morph into a weapon, similar to the figure lying lifeless on the ground. The transformation was grotesque, a blend of flesh and metal that seemed both unnatural and disturbingly efficient. What is this? Is he similar to that other guy? He remembered that Melanie had mentioned Ivan's infection level was already dangerously high. Now, it seemed like the infection had surpassed 100%, pushing Ivon to the brink of something far beyond human, a state where abilities could awaken, turning him into something more than he was, or perhaps, less. Ivon staggered slightly as the transformation took its toll, his body trembling from the strain. His legs felt like lead, numb from the ordeal he had just endured. He reached out a hand to steady himself against the rough, crumbling wall beside him, then slowly sank down until he was sitting on the cold ground, his back against the wall. With deliberate, almost mechanical movements, Ivon reached into his pocket and pulled out a battered pack of cigarettes. The action was methodical, as if the ritual of smoking was one of the few things that still grounded him in reality. Before putting the pack away, he glanced at the darkened figure standing silently in the shadows. Batman, ever watchful, ever silent. Want one? Ivon offered, holding the pack out toward the darkness. Batman remained still, his silhouette barely visible in the dim light. There was no response, not even a shift in posture. The silence was almost oppressive, like the calm before a storm. Ivon didn't seem to mind the lack of reply. With a small shrug, he pulled a cigarette from the pack and lit it with a flick of his worn, silver lighter. The orange glow briefly illuminated his face, revealing deep lines of exhaustion and weariness etched into his features. He took a deep drag, inhaling the smoke as if it were a lifeline, something to anchor him in the chaos that surrounded him. Cheap stuff, but I'm used to it, Ivon said, exhaling a cloud of smoke that curled lazily into the air. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, though it didn't reach his eyes. Old Brooke's favorite brand. If you'd ever met the old man, you'd know he was a regular smoker, couldn't go 10 minutes without lighting up. His voice was calm, almost nostalgic, as he spoke of the past. There was a softness to his tone, a rare vulnerability that he rarely allowed to surface. You know what, Bat? Ivon continued, his gaze drifting off into the distance as if he were seeing something far beyond the dark alley they were in. I used to hate smoking. Just seeing someone light up made my stomach turn. Brooke and I used to go at it all the time, arguing back and forth. But you know what he said? He said that tobacco tax revenue makes up a significant portion of the annual budget, and that money is used for important things like educating kids, saving lives. He actually believed that smokers, by voluntarily harming themselves, were making the world a better place, that they were heroes in their own twisted way. Crazy, right? Ivon leaned back against the cold, damp wall, taking another long drag from his cigarette. The smoke filled his lungs, and for a moment, he closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. I told him he was full of shit, Ivon said, chuckling softly. But he didn't care. And his wife? She was always on his case about it, telling him to quit. She was a good woman, warm and kind to everyone she met. She made the best damn burritos stuffed to the brim with meat, potatoes, and just the right amount of sauce. Brooke would often invite me over for dinner, and every time, I'd get to enjoy those burritos. They were the kind of meal that made you feel like everything was right in the world, even if just for a little while. But now, well, you'll never find a burrito like that again. Never. For a moment, Ivon fell silent, his gaze fixed on the glowing tip of his cigarette. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts and memories. The cigarette burned quickly, the glowing ember steadily creeping toward the filter. When it was nearly spent, Ivon flicked the butt away with a casual motion, watching as it skittered across the ground before coming to rest in a puddle. Without missing a beat, he pulled out another cigarette from his pack, lighting it with the same worn lighter. The act was almost ritualistic, a way to keep his hands busy, to keep his mind from wandering too far into the darkness that threatened to consume him. And his little daughter, Ivon said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking her name would shatter something fragile. She was 6, a little angel. You wouldn't believe how perfect she was, like God spent extra time making her just right. There was a tremor in his voice, a hint of something deeper, more painful. I remember Brooke invited me to her 6th birthday party, Ivon continued, his voice growing quieter, more distant. She was so full of life, running around, laughing, smearing birthday cake on everyone's face. She got me good, too, had icing all over my face. Her mom caught her and told her not to do that to guests, but the little rascal just grinned and kept making faces at me, even as she pretended to be sorry. A faint smile tugged at his lips, but it was tinged with sadness, as if the memory was both a comfort and a curse. So, I made faces back at her, Ivon said, his voice thick with emotion. It was a silly little game, but in that moment, it felt like maybe I could be a part of something good for once. I didn't have a family before them, no one to care about, nothing to lose. It was just me, my work, and my passions. But for the first time, I started thinking maybe that's what family is supposed to be. Ivon took another drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him like a shroud. His eyes were distant, lost in memories that seemed to play out in front of him like scenes from a movie. It was in that kid's eyes, you know, Ivon said, his voice barely audible. Those bright, beautiful eyes that seemed too pure for this world. I felt like I could see the future in them. Or at least what I hoped the future would be. He exhaled the smoke, watching as it dissipated into the air, leaving behind only the lingering scent of tobacco. And then I saw her again, after Brooke was gone, Ivon continued, his tone growing colder, more bitter. That little angel, those bright eyes were gone. The light that once shone so brightly in them was snuffed out, replaced by something empty. The first time I saw those eyes, they were full of life, full of hope. But now, they were just empty. Ivon's voice cracked slightly as he spoke, the pain of the memory cutting through him like a knife. For the first time, I felt disillusioned, he said, his voice raw with emotion. The hopeful future I once saw in those eyes, it was shattered by reality. He glanced through the lingering smoke at the lifeless body lying not far away, the head blown into unrecognizable pieces, a grotesque reminder of the brutality that had just unfolded. I thought I'd moved past it, but I was wrong, Ivon said, his voice heavy with regret. This guy, he reminded me of that, because I was the one who created the demon. Ivon suddenly looked behind him, his eyes searching the darkness as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. Have you ever felt that? Ivon asked, his voice filled with a quiet desperation. When the most important person to you, the one who becomes an inseparable part of you, is suddenly taken away, leaving a gaping hole in your heart that can never be filled. And the worst part is realizing it's all your fault. The silence that followed was thick with tension, the weight of Ivan's words hanging in the air like a heavy shroud. After what felt like an eternity, Batman, still hidden in the shadows, finally spoke. I understand. The voice that emerged from the darkness was low and hoarse, strange yet somehow comforting. It carried a sense of shared pain, a connection that transcended the barriers between them. Ivon quickly realized the voice was altered by a voice changer, but in that moment, it didn't matter. First time I've heard you speak directly, Ivon said, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Damn, I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I thought I'd never say any of this to anyone, never thought I'd let myself be this vulnerable. Ivon paused, taking another long drag from his cigarette, the smoke filling his lungs before he exhaled slowly. But maybe that's why, Ivon continued, his voice growing softer, more introspective. After that incident, I almost gave up. The future I once saw was gone, replaced by a darkness I couldn't escape. I spent every day aimlessly, looking for fights, looking for a way to end it all, just searching for the right grave to crawl into. But deep down, I lost sight of what I was fighting for. Maybe that's why this guy was born, hiding behind a smile, pretending to know everything, laughing at everything, but really just covering up his own inadequacies. Those ancient, evil things, they're always good at finding the worst in people, letting us create our own demons. I used to think I could be fearless, that I could stare into the void that everyone fears, look the devil in the eye, and tell him I wasn't afraid of making the right choice. But I was wrong. Ivan's voice trembled slightly as he spoke, the weight of his words pressing down on him like a heavy burden. For a moment, I thought I understood why Brooke always stayed out of trouble, why he was so cautious, Ivon continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Maybe there really are things out there that are bigger than us, things we just can't fight. Because what we face is often something no human can fight. I mean, a bullet can kill a criminal, if not, just shoot another one, but you can't shoot the darkness itself. Ivon let out a hollow laugh, the sound filled with bitterness and regret. I never thought I'd be saying this out loud, Ivon said, shaking his head slightly. But I always felt like you would understand, right, Bat? Yes. The single word echoed through the alley, carrying with it a sense of finality, of shared understanding. It was a simple affirmation, but it spoke volumes. That's exactly why I'm here. Ivon chuckled, a long, hollow laugh that seemed to resonate in the empty alley. Ha ha ha, that's right, Ivon said, his voice filled with a strange mix of resignation and acceptance. I think now I understand why I'm telling you this. Remember what I said earlier, about not being able to see the future for a long time? But recently, I've started to see it again. It's not an easy path, not what I naively expected, but at least I can see it now, thanks to you, and your amazing allies. Ivon took a final drag from his cigarette, the ember burning brightly for a moment before it dimmed, the smoke curling up into the air. So no matter who you are or where you come from, Ivon said, his voice growing softer and more reflective. There are 3 cliché words I want to say to you. He paused, frowning slightly as he turned to look behind him, only to find that he was alone in the dark alley. Batman had left without a sound, disappearing into the shadows like a ghost. Ivon stared at the empty space where Batman had stood, the cigarette dangling from his lips as the realization slowly set in. He was alone, left to grapple with the weight of his own thoughts and the memories that haunted him. But despite the emptiness that surrounded him, there was a strange sense of peace that settled over Ivon. The conversation, though brief, had lifted a burden from his shoulders, allowing him to see the path ahead with a clarity he hadn't felt in a long time. With a sigh, Ivon flicked the cigarette butt away, watching as it bounced off the ground before settling in that same puddle. The ember hissed as it was extinguished, leaving behind nothing but the lingering scent of smoke. Before the smoke from the cigarette could fully dissipate, helicopter blades cut through the night, growing louder as the aircraft approached. The powerful downdraft from the propellers whipped up a whirlwind of dust and debris on the ground, creating a miniature storm. The armed helicopter descended with a sense of authority, its searchlights stabbing through the darkness like beams of judgment. Ivon sat there, legs crossed, unflinching under the blinding light. He took a drag from his recently lit cigarette, the ember glowing faintly in the harsh white light, and casually waved in the direction of the helicopter as if greeting an old friend. Moments later, a group of heavily armed agents surrounded him, their weapons drawn and ready. Their movements were precise, coordinated, as they formed a tight circle around Ivon. The tension in the air was palpable, a silent acknowledgement of the potential danger this man posed, even as he sat there seemingly indifferent to their presence. The leader of the team stepped forward, his presence commanding respect. It was Marcus, the captain of the action team from the Riverton branch. His expression was stern, his eyes sharp as they assessed the situation, taking in the scene with a practiced gaze that missed nothing. Ivon recognized Marcus immediately. He offered a small, almost playful smile and waved a hand in greeting, the cigarette still dangling from his lips. "Don't get too excited," he said in a calm, almost lazy tone. "I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not going to bite. The person you're looking for is over there." He gestured toward the grotesque figure lying a short distance away, its head a mangled mess of blood and bone. Marcus followed the direction of his hand, his frown deepening as he took in the sight. "What is that?" Marcus asked, his voice laced with confusion and disgust. The thing on the ground barely resembled anything human. "It's me," Ivon replied, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. There was no emotion in his voice, no hint of the horror that the scene might have elicited in others. When Marcus's frown deepened, Ivon simply shrugged. "It's a bit complicated to explain. Maybe we can talk about it back at headquarters." Ivon shifted slightly, grimacing as he adjusted his position. "It just so happens that I can't walk anymore, so how about giving me a lift? I need to see Professor Miyazaki anyway. There's something I need to tell him." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and under the astonished eyes of the surrounding agents, the flesh and bone began to morph and twist, reshaping itself into the unmistakable form of a gun. "I don't know what's going on," Ivon said with a wry smile, "but I bet the professor will find this very interesting." The agents exchanged uneasy glances, their hands tightening on their weapons, but Ivon remained calm and cooperative. With his full compliance, they escorted him back to the mothership after subjecting him to a series of rigorous physical examinations and psychological evaluations. When Professor Miyazaki heard about Ivon's transformation, his reaction was immediate. His curiosity was piqued, and he hurried over to the medical bay with the kind of eager anticipation that only a scientist on the brink of discovery could muster. His expression was intense, his posture one of barely restrained excitement as he prepared to delve into the mystery of Ivon's awakening abilities. But before they could begin testing Ivon's new powers, the higher UPS had other, more urgent concerns. The infection. Ivon sat across from a panel of high-ranking officials, their faces a mix of skepticism and unease. He recounted the events in a straightforward manner, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. "In short," Ivon began, "I was just a regular guy, passionate, maybe a bit reckless before I came to work at the madhouse. But one day, something inside me split. One half of me stayed here, working for the madhouse, while the other half, well, it turned into something else. Something that laughed all the time, spreading joy in the most twisted way possible." His words hung in the air, heavy with the implication of what he had become. "Then, one day," Ivon continued, "the part of me that stayed here finally caught up with the other half. We had a fight, and I killed him. The part that was always laughing, always trying to make everyone smile, that's when the story ended." His explanation was clear and concise, but the impact of his words left the room in stunned silence. The team at the 9th Division had dealt with many strange cases before, but this was something entirely different, something that challenged their understanding of the infection and its effects. They weren't particularly interested in Ivon's personal journey or the mental struggles he had endured. Those details were for Professor Miyazaki to analyze or for the psychologists to unravel. What concerned them was the fact that another individual had seemingly split from Ivon's body, a separate entity born from his mind, but with a physical form of its own. "I told you before that this could happen," Professor Miyazaki said during a tense meeting with the upper echelons. His voice was calm and measured as he addressed the room. "I've mentioned before that under certain conditions, it's possible for a person's psyche to give birth to a new spiritual individual. But you didn't say that the mental body could split into some kind of new monster," Commander Ross countered, his tone skeptical. "Yes, because this is the first time we've observed such a phenomenon," Professor Miyazaki replied, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. "But I did warn you that there would be unexpected mutations. And now we're seeing exactly that." He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing. "When a separated spirit becomes a new individual, it may retain the original owner's memories, emerging from the deepest, darkest recesses of their mind. I've decided to name these entities phantoms. A murmur of unease spread through the room at the introduction of the new term. Naming something gave it a sense of permanence, a tacit acknowledgement that it existed and that it might happen again. What we know so far is that the phantom that separated from Ivon's body possesses strength far beyond the limits of the human body, surpassing all the special and infected individuals we've encountered. Its physical abilities are exceptional, and it seems capable of weaponizing its body parts, though this will require further testing. Additionally, those infected by it may be remotely controlled by the original body, and there's a higher likelihood of them leaving behind a spiritual body. If multiple spiritual bodies were to fuse, they could potentially transform into a giant monster. However, it's still unclear whether these traits are common to all phantoms. Further observation is needed to determine that. Hold on, Hercules, the head of the operations department, interrupted. His voice was sharp, cutting through the professor's explanation. You just said all phantoms. Are you implying there's more than one? Oh, absolutely, Professor Miyazaki replied without hesitation. He adjusted his glasses again, his expression serious. I believe the appearance of phantoms marks a new phase in the infection's evolution. We're likely dealing with a new source of infection. The room fell into an uneasy silence as the implications of his words sank in. So yes, Professor Miyazaki continued, his tone matter of fact, I think we'll be seeing more and more phantoms from now on. Meanwhile, Charlie, who had been controlling Batman throughout the mission, took a moment to go offline and catch his breath. The mission had been intense, and Ivan's words weighed heavily on his mind. What Ivon had said made sense. Perhaps there really was a reason why good people couldn't always stand up to evil. No one could be truly carefree, and not everyone had the courage to face the existential fear of nothingness. Sometimes, doing the right thing comes with a heavy price. People had to carefully weigh their options and consider whether they were capable of bearing the responsibility that came with each choice. But, as Charlie had expressed through Batman's voice, that's why I'm here. Charlie had stepped beyond the limitations that held others back. He didn't have to take the risk himself, didn't have to worry about endangering himself or those he cared about. He could act without hesitation, plunging into the unknown that no one else dared to face, staring into the abyss of fear and nothingness, and then grinning as he declared, "Come on, I'm here." A body of flesh and blood could be hurt, targeted, and brought down. But if that body became a symbol, it would be indestructible. Despite having prepared meticulously in advance, relying on Batman's resources and strategy, the mission had still highlighted some of Charlie's shortcomings. The weapons mounted on the tanks, submarines, and fighter jets had certainly delivered powerful firepower and played a crucial role in suppressing the enemy. But they also highlighted the drawbacks of relying too heavily on heavy weaponry. First and foremost, the range of the attacks was too broad, making it difficult to avoid collateral damage. In today's situation, the enemy had chosen a remote site for their last stand, which had worked to Charlie's advantage. But if this had taken place in a densely populated urban area, where the enemy could have hidden among civilians, the Batfighter's missiles would have caused mass casualties. These weapons were effective against large, monstrous enemies like the one he had faced in a few missions prior, but they were less effective against humanoid enemies with superhuman physical strength, extreme endurance, and high agility. Just like this time. Even though Charlie had the element of surprise on his side, Ivon had still managed to escape the firepower of the fighter jets. If it hadn't been for Charlie's pre-reconnaissance and detective mode scans, predicting Ivon's escape route in advance and setting up an ambush, Ivon might have actually gotten away. It was clear now Charlie needed stronger heroes, allies who could face these challenges head-on. It was time to draw cards from his favorite feature, the card pool. As was his usual practice, Charlie decided that it was essential to cleanse himself both physically and mentally before attempting to draw from the card pool. He believed that washing away any lingering bad luck or negative energy was crucial for improving his chances of success. After all, when dealing with the unknown, every little bit of preparation mattered. He knew exactly what he needed, a superhero who could deliver powerful, sustained attacks in the heat of battle. Someone who could stand on the front lines and take the brunt of the enemy's assault, dealing out punishment in return. Ideally, this hero would be even stronger than Captain America, or at least bring unique abilities that complemented the team's existing strengths without overlapping roles. Batman, with his vast arsenal of gadgets and sharp intellect, was a versatile and balanced hero, capable of handling most situations with precision. However, Batman was still fundamentally an assassin, a shadowy figure who thrived on stealth and subterfuge. He wasn't built for direct, head-on confrontations, especially against overwhelming odds. There's a famous painting titled The Seven Giants of the Justice League, often hailed as a masterpiece by fans of the superhero genre. But if you look closely, you'll notice something odd. Although it's supposed to depict 7 heroes, only 6 are actually visible in the image. To the untrained eye, this might seem like a simple oversight by the artist, perhaps a miscalculation. But true fans, those who know the lore inside and out, recognize the subtle joke hidden in the composition. The missing hero is none other than Batman, who is still in the background, unseen but ever present, silently influencing the battle in ways only he could. TL note, if you guys find the painting, post the image here. In truth, there's a reason for Batman's elusive presence. Batman isn't built for the kind of grand, epic battles that define the Justice League. While his teammates clash with gods, aliens, and otherworldly beings, Batman's strengths lie in the shadows, in strategy, and in precision strikes. In a team fight, where raw power and endurance are the keys to victory, Batman's approach often seems out of place. There's even a famous scene in the early Justice League comics that illustrates this point perfectly. After a particularly grueling battle, the team is regrouping, tending to their wounds, and discussing tactics for the next fight. It's at this moment that Batman and Green Lantern, known as Hal Jordan, get into a heated argument. The source of their disagreement was a clash in their fighting styles. During the battle, Hal had taken to the skies, his green power ring blazing like a miniature Sunday Fear My Light, he had shouted, unleashing a brilliant beam that illuminated the entire battlefield. But in doing so, Hal had inadvertently exposed Batman, who had been sneaking up on the enemy, hidden in the shadows. The sudden burst of light ruined Batman's stealthy approach, making him painfully visible to both friend and foe. Batman, understandably furious, lashed out at Hal afterward. "What the hell were you thinking?" he demanded, his voice cold and cutting. "Do you have any idea what you've done? I was about to take out their leader, and you lit me up like a goddamn firefly." Hal, never one to back down from a challenge, fired back with equal intensity. "And what about you, Batman? Maybe if your only superpower wasn't sneaking around on your knees, you wouldn't have this problem." It was a confrontation that laid bare the fundamental differences between them. Hal's powers were grand, flashy, and designed to inspire fear and awe. Batman's strengths were subtle, rooted in silence, deception, and calculated risk. It was no wonder that after this incident, Batman became even more reluctant to join in full-blown team battles, preferring instead to work alone, where his methods could shine without interference. As the roster of heroes continued to grow, Charlie found that drawing new ones with unique, non-overlapping abilities was becoming increasingly difficult. But after several days of careful planning and grinding for points along with the rewards earned from taking down the night's boss, Charlie had finally amassed enough resources for more than 20 draws. With a deep breath, he began the process, hoping for something extraordinary. The first hero that appeared was a familiar face, though not as well known in the movie adaptations. It was Green Arrow, also known as Oliver Queen. Despite not being as prominent as some other heroes, Oliver had carved out a significant presence in the superhero world. He had 8 seasons of a popular TV series under his belt, and his image had even been used to promote a well-known chewing gum brand. In many ways, Oliver was the modern Robin Hood, a vigilante who fought for justice with his bow and arrows. Oliver was a man of many talents, skilled in both combat and charm. His prowess with a bow was unmatched, both in the battlefield and in more personal settings. However, despite being a master archer, Oliver's most memorable moments in combat often involved close-quarters bow fighting rather than traditional long-range sniping. His understanding of the bow seemed to go beyond mere marksmanship. For him, it was a versatile tool, as effective in a brawl as it was from a distance. While Charlie recognized that Green Arrow could be a valuable asset, especially in missions that required precision and archery skills, he couldn't help but feel that Oliver was more of a niche pick. He would certainly be useful in the right circumstances, but he wasn't the game-changing powerhouse Charlie had been hoping for. This wasn't lost on others in the superhero community, either. There's a well-known anecdote from the early days of the Justice League, where Green Lantern Hal Jordan had openly mocked Green Arrow during his application to join the team. Pointing to Batman, Hal had said, "Sorry, but we already have one who's good at nothing. We don't need a second." The next hero to emerge was another female character, but she stood in stark contrast to the previous heroines who often wore revealing outfits and relied on their agility and acrobatics. This new heroine was petite, with a lithe, almost childlike frame, and none of the exaggerated curves that had become a staple of comic book designs. Her entire body was clad in a sleek, black battlesuit that hugged her form like a second skin. In simpler terms, while the earlier heroines had leaned towards the mature, older sister archetype, this one had more of a lowly vibe. Her face was completely obscured by a black mask, but the pointed bat ears and the golden bat symbol on her chest made it clear that she was part of the Bat family, a young Batgirl. This was the third Batgirl, Cassandra Cain. Unlike the character's portrayal in the 2020 Birds of Prey movie where Cassandra was reduced to a simple pickpocket, the original Cassandra Cain had a much richer and more complex backstory. Her father, David Cain, was a top assassin from the League of Assassins, a shadowy figure known for his lethal skills. Although he didn't have many high-profile kills to his name, within the DC universe, he was considered one of the top martial artists, capable of going toe-to-toe with the likes of Batman, or so it was said. But it was her mother who was the real legend. Cassandra's mother was Lady Shiva, renowned as the greatest martial artist in the DC universe, a woman who had long been recognized as the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Lady Shiva was a force of nature, someone even Batman respected, if not feared. However, as is often the case with such titles, being the best in the world is both a blessing and a curse. It's a title that inevitably invites challengers, those who seek to prove themselves by taking down the reigning champion. And the one who eventually surpassed Lady Shiva was none other than her own daughter, Cassandra. Cassandra's most significant achievement was defeating her mother not just once, but multiple times. These victories solidified her status as the top martial artist of the new generation in the DC universe. Even when the Rebirth storyline attempted to reset the balance by having Lady Shiva regain the upper hand, Cassandra quickly reclaimed her title with a decisive and dramatic victory. This lowly had the skills to best DC's martial arts gods, earning her the title of the world's greatest fighter. After investigating her background, Batman discovered that Cassandra's father, David Kane, had subjected her to brutal, inhumane training from a very young age. The purpose of the training was to develop a brand new martial art, one that had never been seen before, and it required starting with a child who hadn't yet learned to speak. Cassandra was taught to read micro-expressions and muscle movements, allowing her to predict her opponent's moves with uncanny accuracy. This made her virtually unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat, as she could counter any attack before it even began. However, the price of mastering this technique was the loss of her ability to speak. She could only communicate through gestures and drawings, a limitation that added to her mystique and made her an even more intriguing character. A lowly, mute, the strongest assassin, a combination that made her both adorable and deadly. If not for the bat symbol on her chest, she could easily be mistaken for a character from a two-dimensional anime studio. What made Cassandra even more appealing to Charlie was that she wasn't just cute and formidable, her character's nationality was rooted in the East. It seems that in the minds of American writers, martial arts is always tied to the East. Whenever they design a martial arts master with superpowers, there's almost always a connection to the ancient traditions of the Far East. Cassandra's unique fighting style, with its predictive capabilities, was intriguing. It seemed like it could be more effective than Captain America's combat skills. If Charlie could somehow incorporate her abilities into his own, it would be a significant upgrade. But perhaps it was the new shower gel he used that day, or maybe it was just good luck. But when Charlie redeemed his remaining single lottery tickets, he drew a hero he had long been hoping for. A true powerhouse of the supernatural kind. Moon Knight. Moon Knight, a Marvel superhero, stands out not just for his abilities but for his striking visual presence. Draped in a flowing, ethereal white cloak that billows like mist in the moon, he is instantly recognizable, especially by the crescent moon darts that he wields with deadly precision. These darts, polished to a silver gleam, are as much a symbol of his vigilante justice as they are a representation of his connection to the moon. His reputation precedes him in New York City, where he often steps into the role of an investigator, much like the police. It's a role he relishes, scouring crime scenes, piecing together clues, and bringing justice to those who might otherwise escape it. Because of his methods and the way he operates in the shadows of the night, fans have affectionately dubbed him the Marvel Batman. Yet, despite the similarities in their vigilantism, there is one striking difference. While Batman cloaks himself in darkness, Moon Knight is a beacon of white, a glowing figure in the night, standing out boldly against the dark backdrop of the city. This choice of attire, entirely white from head to toe, is not just a statement, it's a challenge. Under the shroud of night, where shadows are allies, and stealth is key, his appearance is an open declaration to his enemies, "Here I am. Come and face me." His presence is almost paradoxical. One would expect an assassin or a vigilante to blend into the darkness, but Moon Knight does the opposite. He thrives in being seen, in drawing the attention of criminals before striking them down. This fearless approach is part of what makes him so feared and respected among both his enemies and his allies. When he first learned about this hero, Charlie couldn't help but admire the audacity of such a figure. There was something both awe-inspiring and terrifying about a man who wears white in the dead of night, who hunts the wicked while daring them to come at him. But Moon Knight is more than just a street-level hero. He is an avatar of the moon god, Kongso, from Egyptian mythology. In his original comic book origins and the later TV series adaptations, he is portrayed not as a mere mortal but as the chosen incarnation of Kongso on Earth. This divine connection grants him powers far beyond those of an ordinary human. His abilities, bestowed by the moon god, are impressive. They include superhuman strength that allows him to lift weights far beyond what a human could manage, extraordinary endurance that lets him fight tirelessly for hours, and a healing factor that mends wounds at an astonishing speed. Perhaps most intriguing is his ability to perceive spirits and beings invisible to the naked eye, a gift from the moon god that allows him to see what others cannot, making him a formidable opponent against supernatural threats. Traditionally, it is said that Moon Knight's powers wax and wane with the phases of the moon. When the moon is full, his strength is at its peak. When it is new, his powers diminish. However, the reality is far more complex. His abilities are directly tied to the whims of Kongso. If the moon god is pleased, Moon Knight can exhibit his full powers even during the day or in the vacuum of space. But if Kongso is displeased, Moon Knight might find himself stripped of his powers entirely, vulnerable, and exposed. At his most powerful, Moon Knight's healing factor can evolve into full-blown immortality, making him nearly invincible. Yet, his relationship with Kongso is fraught with tension. The moon god is often depicted as a demanding master, constantly pushing Moon Knight to the brink, seeking to extract every ounce of potential from his employee. In many ways, Kongso is the epitome of a ruthless capitalist, always looking to maximize the value of his investment. As Charlie, the player, delved deeper into the character, he began to recognize a pattern common among American comic heroes. Their power levels fluctuate wildly depending on the storyline. Batman, for instance, can range from struggling against low-level thugs to battling cosmic threats alongside the Justice League. The same goes for Moon Knight, whose strength has varied dramatically throughout his history. There have been times when, with Kongso's power behind him, he could take on an entire team of Avengers single-handedly. Yet, when that divine support is withdrawn, he's been defeated by common street criminals. Charlie noticed that the characters he draws from the hero pool in his game have their abilities capped within a certain range. They aren't at their lowest point, but neither are they at their peak. Moon Knight is no exception. However, Charlie looked forward to the day when he could unlock a more advanced hero pool, perhaps drawing stronger, more powerful versions of these characters. But for now, what intrigued him most about Moon Knight was not just the divine powers but his unique condition, a dissociative identity disorder that made him both a hero and a complex character study. In the MCU TV series, Moon Knight is portrayed with 3 distinct personalities. The first is a seasoned mercenary, a battle-hardened veteran who has seen the worst of humanity and has the skills to survive any encounter. The second is a timid, unassuming worker at a museum gift shop, a man who seems out of place in the violent world of superheroes. The third is a brutal, no-nonsense driver who doesn't hesitate to kill if it gets the job done. Each personality is fully developed, with its own memories, emotions, and motivations, leading to intense internal conflict as they vie for control within the same body. This internal battle adds a layer of psychological complexity to Moon Knight's story, turning his struggles into a metaphor for the broader themes of identity and morality. How do you define yourself when you're literally torn between different lives? Can you trust yourself when your mind is divided? These questions make Moon Knight a fascinating character, both on and off the battlefield. Yet, for Charlie, the real test was in the gameplay. It was time to put Moon Knight to the test and see how he fared against the challenges in the game. Which unfortunate criminals would become his next targets? Not long after entering the game, an exclamation mark appeared on the screen, signaling a new target. It turned out to be a pickpocket, running through the crowded streets after stealing someone's bag. Charlie felt a slight twinge of disappointment. The pickpocket was hardly worthy of being a punching bag, let alone a target for a hero like Moon Knight. However, considering the pickpocket's agility and speed, Charlie decided to use him as target practice instead. Positioning Green Arrow on the high ground, Charlie manipulated the hero to take a vantage point on the balcony of an unoccupied building. From this elevated position, he could see the pickpocket's shadow moving quickly along the sidewalk below. With practiced precision, Charlie aimed the bow and released an arrow. It sliced through the air with a whistle, heading straight for the target. The arrow hit with pinpoint accuracy. The pickpocket screamed as the arrow struck, sending him sprawling to the ground. The pain was immediate and intense, and his cries echoed through the street. Passers-by who witnessed the scene were horrified. They froze, staring at the pickpocket writhing on the ground, blood pooling around the arrow. A chill swept through the crowd as they realized how easily a similar fate could befall them. Among the onlookers, someone with keen eyesight spotted the archer. Although it was dark, and the archer's face was obscured, the distinct green hat was unmistakable. They whispered among themselves, spreading the word about the green-hooded hero who had taken justice into his own hands. For his part, Charlie hadn't intended for Green Arrow to deliver such a severe blow. Though Charlie had experience with bows and arrows in other games, this was his first time using one in this game, and he needed time to adjust to the mechanics. He had originally aimed for the legs, hoping to incapacitate the pickpocket without causing too much harm. But mistakes happen, and Charlie was quick to move on. After all, this was just a game, and minor errors like this were part of the learning curve. It wasn't as if he had any dark intentions, he was just playing a role, experimenting with the character's abilities. Charlie considered that Green Arrow might be useful for future missions that required special arrows or sniping tasks, but otherwise, his role in the team seemed limited. With that in mind, Charlie switched out Green Arrow for Daredevil, the team's designated police dog substitute. Daredevil's heightened senses made him an invaluable asset for detecting events faster and more efficiently than Green Arrow could. Once Charlie had Daredevil in place, the city seemed to come alive with activity. The quiet streets were suddenly teeming with hidden dangers and secret plots. As Daredevil moved through the city, Charlie focused on using his enhanced hearing to detect any suspicious activity. It wasn't long before an exclamation mark popped up, signaling that something was amiss. Charlie brought Daredevil to a halt near a rooftop on 32nd Street in the Z area. There, deep underground in a shadowy alley, Daredevil picked up on a hushed conversation, a conversation that would have been impossible to hear without his superhuman abilities. The voices belonged to 2 men, their tones low and menacing. That grocery store again? How long has the stall owner been behind on protection fees? It's been more than a month. He believed we got spooked after seeing the bat signal one night and suddenly stopped cooperating. I think he believes Batman's going to protect him. That fool needs a reminder of how things work on this street. Send the boys down there to teach him a lesson. It's fine if he loses an arm or a leg, just make sure he gets the message. Got it. I'll handle it. Charlie narrowed his eyes, understanding that this was more than just a routine shakedown. It looks like he found a suitable sandbag. Step 1. Secure the lighting. This was a lesson learned after countless encounters while playing as Batman. Darkness had always been an invaluable ally for heroes like them, those who preferred the shadows, who thrived in the night, and who left their enemies guessing. Charlie operated Green Arrow with precision, cutting off the light source in the underground club just moments before the action began. The abrupt plunge into darkness sent the gangsters into immediate disarray, their bravado crumbling in an instant. In the old days, a blackout would have been shrugged off as a power outage, nothing more than a temporary inconvenience. The most it would provoke was some grumbling about the city's unreliable power grid. But that was before a certain sharp-eared vigilante started making appearances, his arrival heralded by the sudden loss of light. Now, to these criminals, a blackout meant something entirely different. It meant trouble, the kind of trouble you couldn't outrun or hide from. Once upon a time, the advice to learn to protect yourself was given to young women venturing out alone at night. Later, that advice extended to young men as well, who needed to be just as cautious. But now, even hardened gangsters, the self-proclaimed tough guys of society, had to learn to protect themselves when they ventured into the night. Whether this shift was progress or regression was up for debate, but one thing was clear: fear had evolved. A large group of gangsters, men who once swaggered through the streets, now avoided the night altogether. The mere flicker of a street lamp could send them into a panic. They had grown so jumpy that even a cat rummaging through trash under a streetlight could make their hearts race. If that cat's ears happened to be pointed, the gangsters would scream, certain that the bat had come for them. Batman had done his job well too well, perhaps. But this time, it wasn't Batman they were dealing with. An arrow whistled through the air, slicing through the darkness with a deadly precision. The target, a gangster standing on edge, searching the shadows for threats, didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced his chest. The man's scream was a raw, primal sound, tearing through the tense silence and sending a wave of panic through his comrades. "Is that you, Yamada? Is that the bat?" one of the gangsters shouted, his voice trembling. "Where is he?" another demanded, his flashlight trembling in his hand. Panic spread like wildfire. The gangsters, who had been trying to maintain their composure, now fumbled with their phones, turning on flashlights in a desperate attempt to pierce the suffocating darkness. Beams of light flickered erratically, cutting through the blackness but revealing nothing of their hidden assailant. A second arrow flew, its green shaft barely visible as it darted between the scattered light. Another scream followed as a second gangster fell, clutching at the arrow embedded in his side. The gangsters were in full-blown terror now. Those near the door made a mad dash for it, but as they fumbled with the handle, they found it locked securely sealed as if welded shut. Panic turned to dread as the realization set in. They were trapped, locked in their own club with a ghostly shooter who was systematically picking them off. He was nowhere, and yet everywhere. The darkness was his ally, and every shadow held the potential of his next strike. To him, every gangster in that room was a target. Charlie had initially had low expectations for Green Arrow, but once he got the hang of it, he found it surprisingly enjoyable. He'd spent years playing melee units characters that charged in recklessly or soaked up damage like tanks. This was his first experience playing a true shooter. In the past, his strategies had revolved around closing the distance, figuring out how to sneak up on enemies, and getting within striking range before they could even draw their weapons. But now, with Green Arrow, everything was different. His range was his advantage, and the game had shifted from closing into finding the right angle, constantly moving, and picking off targets from a distance. It was a refreshing change. Charlie realized that he could play Arrow as a marksman, utilizing the character's skills to their full potential. Yet, as the saying goes, an archer who can't handle close combat isn't a true fighter. Once the significant threats were neutralized and Charlie felt he had tested Oliver's archery skills enough, he decided to take things up a notch. He manipulated Green Arrow to leap down from his vantage point, landing squarely in the midst of the remaining gangsters. "There he is, ugh." One of the gangsters managed to shout, but his words were cut short as Green Arrow's alloy compound bow slammed into his mouth, knocking him out cold. The gangsters who hadn't been hit by arrows recoiled in shock, quickly closing ranks. Though Green Arrow was no Batman, he was still a master in his own right, more than capable of handling the likes of these low-level thugs. Some of the gang wielded knives, others picked up anything they could find to defend themselves, but none of them stood a chance against Green Arrow. He wielded the compound bow like a seasoned melee weapon, striking with such precision and force that the men were sent sprawling. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their wounds, others groaned in pain, and a few simply lay there, playing dead, hoping to avoid further punishment. Their leader, who had been hiding behind a desk, now cowered, his arms wrapped around his head in a desperate attempt to make himself as small as possible. He prayed that Green Arrow wouldn't notice him, but fate was not on his side. After dispatching the last of the gangsters, Green Arrow strode purposefully through the wreckage, his boots crunching on the debris, and yanked the leader out from behind the table. "You have failed this city." The words, cold and mechanical, were spoken with chilling finality. The leader, now trembling uncontrollably, scrambled to beg for mercy. "Wait a minute. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm just a regular businessman, honest and hardworking, never involved in anything illegal. You must be mistaken." "Ah." Green Arrow said nothing, letting the leader's pitiful words hang in the air. With calculated precision, he knocked an arrow and drove it into the man's knee. The scream that followed was one of pure agony, echoing off the club's walls. "Calm down," the leader stammered, tears of pain and fear streaming down his face. "No matter what you've heard, it's all rumors. There's no basis, no evidence, you can't. It's the sheriff who needs evidence." The modulated voice from under the hood was devoid of any sympathy, only cold, hard truth. "Do I look like a sheriff?" The leader froze, the question hitting him like a ton of bricks. Yes, this was the real terror for people like him. Cops, courts, judges, they all had to follow the rules. And people like him, who thrived on the streets, had long since figured out how to play the game. They knew the loopholes, the bribery, the tricks to get out of legal trouble. The law could be bent, manipulated to work in their favor. But these vigilantes? These lunatics dressed in costumes? They didn't play by the rules. Like the man in front of him, he didn't need proof, he didn't need evidence. Maybe he didn't even know what their club was involved in. Maybe he was just out on a stroll, looking for something to do, and their club was unlucky enough to be in his path. Your gang, other strongholds, the hooded man demanded, his voice like a death sentence. I want the addresses. After days of vigilante work, Charlie had started piecing together the underground network of the city. He had a rough idea of which gangs controlled which areas. In most neighborhoods, the strongholds belonged to specific gangs, and they respected each other's territories. Crossing into someone else's domain was considered an act of war. This was insider knowledge, something ordinary citizens wouldn't have a clue about. So when Charlie found a stronghold, he could make an educated guess about which gang it belonged to. Beating up a group like this was satisfying, but he wanted more. He needed more. These guys looked tough on the surface, but in a fight, they crumpled like paper. There was no challenge, no thrill. And he had only tested Green Arrow so far. There were 2 more heroes waiting in line for a test. There simply weren't enough thugs to go around. Waiting for targets to appear on the street was too slow. Charlie needed to speed things up. He figured he could extract a few addresses from this sorry excuse for a leader and hit the strongholds one by one. The leader's face turned ashen as he realized the implications of Charlie's question. Desperation overtook him, and he stammered out a response. Our organization is compartmentalized. I don't know the location of the other strongholds. Ugh. Green Arrow didn't hesitate. He ripped the arrow from the leader's knee, only to drive it back in with brutal force. Wrong answer, Green Arrow said coldly. Think again. The leader, now in unimaginable pain, broke down completely. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed, his resistance shattered by the relentless torment. Finally, with nothing left to lose, he spat out the addresses, his voice barely a whisper. He knew what this meant. The lunatic would go door to door, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. And when his fellow gang members found out who had given up the locations, they'd make sure he paid dearly for it. But just as the leader thought his nightmare was over, that the worst had passed, he saw Green Arrow pause mid-step, turning back toward him. Oh, right, the vigilante said, his tone almost casual, as if remembering something trivial. Call more people tomorrow. I'll be back. The leader's expression froze, horror washing over him anew as he realized that tonight's terror was just the beginning. Charlie was still eagerly anticipating Batgirl Cassandra's test. It wasn't that he had any particular fondness for the character, nor did he have any special preference for non-attribute heroes. However, there was an unspoken truth in the gaming world. While esports didn't require love, most players preferred seeing a slim and agile girl on screen rather than a hulking brute twisting around the monitor during a third-person perspective action game. TL note, SUS. Switching to Batgirl, Charlie guided her through the dark alleys of Riverton City, quickly making his way to the second location provided by the gang leader. As the girl in black tights approached the edge of a rooftop, she crouched gracefully before landing silently on the building's ledge. Her black cloak fluttered slightly under the bright moonlight, casting long shadows that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The cloak, while similar to Batman's, gave off a different aura, softer, more fluid, yet equally menacing. Batgirl exuded a unique vibe, distinct from the grim presence of Batman, yet unmistakably from the same dark lineage. Being a protege of Batman, Batgirl operated with similar gear, all provided by the Dark Knight himself. As Charlie pressed the X key, the screen shifted into the familiar blue-tinged detective mode. The world around Batgirl was immediately dissected into detailed schematics, highlighting points of interest, enemies, and objects she could interact with. Yet, Charlie couldn't help but notice a subtle difference. Despite the apparent similarities, it seemed that Batman might have cut some corners on Batgirl's equipment. The detection range of her visual sensors was noticeably smaller than Batman's, and the precision, though adequate, lacked the razor-sharp accuracy that Batman's gear boasted. Some functions, which were staples of Batman's detective mode, were simply absent from Batgirl's arsenal. Nevertheless, Batgirl's detective mode, while simplified, was functional and efficient. It provided the essentials, a wall-penetrating perspective that allowed her to see enemies lurking behind solid surfaces, night vision to pierce through the darkest corners of Riverton City, and an armed scanning function to identify which enemies were carrying weapons. As Charlie continued to maneuver Batgirl, he noticed another peculiarity: she didn't have a hang glider. Despite wearing a cloak similar in design to Batman's, it was clear that her version was made from different material. Batman's cloak, when electrified, would harden, allowing him to glide over the city like a spectral bat. Batgirl's, however, remained soft and pliant, no matter how much electricity coursed through it, rendering her unable to glide in the same way. Cassandra Cain, trained from a young age as the ultimate assassin, was a master of various combat techniques. Her stealth abilities were unparalleled, her movements as silent as a shadow, and her assassination skills honed to perfection. Stealth and assassination were second nature to her, and in most situations, she could eliminate her targets without them ever knowing she was there. But tonight, Charlie decided to throw caution to the wind. Instead of sneaking around and taking down enemies one by one, he opted for a more direct approach. He guided Batgirl to blast through the ceiling of the enemy stronghold, sending debris raining down on the unsuspecting criminals below, before parachuting into the heart of the enemy's lair. Batgirl landed in the center of the room, her presence immediately drawing the attention of every thug in the vicinity. It was then that Charlie discovered a significant difference in the fighting system between Cassandra and Batman. Firstly, the warning signs that appeared above the heads of enemies before they attacked showed up earlier for Batgirl than they did for Batman. These indicators also lingered longer, giving Charlie more time to react. This allowed for smoother, more calculated responses during combat. Additionally, Batgirl's ability to counter enemy attacks was more comprehensive. Charlie noticed that the number of yellow and red warning signs, which indicated particularly dangerous attacks, was significantly reduced. Instead, most enemies displayed blue markers, signaling that their attacks could be easily countered. By simply clicking the right mouse button, Cassandra would effortlessly dismantle the incoming attack and respond with a swift and precise counterstrike. This feature made perfect sense, given Cassandra's unique abilities. Trained in predictive combat, she was capable of reading her opponent's movements before they even executed them. Her combat style was reminiscent of the legendary Dago 9 swords, a technique that allowed her to break any attack with ease. Even when facing enemies armed with guns, Batgirl was unfazed. Despite the speed and accuracy of a bullet, Cassandra's training allowed her to read the subtle shifts in muscle movement and micro-expressions of her enemies. This ability enabled her to predict the trajectory of the bullets and the intentions of the shooters, allowing her to dodge projectiles with uncanny precision. For Charlie, all it took was a single click of the right button, and the girl on the screen would gracefully sidestep the bullet, avoiding the lethal trajectory by a hair's breadth. Of course, dodging wasn't always so simple, especially when facing heavy weaponry like machine guns or Gatling guns. Even so, Cassandra's predictive abilities extended to these situations, though they required more skillful maneuvering on Charlie's part. One of the most surprising aspects of controlling Batgirl was how effortless it felt. Among all the heroes Charlie had played, Cassandra was the most energy efficient. He even felt that, with his current level of stamina, he could play as Batgirl until dawn without feeling fatigued. The main reason was that controlling her required so little effort. As Batgirl, he effortlessly took down groups of thugs in the stronghold, her movements so fluid and efficient that it felt like second nature. Charlie realized this was due to Cassandra's physical characteristics. As a young woman, she likely hadn't fully developed physically, and even compared to male heroes without superpowers, she lacked raw strength. Instead of relying on brute force, Cassandra's combat style focused on skill and precision. Every move she made was calculated to conserve energy, avoiding unnecessary exertion. Her training had ingrained in her the importance of using minimal effort to achieve maximum results, making her incredibly easy to control. However, this efficiency came with drawbacks. Cassandra's lack of physical strength meant that her attacks were less powerful than those of her male counterparts. Additionally, her equipment, though functional, was a simplified version compared to Batman's. She had basic tools like darts and smoke screens, but her arsenal lacked the variety and versatility that Batman's gear offered. Despite these limitations, Batgirl had a powerful weapon in her arsenal, explosive bat darts. These darts packed a punch, compensating for her lower physical strength. Overall, Charlie still considered her one of the top heroes in his current roster. After breaking an unknown number of bones and leaving many criminals incapacitated, the test reached its final stage. The last character was Moon Knight. Charlie had deliberately saved the most crucial scene of the night for Moon Knight. This particular location was far more heavily guarded than the previous ones. Important figures within the gang were stationed here, and the criminals guarding the place were the most ruthless, cold-blooded killers. These were the kind of men who wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger, even in the face of certain death. More than half of the criminals were armed with firearms, and even if something were to happen, the FBI wouldn't dare to make a move here easily. The stronghold was a fortress, a place where law and order were concepts that simply didn't apply. But Charlie wasn't concerned with the rules of law and order. He wasn't a magistrate, bound by the constraints of justice. He was the player, and Moon Knight was the perfect weapon for the task at hand. Unlike Batman, who often relied on stealth and strategy, Moon Knight took a more direct approach. There was no sneaking around this time. Moon Knight parachuted directly to the main entrance of the stronghold, his heavy boots hitting the ground with a resounding thud. He approached the main door, his white cloak trailing behind him like the shroud of a vengeful spirit, and kicked the door with such force that it deformed and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Moon Knight strode in, the two men guarding the entrance immediately snapping into action. Without hesitation, they drew their guns and opened fire. The bullets struck Moon Knight's battlesuit, rippling across the surface as if hitting a thick, unyielding wall. There was no sign of impact, no feedback, just the quiet absorption of force as the bullets disappeared into the suit's dense material. Unperturbed, Moon Knight continued forward. With a flick of his arm, his snow-white cloak billowed out, deflecting several bullets. The men guarding the entrance barely had time to react before their own bullets ricocheted back at them, striking them with deadly precision. They fell to the ground, their lifeless bodies crumpling under the weight of their own misjudgment. Charlie was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Moon Knight's counterattack to be so effortless. A single click of the right mouse button had sealed the fate of the two men, their lives extinguished with a simple, almost casual motion. But Charlie didn't feel any sympathy for the criminals. These were hardened killers, men who had no qualms about taking lives, and they had been the first to open fire. Still, it was a stark contrast to the other heroes Charlie had controlled. Most of them refrained from killing unless absolutely necessary, and even then, it was usually reserved for non-human targets. But Moon Knight was different. Pressing the counterattack button meant certain death for his opponents, a fact that was both unsettling and strangely exhilarating. It made sense, though. Moon Knight might share similarities with Batman, earning him the nickname Marvel's Batman, but he was far from a carbon copy. Before becoming Moon Knight, he had been a mercenary, a man who lived by the sword and understood the harsh realities of life and death. Killing wasn't against his principles, it was part of who he was. Moreover, Moon Knight served the moon god, Kangsu, a deity who shared the Punisher's ruthless philosophy. To Kangsu, there was no room for mercy or leniency when dealing with evil. His doctrine was simple: see evil, cut evil. There was no need to seek approval from human authorities, and certainly no need to consult other gods. The door was shattered, and the sentry post lay in ruins. Panic spread quickly through the stronghold. The big shots, sensing danger, immediately retreated to the rear, while the remaining thugs gathered in the main hall, armed to the teeth. More than a dozen guns were trained on the entrance, the only point of access to the hall. The tension was palpable as the criminals waited, fingers on triggers, ready to unleash a storm of bullets at the first sign of movement. The moment they heard footsteps approaching from outside, the first thug squeezed the trigger. The others followed suit, their guns roaring to life as they unleashed a torrent of bullets at the door. The sound was deafening, a symphony of destruction as the muzzle flashes lit up the dimly lit hall. Bullet holes peppered the door, and casings clattered to the floor like rain. The gunfire continued unabated for a full minute, a relentless barrage of lead and steel. When it finally ceased, the room fell into an eerie silence. Boom! The door, now riddled with holes, suddenly exploded inward with a force that sent it flying across the room. It hit the ground with a sickening crunch, the force of impact enough to flatten two thugs who had been standing too close. Their bodies crumpled like rag dolls, their lives snuffed out in an instant. A figure emerged from the darkness, pale and ghostly. The white cloak trailed behind him like a shroud, and his masked face was partially obscured, save for a pair of eyes that gleamed in the dim light, bright and mysterious, like the moon itself. Moon Knight stood at the threshold, his presence commanding the room. It's my turn. The afterimage swept into the hall like a whirlwind of white. Under Charlie's skillful control, the Moon Knight launched into the air with a fluidity that defied gravity. His white cloak billowed behind him, unfurling like a crescent moon, cutting a sharp contrast against the dim lighting of the hall. The first move was swift and brutal, a flying kick delivered with precision. As the kick connected, Charlie could almost hear the bones cracking in the unfortunate thug's body through the screen. The man let out a gut-wrenching scream, his body propelled backward with such force that he was embedded into the concrete wall several meters away, his form half swallowed by the solid structure. The Moon Knight landed gracefully, his movements almost too fast to follow. With a deft motion, he detached the crescent moon emblem from his chest, revealing it to be a razor-sharp crescent dart. The weapon was impossibly thin, yet it gleamed with a deadly golden hue under the stark fluorescent lights that lined the hall. Without a moment's hesitation, the Moon Knight flicked the dart with a casual elegance, as though it were a simple gesture. The dart sliced through the air, its trajectory precise and unerring. It found its mark in the neck of a nearby gangster, who barely had time to register the attack before blood spurted from the deep wound, staining the floor crimson. As the gangster's body crumpled, the Moon Knight was already moving. In a seamless flow of motion, he darted towards another thug, his hand reaching out to snatch the returning dart from the air. Before the second man could react, the Moon Knight drew the blade across his throat in one swift, efficient motion. The man's eyes widened in shock before he too collapsed, lifeless. The speed of his assault was otherworldly. The entire sequence, a deadly combo of kicks, throws, and slashes, unfolded in the span of mere seconds, leaving the remaining gangsters stunned and disoriented. Only now did they comprehend the danger they were in, and in a panicked frenzy, they scrambled to raise their guns, hoping to lock onto the elusive figure in white. 3 of them, positioned directly behind the Moon Knight, hastily leveled their weapons and unleashed a hail of bullets. The air was thick with the staccato rhythm of gunfire, but instead of the bullets tearing through flesh, they struck the flowing white cloak. Miraculously, the bullets didn't pierce it. Instead, the fabric rippled like the surface of a lake disturbed by raindrops, absorbing the impact with an almost supernatural ease. With a calmness that belied the chaos around him, the Moon Knight turned to face them. He gave a slight shake of his cloak, and in an instant, the very bullets they had fired were reflected back, hurtling toward their shooters with deadly accuracy. The 3 gunmen barely had time to gasp in horror before their bodies were riddled with the bullets they themselves had discharged, collapsing into lifeless heaps. The hall fell into a stunned silence, broken only by the faint echoes of gunfire still reverberating off the walls. The remaining gangsters, even the most hardened among them, stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "What the? Did he just shoot the bullets back?" one of them muttered, his voice tinged with panic. "Is this some kind of Matrix bullshit?" They couldn't wrap their minds around what they were witnessing. The sheer impossibility of the Moon Knight's abilities filled them with a primal fear, the kind that grips a person when faced with something beyond understanding, something that defies all known laws of reality. But the Moon Knight was far from done. In a blur of motion, he appeared before another gangster, his movements so fast they seemed almost teleported. A glint of golden light caught the eye as his hand moved, and where it struck, blood erupted in violent sprays, painting the walls in gruesome patterns. The man didn't even have time to scream before he was dead on the spot. Another gangster, a muscular behemoth towering over 2 meters tall, clenched his jaw and stepped forward with surprising bravery. In his massive hands, he gripped a heavy crowbar, muscles bulging as he swung it down toward the Moon Knight's head with all his might. The force behind the blow was staggering enough to bend the crowbar on impact. The man felt a shockwave of pain reverberate through his arms from the recoil, nearly causing him to drop the weapon. Yet, the Moon Knight, who had taken the full force of the blow directly to his head, merely turned around, his movements slow and deliberate. Beneath the white mask, the Moon Knight's eyes burned with an intensity that sent a chill down the man's spine. The muscular thug faltered, instinctively taking a step back. His confidence drained away in an instant, replaced by a gnawing terror. He tried to hide the bent crowbar behind his back, plastering a nervous grin on his face as if to say, "Hey, buddy, I was just messing around, no hard feelings, right?" But there was no escaping the inevitable. The Moon Knight raised his hand, his fingers spreading wide as he pressed them against the thug's chest. The force that followed was like an unstoppable tidal wave, hurling the man backward as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. He flew across the hall, crashing through the thick concrete wall with a deafening bang, leaving behind a human-shaped silhouette in the rubble. The remaining gangsters were frozen in place, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. "What the hell is this thing?" one of them finally managed to choke out, his voice quivering with fear. As the saying goes, the most terrifying things in life are often those that cannot be understood. When faced with an entity that defies logic, that shatters the rules and realities you've always known, you find yourself powerless. There is no strategy, no escape, only the cold, creeping dread as you're swallowed by the unknown. And that was precisely what they were dealing with. In their eyes, the Moon Knight had transcended from being a bizarre lunatic in an unusual costume to a ghost-like figure, a specter of death that moved through their world with an eerie, unstoppable force. Charlie, watching the scene unfold through the screen, was coming to a realization of his own. The Moon Knight was a lot more formidable than he had initially imagined. The Moon Knight's strength was tied to the blessing of the Moon God, which varied depending on the phase of the moon. At first, Charlie wasn't sure how powerful the character would be in this particular instance. Now, it was clear that the Moon Knight's current strength was on par with some of the most powerful super soldiers, perhaps even comparable to an American superhero. But what impressed Charlie the most was the Moon Knight's extraordinary self-healing ability, granted by the mystical moon armor. This power allowed the knight to recover from wounds that would have incapacitated or killed an ordinary person. A bullet to the chest? A knife to the back? It didn't matter. The Moon Knight could shrug off such injuries as if they were mere inconveniences. It all made sense now, the reason the Moon Knight wore that striking, target-like white suit in the dead of night. He didn't need to hide or sneak around like other heroes. With his immense strength and regenerative capabilities, he could boldly stride into a hail of bullets, confident that he would emerge unscathed. He wasn't just a warrior, he was a living embodiment of the phrase, "might makes right." Charlie's thoughts were interrupted by a new prompt on the screen. A small notification appeared, indicating that pressing the caps lock key would switch between the Moon Knight's primary and secondary personalities. Curiosity piqued, Charlie pressed the key as instructed. The change was instantaneous and dramatic. The Moon Knight's appearance shifted right before Charlie's eyes. The flowing, majestic cloak vanished, and the gleaming white battle armor seemed to dissolve into thin air. In its place was a figure that was all too familiar yet jarringly out of place, a person who looked uncannily like a certain fast food mascot, dressed in a plain white suit with a ridiculous hood. The gangsters, still reeling from the previous encounter, were equally shocked. Just moments ago, they had been facing an unfathomable force of nature, a being that seemed to defy all logic and reason. And now they were staring at what appeared to be a weirdly dressed man in a fast food mascot costume. It was as if the universe itself had played a cruel joke on them. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" one of the thugs muttered, his voice filled with confusion and disbelief. "They say that 20% of a hero's image comes from their cape. Whether or not that's true, it certainly felt like it in this case." Without the Moon Knight's iconic cloak, the once feared figure now looked more like a bizarre joke, a man wearing a white stocking over his head. To make matters worse, there was a crescent moon symbol emblazoned on the forehead of this ridiculous hood, a mocking reminder of the Moon Knight's true identity. If you didn't know better, you might think this was some sort of twisted cosplay gone wrong. This was the Moon Knight's second personality, Steven. After the switch, Charlie continued to control the character, pressing the attack button to see how this new personality would handle combat. The Moon Knight, now in a simple white suit, stepped forward with deliberate calm, raising his hand and delivering a swift blow to the nearest thug. The strike was precise, and the man collapsed instantly, his body convulsing from the impact. In this form, the Moon Knight didn't rely on deadly weapons like darts. Instead, Steven wielded two sturdy sticks, choosing to incapacitate rather than kill. Steven was a gentlemanly figure, embodying many traits of a moral hero, chief among them a strict no-kill policy. He was the conscience of the Moon Knight, a counterbalance to the more brutal and lethal tendencies of the other personalities. It didn't take long for Charlie to realize that this version of the Moon Knight had a similar trait to a certain vigilante hero. No matter what moves were executed, they were designed to incapacitate rather than kill. However, this adherence to non-lethal combat came at a cost. The Moon Knight in Steven's form was noticeably weaker, his strikes less powerful, his agility slightly reduced. Charlie could feel the difference in control, as if the character had been intentionally handicapped to uphold his moral code. Steven's combat style was also less refined, relying more on physical strength than the masterful techniques of the primary personality. As a working-class hero, Steven's skills were grounded in practical, straightforward moves rather than flashy, deadly combos. Although Steven's personality might be essential for balancing the character's morality, it also added a layer of complexity to the gameplay. It was like playing in a challenge mode, where the stakes were higher, and the margin for error was smaller. But Charlie wasn't done experimenting. He pressed the personality switch button once more, eager to see what the final personality would bring to the table. The transformation was immediate and chilling. The Moon Knight's appearance morphed again, this time taking on a much darker and more ominous form. The once bright and clean white hood now seemed to absorb the light, casting deep shadows over the character's face. The entire figure exuded an aura of menace, as if the darkness itself had come to life. This was the Moon Knight's third personality, Jack, a persona known for being the most violent, ruthless, and powerful of them all. As soon as Charlie resumed control, he felt the change. The Moon Knight in Jack's form was faster, stronger, and far more aggressive. The combat style was brutal and unforgiving, every move designed to inflict maximum damage with ruthless efficiency. If the primary personality was unafraid to use lethal force, then Jack had no reservations whatsoever. Bones were shattered, necks were twisted, and bodies were torn apart with terrifying ease. The gangsters who had somehow survived the earlier encounters now found themselves facing a nightmare beyond anything they had ever imagined. The hall quickly became a slaughterhouse, the floor slick with blood as the Moon Knight tore through his opponents with savage ferocity. Charlie barely had to do anything. The character seemed to operate on pure instinct, driven by a relentless need to destroy. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. The power of the third personality was undeniable, but it came with a heavy cost. The brutality of Jack's form was uncontrollable, even for Charlie. A few careless clicks, and the enemies would be reduced to a gruesome mess, their lives snuffed out in an instant. Charlie quickly learned the key differences between the three personalities. The primary personality was the most balanced, offering a good mix of offense and defense with a healthy respect for life. It was the go-to form for most encounters, capable of handling a variety of situations with grace and power. Steven, the second personality, was the weakest in terms of raw strength but the most energy efficient. His no-kill policy made him the ideal choice for non-lethal encounters, where the goal was to subdue rather than eliminate. However, his reduced combat abilities meant that he was best suited for dealing with lesser threats. Jack, the third personality, was the ultimate trump card, a force of nature that consumed the most energy but delivered the most devastating results. However, his sheer brutality and lack of control made him a double-edged sword, to be used only when absolutely necessary. With this newfound knowledge, Charlie felt like he had unlocked the secret to the Moon Knight's true potential. No longer content to wait for trouble to find him, he decided to take the fight to the streets, hunting down criminals before they could even think about causing harm. For the next few nights, the local gangs in the area found themselves under siege. They faced a relentless onslaught, with the Moon Knight striking from the shadows and leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. The leader of one such gang, who had initially been targeted by Green Arrow, quickly found himself at the end of his rope. On Monday night, the mysterious hooded figure appeared out of nowhere, storming into their hideout and beating them senseless without uttering a single word. Before leaving, the figure had ominously promised to return the next day, and true to his word, he did. The gang leader, thinking he could outsmart his tormentor, had bolstered his defenses, bringing in extra muscle and weapons. But it was all for nothing. The same figure returned, tearing through their ranks with ease, leaving the reinforcements as little more than cannon fodder. Charlie, delighted by the experience points he was racking up, couldn't resist taunting his enemies before departing each night. He would casually remark on the great service he received, promising to return again soon. By Wednesday, the gang had the misfortune of crossing paths with Cassandra, the Bat Loli with the uncanny ability to predict their every move. Once again, they were left battered and bruised, their morale crushed. By Thursday, the gang leader had had enough. He decided to abandon their hideout, reasoning that it was better to flee than to continue being hunted like animals. He gathered his remaining men and relocated to a new safe house, hoping to escape the relentless attacks. But Charlie had anticipated this move. While controlling Green Arrow earlier in the week, he had planted trackers on the gang's vehicles, ensuring he could follow them wherever they went. This time, it wasn't a vigilante or a Bat Loli who came for them, it was the Moon Knight, in all his terrifying glory. The gang leader and his men barely had time to settle into their new hideout before they were set upon once more, this time by the unstoppable force that was Jack. Once again, Charlie refrained from using Jack's personality too often, knowing the risks that came with such raw power. While the primary personality could still deliver lethal blows, it was more controlled, allowing Charlie to hold back if necessary. After days of relentless attacks, Charlie had honed his skills with the Moon Knight to perfection. He had earned ample experience, leveling up his character to new heights of power and ability. The thrill of victory was intoxicating, and he couldn't wait to see what other challenges awaited him. But in his pursuit of power, Charlie had overlooked one crucial detail. The gang leader, now a broken shell of his former self, had finally reached his breaking point. After days of being hunted, beaten, and humiliated, he decided to take a drastic step. Early on Friday morning, the gang leader appeared at the FBI office, leaning heavily on crutches. His body was a mass of bruises and bandages, evidence of the relentless beatings he had endured over the past week. His once imposing figure was now hunched and defeated, every step a painful reminder of his fall from power. The agent on duty, who had long known of the gang leader's reputation as a ruthless criminal, was stunned to see him walk through the doors voluntarily. This was the last person anyone expected to see at the FBI office, especially in such a pitiful state. What the hell is he doing here? The agent wondered, narrowing his eyes as the gang leader hobbled toward the counter. He half expected a trap, some kind of ruse designed to catch the authorities off guard. After all, criminals of this caliber didn't just show up at the FBI office and ask to be detained. Something was seriously off. But before the sheriff could voice his suspicions, the gang leader shakily reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, battered notebook. His hands trembled as he placed it on the counter. "Please, you have to lock me up," the gang leader pleaded, his voice weak and filled with desperation. "This notebook, it has everything. All my crimes, everything I've done. Smuggling, arson, theft, even the stupid stuff, like deflating old ladies' wheelchair tires. I'm guilty, and I'll confess to it all. Just, get me off the streets. Please." The sheriff blinked in disbelief, struggling to process what he was hearing. This was unheard of, a hardened criminal, walking in and confessing to everything? Something had driven this man to the brink of madness, and the sheriff couldn't help but wonder what had pushed him over the edge. "What happened to you?" the sheriff finally asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity, concern, and a hint of amusement. "Why do you want to turn yourself in?" The gang leader, his eyes wide with fear, looked up at the sheriff, his voice trembling as he whispered, "There's something out there, something unstoppable. I can't fight it anymore. It's like a ghost, and it's coming for me. I just want to be safe. Please, lock me up and throw away the key." And with that, the once feared gang leader, a man who had terrorized the city for years, broke down completely, his composure shattered by the relentless pursuit of a force he couldn't comprehend. The sheriff, still reeling from the bizarre turn of events, reached out to take the notebook, knowing that this was just the beginning of a very strange and terrifying story. Charlie got up early in the morning, multitasking as he brushed his teeth and checked the news on his phone. He scrolled through the headlines until one caught his eye. A notorious gang leader had marched himself into the FBI office with evidence in hand. In a surprising turn of events, a notorious gang leader reportedly surrendered to authorities, exhibiting an unusual level of desperation. Witnesses claim the man was eager to turn himself in, with one source stating he even requested indefinite detention just to avoid having to deal with things when he eventually got out. Despite the dramatic nature of the surrender, the agent on the scene declined to comment, leaving many questions unanswered. The specifics of the situation remain undisclosed, fueling speculation about the motives behind the gang leader's actions. As this story develops, authorities are continuing their investigation, and more details are expected to emerge. In related news, Charlie, who had been orchestrating events from the shadows, was left speechless. It's one thing to turn yourself in, but to bring your own evidence and beg to stay in prison? That was a new one. Charlie hadn't anticipated that his nightly vigilante work would push someone to such extremes. At most, he thought these guys might skip town, lay low in another city, and wait for the heat to die down. He had even been toying with the idea of tracking them down, imagining the day he'd fly the Batwing over to pay them a visit after they'd settled in their new hideouts. He could picture it, the gang leader, having found some semblance of peace, surrounded by cronies and indulging in the good life, eating hot pot, singing songs. And then, out of nowhere, the lights would cut out, and a 1.8-meter tall bat would drop from the sky, fast-forwarding straight to "Batman is still chasing me." TL note: I take back everything bad I've said about the author. This man is too innocent. These days, Charlie has been trying to expand his operations beyond Riverton. After all, having every superhero in the city wandering around all day might eventually lead someone to suspect that there was more at play. To be safe, he had even sent Batman to patrol other cities a few times. It turned out his remote-controlled heroes could operate just fine in other locations. The only limitation was that Batman was currently the only one with a long-distance flying vehicle. The other heroes didn't yet have the means to travel quickly between cities. But this gang leader had found an escape route: prison. As long as he surrendered quickly enough, Batman wouldn't have time to catch him. The guy had learned the value of a fast retreat. Of course, for Batman, even if behind bars, it wasn't out of the question for him to go in and rough someone up. However, once someone was in prison, they were no longer flagged as a hostile target, and it would be a time-consuming and ultimately pointless endeavor. But it didn't really matter. Charlie was casting a wide net. The criminals in the entire city, and even in the surrounding areas, were his experience packs. If one slipped away, plenty were left, so he wasn't worried. During the day, while taking a break from his nocturnal activities, he'd recover his energy, attend classes to adjust his mood, and check the 9th Special Service Division app to see if there was any new information. It's been a few days since the incident with Ethan. With no tasks issued by the division, his chat logs remained empty. However, yesterday afternoon, just as he was about to log into the game, he finally got some news from Tara. The news wasn't significant, it was simply Tara informing him of the duties he would be responsible for as a new agent. Looking at the details of his assigned role, Charlie raised a brow, guessing that this role might be because he had mentioned that he was a college student, or perhaps due to the lack of physical prowess displayed during his examination with the professor. Tara mentioned that the job would likely involve odd tasks online, like sorting data, filing, or doing some online statistics. After scrolling through the app for a while, he didn't find any further updates about his assignment and closed the app. Just as he was about to place his phone down, it vibrated in his hand, lighting up with a notification from another messaging app. Mom is coming over tonight. Charlie was startled by the sudden notification. He didn't know when it had become a habit, but he always made sure to prepare whenever his mother visited. He'd lock up his reading materials on the hard drive and hide any questionable items that could cause awkward questions. But, as the saying goes, even the wisest can make mistakes. Charlie had occasionally been caught by his mother with strange items or study materials. So he preferred that his mother didn't see his room if possible, but that was just wishful thinking. That evening, his mother, Megan, arrived at his apartment. The moment she stepped through the door, she was taken aback, gasping audibly. It was a pity she wasn't exclaiming, "My son is destined for greatness," but rather, "How can it be this messy?" Charlie, with a dark expression, tried to explain that he wasn't messy, just that things were arranged a certain way. But throwing the dirty clothes that hadn't yet made it to the laundry basket and were fermenting didn't exactly help his case. After failing to dissuade his mother from cleaning, Charlie had no choice but to join her in the house cleaning project. "Mom, leave the headphones on the table. I use them every day and won't find them if you move them. Hey, put that box there, don't move it. The computer accessories are still useful." At first, he tried to defend his strategic placement of items, but he quickly gave up. Charlie knew his mother likely understood that tidying up wouldn't make much difference. After a couple of days, everything would return to its original place, and the apartment would look the same as before. She knew, but she didn't care. "The temperature will drop in a few days, so remember to wear more layers. I'll take out the thick quilt for you and put it on the cabinet. And your closet is a mess, with everything scattered around. I've sorted it for you by season. Here's autumn, and here's winter. Make sure you remember and don't throw things around casually next time." Megan kept talking while she worked, not pausing for a moment. TL note, this is so fake, no mom acts like that. I mean, she'll clean up your shit after slapping you around for a bit. Charlie didn't say much, just kept nodding. As people grow up, they leave their hometowns and familiar environments to face the unknown. Some might become famous, others highly respected professionals, and some might even wear capes and save the world multiple times. But no matter how much time passes, in front of their mothers, they're always just kids who need to be cared for. Megan kept talking about how Charlie's cousin was doing, how his uncle was hospitalized, how unreasonable his father was at home, and how he messed up the house. When she asked how Charlie was doing, he just smiled and said everything was fine on his end. All he did now was attend classes, slack off while getting paid, and at night, drive superheroes around to relieve stress. What could be wrong? If there was anything bad, it was probably for the people who got beaten up. "Why are you out of laundry detergent?" Megan shook the nearly empty bottle. I was planning to get some in the next couple of days. Go as soon as you think of it, or you'll forget later." There was a business district right across the street from the apartment. It only took 10 minutes to go shopping, but every time Charlie thought he'd get it next time, he always seemed to forget. It wasn't until his mother urged him that he finally went out to buy laundry detergent. As he walked through the business district, Charlie stopped when he passed by a Starbucks shop on the second floor. He was surprised to find that it wasn't crowded. That was unusual. The chain stores across the city always had long lines. Even at less busy times, there was at least a half-hour wait. Charlie never understood queuing for half a day simply for a cup of coffee. As a nerd, he'd rather clear another level in his game. So even though the shop was right across from his home, he had never tasted it. Seeing that there was no line today, he thought he might as well try it and bring a cup back for his mother to taste. So he walked in. "Hello, what would you like?" The server had a very friendly attitude, smiling all the way and speaking in such a sweet tone that it was almost too much. Charlie chose 2 options recommended by online reviewers and ordered a glass of each. "Okay, here's your receipt." The server tore off the printed receipt and handed it to Charlie. As their fingers touched, Charlie noticed that her hand felt unnaturally cold. "We have a promotion this week. Order 1 medium cup of coffee and get a free snack of your choosing." The server smiled and placed a beautifully packaged small box on the counter. But for some reason, that delicate box made Charlie feel uneasy. He lifted the lid of the box and froze the moment he saw what was inside. It looked like a tentacle. A squirming tentacle that seemed to be covered in blood and ink. Charlie stared in disbelief at the box's contents. Could this writhing, grotesque thing really be meant for consumption? The slimy, twisting mass inside looked like something out of a nightmare, yet here it was, presented to him as if it were completely normal. The server, seemingly calm, returned behind the counter as if nothing had happened. With practiced ease, she began preparing the 2 cups of coffee that Charlie had ordered, working alongside her colleague. Charlie's eyes followed her movements, watching as she placed a shaker under the spigot of a large thermos and turned it on. What he saw next made his stomach churn. Instead of the expected coffee or water, a thick, viscous liquid, dark as night and sluggish in its flow, oozed from the spigot. It was as though the very essence of the tentacle-like thing in the box was being poured into the container, an unsettling mixture of what looked like blood and ink. The liquid hit the bottom of the pot with a sickening squelch, congealing into a thick, paste-like mass. The stench was unmistakable, metallic and pungent, the sharp scent of blood cutting through the air, mingling with the other aromas in the shop. Yet the server remained unfazed, casually swirling the shaker as if she were blending a simple, everyday drink. Charlie immediately turned his head away, trying to process what he was witnessing. He quickly realized that something was terribly wrong here. The unsettling scene before him screamed of infection. Some kind of contamination had taken over this place. But a small part of Charlie's mind urged caution. After everything he had experienced, transmigration, secret government operations, he knew better than to trust his eyes completely. It was possible, however unlikely, that this could be some sort of hallucination or trick of the mind. But the odds were slim. Charlie knew he was special, immune to certain things that might affect others. The idea that he could be hallucinating was far-fetched. Regardless, there was no time to dwell on the possibilities. The priority was clear: he needed to get out of there, and fast. But his exit wouldn't be as easy as he hoped. As soon as he rose from his seat and took a few steps toward the door, a smiling server appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Her smile, which might have seemed warm and inviting under different circumstances, now sent a shiver down his spine. It was too perfect, too calm, like a mask concealing something sinister. Despite the growing sense of unease, Charlie wasn't one to panic easily. He wasn't the same naive, aimless person he used to be. After days of intense training and missions, his physical condition had improved dramatically. He had gained fighting skills, honed reflexes, and even superhuman abilities. He could hold his own against threats that would send most people running in fear. With the strength of a super soldier and the combat prowess of a seasoned warrior, Charlie knew he could take down ordinary infected people without breaking a sweat. Self-defense was the least of his worries. "I'm sorry, sir, but your coffee is ready," the server said, her voice sweet yet unsettling. "Hold on to it for a moment. I need to make a quick phone call," Charlie replied calmly, keeping his voice steady. "I'll be back soon." Charlie preferred to avoid a confrontation if possible. He figured he could slip away quietly and return later, better equipped to deal with whatever was happening here. But as he spoke, he noticed something disturbing. All the other customers in the shop had risen from their seats simultaneously, as if they were marionettes controlled by an unseen hand. They stared at him with vacant eyes, their expressions blank yet somehow filled with an unspoken menace. It was as if their very souls had been drained, leaving behind nothing but hollow shells. A chill ran down Charlie's spine. He had seen scenes like this in movies and shows, but experiencing it in real life was a different story altogether. It was surreal, like stepping into a nightmare. Thanks to his countless battles, Charlie quickly shifted into combat mode. He assessed the situation, mapping out potential escape routes in his head. With the strength and skills he had acquired, Charlie was confident he could take down everyone in the room if it came to that. But considering the possibility of surveillance cameras and witnesses, he preferred a more discreet approach. If he moved quickly, he could incapacitate 2 or 3 targets and break through the window to escape. With any luck, he could avoid a full-blown confrontation with the infected and deal with any repercussions from the service division later. But then, something unexpected happened. The lights went out, plunging the shop into darkness. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. He wasn't used to being the one caught off guard. Usually, he was the one who turned out the lights on others, not the other way around. The lights flickered back on for a brief moment, just long enough for Charlie to glimpse a figure standing by the door. It was a woman, or at least it appeared to be. She had pale skin, but her face was mostly obscured by long, dark hair that hung in delicate strands, giving her an eerie, ghostly appearance. She wore a red coat, the fabric dark and heavy as if soaked in blood. Charlie noticed that all the infected around him had turned to face the door, their empty eyes now focused on the newcomer. The lights flickered again, and when they came back on, the woman was gone. Charlie's heart raced. In that brief moment of darkness, something had changed. The woman had moved. No, she had vanished from the doorway. And then, in the next instant, she was right before him. No one saw how she had moved so quickly. It was as if she had teleported, crossing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. One moment, she had been by the door, the next, she was standing inches away from Charlie. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his fists clenching in readiness, but something felt off. This wasn't following the usual horror movie script. In ghost movies, when a female ghost suddenly appears right in front of the protagonist, typically, they would reveal a terrifying face to make the hero scream in terror. But this woman was different. She had her back to him. Yes, she stood with her back to Charlie, facing the waiter who had blocked his path. The lights flickered off again. There was a sickening thud, like the sound of a blunt object smashing into flesh. When the lights came back on, the waiter was flying through the air, crashing into a dining table with enough force to shatter it. The woman in red still stood in front of Charlie as if she hadn't moved at all. As strange as it may sound, Charlie suddenly felt a bizarre sense of security. Despite her grotesque, eerie appearance, the sight of the woman's blood-red back brought him an inexplicable feeling of protection. The other infected people began to move as well. Their expressions remained mechanical, almost robotic, but they all started closing in on Charlie, their movements eerily synchronized. The woman in red finally made a visible movement, but not like a normal person would. She seemed to glide rather than walk, her movements smooth and graceful, as if she were floating above the ground. Her clothes rippled gently with each motion, giving the impression that she was weightless. Despite the elegance of her movements, every strike she delivered sent infected people flying as if they were mere rag dolls. At first glance, her actions did not resemble combat. They looked more like a dance, a bloody ballet. Her long black hair swirled around her, partially obscuring her pale, ghastly face. The way she moved was both mesmerizing and terrifying. But what struck Charlie the most was the realization that she seemed to be protecting him. It sounded absurd, even to himself, but there was no denying it. She moved in a calculated pattern, keeping herself between Charlie and the infected. Her every move was designed to shield him from harm. This only deepened the mystery. What did this mean? Why was she defending him? Could it be that this strange, blood-soaked woman was somehow on his side? It seemed impossible, but the evidence was right before his eyes. The fight didn't last long. Within moments, all the infected in the shop had been neutralized, their bodies strewn across the floor. The woman, now drenched in blood, cast a final glance at Charlie before retreating. Charlie then noticed another figure standing in the doorway. A small, delicate girl with a cute, innocent appearance watched him intently, her head tilted in curiosity. "Sorry, ma'am, but there's been an incident here. The area is still being secured, and we can't allow anyone past this point. My son is inside." Megan pushed past the two Secret Service agents attempting to block her way. "Move aside, I have to." "Mom, it's fine. I'm right here." Charlie emerged from behind the cordon, his phone in hand, displaying his credentials from the Secret Service division. The agents, recognizing the authorization, immediately stood down, saluting before stepping back. Megan rushed to her son, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "Are you hurt? Are you okay? I never should have called you out. I'm so sorry." "It's okay, Mom. Really, I'm fine. See." Charlie reassured her, gently patting her back. "I'm completely unscathed. It was just a minor incident, nothing to worry about." To Charlie, it genuinely felt like a small matter. But he knew that from his mother's perspective, it was far from routine. Even though the infection event seemed low risk, such occurrences weren't something most people encountered in their daily lives. Even now, with the public more aware of infection sources, 99% of people only hear about these incidents on the news. Rarely do they intersect with ordinary lives. For instance, Charlie had already experienced a minor infection incident at his university, and now it had happened again, just weeks later. The odds of encountering 2 infection incidents in a row were astronomical. It was like having an unimaginable streak of bad luck, the kind that could easily leave someone feeling cursed. Charlie's situation felt akin to repeatedly stumbling upon the rarest and most dangerous events imaginable, like encountering the world's only few high-level anomalies by mere chance. As he comforted his mother, Charlie became aware of someone watching him. He followed the sensation and soon met the gaze of a young girl standing a short distance away. It was the same girl he had seen earlier at the coffee shop. She was dressed in a charming white dress, her large, light blue eyes locked onto Charlie's with unwavering focus. When their eyes met, she smiled at him. At that moment, Charlie began to piece together what had just happened. The girl's name was Fana, she was a colleague, a fellow agent at the service division. But unlike Charlie, who was more of a paid observer with minimal field experience, Fana was a fully fledged field agent despite her youth. She possessed a unique ability that set her apart from most agents, possibly making her one of the most valuable operatives within the division. Just days earlier, Fana had become the first agent in the division to split and control her own phantom. The concept of a phantom was introduced by Professor Miyazaki some time ago. It suggested that when the infection rate in certain individuals exceeded 100%, part of their mental body could detach from their physical form and manifest as an independent entity. Ivon's case showed that a phantom might emerge from the darkest corners of a person's psyche. It could develop its own consciousness, act independently, and, in some cases, even pose a threat to its host. But Fana's experience with her phantom was different. Shortly after her phantom manifested, she proved that it wasn't necessarily uncontrollable. The woman in red that Charlie had seen in the shop was Fana's phantom. Unlike Ivon's phantom, which seemed like a rogue element, Fana's phantom was more like an extension of her will, a remote-controlled protector. It was a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy endowed with powers beyond ordinary human capabilities. The phantom could act on her behalf, defending her and even using specific special abilities. This discovery immediately catapulted Fana from relative obscurity within the organization to a position of significant importance. Today, she had been out shopping alone when she detected the scent of the infected person and pursued it, coincidentally crossing paths with Charlie. Plainclothes agents from the 9th Division had been following her and observing her actions. Once the situation escalated, they quickly alerted headquarters, and within minutes, reinforcements arrived to secure the scene. Now, it all made sense to Charlie. No wonder the response team had shown up so fast. Fana had been the first on the scene, and her presence had triggered an immediate response. Charlie's view of the service division had taken a hit over the past few weeks. Initially, he had regarded the organization with a sense of awe, but that had faded as he witnessed its inefficiencies. It began to feel less like a powerful and well-oiled machine and more like a chaotic, mismanaged entity akin to a football team that consistently lost despite having all the resources needed to win. But seeing Fana and her phantom in action had slightly restored Charlie's faith in the organization. For the first time in a while, it seemed like the agency had some real, tangible fighting power. After the scene was secured, Charlie was told to head home and rest, leaving the investigation to the professionals. He was informed that his official position would be ready in the next few days, and he could then focus on his own assignments. Charlie had no objections to this. After exchanging a few words with the person in charge, he led his mother back home. He thought that was the right course of action. It made sense to him. This was a job for seasoned investigators, not a rookie like himself with no real experience. What was the point of dragging a newbie into a situation that required expert analysis? It would be absurd, akin to drafting an inexperienced gamer into the military just because they excelled at video games. It was completely unreasonable. Megan went to bed early that night, as she always did. She had maintained the healthy habit of going to bed around 9 for years. Once his mother was asleep, Charlie finally had some time to himself. He quickly closed the door to his room, put on his headphones, and powered up his computer. After navigating through a series of loading screens, the familiar figure of Batman, his designated character, appeared on the monitor. Although the incident earlier wasn't something a rookie like him should get involved in, it was definitely within Batman's wheelhouse. Usually, Charlie would remote control his hero to patrol and solve problems, but with an infected person having shown up so close to home, he felt a personal obligation to get to the bottom of it. Whether motivated by a sense of superhero duty or simply by the gamer's obsession with leveling up, he couldn't just let it go. He needed to figure out the source of the infection and ensure that nothing similar would happen near his home again. Charlie himself wasn't a detective, but that didn't matter. Batman was. The game provided a simplified detective mode, guiding the player through the investigative process. While it couldn't replicate the real-world expertise of the world's greatest detective, it was still a useful tool. At the moment, the professional investigators from the service division were still combing through the coffee shop, making it difficult for Charlie to sneak Batman in for a closer look. But that wasn't a problem. The investigation's progress was being uploaded in real time to the division's app, which meant Charlie could monitor it remotely. The last time he used Batman to investigate Ivon's case, he left a backdoor in their system. This allowed Charlie to access the investigation files without raising any alarms. In a way, it was like having an all-access pass to a highly secure facility. There's a saying, once you do something, you become familiar with it, and the more you do it, the more comfortable you become. The first time you try something, it may be challenging, but it gets much smoother the second time. This principle holds true for hacking as well. With the backdoor left from the previous attempt, infiltrating the system of the madhouse was significantly easier this time. There was no need for the remote control master to physically access the human server again. The barriers that once stood tall were now mere hurdles, easily bypassed. Using the portable computer on his glove, equipped with screen projection, Charlie quickly dove into the digital labyrinth that was the madhouse's system. The shadows of encrypted data and layers of security peeled away like an onion, revealing the core of the information he sought. The investigators in charge of the current incident were still deep in their work, piecing together the puzzle. However, they had already made a preliminary determination. The incident was vector-based, with the infection spreading through the strange tentacles and nauseating liquid that Charlie had witnessed in the coffee shop. Unlike airborne pathogens, this type of infection required direct consumption of the infected medium. The working theory was that the tentacle-like snacks or the cup of sinister liquid provided at the shop were the culprits. Charlie was puzzled. He had seen strange things in his time, but the idea that anyone would willingly consume those twitching tentacles or that foul-smelling liquid seemed absurd. Could anyone really be tricked into swallowing something so grotesque? But then, he recalled the number of infected people he had seen in the shop that night. This realization led him to question the increasingly bizarre tastes and preferences that had developed in this twisted version of reality. The line between what was acceptable and what was repulsive seemed to have blurred. As he continued digging, Charlie found a supplementary note in the investigation files. It explained that, while the true appearance of the tentacles and viscous liquid might drive most people to madness, in the eyes of those under the influence, these items could appear as the most tempting of delicacies. It was like an illusion, a cruel trick of the mind. People thought they were consuming something desirable, only to realize too late that they had ingested something horrifying. It was as if the very nature of perception had been twisted, like in old tales where a seemingly perfect path led straight into a trap. The source of the infection remained elusive. It was confirmed that the infected were mostly the clerks and customers from the shop, but the origin of the contamination was still under investigation. A new piece of information caught Charlie's eye. The owner of the coffee shop had disappeared several days ago. The FBI had received a missing person report and sent an agent to investigate, but there had been no progress. What could have been a routine case of disappearance had now taken on new, sinister significance in light of the infection incident at the shop. The investigators from the 9th Division naturally included this disappearance in their inquiry. After finishing their work at the coffee shop, their next destination was the owner's residence. Charlie decided he would get there first. Batman sprang into action. In the dead of night, a flurry of black wings flew across the city, making their way to the quiet, locked blocks where the owner's home was located. The owner lived in a modest house, around 60 square meters in size. A quick scan using detective mode revealed the structure of the entire building. It confirmed what Charlie had suspected: there was no one inside. Ordinary tumbler locks were no match for Batman's skills. He easily picked the lock, and the door creaked open. Charlie stepped inside, his boots sinking slightly into the soft carpet as he entered the dimly lit home. According to the reports, the owner, Ferb, and his wife lived here. They had been seen entering the house one evening, but after that, they simply vanished. The next day, neither of them showed up for work, and their absence had led to the initial missing person report. What could have happened that night? The house seemed ordinary, but the air was thick with unease. It was as if something terrible had occurred here, something that left no visible trace but still lingered in the atmosphere. Due to the time that had passed, this case was different from Charlie's last investigation, where he had followed Ivon within a day. Many clues might have faded or been covered up by newer ones. The longer the interval, the fewer traces there were to find, and the harder it became to piece together the truth. But Batman's keen eyes found something. The detective mode highlighted suspicious areas, marking them with glowing indicators. It was as if the house itself was guiding him, revealing its secrets to the master detective. The first clue that drew his attention was in the kitchen sink. The edge of the drain was marked by the detective mode with faint, almost imperceptible orange-red traces. They were scattered around the drain, reminiscent of drops of spilled orange juice. But Charlie knew better than to dismiss them as something so innocuous. He entered detective mode, scanning the area. The Bat computer quickly analyzed the residue, comparing it to known samples. The results were chilling. The traces had a chemical composition similar to the tentacles and viscous liquid found in the coffee shop. It seemed likely that something similar had been in this sink, or perhaps a liquid of the same origin had been poured down the drain. This was evidence enough to suggest that the infection had reached this home. Given that the reaction occurred in the kitchen, it was plausible that someone had unknowingly used the infected medium while preparing food. It was highly probable that both Ferb and his wife had become infected. But this discovery didn't answer the most pressing questions. Why had they disappeared, and where had they gone? Charlie stepped out of the first-person perspective, his mind racing as he continued to explore the house in detective mode. The house was eerily silent, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something. The cold night air seeped through the cracks in the windows, making them creak and groan, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Batman opened a cupboard, and another object was highlighted in the detective mode, a small cup with cartoon patterns, clearly designed for a child. At first glance, it seemed like a harmless piece of kitchenware, but it gnawed at Charlie's mind. He knew something was off. The reports had clearly stated that only Ferb and his wife lived here. They had no children. So why was there a child's cup in the house? The detective mode had flagged the cup because it stood out in an otherwise mundane scene. While it was possible for adults to use children's cups, when taken in conjunction with other clues, the implications became more troubling. Batman continued searching the house and found more evidence. There were 3 toothbrushes by the sink, 2 for adults and 1 small toothbrush clearly meant for a child. He opened a cabinet and found 3 bowls, 1 large, 1 medium-sized, and a small one, the latter with cartoon characters printed on the rim. It was as if the house was whispering to him, telling him that a child had lived there. But who was this child? And why was there no record of them? Charlie re-entered scanning mode, allowing Batman to extract DNA samples from the bowls, cups, toothbrushes, and combs. The Bat computer could then cross-reference this data with the Service Division's database. If there was a match, they could identify the child and possibly unravel the mystery. But just as Charlie was about to begin the scan, his instincts flared danger was near. The screen snapped out of the first-person perspective as a sudden noise, like a blunt object smashing through a wall, echoed through the house. The sound was followed by a blur of movement, and before Charlie could react, a massive figure burst through the wall. The creature was enormous, its hulking frame moving with unnatural speed. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and a dangerous, bright red exclamation mark appeared above its head, a clear indication of hostility in the detective mode. The beast lunged at Batman, claws outstretched, its growl reverberating through the small house. The walls shook as the creature charged, its sheer size and strength overwhelming. The red warning signal on the screen flashed with an urgent intensity, a clear indication that no defense could prevent the incoming attack, only swift evasion could save Batman from the imminent danger. But the enemy had arrived with terrifying suddenness. One moment, Charlie was deeply engrossed in activating detective mode to scan the room for clues. The next, a hulking figure had burst through the wall, catching him entirely off guard. The milliseconds it took to process the situation were all it took for the assailant to close the distance. Batman was struck squarely in the chest by the massive figure. The impact was like being hit by a freight train, sending him hurtling backward with tremendous force. He crashed through the wooden door, splintering it into pieces, and tumbled into the living room, his armored body skidding across the floor before coming to a halt. The figure that had attacked him loomed in the shattered doorway. He was a monstrous sight to behold, his once human form grotesquely transformed by some unnatural force. He wore only a strained white vest that barely contained his swollen, muscular body, the fabric stretched to its limits by the bulging mass of his torso. His facial features were horrifically distorted. His eyes, bloodshot and bulging, seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. His breathing was heavy and labored, his chest heaving with each rasping breath, sounding like the snarl of a cornered beast. This grotesque visage made it nearly impossible to recognize any trace of the man's original identity. However, the advanced scanning system in Batman's helmet quickly initiated a facial recognition analysis. Despite the nightmarish alterations, the system swiftly identified the attacker. Ferb. Charlie whispered in disbelief as the name appeared in the corner of his HUD. It was almost inconceivable. Ferb, the mild-mannered owner of the coffee shop who had recently gone missing, was now standing before him as a monstrous parody of his former self. The infection, whatever it was, had twisted him into something far beyond human. You think you can take her from me? Never. Ferb snarled, his voice slurred and thick as though speaking through a mouthful of gravel. Not while I'm here. Charlie's mind raced, trying to make sense of Ferb's words, but there was no time to ponder. Ferb let out a wild, guttural scream, and with terrifying speed, he charged at Batman once more. Batman reacted instantly, sidestepping just in time to avoid Ferb's wild swing. The force of Ferb's charge was so great that it sent him barreling into the wall, which cracked under the impact. Batman countered with 2 precise strikes to Ferb's vital points, each blow delivered with the expertise of a master martial artist. Any ordinary man would have been incapacitated, nerves paralyzed by the strikes. But Ferb was far from ordinary now. He barely flinched, his eyes burning with feral rage. Ferb was not just strong, he was fast. His movements were swift and unpredictable, and the warning indicators in Batman's HUD flashed rapidly as the infected man launched another flurry of attacks. Batman dropped low, sliding between Ferb's legs to evade a crushing blow, and as he came up behind him, he flicked his wrist, sending a bat dart flying. The dart embedded itself in Ferb's palm, but instead of falling back, Ferb merely looked at it with an almost mocking expression until the dart detonated in a burst of electricity. Sparks flew as Ferb's massive body convulsed, the smell of burning flesh filling the air as black smoke curled from his skin. Batman rose to his feet, prepared to deploy his next gadget, when a sudden, dull thud reverberated through the room. Charlie's gaming headset, equipped with advanced surround sound, allowed him to hear every noise as though he were right there in the suit. He could tell from the sound's direction and intensity that it had come from behind him. But it was almost too late. The back wall of the house exploded inward as another figure crashed through, sending debris flying in all directions. A shrill, piercing cry filled the air as the new attacker, a woman with wild, tangled black hair and long, claw-like nails, lunged at Batman with deadly intent. There was no time for evasion. Charlie's reflexes kicked in, and he quickly pressed the right button to initiate a defensive maneuver. Batman raised his arm just in time to block one of the woman's slashing claws, but the other raked across his chest, leaving a deep gouge in the outer layer of his suit. The scratch exposed the reinforced fabric and armor beneath, a testament to the sheer force behind her attack. Batman reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful backhand to the woman's face, which sent her reeling backward. As she staggered, the facial recognition software identified her. It was Chloe, Ferb's wife, the missing woman. Even as he registered her identity, Charlie saw another red warning flash across his screen. Ferb was charging at him again, and Chloe had already recovered and was lunging at him once more. The infection that had transformed the couple was far from ordinary. It had made them something more than human, endowing them with both tremendous strength and a terrifying level of instability. The intensity of the infection had granted them superhuman abilities, but it had also pushed them to the brink of physical collapse. Their attacks were relentless, their speed almost unnatural. To an expert fighter like Batman, their techniques were riddled with flaws, openings that he could have exploited easily in any normal circumstance. Yet their sheer speed and the resilience of their mutated bodies made them formidable foes. Every strike that should have incapacitated them only seemed to drive them into a deeper frenzy. Batman was forced to use every ounce of his skill, his movements a blur of precision and agility as he deflected and countered their attacks. His dark silhouette moved like a shadow through the chaos, his cape swirling around him as he dodged and evaded with inhuman grace. Ordinarily, Batman avoided direct confrontation. His greatest strength lay in preparation, observing from the shadows, formulating a strategy, and striking with calculated precision. He would select the perfect tools for the job, employ the most effective tactics, and systematically dismantle his enemies. But there was another option, one that was simpler, more direct, and brutally efficient. Without hesitation, Batman spun on his heel, smashing a nearby window with a swift kick, and leaped out onto the lawn outside. The infected couple, driven by their frenzied state, immediately followed, crashing through the shattered glass and charging after him with blind rage. As soon as they reached the lawn, Batman crouched low, planting his fist into the ground with a powerful strike. A smoke bomb exploded from his gauntlet with a loud bang, enveloping the area in a thick, impenetrable fog. The dark cloud swallowed the surroundings, obscuring everything in a dense veil. The couple charged through the smoke, their eyes wild as they searched for their prey. But the lawn was empty, at least, it appeared to be. Ferb's instinct kicked in, and he suddenly looked upward. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the figure standing high above them on the roof. A knight clad in pure white, standing tall and unyielding, his pristine cloak billowing in the night wind. The bright full moon illuminated him from behind, casting his silhouette in stark contrast against the inky sky. It was Moon Knight, the form of Mark Spector. The knight's white cloak unfurled like the wings of a crescent moon. With a swift, graceful motion, Moon Knight glided down from the roof, his legs together as he delivered a powerful kick to Ferb's chest. The impact was devastating. Ferb's massive body was lifted off the ground and sent flying backward, crashing into the earth like a fallen titan. Chloe screamed a high-pitched, animalistic shriek that cut through the night. She sprang forward, her clawed hands slashing through the air. Moon Knight moved with effortless precision, catching her wrist in midair, his grip like iron. With a fluid motion, he twisted her arm and drove a knee into her abdomen. The force of the blow sent her hurtling backward, her body collapsing into the flower beds that lined the lawn. "No, you can't. You won't break us apart. No one. No one." Ferb cried out, his voice a mix of desperation and rage as he struggled to his feet. He stumbled forward, mumbling incoherently as he swung a powerful fist at Moon Knight. But Moon Knight was more than a match for him. He caught Ferb's fist with one hand, his grip unyielding. From the palm of Moon Knight's hand, a shockwave of energy exploded, sending ripples through the air. The sheer force of it caused his white cloak to billow like a banner in a storm, but Moon Knight himself remained unmoved, as solid and unyielding as a mountain. With a swift motion, Moon Knight deflected Ferb's next attack and struck him in the abdomen with a backhand punch. Ferb's body convulsed as he was lifted off his feet, a geyser of blood erupting from his mouth. No, you can't take her. No one can. My family. Our. Ferb gasped, his words becoming weaker with each breath. Who is this she you're talking about, Ferb? Moon Knight demanded, his voice cold and commanding as he stepped closer. Is she your child? What happened? Our child. Yes. No one can take her. Our child. Ferb's voice was fading, his strength draining as the infection ravaged his body from the inside out. He tried to push himself up one last time, his hands trembling with the effort, but the toll was too great. His body finally gave out, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The life that had been twisted and corrupted by the infection ebbed away, leaving behind only a broken shell of the man he once was. Chloe, too, lay motionless in the flower bed, her wild eyes staring blankly into the night sky. The twisted, manic energy that had driven her was gone, leaving her body lifeless and still. Charlie, controlling Moon Knight, exhaled slowly, the tension in his muscles releasing as the immediate threat dissipated. The couple had been formidable in their infected state, but they were no match for the relentless precision and power of Moon Knight. With the danger neutralized, he knew he had to return to the task at hand. Switching back to Batman's form after the cooldown period, Charlie began to methodically extract DNA samples from the house. The scene was one of eerie silence now, broken only by the occasional creak of the house settling or the distant sounds of the city. The aftermath of the fight left the house in disarray, broken furniture, shattered glass, and the faint scent of smoke and blood lingering in the air. Batman moved through the house with purposeful efficiency, collecting samples from the children's cups, toothbrushes, and combs he had identified earlier. Each sample was carefully stored and prepared for analysis. As he worked, the Bat computer within his suit began processing the data, comparing the DNA against the extensive databases of the 9th Division. The minutes ticked by as Batman finished his work, his mind focused on unraveling the mystery of the child the couple had mentioned in their final moments. Who was she? And how did she connect to the horrific transformation that had overtaken the couple? As Batman finished uploading the samples and began to analyze the data, the results started to come in. But before he could delve into the findings, a sudden, sharp ping echoed through his HUD, drawing his attention to the map display. A large, pulsating exclamation mark had appeared on the map, marking a location not far from Batman's current position. Unlike the usual task markers, this one was bright red, oversized, and pulsing with an ominous rhythm. It was a clear sign of something urgent, something that demanded immediate attention. It was the first time Charlie had ever encountered such a mark on the map. The symbol was not only larger than usual, but its ominous bright red color was impossible to ignore. It radiated a sense of foreboding, as if screaming to the players that this event was no ordinary occurrence. The color of death was a stark contrast to the typical symbols he was used to, making this one stand out like a beacon in the dark. From his extensive gaming experience, Charlie knew that in most games, the more conspicuous something was, the more critical it tended to be. It was usually a sign of the main plot or an essential event. However, considering the alien nature of the game he found himself in now, Charlie couldn't quite convince himself that this was the case. The game he was playing didn't follow traditional rules, it was more unpredictable, more dangerous. His recent experiences had taught him a valuable lesson: the appearance of exclamation marks on the map might not be system-generated. Instead, they seemed to be tied to the hero character he was currently controlling, Batman. The marks appeared not because the game recognized something important, but because the character he was guiding sensed something of significance. Perhaps Batman had spotted something while gliding through the air, or maybe he had picked up a signal over the radio. It could even be a gut feeling, an instinct that something was off. Whatever the reason, it was clear that when Batman perceived a potential threat or clue, a mark would appear on the map, urging Charlie to investigate. Given the uniqueness of this mark, Charlie knew he couldn't ignore it. The prospect of uncovering something new and potentially dangerous was too intriguing to pass up. He quickly uploaded the DNA information for comparison, allowing the system to analyze any possible matches. Then, with a swift command, he manipulated Batman to raise his claw gun. The device shot out, anchoring itself to the edge of a nearby building. Batman's cloak spread wide like the wings of a bat, and with a silent leap, he disappeared into the shadows, merging seamlessly with the night. The marked location wasn't far, and it didn't take long for Batman to reach it. The rooftops provided ample cover as he glided silently through the city, his form rising and falling with the natural rhythm of the urban landscape. The city below was a patchwork of light and shadow, with the occasional flicker of neon signs and the steady hum of distant traffic filling the air. When Batman finally arrived, Charlie activated detective mode, scanning the area for any signs of life. The scan confirmed what he had suspected: it was a blind spot for surveillance, an area hidden from the prying eyes of cameras. He manipulated Batman to descend into the shadow on the top floor of a nearby building, blending into the darkness like a ghost. From this vantage point, he could observe the situation below without being detected. The building in question was old, its once vibrant paint now a faded memory, peeling away in large, unsightly patches. It was clear that the structure had seen better days. Time had taken its toll on the once proud edifice. The walls were cracked, and the windows were either boarded up or shattered, creating an eerie, abandoned atmosphere. The only sign of life was the collection of cars parked haphazardly near the entrance. A group of soldiers in black combat uniforms surrounded the building, their weapons gleaming under the dim street lights. They were heavily armed, their faces hidden behind tactical masks, and their movements were precise, disciplined. Switching to Batman's first-person detective mode, Charlie zoomed in on the scene, letting the camera focus on the details. He scanned the faces of the soldiers, analyzing their gear and posture. That's when he noticed something familiar. Melanie was among them. Her face, partially obscured by her helmet, bore an unmistakable determination. Is there a party hosted by Special Service Lunatic Asylum? Charlie mused. The thought crossed his mind, but the situation seemed too serious for it to be a simple gathering. He quickly realized that figuring out what was going on wouldn't be too difficult. After all, now he, or rather, Batman, had a special service pass. As long as the information was stored in the Riverton Branch's database, he could access it. Charlie activated the computer mounted on Batman's wrist, the interface lighting up with a soft blue glow. He entered the necessary queries, his fingers moving quickly across the holographic keys. Within seconds, the system provided the information he sought. It turned out that the Asylum, aka Service Division, had organized an event today. Based on reports from ordinary people, they had identified an infected individual within the area. What made this case particularly concerning was the high level of infection detected. The infection wasn't just a mild case, it was severe, potentially deadly. Tonight was the scheduled capture operation to neutralize the threat. TL note, are you guys alright with calling the division, mental asylum, or names of a similar nature? It's more of a joke on Charlie's behalf. The realization hit Charlie like a cold wave. This wasn't just a routine operation, it was something far more dangerous. The special service team was dealing with an infected individual whose condition was advanced, making the situation far more volatile. The thought of encountering such a powerful infected sent a shiver down his spine. This served as a stark reminder that despite the chaos and inefficiency that sometimes plagued the service division, they were still doing their job. They were out there, confronting dangers that most people couldn't even comprehend. While Charlie had often been the one to swoop in, claiming experience points and leaving the cleanup to the professionals, he couldn't deny the crucial role they played in maintaining some semblance of order. The capture plan they had in place was not a simple one. They weren't just sending agents into search room by room, as that would be both inefficient and extremely dangerous. The infection level inside the building was akin to something out of a horror film, a place where evil lurked in every shadow, and danger was never far away. Entering such a location directly would be a death sentence for most. Instead, they used a different approach. A large amount of tear gas was released into the building, its noxious fumes forcing the infected out into the open. The plan worked almost immediately. A woman with wild, disheveled hair burst through a window, her eyes blazing with a primal fury. She charged into the open space with a speed and aggression that took the soldiers by surprise. But they were ready for her. As soon as she appeared, powerful concussion bombs were deployed, exploding with a deafening roar. The woman's hearing and vision were instantly compromised, her senses overwhelmed by the sudden assault. She stumbled, her feet unsteady as she tried to regain her balance, but the ground seemed to shift beneath her, and she fell hard onto the cold, unforgiving pavement. Despite the force of the concussion bombs, Charlie knew these weapons had limited effects on the infected. Their resilience was remarkable, and it wouldn't be long before she recovered. But the mobile team wasn't about to give her that chance. The moment she stopped moving, a hail of bullets rained down on her. The sound was deafening, like the roar of an unstoppable force. The bullets tore through her flesh, each impact sending shockwaves through her body. Blood sprayed in all directions, painting the ground in a grotesque pattern. The sheer power of the onslaught forced her to the ground, where she continued to twitch, her body convulsing under the relentless assault. Bullet casings fell like metallic rain, clattering to the ground with a rhythmic, almost eerie sound. The infected were known for their extraordinary physical strength and resilience, but even they had limits. This woman was no exception. Her body, now twisted and broken, was a grotesque parody of its former self. Her bones were shattered, her limbs mangled beyond recognition. Her legs, once strong and agile, were now twisted like grotesque pretzels. She was barely recognizable as a human being. Yet, despite the horrific damage, she continued to crawl. Her movements were slow and agonizing, but there was a tenacity in her that was both terrifying and pitiable. She clawed at the ground, dragging her ruined body forward with an iron will that refused to surrender. No, you can't. No one can take her. I won't allow. The words were barely audible, a raspy whisper that seemed to come from deep within her shattered body. Others might not have noticed, but from his high perch, Charlie heard it clearly. The sentence struck him with a sense of déjà vu. It was the same reaction that Ferb had exhibited earlier, the same desperate resolve. But the infected woman's strength was waning. With one last, pitiful effort, she collapsed, her body finally giving out. She lay there, motionless, a tragic figure in a pool of her own blood. The threat had been neutralized, and the situation seemed under control. The service division agents began their cleanup operation, moving in to contain the scene and assess the degree of infection. Unlike the earlier encounter at the coffee shop, where the infected individual's condition had been less severe, this woman was beyond saving. Her fate had been sealed the moment she stepped out of that building. To Charlie, it seemed like a perfect ending. The danger had been dealt with, the infected neutralized, and the area secured. But something still felt off. Why had such a prominent red mark appeared on the map for what turned out to be a relatively straightforward capture operation? Was it because it was rare for the Secret Service Lunatic Asylum to mobilize so many agents? The thought nagged at him, but before he could delve deeper into it, something else caught his attention. Nixon, a member of the mobile team, stood at attention, his body tense and alert. The target had been captured, but Nixon knew better than to relax. In the service division, letting your guard down was a mistake that could easily cost you your life. Their enemies often defied logic and reason, and even in the aftermath of a battle, the unexpected could strike at any moment. The team's surroundings were still thick with tension. The air was heavy with the lingering scent of tear gas and the metallic tang of blood. The ground was littered with spent bullet casings, and the once intact building now bore the scars of the intense firefight. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a hazy atmosphere that made it hard to see clearly. As Nixon scanned the area, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Melanie, the operation leader. She was standing with her back to him, directing the cleanup with her usual composed demeanor. But something was off. Greg's eyes widened in horror as he noticed a pair of decaying hands, almost skeletal, emerging from the darkness behind her. The hands seemed to materialize out of nowhere, as if conjured by the shadows themselves. A moment later, a head followed a grotesque, rotting visage that barely resembled anything human. The skin was peeling away, revealing patches of bone underneath, and the eyes, or what was left of them, glowed with a sickly green light. The head rested on Melanie's shoulder, tilting slightly as if whispering into her ear. The decaying mouth moved, but no sound came out, only a ghastly mimicry of speech. Nixon's heart pounded in his chest, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. He reacted instinctively, raising his gun and pointing it directly at the horrifying apparition. But just as he was about to shout a warning, the figure vanished. It didn't disappear gradually or slip back into the shadows, it was just gone, as if it had never been there. Melanie turned around at the sound of Greg's gun being raised, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. The other agents also noticed and immediately tensed up, their weapons at the ready. "Greg, what are you doing?" Melanie's voice was icy, cutting through the tension like a knife. Greg hesitated, lowering his gun but unable to find the words to explain what he had just seen. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had it been a hallucination? A trick of the light? But it had felt so real, so tangible. I thought I saw. His voice trailed off as he realized how ridiculous it would sound. There was nothing behind Melanie now, just empty space. Melanie's frown deepened, and she seemed to be weighing his response. In the service division, even the strongest agents could be infected under the right circumstances, and hallucinations were one of the more common early symptoms. "Are you feeling all right?" she asked, her tone more measured now. "You didn't get exposed to anything, did you?" Greg opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, their communication devices crackled to life with urgent voices. "Team leader, we've got an infected." The sudden shout through the earpieces sent a shockwave through the team. Melanie immediately turned towards the source of the alarm. Emerging from the shadows at the edge of their perimeter was another infected, this one almost on top of the agents before anyone had realized it. The creature was terrifyingly close, its twisted form lunging at the nearest agent, its jaws snapping with a hunger that seemed insatiable. The team's formation broke apart in an instant. Some agents fired their weapons at the infected while others were forced into close-quarters combat, knives drawn as they fought off the feral onslaught. The infected's eyes burned with a frenzied light, its movements fast and erratic, making it difficult to land a killing blow. Melanie's mind raced. They had thoroughly scouted the area before beginning the operation, every resident had been evacuated, and no one was supposed to be around except for their primary target. Where had these additional infected come from? How had they avoided detection? But there was no time for questions now. "Third group, UC formation," she barked, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Everyone else, provide support." Even as the orders left her mouth, another distress call crackled through the comms. "Infected? Group 5 requests immediate support." Melanie turned to see another group of infected appearing from yet another direction, this time taking down an agent who was struggling to keep his attacker at bay. The infected pinned him to the ground, snarling as it tried to tear into him. The scene was one of sheer madness, and the agents were now fighting on multiple fronts, the ambush throwing their carefully laid plans into disarray. Ambushed? There was no doubt about it now. Somehow, their movements had been anticipated, their actions countered. But by whom? And why had they allowed the operation to proceed until now? As the battle raged on, Melanie made a quick decision. Stabilizing the situation was her top priority. All units. Before she could finish, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. The sudden quake caught everyone off guard, and the agents struggled to maintain their footing. Buildings around them groaned under the strain, cracks spider-webbing across their surfaces as they threatened to collapse. The tremors intensified, and the ground started to split open. Huge cracks snaked across the landscape, widening rapidly as sections of the street began to sink into the earth. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring vision and choking the agents as they tried to regain control of the situation. From within the widening cracks, something massive and otherworldly began to emerge. Thick, pulsating tentacles, each as wide as a tree trunk, slithered out of the earth, wrapping themselves around the surrounding buildings with crushing force. The ground buckled as these monstrous appendages reinserted themselves into the earth, anchoring whatever lay beneath. The agents watched in horror as a gigantic, nightmarish entity slowly forced its way out of the ground. In an instant, a wave of terror washed over everyone present. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on their chests and making it difficult to breathe. The source of this fear loomed before them, a massive, grotesque figure that defied the very laws of nature. Its body was a twisted amalgamation of flesh and scales, pulsating with a sickly glow that seemed to ooze malevolence. Thick, sinewy tentacles protruded from what could loosely be called its face, writhing and twisting as if with a mind of their own. The scales covering its body weren't ordinary, they were made of some unknown substance, shimmering with an eerie, otherworldly light that made them appear almost alive. Every movement of the creature sent tremors through the ground, each step a thunderous quake that rattled the very bones of those who faced it. Its presence was overwhelming, a force of nature that seemed to bend reality around it. The sheer size of the monstrosity, coupled with its nightmarish appearance, made it nearly impossible to comprehend, let alone confront. Panic rippled through the ranks of the agents. Melanie, ever the composed leader, could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Her voice, usually steady and authoritative, was tinged with urgency as she barked orders into her headset, requesting immediate support from headquarters. But the only response she received was a desperate rustling, the telltale sign of interference or worse, complete silence from the other end. Around them, the world began to warp and twist in ways that defied explanation. The surrounding buildings, once solid and reliable, seemed to separate from reality, their structures splitting along invisible lines that carved through the sky itself. The sky above appeared to tear apart, dividing into two distinct halves by a line that seemed to shimmer with a translucent quality. The two halves of the sky reflected each other like a pair of twisted mirrors, with everything within those reflections moving at an unnaturally rapid pace, creating a chaotic, kaleidoscopic effect that disoriented those who looked too closely. The ground beneath their feet was not spared from this bizarre phenomenon. Tiles and stones began to lift off the surface, floating upward as if gravity had suddenly lost its hold. The floating debris aligned themselves in a strange pattern, forming what looked like a suspended escalator leading up into the sky. The scene was surreal, as if the very fabric of the world was unraveling before their eyes. From the far end of this makeshift escalator, a figure emerged, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored black tuxedo, complete with a bow tie, exuding an air of elegance that seemed almost mocking in the face of the devastation. A mask with a hypnotic swirl pattern covered his face, obscuring his features and adding to his unsettling presence. In his hand, he held a thick black cane, which he tapped lightly against the floating bricks as he walked. It was as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through a park, not traversing a battlefield where reality itself was breaking apart. The masked man moved with an eerie grace, stepping lightly on the suspended bricks as though he were floating on air. He seemed unaffected by the bullets that suddenly rained down on him from all sides, fired by the panicked agents who had instinctively turned their weapons on him. Their training kicked in, but this time, it wasn't just protocol guiding their actions, it was pure, primal fear. Later, when questioned about the incident, the agents would all say the same thing: they didn't know why they had fired. It wasn't a conscious decision, it was as if their bodies had acted on their own, driven by an overwhelming need to eliminate the threat before them. It was as if every instinct they had screamed that this man, more than anything else they had ever faced, was a danger that had to be stopped. The sound of gunfire echoed across the battlefield, but the masked man continued his calm, unhurried walk. The bullets, which should have torn through flesh and bone, never reached their mark. Instead, they stopped mid-air, just 2 or 3 meters away from him. It was as if time itself had frozen in place, suspending the bullets in a bizarre tableau of violence halted mid-action. For a moment, the bullets hovered there, suspended in the air like a deadly cloud. Then, without warning, they vanished, dissolving into nothingness as if they had never existed. The masked man didn't even glance at the projectiles. His attention remained focused on his destination as he descended from the sky, his cane tapping lightly against the floating bricks. 9th Special Service Division, he said, his voice smooth and tinged with amusement. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Before he could say more, Melanie acted. With a swift, practiced motion, she hurled a small device at the masked man's feet. The object rolled smoothly across the floating bricks, coming to rest directly in front of him. A sound and light grenade. This particular device was designed for maximum disruption. Upon detonation, it would unleash a deafening blast loud enough to rupture eardrums, accompanied by a blinding flash capable of temporarily blinding anyone caught in its radius. It was a tool of last resort, meant to incapacitate even the most dangerous foes. But as the grenade detonated, something impossible happened. The masked man simply snapped his fingers, and the explosion vanished. The sound, the light, the very force of the blast, all of it disappeared as if erased from existence. The grenade itself was gone, leaving behind no trace of its detonation. Then, in the blink of an eye, the grenade reappeared, this time, within the ranks of the agents on the other side of the battlefield. The explosion, now unleashed among the unsuspecting agents, was devastating. The bright flash and thunderous roar blinded and disoriented them, leaving several of them incapacitated in an instant. Melanie's heart skipped a beat. What kind of power was this? How could someone simply redirect an explosion like that, as if it were a harmless trick? As she struggled to comprehend the situation, the giant tentacled creature above them moved with terrifying speed. Its thick, powerful appendages crashed down onto the ground, each impact sending shockwaves through the earth that cracked and shattered the surface. The force was so great that it seemed to warp the very landscape, twisting and bending the buildings around it. The infected creatures surged forward, their grotesque forms a nightmarish tide that threatened to engulf the agents. Some agents were firing frantically at the infected, trying to hold them back, while others were locked in desperate close-quarters combat, fighting to free themselves from the creatures that had latched onto them. All the while, the giant shadow above loomed ominously, its presence an ever-present threat. The world was falling apart around them. Personally, I hate violence, the masked man said, his tone calm and almost conversational, as if he were discussing something mundane. But this is humanity's choice, isn't it? To use force against everything they don't understand. People reject the unknown, and that is why the great gods have deemed humanity unworthy. He trailed off, his gaze shifting as something caught his attention. His eyes, visible through the mask, narrowed in curiosity. Slowly, he turned around to face a new arrival. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its pale light over the chaotic scene below. The moonlight, usually soft and serene, seemed to take on a sharp, almost divine quality as it bathed the figure that now descended from above. Cloaked in white, the figure moved with an otherworldly grace, as if he were a part of the very moonlight that illuminated him. His cape billowed out behind him like a pair of wings, and when he landed, the impact was marked by a dull, echoing thud that resonated through the ground. Moon Knight. The masked man's lips curled into a smirk. I was wondering when you lunatics in fancy clothes were going to show up. Moon Knight said nothing in response. His silence was more menacing than any threat could have been. With a sudden burst of speed, he kicked off the ground, his cape spreading wide as he became a blur of white. In an instant, he was upon the masked man, closing the distance with deadly precision. The masked man, still calm, didn't move. He watched as Moon Knight approached, his expression unreadable behind the swirling mask. Above them, one of the giant tentacles reared back and then slammed down, aiming to crush Moon Knight with overwhelming force. The impact was so powerful that the ground beneath them sank, sending debris flying in all directions. But when the dust cleared, the masked man's smirk faded. Moon Knight had not only survived the blow, but he had used it to his advantage. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance and was now directly in front of the masked man, his fist already swinging toward his target. The masked man barely had time to raise his cane in defense. Moon Knight's punch connected with the cane, and the force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. The masked man staggered back, his cloak billowing out as he struggled to maintain his footing. The ground beneath them cracked, unable to withstand the force of their clash. For the first time, the masked man's eyes showed something other than amusement. There was a flicker of surprise, even fear, as he realized that Moon Knight's speed and strength were far beyond what he had anticipated. The tentacle's attack, which should have pulverized any normal human, had been nothing more than an inconvenience to him. The masked man flipped in midair, landing lightly on his feet. His cane, still in hand, was slammed into the ground, sending a wave of energy rippling through the earth. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, fingers splayed wide. A crack appeared in the ground, spreading rapidly as it raced toward Moon Knight. The earth on either side of the crack began to rise, forming two towering walls that closed in on him with a deafening crash. The force behind the move was immense enough to crush steel, let alone flesh and bone. But it was futile. With a resounding bang, Moon Knight burst through the closing walls, emerging unscathed from what should have been a fatal trap. He was relentless, like a silver bullet that had been fired and would not stop until it hit its mark. Impossible, the masked man muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. His calm demeanor was gone, replaced by a growing sense of dread. The white-clad figure before him was no ordinary opponent. There was something about him, something unstoppable, like a force of nature that couldn't be reasoned with or deterred. The masked man's mind raced as he tried to comprehend what was happening. His earlier confidence was crumbling in the face of this relentless adversary. He could feel the cold grip of fear tightening around his heart. I don't know who you are, the masked man sneered, trying to regain his composure, but no one can stand before the supreme Lidos. Before he could finish, Moon Knight closed the distance again, moving with blinding speed. The masked man raised his cane to block the strike, but Moon Knight's fist was already there, slamming into the cane with such force that the ground beneath them trembled. The impact sent the masked man flying backward, but he managed to twist in midair, landing on his feet with practiced agility. He gritted his teeth, realizing that his usual tricks weren't going to work against this opponent. With a surge of desperation, he channeled all of his energy into his cane. The ground in front of him suddenly dropped away, swallowed by a void of darkness. The very earth seemed to disappear, leaving behind nothing but a gaping chasm that stretched into infinity. It was as if the masked man had erased the space between him and Moon Knight, leaving only an endless abyss that no one could cross. But even that was not enough. Moon Knight, undeterred by the disappearance of the ground beneath him, continued to advance. He walked across the void as if it were solid ground, his steps steady and unwavering. The sight was surreal, almost impossible, like something out of a cartoon where the laws of physics simply didn't apply. But here, it wasn't funny. It was terrifying. The masked man watched in horror as Moon Knight crossed the void, his white cloak billowing out behind him like the wings of an angel or perhaps a reaper. Nothing could stop him, not even the erasure of space itself. In a last-ditch effort, the masked man swung his cane at Moon Knight, aiming for a decisive blow. But Moon Knight caught the cane with one hand, effortlessly stopping the attack. With his other hand, he blocked a punch from the masked man, the force of their clash sending shockwaves through the air. For a brief moment, they were locked in a stalemate, the masked man's eyes cold and calculating. But beneath that cold exterior, there was a flicker of fear, a realization that he was up against something far beyond his understanding. Can you see the reality? The masked man asked, his voice trembling slightly as he stared into the eyes of his relentless foe. A few minutes ago, Charlie was overwhelmed with a mix of confusion and awe when he first laid eyes on the giant creature that emerged from the chaotic distortions in the sky. The creature was nothing short of a nightmare, a hulking behemoth with writhing tentacles and a grotesque, twisted form that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. It was as if a being from another dimension had been forcibly dragged into their reality, its mere presence warping the world around it. Although the red exclamation mark on the map had alerted him to something significant, Charlie never anticipated that it would lead to such an earth-shattering revelation. This was beyond anything he had encountered before, an encounter so explosive that it felt like the very fabric of reality was on the verge of unraveling. But the appearance of the masked man threw him even more off balance. The way the man manipulated space, bending it to his will as if it were nothing more than clay in his hands, was terrifying. Each wave of the masked man's hand caused the world around him to ripple and shift, like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending shockwaves through the environment that distorted reality itself. Charlie couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Taking this man down would be no simple task. After weighing his options, Charlie decided to switch his character to Moon Knight. If he was going to help the Madhouse team, he'd need the kind of power and resilience that only Moon Knight could provide. Worst case scenario, he could always retreat and try again later. The cooldown time was a small price to pay for survival. As he prepared to dive into the fray, searching for the perfect angle to enter the battlefield, Charlie's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected voice in his earphones. The voice was calm, almost philosophical, yet it carried a weight that made Charlie's pulse quicken. People are always like this. They trust their own eyes, are easily fooled, and can be easily deceived. Startled, Charlie spun Moon Knight around, his heart pounding in his chest. There, standing behind him, was a figure that seemed almost out of place, a being with the head of a vulture. The creature's appearance was skeletal, its long, sharp beak giving it a menacing look. The body, however, was humanoid, clad in a flowing gray-white robe. In one of its taloned hands, it held a halberd-like weapon, its sharp tip curving like a crescent moon. This was Khonsu, the ancient Egyptian moon god who had granted Moon Knight his powers. Charlie recognized him instantly, but that recognition only deepened his surprise. It wasn't every day that you encountered the actual deity behind your character's abilities in a game. Was this some kind of special bonus feature? A buy one, get one free deal where Moon Knight came packaged with Khonsu himself? Everyone familiar with Moon Knight's story knew the lore. Mark was a mercenary who had found himself at death's door in an ancient Egyptian temple. There, he had met Khonsu, who had offered him a second chance at life but at a price. Khonsu's words had been clear, Mark Spector, open your eyes. I am Khonsu. I see potential in you, and you are worthy to become my avatar, serving justice in the world. I cannot act on Earth alone, so together we must fight evil. Perhaps Mark had felt a surge of hope when he heard those words, thinking he was about to gain powers akin to an Ultraman-like hero. He eagerly accepted the offer, thinking he was stepping into a role of a lifetime. But instead of joining some benevolent cosmic force, Mark found himself shackled to a private entity with dubious motives, embarking on a grueling life of servitude under the whims of a god with a twisted sense of justice. In both the comics and the MCU, Khonsu's goal had always been clear, to destroy evil and protect those who traveled by night. But Khonsu was no saint. He was a manipulative entity, willing to do whatever it took to achieve his ends, even if it meant exploiting those who served him. Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that this vulture-headed deity was up to something more than he let on, a puppet master who preferred to stay in the shadows. What's the meaning of this? It was Moon Knight, now visible on Charlie's screen, who voiced the question. The digital rendering of the character conveyed the tension that Charlie felt in his own chest. See with your heart, Mark Spector, not with your eyes, Khonsu replied, his voice resonating with an ancient, almost otherworldly wisdom. He punctuated his words by striking his crescent-shaped wand against the ground, the impact creating a small shockwave. These are mere illusions, nothing more than fancy tricks. Can you help me or not? Moon Knight's voice was filled with determination, but there was an edge of frustration. He needed clarity in the face of such overwhelming odds. Khonsu let out a disdainful snort, the sound echoing as if it came from the depths of a vast cavern. I am the moon god. Dispelling this inferior illusion is child's play for me. With that, Khonsu raised his crescent-shaped wand high above his head. Transparent waves of energy radiated from the tip of the crescent, spreading out like ripples in a pond, but with a force that seemed to shake the very heavens. The energy shot into the sky, its brilliance piercing through the twisted, distorted reality that had engulfed the battlefield. As the energy cascaded over the scene, the changes were immediate and profound. The split sky, once fragmented like a broken mirror, seamlessly knitted itself back together. The colossal tentacled creature, which had loomed like a nightmarish entity from another realm, simply vanished, as though it had never existed. The sunken buildings that had appeared ready to collapse snapped back into place, standing tall and intact as if nothing had ever happened. And the agents below, who had been locked in mortal combat with invisible foes, were suddenly revealed to be fighting shadows, swinging at the empty air or turning on each other in their confusion. It had all been an illusion, a grand, elaborate trick designed to warp the perceptions of those trapped within it. The lore surrounding these Egyptian gods, such as Khonsu, was complex and steeped in mystery. In the mortal world, they were akin to ghosts, intangible and unable to physically interact with anything or anyone. Their powers were vast, but they were also limited in direct influence, especially when it came to harming mortals. This restriction meant that Kangsa needed a proxy, someone like Moon Knight, to act on his behalf and carry out his will. Without Mark, Kangsa would be powerless, unable to enact his divine retribution or protect the travelers of the night. But despite his manipulative nature, Kangsa had proven himself reliable in battle. When his goals aligned with Mark's, the Moon God could be a formidable ally, and in moments like this, when the stakes were highest, Charlie found himself grateful for the deity's intervention. With Kangsa's assistance, Charlie steered Moon Knight back into the fray, moving with renewed purpose. The illusion had been shattered, and now it was time to face the true threat head-on. As Moon Knight leaped into action, the world around him returned to its original state, the battlefield clear of the monstrous distractions that had plagued it moments before. But even with the illusion dispelled, the masked man remained a formidable opponent. His ability wasn't purely visual deception, it was something far more insidious. He had the power to create dreams and manipulate those trapped within them. He had crafted a waking nightmare, pulling all those within range into a dreamscape where he reigned supreme. In this twisted realm, the lines between dream and reality blurred, making it nearly impossible for the dreamers to tell which was which. Everything within this dream world was under his control, and the dreamers were mere puppets, their senses manipulated at his whim. However, it was still just a dream. While the masked man couldn't physically harm the dreamers with his creations, he could distort their perceptions, bending their reality to his will. What they saw, heard, and touched in the dream world was indistinguishable from reality, making them easy prey for his manipulations. In this dream world, the masked man was supposed to be invincible. He could create any reality he desired, trapping his enemies in a web of illusions from which there seemed to be no escape. But for Moon Knight, backed by Kangsa, the dream world held no power. As soon as the illusions fell away, Moon Knight moved with deadly precision. In close combat, he was a force of nature, his every move calculated and devastating. The masked man, despite his best efforts, found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Moon Knight's fists connected with brutal efficiency, each blow landing with the force of a sledgehammer, driving the air from the masked man's lungs and leaving his bones feeling like they had been shattered into pieces. The masked man quickly realized that this wasn't just any opponent. This was no mere special being, no infected individual with enhanced abilities. No matter how powerful the infection, it still left its host bound to the limitations of a mortal body. Even if they gained strange new powers, their physical strength couldn't possibly reach the levels that Moon Knight was displaying. No, this was something else entirely. Are you a phantom? The masked man asked, his voice low and filled with suspicion as he locked eyes with Moon Knight. There was a note of fear in his voice now, a crack in the facade of calm he had maintained. But Moon Knight offered no answer. His silence was as menacing as any threat could have been. The next moment, a powerful kick from Moon Knight's leg sent a shockwave through the masked man's body, the impact so severe that he felt his spine shift, as if it had been knocked out of alignment by the sheer force. The masked man's mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. It was clear now that his opponent hadn't fallen into the dream world he controlled. The space distortions, the rewritten realities within the dream, none of it seemed to affect Moon Knight. It was as if the knight could see right through the fabrications, cutting through the illusions to perceive the true reality beneath. But the masked man wasn't one to panic easily. Despite the agony coursing through his body, he forced himself to think clearly. He could feel no physical pain, and neither the displacement of his organs nor the dislocation of his bones hindered his thoughts. So, the dream effects didn't work on this guy? Fine. But the masked man knew his dream world didn't need to directly affect his enemy to be effective. With a single thought, the masked man shifted his focus to the agents scattered around the battlefield. Instantly, several of them turned their weapons on Moon Knight. The sound of gunfire erupted once more as muzzle flashes lit up the darkened scene, and a barrage of bullets tore through the air, heading straight for the white-clad figure. The agents were still trapped in the dream world, their senses twisted and manipulated by the masked man's influence. From their perspective, they were still engaged in a desperate fight against the infested and the giant creature that had appeared earlier. But in reality, the agents had turned their weapons on Moon Knight, believing they were targeting the monstrous threats they had been fighting moments before. From the agents' perspective, the space around them had begun to warp again, like a mirror folding in on itself. The bullets they fired seemed to fall into cracks that connected different dimensions, only to emerge from those cracks in a different space, all aimed directly at Moon Knight. But Moon Knight stood his ground, his white cloak billowing out like the wings of an avenging angel. The bullets, which should have torn through him, instead seemed to disappear into his cloak. It was as if the fabric absorbed the kinetic energy of the bullets, causing them to ripple across its surface like stones skipped across a pond. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Moon Knight reversed the direction of the bullets. The dense rain of metal suddenly shifted course, sweeping back toward the masked man like a deadly tidal wave. Countless bullets tore through the air, each one homing in on the masked man with unerring accuracy. In an instant, they ripped through his body, and he crumpled to the ground, his form shredded by the relentless assault. The scene from a third-person perspective was even more astonishing. The agents, still caught in the dream world, saw the masked man unleash his power, causing the bullets to shift towards Moon Knight. But when Moon Knight retaliated, the bullets changed direction again, this time tearing through the masked man as if enacting some grand cosmic retribution. The agents, dazed and confused, began to question what they were witnessing. Had they somehow stumbled into a battle between gods? Was this even real? What was happening here? The mobile team was shaken to its core. They had come to the stark realization that they were way out of their depth. What had started as a strange but manageable mission to contain an infected outbreak had spiraled into something far more surreal. It was as if the world had suddenly shifted genres from a tense, ghost-hunting action sequence to a full-blown, fantastical battle between gods. They were just mortals, caught in the crossfire of a clash between two titanic forces, and all they could do was cower and hope to survive. The atmosphere was thick with tension and disbelief. The sky above them had been torn asunder by the battle, and the ground trembled with every powerful blow exchanged between the combatants. On one side was Moon Knight, his white cloak billowing like the wings of an avenging angel. On the other was the masked man, a figure of menace who seemed to command the very fabric of reality itself. The earth shook, and the air buzzed with energy as the two clashed, each strike more devastating than the last. But finally, the seemingly endless battle reached its conclusion. Moon Knight's next punch connected squarely with the masked man's face, and the impact was nothing short of catastrophic. The white mask, which had previously hidden the man's identity, crumbled under the force of the blow. It shattered into 1,000 pieces, the fragments scattering like confetti in the wind. The masked man's head snapped back violently, and he staggered before collapsing onto his back, blood spurting from his mouth. For a brief moment, time seemed to slow down. The sound of his cheekbones shattering echoed in his ears like distant thunder, a deep, resonant noise that drowned out everything else. His cane, which had been his tool of power, was knocked from his grasp and clattered away across the ground. The man's body, once poised and confident, now fell heavily, the elegance of his tuxedo starkly contrasting with the violence of his fall. As his body hit the ground, the world around them began to change. The reality they had been fighting in, the world that had seemed so solid and terrifying, began to dissolve like a mirage. The enormous tentacled monster that had towered over them, its many limbs writhing with malevolent intent, flickered and then vanished into thin air. The landscape, which had been torn apart by the battle, began to revert to its original state. The sunken buildings that had appeared on the verge of collapse now stood tall and unscathed, as if nothing had ever happened. The infected creatures, which had seemed so real and so dangerous just moments before, also disappeared. The agents, who had been firing their weapons at what they thought were real enemies, suddenly found themselves shooting at nothing but empty space. Confusion swept through the ranks as they began to realize the extent of the deception. Some agents looked around in bewilderment, finding that they had been wrestling with shadows or grappling with their own teammates, mistaking them for enemies in the chaos. Melanie, who had been caught in the thick of it, frantically scanned the battlefield. The infected figure she had been facing just moments before had vanished. Her heart pounded in her chest as she turned toward where the masked man had fallen, expecting to see him there. But what she saw left her breathless with shock. There was no masked man. The figure that Moon Knight had been beating mercilessly was not the ominous figure in the white mask, but the very infected woman they had initially set out to capture. The woman's body was riddled with bullet holes, her flesh torn and bloodied. Her head was shattered, with half of her brain grotesquely exposed, yet somehow, she was still alive. A low, pained moan escaped her lips as she muttered, "No, my child, no one can take my child." The horrifying realization dawned on them. There had never been a masked man at all, no reinforcements of infected, and certainly no giant tentacled creature. They had all been deceived by an ability user who had never even shown themselves. This unseen assailant had dragged them into a massive, elaborate dream, a carefully constructed nightmare where reality and illusion blended seamlessly. The infected hordes, the monstrous entities, the space-warping distortions, all of it had been a fabrication of the dream maker. The masked man? He was nothing more than the infected woman, transformed within the dream to become the embodiment of their fears. Her movements had been controlled by the Dream Master, turning her into a puppet for their twisted game. From the very beginning, when the mobile team had smoked the infected out of the building and opened fire, they had already been ensnared in the dream. Every action they had taken, every enemy they had fought, had been nothing more than an illusion, a figment of the Dream Maker's imagination. The infected woman had never been subdued, she had never even been truly present. On Charlie's end, after the moon god Kangsa had enhanced his abilities, he had maneuvered Moon Knight to approach the masked man. As he got closer, the illusions began to fall away, revealing the truth. On Charlie's screen, the masked man dissolved, and the image of the infected woman took his place. Elsewhere, a man's previously tense body relaxed. He sat in an elegantly furnished room, his posture refined, dressed in an immaculate tuxedo. A swirling mask obscured his features, and an oddly shaped cane leaned against the armrest of his chair. Behind the mask, his eyes narrowed in thought. "It doesn't look like it went well," he mused, his tone calm but laced with irritation. A sultry female voice broke the silence from behind him. A woman approached, her every step radiating confidence and allure. She was a vision of temptation, her sparse clothing revealing more than it concealed. Her curves were barely covered by the fabric, leaving large swathes of pale skin exposed. The long slit in her skirt reached up to her hips, and the way she moved suggested that she might be wearing nothing underneath. Every movement she made was a deliberate display of seduction, her hips swaying, her lips curling into a knowing smile. A faint, intoxicating fragrance trailed behind her as she moved closer to the man in the mask. There's an old saying that some things may look pure on the outside but be wild on the inside, but there are also those who say, even if there's a black hole there, it's a place I'd explore in my lifetime. Men aren't unreasonable, but when the head below takes control, the one above can only follow. However, the man in the mask seemed entirely unaffected by her presence. He didn't even flinch as she approached, his mind still preoccupied with the events that had just transpired. Dreams have no effect on him, he muttered under his breath, more to himself than to her. But that's impossible. Oh, there are still people who can resist the dream walker. The woman's voice was playful, tinged with curiosity. She draped a snow-white arm over the man's shoulder, her body pressing against his as she leaned in close. Who could be so special? The masked man calmly shrugged off her touch, his voice cold and detached. A white knight. We've never met before, but he is powerful, and not only that. He can see through illusions and perceive reality even within the dreamscape. Oh, so powerful. The woman's laughter was light, almost musical. She didn't seem the least bit deterred by the man's aloofness. Instead, she leaned in closer, her body brushing against his as she casually displayed her assets. Then, do you want me to handle him? She asked with a confident smile, her tone seductive. No matter how strong he is, he's still a man. And as long as he's a man, he has weaknesses. You just need to know how to exploit them. No. The masked man interrupted, his voice sharp, giving her a sidelong glance. Put away your tricks. Not everyone is susceptible to your games. He's a strong fighter, perhaps a disciplined one, but it doesn't matter. He was unexpected, but he's not insurmountable. He won't be so lucky next time. Then why not go in and deal with him now, the woman teased, toying with his bow tie. The masked man hesitated, his thoughts momentarily disrupted. He stared at her through the mask, his gaze cold and calculating. The woman giggled. You're not sure, are you? Because you're not as confident as you claim. Oh, don't tell me you have other plans for him like the dead villains love to say in movies, it's not that complicated. The truth is simple. The White Knight, he scares you, doesn't he? Because you've met someone you can't control, someone who isn't affected by your dreams, someone you can't read or manipulate, someone you don't understand. As she spoke, she moved closer, until she was almost whispering in his ear. Her hand slid from his shoulder to his chest as she spoke softly. Don't worry, I know how it feels. That long-forgotten sensation when something exceeds your expectations, when something makes you question your own power. The masked man suddenly grabbed her wrist, stopping her from moving further. Everyone has fears, deep down, their worst nightmares. And unfortunately for them, digging those up is what I do best, the masked man said in a low, menacing voice. Just wait. The White Knight, whoever he is, I'll find his fears and torment him with the darkest nightmares. Until he's exhausted, desperate, trapped in a nightmare of endless cycles, his spirit broken. Then I'll mercifully grant him death. Crash. One moment, Charlie was blissfully wrapped in the warm cocoon of his bed, savoring the last remnants of a dream. The next, he was jolted awake by the harsh rays of sunlight piercing through the curtains and landing directly on his face. He squinted against the sudden brightness, his groggy eyes slowly adjusting to the new day. As his vision cleared, he saw his mother standing by the window, her figure framed by the drawn curtains. She stood there like an avenging angel, the light streaming around her, giving her an almost ethereal glow. But the look on her face was far from heavenly. She was looking at her son, who was still curled up in bed like a caterpillar in a cocoon, with a mix of affection and exasperation. Still not up by 10? You think it's still morning? Charlie wanted to defend himself, to say that for a hardcore gamer, late mornings were a given, but he couldn't muster the energy. Instead, he groggily reached for his phone on the bedside table. His fingers fumbled with the screen as he tried to unlock it. Finally, he managed to check the time, his expression shifting from sleepy confusion to mild indignation. It's not even 9 yet. But his mother didn't argue. She didn't need to. With the calm authority of someone who had already won the battle, she turned and walked out of the room, leaving Charlie to stare after her in disbelief. He lay in bed for a few more minutes, trying to cling to the remnants of his interrupted sleep. Eventually, though, he gave up and, with a heavy sigh, swung his legs over the side of the bed and forced himself to stand, yawning as he stretched. Last night's mission had been intense, and the rewards were more than satisfying. But what irked him was that the enemy, the one who had manipulated dreams and created chaos, had managed to escape. Charlie's instincts told him that defeating that foe would have earned him a treasure trove of experience points. It was frustrating to think that the opportunity had slipped through his fingers, leaving him with unfinished business. He could only wait for the next chance to confront the elusive enemy. Maybe it was because he'd called upon the moon god Kongsa for help, but operating as Moon Knight had drained him more than usual. The battle had left him feeling exhausted, his energy sapped. By the time the fight was over, he had barely managed to log off the game before collapsing into bed. He had swallowed a quick supplement, hoping it would help restore his energy, and then drifted into a deep, dream-filled sleep. Now that he was awake, Charlie felt somewhat rejuvenated. The rest had done him good, and as he got dressed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up, he felt a bit more like himself. When he returned to his room, he noticed his mother was tidying up, smoothing the sheets, and fluffing the pillows as she made the bed. At first, Charlie didn't think much of it. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the unused box of supplements on the bedside table. A jolt of panic shot through him, and he almost blurted out, "Mom, it's not what you think." But he quickly bit his tongue, holding back the impulse. Luckily, this time, his mother didn't ask any awkward questions like she had when she once saw his figurine collection and wondered aloud why some of them weren't fully dressed. Instead, she kept quiet, going about her task as if nothing was amiss. But Charlie knew better. He was certain she had seen the box of supplements. It was too late to explain, and besides, how could he possibly explain? Telling her that he was playing a game that required supplements to maintain his energy sounded ridiculous, even to him. He sighed inwardly, glancing at the box again. The supplements were effective, no doubt about that, but they always seemed to carry the wrong implication. It wasn't the first time he'd been misunderstood because of them. If only he had the protection of the moon god Kongsu like Moon Knight did. In Egyptian mythology, Kongsu, the god of light and night, was said to protect travelers and enhance male vitality. Charlie figured that working for Kongsu must come with some hidden perks that Moon Knight surely enjoyed. After grabbing a quick bite for breakfast, Charlie decided to take his mother out for lunch. He wanted to do something nice for her, especially after yesterday's events. He had originally planned to take her to the business district across the way, where there were a couple of restaurants he had been wanting to try, but the incident at the milk tea shop the day before had left the entire area under quarantine. Even though the Secret Service had cleared the infection, the district was still locked down, and it didn't look like it would reopen for at least a week. So, Charlie and his mother headed to the only other nearby business district. It was a bit further away, but it was their only option. However, with the first business district closed, everyone in the area seemed to have flocked to the second one. As it was the weekend, the streets were teeming with people, all looking for a place to eat, shop, or simply pass the time. Even on the drive there, it was clear that the area was busier than usual. The roads were jam-packed with cars, the traffic moving at a snail's pace. Charlie could hear the cacophony of honking horns even through the closed windows of the car. The frustration of the drivers was palpable, and it wasn't long before the sound of blaring horns gave way to the more colorful language of drivers who had lost their patience. The shouts and insults flying between car windows were almost enough to make Charlie smile, reminding him of a relative with a notorious case of road rage. This relative was known for muttering curses like stupid BTCH and dumb SN while driving, and though these curses were potent, they came with a risk. If used on the wrong person, they could escalate into a full-blown argument where no one came out unscathed. When they finally arrived at the mall, it was a sea of people. The crowds were dense, and even though it wasn't quite lunchtime yet, there were already long lines forming at the entrances of the most popular restaurants. But Charlie had anticipated this. He had wisely reserved a spot online earlier, and by the time they arrived at the restaurant, there were only a couple of tables ahead of them. They took a seat in the waiting area just outside the restaurant, settling in for what would hopefully be a short wait. The two hadn't talked much since they left the house, the silence between them comfortable but tinged with unspoken thoughts. Yesterday's unexpected incident had prompted Charlie to tell his mother that he had taken up a part-time job with the service division. Although he played it down, explaining that it was more of an observer role where he just watched from the sidelines, the nature of the job was still dangerous. His mother, Megan, hadn't said much in response, but Charlie could sense her unease. "There's something you don't know," she began, her voice soft but steady as she stared at the railing in the corridor for a few moments before continuing. "It was the year you first left us to come here for college. Because you had never left home before. You were always with us. So, it made me very uneasy, very anxious. Your dad laughed at me, said I was worrying too much. He said you were a man now, that you should have been independent long ago. He told me that at your age, he was already out on his own. But I couldn't help it. I was still uneasy. Especially in those first few days. I would dream about you every night and wake up in the middle of the night, wondering if you were homesick, if you could adapt to living on your own, if you were handling everything okay. I knew your dad was right, but I just couldn't rest easy. I couldn't sleep peacefully." She paused, then turned to look at Charlie, her eyes soft with maternal concern. "So, I bought a plane ticket and flew to Riverton." Charlie was taken aback. You came to Riverton? When I first started college. Yes. But Dad, you didn't tell me. Because I didn't want you to know how worried I was, and I didn't want you to think I was interfering too much in your life." Megan's voice was gentle, but there was an undercurrent of emotion. "I only stayed for one day. I got off the plane at 6 in the morning and found your address. I watched you go out, so you get breakfast, go to class. I watched from outside the classroom, so you attend your lectures, have lunch, and then go back to your apartment at the end of the day. You seemed fine-spirited, independent, something I hadn't really seen when you were with us. I flew back that same night. Your dad picked me up at the airport after work and teased me, saying I'd never learn how to let go." Charlie was at a loss for words. The image of his mother, quietly following him through the day, watching him from a distance, filled him with a mixture of gratitude and guilt. "I never knew. You've grown up, you've got your own life, your own plans. I know you're dealing with things we may not fully understand. We won't try to persuade you to abandon your goals. But we want you to know that no matter where you are or what you face, your dad and I will always be here for you." Charlie's throat tightened, and he felt his eyes prick with unexpected tears. He wanted to say something, anything, but the words were lodged in his throat, refusing to come out. "I'll go check how many tables are still ahead of us," he finally managed to say, though it wasn't what he wanted to express. He didn't know why those words had come out, but he needed a moment to compose himself. Taking a deep breath, he stood and started to walk toward the counter. But as he moved, he felt the weight of someone's gaze on him. Charlie paused, instinctively turning his head in the direction of the gaze. Sitting in the waiting area, a few seats away, was a girl who seemed almost too perfect to be real. She was delicate, like a porcelain doll, her features refined and ethereal. She wore a white dress that made her look even more like a work of art. Her light blue eyes were large and unblinking, fixed intently on him as if she were trying to figure him out. She didn't look away when their eyes met. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, as if curious about him, and continued to stare, her expression unreadable. Charlie quickly recognized the girl sitting in the waiting area. After all, they had just met yesterday under circumstances that were anything but ordinary. In fact, she had saved him from a potentially disastrous situation. Her name was Fana, the only agent of the 9th Special Service Division known to have complete control over her phantom, an ability that set her apart from everyone else in the organization. As they locked eyes, Charlie felt a moment of hesitation. It wasn't often that someone as quiet and enigmatic as Fana would catch his attention, let alone respond to it. But he couldn't just ignore her, especially after what had happened the day before. There was a brief, almost awkward pause as they looked at each other, and Charlie found himself caught off guard by the intensity of her gaze. Her large, light blue eyes seemed to pierce right through him, as if she could see everything he was thinking. For a second, Charlie considered how strange it was to be in this situation. Here they were, in a bustling restaurant, surrounded by the mundane chatter of people enjoying their weekend, yet across from him sat a girl who had faced horrors that most people couldn't even imagine. The surreal contrast of it all left him momentarily stunned. But remembering that they were technically colleagues and that she had, in a way, just saved his life, he decided to break the silence. It would be rude not to acknowledge her, especially when she had gone out of her way to help him. He raised his hand in a small wave and offered a friendly greeting. "Your colleague." Megan, his mother, chimed in as soon as Charlie returned, her voice breaking through the moment. She had been watching the exchange with curiosity. Megan, too, had seen Fana the night before outside the coffee shop's blockade. The image of the quiet, doll-like girl had stuck with her. "That's right," Charlie replied, nodding. Megan's interest seemed to grow. She offered Fana a warm smile, the kind that mothers reserve for their children's friends, and greeted her with genuine warmth. Fana, who had been sitting quietly, tilted her head slightly as if considering the gesture. After a brief pause, she returned the wave with a small, delicate hand. Noticing the empty seats around Fana, Megan gave Charlie a gentle nudge with her elbow, signaling him to follow her lead. Without waiting for his response, she stood up from where they were sitting and made her way over to Fana's table. Charlie hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed his mother's lead, realizing that it would be awkward to stay seated across the room while she engaged Fana in conversation. He picked up their belongings and joined his mother as she approached the table where Fana was seated. "Mind if we join you?" Megan asked, her voice warm and inviting. Fana looked up at them, her large, light blue eyes blinking in mild surprise. After a brief moment, she nodded, indicating that she didn't mind the company. Megan smiled and took the seat directly across from Fana, while Charlie slid into the chair beside her, placing himself diagonally across from the girl. "Thank you," Megan said as she settled into her seat. She glanced around the bustling restaurant before commenting, "This place is so charming, isn't it? It's unusual to see so many people waiting this early in the morning." Fana nodded slightly, her expression still unreadable, though there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she listened to Megan. Megan turned to Fana with a casual question, "What number are you waiting for?" Fana reached into her pocket with careful, deliberate movements, pulling out a small, folded piece of paper. She opened it and peered at the number before replying in a soft, almost ethereal voice, "A46. A46. Huh? What's our number?" Megan asked, turning to Charlie. Charlie pulled out the crumpled note he had stuffed into his pocket earlier. He smoothed it out and glanced at the number. "A47, he answered. Megan's face lit up with a smile. "What a coincidence? We're right after you. Looks like we'll be getting seated soon, only a couple of tables ahead." As she spoke, Megan recalled that the seats they are currently occupying were previously empty. It struck her as odd that such a young girl would come to a place like this all by herself, especially on a weekend morning when most people would be out with friends or family. "Did you come alone?" Megan asked, her tone laced with mild surprise. Fana nodded slightly, her expression as unreadable as ever. Charlie was surprised, too. It wasn't every day you saw someone come to a busy restaurant like this alone, especially someone as young and striking as Fana. "Not with any friends?" Megan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Friend," Fana echoed, her voice carrying a soft echo of the word. She paused for a moment, then shook her head slowly. "No." The way she said it left Charlie unsure of whether she meant she wasn't with friends today or if she didn't have any friends at all. The ambiguity hung in the air, making the silence that followed feel even heavier. "Alone," Megan repeated, her voice tinged with concern. "Well, why don't you join us? We can share a table, it'll be more fun than sitting by yourself." Charlie almost wanted to suggest that Fana might prefer some time alone, considering how quiet and reserved she seemed. But before he could say anything, he noticed a faint glimmer in Fana's eyes at the invitation. She nodded slowly, as if she were still processing the offer but didn't want to refuse. A few minutes later, the waiter led them to a table that had just been cleared, and the three of them sat down together. As they settled in, Megan began to chat animatedly, taking the lead in the conversation. Charlie knew this side of his mother well. She had always been talkative, able to carry on a conversation with just about anyone. But today, she seemed particularly engaged, perhaps because she was curious about Charlie's work and the people he worked with. Or maybe, Charlie thought, she was just a little anxious about her son, who was over 20 and still hadn't shown much interest in finding a partner. Fana, for her part, seemed content to let Megan lead the conversation. She responded to questions and comments with brief, polite answers, her voice gentle but her words few. Despite her reserved demeanor, she seemed to be paying close attention to everything being said, nodding occasionally as if to show she was listening. Charlie found himself observing Fana closely. There was something about her that set her apart from anyone he had ever met. She was beautiful, undeniably so. In fact, he couldn't recall ever seeing anyone more striking in person. Her features were delicate, almost ethereal, with a youthful appearance that made her look like a character from a fantasy novel. But there was something else, something that made him uneasy. It wasn't just her looks. There was an aura around her, something that hinted at a depth of experience and knowledge far beyond her years. It was the kind of aura that could only come from someone who had faced unimaginable things and come out the other side. And then there was her role as the first agent capable of controlling a phantom, a fact that was both impressive and unsettling. In a place like the service division, where the strange and the terrifying were commonplace, someone with Fana's abilities stood out even more. There was something about her that reminded Charlie of a clinical subject, someone who had been through experimental treatments in a facility that didn't always play by the rules. While Charlie was grateful for her help yesterday, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something dangerous about her. The phantom she controlled was a mystery in itself. Even though Miyazaki, the elusive figure who was somehow involved with the service division, had assured everyone that Fana's phantom was stable and safe, Charlie wasn't entirely convinced. He couldn't help but think that someone like Fana, with powers as unpredictable as hers, could easily become a liability. The image of the phantom, as described in the service division files, was unsettling. It was said to be something born from the darkness or obsession within a person's heart, a physical manifestation of their spirit's deepest fears and desires. The fact that Fana's phantom took the form of a red-dressed female ghost with disheveled hair made Charlie wonder what that said about Fana herself. It wasn't just curiosity that made Charlie uneasy. There was a very real fear that getting too close to someone like Fana could lead to something disastrous. He couldn't help but think that maintaining a professional distance was the safest course of action. The last thing he wanted was to end up as another tragic story in the annals of the service division. As he continued to observe her, Charlie noticed something else. Fana spoke very little, not because she couldn't, but because she seemed reluctant to engage in conversation. Her voice, when she did speak, was soft and pleasant, but she seemed to prefer silence. It was as if she was content to listen rather than contribute. It reminded Charlie of trying to chat with someone who wasn't really interested in the conversation, someone who responded with monosyllabic answers, making you wonder if they were even paying attention. But with Fana, it was different. Despite her quiet demeanor, she was clearly listening, and there was a sense that she genuinely cared about what was being said. She just didn't seem inclined to share much of herself. So, do you live alone now? What do your parents do? Megan asked, steering the conversation toward more personal topics. Fana had been answering the previous questions quickly and simply, but this time, she paused. There was a brief silence as she seemed to gather her thoughts. Dad, she began, her voice trailing off as she stared blankly out the restaurant window. After a moment, she shook her head slowly. No. Megan quickly realized she might have touched on a sensitive subject. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I live with Mom, Fana said, her voice steady as she recovered from her brief hesitation. I'm not alone. Megan was momentarily taken aback but quickly smiled warmly. Really? She must be a wonderful mom. Fana nodded, and for the first time, there was a faint gleam in her eyes, a small spark of emotion that softened her otherwise stoic expression. Very remarkable. Charlie, too, was surprised. It seemed like Fana was saying that she lived with her mother, not alone. But something about the way she said it didn't quite add up. It sounded like she was from a single-parent family. But then, another thought crossed Charlie's mind. Yesterday, when he had been accessing the service division database as Batman, he had looked up Fana's information out of curiosity. He had only found basic file information, nothing particularly detailed. The mental evaluation section had mentioned that she was currently stable but needs further observation, but nothing else had stood out. But Charlie distinctly remembered one crucial detail. The file had clearly stated that Fana's father had abandoned her before she was old enough to remember, and her mother had passed away when she was 6 years old. Fana was an orphan. This strange encounter left Charlie feeling unsettled, but he decided it was best not to ask any questions. There was something about the entire situation with Fana that felt off, and pressing the issue might only make things more uncomfortable. They left the restaurant after their meal, but before they parted ways, Megan offered a polite and motherly suggestion. You and Charlie live close to each other, and since you're colleagues, it might be nice to spend more time together. You could help each other out with work and maybe hang out on weekends, too. These were just ordinary words of courtesy, something a parent might say when meeting their child's friend. However, Fana's reaction was anything but ordinary. Her face grew serious, her expression intense as she listened to Megan's suggestion, almost as if she were taking the words as a directive rather than a casual remark. As they said their goodbyes and began to walk away, Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that Fana was still standing at the fork in the road, watching them. Even after they had merged into the crowd, turned a corner, and were well out of sight, Charlie couldn't help but feel that her gaze lingered, following him long after she was gone. "She's a pretty girl, isn't she?" Megan said with a warm smile as they walked, her tone light as if trying to start a casual conversation. Sure, I guess," Charlie replied, his voice laced with a hint of skepticism. He couldn't deny that Fana was strikingly beautiful. Her features were delicate, almost otherworldly, and she had an ethereal quality that made her stand out. But there was something else about her that was hard to pin down, something that made Charlie uneasy. Her temperament was odd, and she was so sparing with her words that it almost felt unnatural. Throughout their entire meal, she had spoken in clipped phrases and short sentences, barely stringing together a complete thought. Megan, however, didn't seem to see anything wrong with Fana's behavior. She seemed to view Fana's quiet demeanor as a sign of being well-mannered and reserved, a mark of a well-behaved young woman. To her, Fana's lack of chatter was a positive trait, an indication of a thoughtful and considerate personality. But to Charlie, it felt different. He couldn't help but wonder if there was more to Fana's story, perhaps something darker lurking beneath the surface. He mulled over the strange moment when Fana had mentioned living with her mother. Was it possible that she had lied? Maybe she was living alone, the only name on her household records, and had said otherwise to avoid pity or judgment. But then, there had been that sudden spark in her eyes when she talked about her mother. It didn't seem like the reaction of someone fabricating a story. If she was telling the truth, then the situation was even more troubling. There were unsettling possibilities that crossed Charlie's mind. What if she wasn't living with her mother in the conventional sense? Perhaps it was something supernatural. Was Fana living with the spirit of her deceased mother, communicating with a presence that only she could see? Or was it something psychological, where Fana's mother existed only in her mind, a figment of her imagination that she believed was real? Either scenario felt dangerous. Despite these unsettling thoughts, Charlie knew he had to trust the system in place, at least for now. Fana had passed the psychological evaluations at the service division, not to mention that Miyazaki had seemingly vouched for her stability. Charlie could only hope that they knew what they were doing. For now, though, he decided it was wiser to keep his distance from Fana, to avoid entangling himself with someone who might be dealing with deep-seated issues. To take his mind off the day's strange events, Charlie decided to spend the rest of the afternoon taking his mother on a leisurely walk through the shopping district. They wandered from store to store, enjoying the simple pleasure of browsing through various shops. As a small gesture, Charlie bought some new clothes for Megan. Despite the chaos and unpredictability of his job, one of the perks of working at the Secret Service was the decent salary. Even for someone like Charlie, who often found himself in the background, the pay was nothing to complain about. It wasn't enough to buy a house or a luxury car, but it was more than enough to treat his mother to a nice meal and buy her some new outfits. Megan didn't say much, but her smile was radiant, and Charlie could see the joy in her eyes. There was a certain pride and happiness in receiving a gift from one's child, and Megan's expression said it all. Afterward, they headed toward a dessert shop that Charlie had read about online. The place was reputed to have some of the best treats in the city. But when they arrived, they found a long queue stretching out the door. Disappointed, Charlie and Megan decided to skip it. The wait was just too long, and after a full day of shopping and walking, they didn't have the patience for another long line. It seemed that everywhere they went, there were queues. Whether it was for food, drinks, or even something as simple as buying dessert, the lines were reminiscent of the ones you'd find outside the women's restroom at a busy tourist spot. Waiting an hour or more was the norm. By the time they had finished their day out, Charlie felt that his energy levels were back up to full. After returning to his apartment, he settled in front of his computer and logged back into his work system. When he logged back in, he found that the DNA comparison results from the Ferb couple's home the previous night had finally come through. As he had suspected, there was a match. It turned out to be a child. The DNA matched that of Rhea Hata, a 12-year-old girl. She had a record of burglary, which meant her DNA was already in the FBI's system. Rhea had no parents and no immediate family members, according to the records. She was listed as an orphan living in an orphanage on the south side of the city. The file detailed her discovery in a field in the countryside, found by a couple who were driving by late at night. The couple had heard her crying, and despite the darkness and eeriness of the situation, they had bravely ventured out of their car with a flashlight and followed the sound until they found her. Her life, however, had not been an easy one. The burglary record from a year ago was just one of several offenses. Rhea had been a problematic child from a young age, frequently getting into trouble with the law for theft, fighting, and even fraud. Despite her troubled past, Rhea was adopted from the orphanage about a year ago. Her adoptive parents, Jordan and his wife, weren't particularly wealthy, but they were comfortable enough by the city's standards. While they might not have treated Rhea as if she were their own biological child, they certainly didn't treat her poorly. But her time with her adoptive parents was cut short. Not too long ago, Jordan and his wife mysteriously disappeared on the same night. The FBI was quick to respond, arriving at the scene to investigate, but they found no clues. All the doors and windows of the house were locked from the inside, and there were no signs of forced entry. It was as if the couple had simply vanished into thin air. Their whereabouts remain unknown to this day. With no relatives willing to take her in, Rhea was returned to the orphanage where she had grown up. Then, about a month ago, Rhea herself disappeared. The investigation records detailed her disappearance, noting that it was just as strange as that of her adoptive parents. The agent in charge of the case was baffled, unable to explain what had happened. Like the previous case, Raya's disappearance occurred overnight in a large dormitory where she slept with 7 other children. The 7 other children in the dormitory claimed they hadn't noticed anything unusual during the night. It wasn't until morning that they realized one of them was missing. The night guard insisted that no one had entered or left the building throughout the night, and the agent doubted that anyone could have taken a 12-year-old girl out of the room without waking the others. The children also confirmed that the door was still locked when they awoke. The investigation had stalled, and Raya remained missing. But now, Charlie had found her DNA in the Ferb couple's house, indicating that she had been there at some point. After considering his options, Charlie decided that his next step would be to visit the orphanage. The orphanage was located in a relatively remote area compared to the urban center. Charlie had never been to such a place in real life, and his impressions of orphanages were shaped by movies, books, and other works of fiction. This time, though, even though Batman was still being remotely operated from his computer, what he saw on the screen left a lasting impression. The orphanage was nothing like what he had imagined. As a place meant to house and care for children, it was devoid of warmth. The first impression it gave was more akin to Arkham Asylum. That's right, the moment Batman arrived outside the building and surveyed the scene on the screen, that was the first thought that came to mind. The iron gate at the entrance was secured with a heavy padlock, and thick, rusted chains were wrapped around it like a serpent coiled tightly around its prey. The yard beyond the gate was deserted, not a soul in sight. The cold wind rustled the bare branches of the trees, creating a ghostly whispering sound that sent shivers down Charlie's spine. The lighting in the courtyard was poor, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like dark tendrils. The place had the look of a horror movie set, where the sun rarely shone, and even during the day, the building seemed shrouded in perpetual gloom. It was literally a place where the sun didn't shine. Getting into the building was easier than Charlie had expected. The guard in the security booth next to the gate was lazily reading a newspaper, his legs propped up on the desk, while another guard at the entrance of the building was engrossed in watching short videos on his phone. The yard and the building itself were utterly lifeless, devoid of any signs of activity or inhabitants. Batman moved silently down the corridor, his footsteps soundless against the cold, hard floor. As usual, Charlie relied on detective mode's X-ray vision to avoid detection, but he couldn't help but think that it might not have been necessary. Even with the full-range view of detective mode activated, the corridors ahead, behind, to the left, and to the right were all empty. As Batman passed by a classroom, Charlie noticed some children inside. But it wasn't like any school or kindergarten classroom he had ever seen. There was no noise, no chatter, no laughter. The room, despite being filled with over 20 children, was eerily silent. One child sat in a corner, his eyes rolling back in his head, drool slipping from the corner of his mouth. Another child stared blankly at the blackboard, his body occasionally twitching as if in response to some unseen stimulus, letting out a strange, hollow laugh that echoed in the empty room. The few children who appeared to be normal were anything but. They were silent, their faces devoid of expression, their eyes dull and lifeless. They were children, but they looked more like ghosts, shadows of what children should be. Sanity, it seemed, was a curse in this place. To be sane here meant to be fully aware of the bleak, oppressive reality that they faced every day. Batman finally reached the dormitory where Raya had slept. Her bed was still vacant, untouched since her disappearance. Other children were living in the dormitory now, but with the passage of time, most of the clues or traces that might have been left behind had long since vanished. Charlie was about to initiate a scan when he noticed movement outside the room through detective mode. Someone was approaching. The FBI department is still investigating, but they're saying the chances of finding anything new are slim, said a man's voice. If you want to see for yourself, her bed is right over here. But the FBI has been here several times, and it's been a while since she disappeared. I don't think there's much left to find. Before they could enter the room, Batman slipped out of the window and perched on a narrow ledge outside the building, sticking close to the wall, hidden in the shadows. Charlie observed the scene through Batman's perspective, and facial recognition in detective mode quickly identified the newcomers. The man speaking was Deacon, the director of the orphanage, and walking beside him was Fana. The person who walked into the dimly lit dormitory was indeed Fana, the enigmatic girl from the 9th Special Service Division who had dined with Charlie earlier that day. The transformation in her appearance was stark. During lunch, she had worn a pristine white dress, its delicate fabric making her look like an angel, pure, almost ethereal. But now, she had changed into a black dress with a distinct Gothic style. The dress was adorned with intricate white lace, a romantic yet eerie contrast that added an unsettling edge to her appearance. It was as if the darkness of the evening had seeped into her attire, blending innocence with an ominous aura. As Fana stepped into the small dormitory, she moved silently, her presence almost ghostly in the cramped space. The room was tiny, with 8 beds crammed together, leaving little room for personal belongings. The limited space was a stark reminder of the orphanage's bleak conditions, where each child had to make do with the bare minimum. Fana's eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the room before settling on Raya's bed. She approached it with deliberate slowness, her movements almost ritualistic, as if she were paying her respects to something sacred. Without a word, she began to sift through the few items left behind by the missing girl. The simplicity of the possessions, a few worn-out clothes, a stuffed animal with its fur matted from age, and a small, battered suitcase spoke volumes about the life Rhea had led here. As Fana rummaged through the sparse belongings, her fingers brushed against the cover of a thick book tucked away on a narrow shelf. The title, A Guide to Seedling Maintenance, was embossed in faded gold lettering. It was a manual, something that might have seemed out of place in the hands of a 12-year-old girl. Yet, as Fana held the book, her expression softened, and she gently caressed the cover as if it were a treasured keepsake. She carefully opened the book, flipping through its pages with a delicate touch, each movement filled with an almost reverent tenderness. Director Deacon, who had been watching her from the doorway, cleared his throat awkwardly before speaking. "We're in the process of applying to build a library," he began, his voice tinged with a mix of pride and frustration. "Of course, it's not an easy task. The bureaucracy is a nightmare, and finding the necessary funds is even harder. But we believe it's crucial for the children. Books are their lifeline to the outside world, a way to enrich their minds and spirits." Fana, seemingly lost in her thoughts, interrupted softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "This book. I gave it to her." Deacon blinked in surprise, taken aback by the revelation. "Oh, I didn't know that," he said, his tone filled with regret. "I had no idea you and Rhea were friends." "The only friend," Fana replied, her voice carrying a weight that made the words hang in the air. She stared blankly at the book in her hands for a moment longer before adding in an almost detached manner, "She used to be." Deacon, trying to navigate the delicate situation, nodded sympathetically. "I wish I had known. If I'd realized that Rhea was your friend, I would have contacted you immediately when she went missing." Fana gently closed the book and placed it back on the shelf with care, as if she were handling something fragile and precious. "We were friends a long time ago," she murmured, her voice tinged with a melancholy that was almost palpable. "But we hadn't been in touch for years." The director shifted uncomfortably, sensing the depth of Fana's emotions. "The FBI is still investigating," he offered, attempting to provide some comfort. "If there's any progress, I'll make sure you're the first to know." "Thank you," Fana replied simply. As they turned to leave, Deacon, trying to lighten the mood, gave Fana a gentle pat on the shoulder. "No need to be so formal with us," he said, smiling in an attempt to convey warmth. "Even though you're not living here anymore, you know this place will always be home. You're welcome back anytime. We're like your family." His words trailed off as they walked down the dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Fana remained quiet, her expression unreadable, while Batman, under Charlie's control, followed them stealthily from the shadows, his presence undetected. A distant bell rang out across the orphanage, its chime eerie and out of place in the desolate surroundings. It signaled the start of dinner, a monotonous routine in a place where time seemed to stand still. A group of women, their faces weary and expressionless, carried large metal buckets from the cafeteria to the classrooms. The buckets were filled with a thick, whitish porridge, its consistency more akin to paste than food, with a few wilted vegetable leaves floating on top. It was a meager meal, one that seemed more suitable for livestock than children. Charlie, watching through Batman's eyes, felt a pang of discomfort. He couldn't imagine how anyone could survive in such a place. The orphanage, with its cold, sterile atmosphere, felt more like a prison than a refuge for children. Even through the screen, Charlie could sense the lifelessness that permeated every corner of the building. But this sense of despair wasn't caused by some supernatural force or infectious disease. As much as Charlie wished he could blame the cold, oppressive atmosphere on an external source, some malevolent entity or a spreading infection, the truth was far more mundane and, in some ways, even more horrifying. The orphanage had been this way for years, long before any talk of infection or strange occurrences. It was just one of many forgotten corners of the world, neglected and left to decay by those who should have cared. Seeing Fana here, Charlie remembered something from her file. The previous night, he had glanced over her background and noted that she had once lived in an orphanage before being recruited by the service division. However, the file didn't specify which orphanage it was. Now, as he watched Fana in this place, he accessed the secret service system to confirm his suspicions. Sure enough, this was the orphanage where Fana had grown up. She hadn't left until she was discovered to have the unique traits of a phantom wielder, leading to her recruitment by Secret Service 9. Fana had known Rhea, the missing girl. Outside the orphanage, Charlie noticed a sleek black car parked discreetly by the entrance. It was clearly a government-issued vehicle, likely assigned to Fana as part of her duties with Secret Service 9. It provided both transportation and a means of keeping tabs on her movements. After finishing her conversation with the director, Fana exited the building, and the heavy iron gate clanged shut behind her, the sound echoing through the empty yard. The gate, with its thick chains and rusted metal, seemed to symbolize the isolation of this place, a barrier that kept the outside world at bay, sealing off this forgotten corner from everything else. Fana paused for a moment in front of the gate, her gaze lingering on the yard behind her as if she were trying to imprint the scene in her memory. Then, without a word, she turned and walked toward the waiting car. The driver, who had been patiently waiting, started the engine as he saw her approach. But instead of getting into the car, Fana walked over to the driver's side window and leaned in to speak. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible, and whatever she said caused the driver to furrow his brow in confusion. After a moment, he nodded, turned off the engine, and remained in the car, clearly under orders to wait. Fana, now alone, began walking along the outer wall of the orphanage, her steps purposeful and deliberate. Charlie, still observing through Batman, found this behavior odd. The direction she was heading seemed to lead to the back of the orphanage, toward an area that was little more than an overgrown wasteland. The land there was undeveloped, with wild plants and weeds reclaiming the space that had long been abandoned by humans. But Fana moved as if she knew exactly where she was going, her path unwavering. After a moment's hesitation, Charlie decided to follow her, guiding Batman silently along the same route. The girl pushed her way through tall weeds and thick underbrush, her black dress brushing against the foliage. Despite the rough terrain, she moved with confidence, as though she had walked this path many times before. The overgrown plants seemed to part before her, as if they recognized her presence and allowed her passage. After what felt like an eternity of walking through the dense wilderness, Charlie, through Batman's sensors, finally saw where she was heading, a natural cave hidden among the thick vegetation. Fana approached the cave entrance cautiously. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. It was dark, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light, but Fana didn't hesitate. She slipped inside, her form disappearing into the inky blackness. For Batman, the darkness provided perfect cover. Charlie guided him to follow at a safe distance, ensuring that he remained hidden within the shadows. The narrow passage was tight, forcing Batman to move slowly and carefully, but Charlie's meticulous control ensured that he made no sound. The cave's interior was a surprise. The narrow entrance gave way to a much larger chamber, its walls lined with jagged rocks and uneven surfaces. The air inside was cool and damp, with a faint earthy smell that hinted at the depth of the cave. Blue vines crept up the walls, their luminous glow providing just enough light to see by. As Fana descended deeper into the cave, the narrow passage suddenly opened up into a vast chamber. The walls of the chamber were covered in intricate carvings and glowing blue vines, which cast eerie, flickering shadows across the space. Torches were bound to the stone walls by these same vines, their flames providing a warm yet ominous light that illuminated the chamber in a ghostly glow. As Fana reached the bottom, she found herself standing on uneven ground. The orange firelight from the torches bathed the entire area in an otherworldly glow, making the shadows dance on the walls as if they were alive. A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the cave. "You're finally back," said a voice, soft and chilling. The girl who stepped out from the shadows was pale, her skin ghostly under the torchlight. Her lifeless appearance, contrasted with the flickering flames, made her look even more eerie in the dim light. It was Rhea Hata, the missing girl from the orphanage. She stared at Fana, a strange smile spreading across her face, a smile that seemed entirely out of place for someone her age. "I guess it wasn't easy to leave such a pretty place and come back to this dingy corner," Rhea said, her tone dripping with an unsettling blend of sarcasm and bitterness. Years ago, behind the Holy Cross orphanage, deep in a cave, Fana carefully parted the thick branches and tangled weeds that had been strategically placed to obscure the entrance to the cave. With practiced movements, she slipped into the hidden entrance, leaving the chaotic world of the orphanage behind and entering a place of deep, unsettling stillness. The darkness enveloped her immediately, a cold, silent void that seemed to swallow all light and sound. Clutched in her hand was a small flashlight. She flicked it on, and the narrow beam of light pierced through the suffocating darkness like a sword, but the deeper she ventured, the more the light seemed to fade, as if the shadows were devouring it. As the light swept across the cave's rough, uneven floor, it finally settled on a small figure huddled in a corner, her body curled up with her head buried in her knees. It was Rhea Hata, her slight frame almost lost in the vast emptiness of the cave. Rhea slowly lifted her head, her movements sluggish and weary. She winced as the beam of the flashlight hit her eyes, raising a hand to shield herself from the harsh glare. "Eat," Fana's voice cut through the silence, soft but commanding. Rhea remained motionless, her eyes downcast as she shook her head stubbornly. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, a silent refusal to comply. Seeing her friend's defiance, Fana turned off the flashlight, plunging the cave back into complete darkness. The abrupt loss of light made the space feel even more oppressive, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Fana moved closer and sat down beside Rhea, the cold, damp ground chilling her through her clothes. For a long time, the two girls sat side by side in the darkness, saying nothing. The silence between them was heavy, almost tangible, as if the weight of their unspoken thoughts was too much to bear. Finally, Rhea broke the silence, her voice low and filled with a mix of anger and despair. "I don't want to go back," she whispered, her words barely audible. "I hate that place. I hate everyone there." Fana didn't respond. Instead, she reached out and gently placed a hand on Rhea's head, her fingers threading through her friend's tangled hair in a comforting gesture. The touch was soft, almost sisterly, and it seemed to ease some of the tension in Rhea's body. "I like it here," Rhea continued after a moment, her voice softening. "It's quiet. There aren't any people here to bother us. It's just peaceful." This cave was their sanctuary, a secret refuge from the harsh realities of the orphanage. It was a place only they knew, a hidden world far removed from the prying eyes and cruel words of others. They had discovered it together, and they had gone to great lengths to keep it hidden, camouflaging the entrance with twigs, leaves, and debris so that no one else could find it. But even without the camouflage, the chances of anyone discovering the cave were slim. The orphanage was filled with children, but most of them were too physically or mentally impaired to explore the grounds, and those who could were rarely inclined to venture far from the safety of the buildings. In truth, Fana and Rhea were among the few who ever dared to leave the confines of the orphanage. In the darkness, Rhea turned her head slightly to look at Fana, though she could barely make out her friend's features. "We'll always be friends, right?" Rhea asked, her voice laced with a vulnerability that she rarely showed. Fana hesitated for a brief moment before replying, her voice gentle and reassuring. "Yes," she said, her words carrying a quiet certainty. "Always." Fana's hand continued to stroke Rhea's hair, the gesture calming and protective, as if she were cradling something fragile and precious. Present moment. "I thought you'd forgotten about this place long ago," Rhea's voice echoed through the cave, cold and distant. "I guess that accident at the coffee shop brought back memories, didn't it? When I realized you were there, I knew you'd come looking for me eventually. But how did you connect me to the Furbs?" "Neighbor," Fana replied softly, her tone measured. "Someone saw you." "A neighbor?" Rhea scoffed, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "It must have been Linda, that nosy old hag. I was only at the Furbs for a few days, and I tried my best to stay out of sight. But I guess even that wasn't enough." Earlier that day, investigators from the Central Intelligence Agency had been canvassing the area near the Furbs' home, questioning neighbors and gathering information. One of the neighbors, a talkative older woman named Linda, mentioned seeing a little girl entering and leaving the house just days before the couple disappeared. The woman knew the Furbs well enough to be certain they didn't have any children. Fana had been briefed on the investigation and, upon hearing the description of the child, immediately thought of Rhea. The connection was undeniable, and it led her back to this place, the cave where she and Rhea had shared so many secrets. "Look at you now," Rhea said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Pretty face, fancy clothes. You're practically a princess now, aren't you? I bet it wasn't easy for you to come back to a dump like this just to visit a rat like me." "That's not," Fana began, but Rhea cut her off with a sharp, bitter laugh. "And that old man Deacon, he must treat you like royalty now, right?" Rhea's voice was laced with venom. "I bet he'd get down on his knees and kiss your shoes if you asked him to." Rhea wasn't interested in hearing Fana's response. She continued her tirade, her words fueled by years of pent-up anger and resentment. "Because now you look like a human being, like a proper white swan. Of course, you can't be seen with us ugly ducklings anymore. Do you know what I saw? I saw you out there, in the city." Rhea's tone darkened, her voice filled with bitterness. "You live in a fancy apartment, wear beautiful clothes, and have a driver to take you wherever you want to go. The same old man who used to look at us like we were nothing but dirt under his shoes now worships the ground you walk on. I bet you feel pretty good about yourself now, don't you?" Fana remained silent, her expression unreadable. "Huh? If you're going to tell me you've been donating money to make yourself feel better, don't bother. I've heard it all before," Rhea sneered. "Deacon might promise a bright future for this place, but we both know it's all just a facade." Rhea's gaze locked onto Fana's, cold and unyielding. "I know it, and deep down, you know it too. We're rejects, right from the moment we're born." Her words cut through the air like a knife, sharp and unforgiving. "Our lives are just a straight line, with no detours or happy endings. Even if we meet someone along the way, they'll just abandon us again. It's who we are, cursed, destined to be incomplete." Fana, who had been listening in silence, suddenly spoke up. "You were adopted," she said softly. "Why? Oh, so you want to talk about that?" Rhea's smile was cold, her tone mocking. "Yeah, I was adopted. For a while, I actually believed things might get better, that the emptiness inside could be filled. But I was wrong." Rhea's voice took on a darker, more cynical tone as she continued. "They thought I owed them something for adopting me, and no matter what I did, I could never live up to their expectations. They probably adopted me on a whim and lost interest soon after. I overheard them talking about sending me back here, to this miserable place. That's when I realized that no matter how much we wish otherwise, some things are just a part of us, like a curse. We can't escape them, no matter how hard we try." Rhea paused, her expression shifting from bitterness to something more sinister. "But that's when I learned something even more important," she continued, her smile growing twisted. "God might take things away from us when we're born, but that just means we have to learn to take them back ourselves." Fana noticed movement in the shadows cast by the flickering flames. Two figures slowly emerged from the darkness, their bodies twisted and bloated, with bones protruding unnaturally and bloodshot eyes bulging from their sockets. "Meet my parents, the Jordans," Rhea said with a bright, unsettling smile. "Look at them now, they love me with all their hearts." Fana's gaze shifted to the grotesque figures. "What have you done?" she asked quietly. Rhea didn't answer directly. "Do you remember how I used to ask you why there was so much love in the world, why everyone else seemed to have it, but not us?" Fana remained silent, watching Rhea intently. "But that doesn't matter anymore," Rhea said, her voice taking on an eerie, almost joyful tone. The smile on her face widened, becoming more twisted and unsettling in the dim light. Fana then noticed more pairs of eyes lighting up in the shadows, glowing faintly in the darkness. Men and women with similarly distorted bodies began to emerge from the darkness, some walking, others crawling. They moved slowly into the circle of firelight, their grotesque forms casting long, nightmarish shadows on the cave walls. The flickering flames created a network of dark shadows, weaving a sinister net around Rhea, protecting her at the center. Look at them, Rhea said, her smile bright and terrifying. Those that love me are countless. When Fana was engaged in her tense reunion with an old friend, Charlie had already made the decision to have Batman retreat strategically. This wasn't a case of running away or an impulsive decision driven by an old habit of skipping plot dialogue to jump straight into action. Charlie had, in fact, considered bypassing the classic villain monologue and engaging directly in combat. But as he concealed himself in the darkness, continuing to scan the environment in detective mode, he made several significant discoveries that required a different approach. From the moment he entered the cave, Charlie had noticed something unsettling: a group of infected individuals lurking in the shadows, their twisted forms barely visible but clearly dangerous. Through the detective mode, he could discern that these infected were similar to the Ferb couple he had encountered earlier. They all shared a disturbing commonality, a fierce protective instinct toward Rhea Hata, whom they perceived as their own child. This instinct drove them to violently repel and attack anyone they believed might threaten to take her away. At first glance, it seemed logical to assume that Rhea might be the source of the infection in this incident. However, Charlie quickly realized there was more to the situation. The infection spreading through these individuals wasn't just a random occurrence, it was linked to something deeper, something more sinister. Earlier investigations had revealed that this infection seems to spread through ingestion. Affected individuals needed to consume specific items to be infected. Although Charlie had taken a somewhat laid-back approach to his job since joining the Madhouse, he had nonetheless absorbed a wealth of knowledge from reading literature and research materials, deepening his understanding of the various threats he might face. This knowledge led him to a crucial conclusion: this incident likely involved a vector-type infection source. It was similar to the cursed statue he had destroyed during Batman's first mission in the Crane building. A vector-type infection source wasn't just a passive threat, it actively manipulated its environment, spreading its influence like a web, entangling anyone who came into contact with it. What confirmed Charlie's suspicions further was what he saw in detective mode. He observed root systems creeping along the cave walls, their tendrils spreading out like malignant veins. These roots were not ordinary, they emitted a strange, pulsating energy that registered on Batman's sensors as an infection source. It was similar to what Charlie had detected at the drain in the Ferb couple's pool, but this time, the scale was much larger, and the infection was more intense. The vines and root systems in the cave weren't just growing randomly, they were all converging, twisting, and sinking deeper into the earth, pointing towards something hidden further away, something beyond the cave itself. It was as if the very landscape was being consumed and transformed by the infection, drawn toward a malevolent source. Charlie quickly realized that the true threat wasn't inside the cave, it was lurking in the depths of the jungle, outside the cave. Whatever was behind this infection, whatever was driving these people to madness and mutation, was still out there, hidden in the wilderness. Charlie wasn't about to let this threat go unchecked. He had always been the hunter, the one who set traps for others, not the prey. There was no way he was going to let something or someone out there get the drop on him. With this in mind, he decided to track down the true source of the infection and eliminate it before it could cause any more harm. Silently, Charlie manipulated Batman to exit the cave and follow the underground root system marked by the detective mode, venturing deeper into the dense, foreboding jungle. It didn't take long before he found what he was looking for: the source of the infection, a massive, ancient tree. This was no ordinary tree. Standing amidst a barren jungle where other trees barely clung to life, this one stood tall and ominous, its size dwarfing everything around it. If the malnourished trees nearby resembled thin, brittle sticks, this tree was a towering giant, its thick trunk and sprawling branches radiating power and malice. Charlie knew better than to approach the tree carelessly. Instead, he had Batman use detective mode to scan the area, gathering as much information as possible before making a move. What he found only confirmed his suspicions: this tree was no ordinary plant. It was something far more dangerous. The first thing he noticed was the tree's size. It wasn't just big, it was colossal, its trunk thick and gnarled, its roots burrowing deep into the earth like a network of serpents. If the surrounding trees looked like toothpicks, this one was a monolithic structure, a fortress in its own right. But it wasn't just the size that made the tree formidable. Upon closer inspection, Charlie saw that the vines spreading from the tree weren't normal vines. They were sticky, flexible, and almost alive tentacles disguised as vines, each one wrapped in leaves as if trying to blend in with the forest around it. These tentacles weren't just for show. They were dangerous, capable of lashing out at any intruder who dared come too close. It was clear that the tree had evolved or been corrupted into something far more dangerous than any ordinary plant. It had become a predator, lying in wait for its next victim. The tree was also covered in fruit, but these were no ordinary fruits. Hanging in clusters beneath the branches, these black, misshapen orbs were coated in a sticky, dark liquid. They exuded an aura of corruption, a sense of wrongness that made the skin crawl. At first glance, however, the fruits didn't look like this. When they first appeared on Charlie's screen, they seemed plump, ripe, and inviting. The fruits were a vibrant green, full of life and energy, practically begging to be plucked and eaten. But this was just an illusion, a trap designed to deceive the senses. It was a temptation that few could resist, leading them to consume the fruit and become infected. This was the same tactic used in the milk tea shop. The tentacles and fluids there had all originated from this very tree. Of course, this trick didn't work on Charlie. He was operating remotely, safe from the tree's mental influence, able to observe its effects without falling under its spell. But even from Batman's perspective, the fruits seemed enticing, as if they were designed to lure in their prey. For Batman, however, there was an added layer of protection. Batman's willpower was legendary, but even so, he wasn't taking any chances. His suit came equipped with a special defense system known as Firework. The Firework system was a response to the numerous times Batman had faced mental attacks throughout his career, whether it was hypnosis, brainwashing, or psychic manipulation. While Batman's willpower usually allowed him to resist such attacks, there were times when even he needed extra protection. The Firework system was designed to combat these threats. It worked by overwhelming the senses, rapidly switching patterns in Batman's helmet's visual sensor, using high-contrast colors and flashing fluorescent patterns. The system would zoom in and out repeatedly, bombarding Batman's brain with stimuli, helping him break free from any mental manipulation. As the system activated, the tempting, juicy fruits on the screen began to shift, their appearance warping and distorting until they returned to their true form, dark, rotten, and dripping with foul liquid. This confirmed what Charlie already suspected: this tree was far from normal. It was a predator, a parasite that lured its victims in with sweet promises, only to ensnare them in its web of corruption. The tree seemed to sense that its illusion had been broken. The tentacles, once still, now writhed and twisted with agitation, sweeping toward Batman with deadly intent. Charlie knew he had to act quickly. Batman raised his arm, taking aim with a batarang and launching it straight at the tree. The batarang embedded itself in the trunk with a satisfying thunk, and a red indicator light began to blink. A second later, the batarang exploded with a deafening boom, sending splinters flying in all directions. But this was no ordinary tree. Instead of toppling over, the tree seemed to absorb the blast, the damage quickly healing as if nothing had happened. The gap left by the explosion closed up, and the tree's bark knitted itself back together, leaving only a faint scar where the batarang had hit. Two tentacles lashed out at Batman, but Charlie was ready. He rolled Batman to the side, dodging the attack and launching an electric shocker at the tree. The shocker hit its mark, sending a jolt of electricity through the tree, but it wasn't enough. The current crackled and sparked, scorching the bark, but the tree remained largely unharmed. Almost immediately, one of the tentacles wrapped around Batman's ankle, yanking him off his feet and suspending him upside down. The screen flashed with a QuickTime event, QTE, prompt, signaling Batman's response. Charlie, ever the seasoned gamer, hit the button without hesitation. Batman swiftly pulled out an electrified batarang, twisting his body and slicing through the tentacle with the charged blade. The severed tentacle dropped to the ground with a wet thud, releasing Batman from its grip. Charlie didn't waste a moment. As soon as Batman landed, he rolled to avoid the onslaught of more tentacles, narrowly dodging their grasp. It was becoming clear that this tree wasn't going to go down easily. Its defenses were formidable, its regenerative abilities making it nearly impossible to damage. The tentacles were relentless, and the tree had a seemingly endless supply of them, each one as deadly as the last. And then, as if things couldn't get worse, the tree began to launch its fruits. The dark, twisted fruits detached from the branches and shot toward Batman like grenades, each one leaving a trail of black smoke in its wake. Charlie's screen lit up with red parabolas, marking the predicted trajectories of the fruits. These indicators were a visual aid, helping him see where the danger was coming from and giving him a chance to react. Charlie expertly maneuvered Batman, rolling and dodging the fruits as they exploded around him. Despite his best efforts, the explosions sent shockwaves through the air, knocking Batman off balance and blasting him across the clearing. The suit's armor absorbed most of the impact, but the screen was now bordered with blood-red effects, a clear indication that Batman had taken damage. The more intense the effect, the more severe the injury. More tentacles and fruits were closing in, but Charlie didn't hesitate. As soon as Batman hit the ground, he fired the grappling gun in the direction he had come from, the hook latching onto a nearby tree. Before the next fruit could land, the grappling hook retracted, yanking Batman out of the danger zone just as the fruit exploded behind him, sending debris flying. Charlie quickly realized that the tree was unlike anything he had faced before. Its thick bark and high defenses made it nearly impervious to conventional attacks. It had powerful regeneration abilities, quickly healing any damage inflicted. Its tentacles were fast and strong, and it had a seemingly infinite supply of them. And to top it all off, it could launch long-range attacks with its explosive fruits. In short, it was a fortress, not just a tree. Charlie considered calling in backup. The Moonlight Knight or Captain America could certainly deal some serious damage, but they were primarily melee fighters. In close combat, they'd have to contend with the tree's tentacles and its explosive fruits, not to mention its regeneration abilities. While Captain America had once demonstrated the unique ability to choke a robot's neck to suffocate it, it was unlikely that this particular tactic would work on a tree. A new idea began to form in Charlie's mind. There was another way to handle this, a strategy that might be more effective than brute force. He just needed to think outside the box. Tactical retreat. In the world of strategy and survival, there's an old adage, he who fights and runs away, lives to fight another day. Charlie, embodying the essence of this wisdom, decided that the best course of action was a tactical retreat. Of course, when it comes to Batman, retreating isn't just running away, it's a carefully calculated maneuver designed to gain the upper hand. As the tree-like monstrosity lashed out with its writhing tentacles, Charlie's mind raced through his options. This was a battle that required more than brute force. It required preparation. With a swift decision, Charlie activated Batman's recall sequence. In the blink of an eye, the Batplane responded to its master's call, swooping down from the clouds like a predatory bird of prey. Batman, ever the epitome of precision and timing, fired his grappling gun towards the underbelly of the plane. The hook latched on securely, and in an instant, he was pulled from the battlefield, soaring through the air as the ground rapidly receded beneath him. As the Batplane ascended into the sky, the dense foliage of the jungle below transformed into a green blur. The tentacled tree, now a distant shadow, seemed to shrink away, its monstrous form blending into the landscape as if it had never been there at all. The Batplane climbed higher and higher, breaking through the cloud cover until it was nothing more than a dark silhouette against the bright expanse of the sky. The screen displayed a small circle with the iconic bat emblem, indicating the transition as the plane ascended into the stratosphere. Moments later, the scene shifted seamlessly to the Batcave, a fortress of solitude and strategy. The Batcave was more than just a base of operations, it was a testament to Batman's unyielding resolve. The cavernous space was filled with state-of-the-art technology, trophies from past victories, and an arsenal that would make even the most formidable of armies envious. The Batplane glided smoothly into its designated landing bay, the hum of its engines gradually fading as it came to rest on the tarmac. Charlie had tested this return to the city function several times before. Whether by land, sea, or air, Batman always found a way back to the Batcave. The Batmobile, Batboat, and even the Bat-submarine had all served as methods of transport, each providing a unique path back to the cave. But no matter the method, the destination was always the same: the heart of Batman's operations. For Charlie, the Batcave was more than just a refuge, it was a symbol of preparedness. Every gadget, every tool, every weapon was meticulously designed and stored, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. The Batcave was a place where strategies were formulated, and battles were won long before they were fought. But this return to the Batcave wasn't merely about retreating to safety. It was about preparing for the next round. The encounter with the monstrous tree had reminded Charlie of something he had seen in the Batcave's extensive arsenal, a tool that could turn the tide of this battle. Charlie quickly made his way to the arsenal, where row upon row of weapons and gadgets awaited his selection. Each piece of equipment was a testament to Batman's meticulous planning and foresight, designed to counter every conceivable threat. As Charlie scanned the shelves, his eyes settled on a particular item: a canister of bat herbicide. The label on the canister bore the familiar bat symbol, a mark that signified it had been crafted with the same care and precision as every other tool in Batman's arsenal. This wasn't just any herbicide, it was a specialized chemical concoction, designed to neutralize even the most formidable of plant-based threats. The creation of the bat herbicide had its roots in Batman's long and storied battle with one of Gotham's most dangerous eco-terrorists, Pamela Isley, better known as Poison Ivy. Ivy was no ordinary villain, her ability to control plants and bend them to her will made her a force to be reckoned with. Over the years, Batman had developed numerous countermeasures to combat her powers, and the bat herbicide was one of his most potent weapons. Charlie remembered the first time he had stumbled upon this particular item in the Batcave. At first glance, it seemed like an over-the-top addition to Batman's arsenal, perhaps another of the Dark Knight's eccentric gadgets. But now, faced with the monstrous tree, Charlie was glad he had brought it along. With the bat herbicide in hand, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Equipped and ready, Batman returned to the tarmac, where the Batplane awaited. The jet's engines roared to life as it prepared for takeoff. The dark, sleek craft lifted off the ground, propelled by the powerful plasma flames that glowed a fierce blue. The Batplane soared into the night sky, leaving the Batcave behind as it raced back to the battlefield. The tentacled tree, which had been left rustling its leaves in mockery after Batman's earlier departure, was in for a surprise. Within minutes, the Dark Knight was back, descending from the heavens like an avenging shadow. Batman's cape billowed out behind him, catching the air and slowing his descent as he glided down to the forest floor. This time, there would be no retreat. Batman landed with a practiced roll, rising to his feet with fluid grace. He faced the monstrous tree once more, his expression hidden behind the cowl, but his determination palpable. The tree, sensing its enemy's return, wasted no time. It lashed out with its tentacles, eager to ensnare Batman and end the fight once and for all. But Batman was ready. As the first tentacle shot toward him, he raised his right hand and activated the bat herbicide. A thick cloud of white mist sprayed from the canister, enveloping the tentacle in its icy grip. The effect was immediate and devastating. The once powerful vine began to wither, its vibrant green turning to a sickly brown as it lost all strength. The tentacle dropped limply to the ground, devoid of the life that had coursed through it just moments before. The tree recoiled in shock, its branches rustling in confusion. It lashed out again, sending 2 more tentacles toward Batman, but the result was the same. The bat herbicide cut through the plant's defenses like a scythe through wheat, leaving nothing but withered vines in its wake. The tentacled tree was in a panic now. This human had returned with a weapon it had never encountered before, one that could destroy it with frightening efficiency. For all its size and power, the tree was helpless against the relentless assault of the bat herbicide. In a desperate bid for survival, the tree did the unthinkable: it uprooted itself from the ground. With a mighty heave, the tree tore its roots free, transforming them into makeshift legs. The once majestic tree was now a bizarre sight as it turned tail and began to flee, its branches flailing wildly as it sprinted away from Batman. The sight was almost comical: a massive tree, running on spindly root legs, trying to escape from the very enemy it had sought to destroy. Charlie couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Well, that's something you don't see every day, he muttered to himself as he watched the fleeing tree disappear into the distance. Although Charlie already knew that this tree wasn't a serious threat, it was still surprising that it could even attempt to run away from him. Despite its massive size, the tree somehow managed to pull up its roots, turning them into stubby, short legs that seemed far too inadequate to support the sheer weight of its enormous trunk. The sight of the towering tree waddling awkwardly through the dense forest was both bizarre and somewhat amusing. Its movements were sluggish, each step a heavy thud against the forest floor, and it was clear that its attempts at fleeing were more an act of desperation than a calculated escape. Charlie couldn't help but smirk as he watched the scene unfold on his screen. There was no way he was going to let this tree get away, not when he had Batman at his disposal. With a few swift commands, he directed Batman to pursue the fleeing tree, his fingers dancing across the controls with practiced ease. The tentacle tree, however, wasn't going to go down without a fight. Even as it clumsily attempted to escape, it launched a barrage of fruit bombs from its sprawling branches. The fruits, which were more like explosive projectiles, hurtled through the air toward Batman in a desperate bid to slow him down. But Charlie, ever the skilled gamer, could see the trajectory of the incoming bombs clearly displayed on his screen. With a combination of precise movements and quick reflexes, he expertly maneuvered Batman to dodge the explosions, avoiding the fiery blasts with ease. As Batman flipped and rolled across the forest floor, deftly avoiding each explosion, Charlie couldn't help but think about the label of ordinary human that the game's editor had attached to Batman. It was almost laughable. Here was Batman, an ordinary human, performing acrobatic feats that would put most superhumans to shame. He was leaping, dodging, and rolling with such grace and precision that it made you question the very definition of ordinary. The tentacles that the tree sporadically lashed out with were hardly a threat either. With the bat herbicide in hand, Batman was more than equipped to deal with this overgrown menace. The herbicide sprayed out in a fine mist, instantly wilting any tentacles that dared to come too close. The tree's attacks were rendered useless, its once formidable arsenal of vines and fruits reduced to mere nuisances. The whole scene had an odd, almost surreal quality to it. If this were a Japanese anime, tentacle monsters would likely conjure images of magical girl battles or bizarre fantasy creatures. But here, in this Western-style game, the tentacle monster, a massive, lumbering tree, was being pursued by a dark, brooding figure clad in a bat-themed costume. It was as if two different genres had collided in the most unexpected way, creating a scenario that was both comical and oddly intense. Batman, as a character, had seen his fair share of strange encounters, especially when it came to tentacle monsters. Over the years, he had become something of an expert in dealing with such bizarre threats, his skill points in dodging and escaping from tentacles maxed out from countless battles. And so, as the massive tree flailed its tentacles wildly and continued to lob fruit bombs behind it, Batman closed in, relentless in his pursuit. Tentacle tree, don't come any closer. The tree's panicked thoughts seemed almost palpable as it realized that it couldn't outrun its pursuer. Despite being animated, its short legs were simply not built for speed. The massive trunk it carried slowed it down to a near crawl, and every step was a struggle. It knew, deep down, that there was no escape. So, in a last-ditch effort to defend itself, the tree suddenly halted, its roots digging back into the ground as it braced itself for the impending battle. Are you really scared of this bat lunatic? The tree might have thought if it could, as it prepared to stand its ground. Batman, however, was not fazed. He moved with the precision of a seasoned warrior, his every action calculated and efficient. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and unleashed another cloud of herbicide, the fine mist settling over a large area of tentacles, causing them to wither almost instantly. Rolling to the side, he dodged two more fruit bombs, the explosions lighting up the dark forest as he closed the distance between himself and the tree trunk. In one fluid motion, Batman reached into his utility belt and pulled out an oval metal object. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it at the base of the tree. The metal object hit the trunk with a solid thud, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then, with a sudden burst, the object exploded from the inside out, releasing an invisible wave of microwave energy that pulsed through the air. The effect was immediate and devastating. The branches of the tree began to wither, their once vibrant leaves turning brown and brittle before falling to the ground. The fruits that had been its ammunition dropped lifelessly from the branches, rolling away like discarded debris. The trunk itself began to dry up, the bark cracking and peeling as the moisture was sucked out of it at an alarming rate. Tentacle tree, what is this? The tree's panicked thoughts, if they could be heard, would have been filled with terror. The weapon Batman had used was one of the special gadgets Charlie had discovered in the Batcave, the dehydration bomb. Its function was similar to the microwave weapon developed by Wayne Enterprises for large-scale water evaporation, as seen in the movie Batman Begins, but this version was more refined, designed specifically to target plant life. The bomb's effect was both simple and brutal. It rapidly dehydrated the target plants, leaving them withered and lifeless. While it was primarily designed to combat plant-based threats, it could also be used on living organisms, albeit with a slightly reduced effect. In a pinch, it could even serve as a deadly weapon against aquatic creatures. For the tree, dehydration was a nightmare. Even though it was large and strong enough to withstand some damage, the bomb's effect was terrifying. The once mighty tree, with its sprawling branches and explosive fruits, was now reduced to a withering husk. In that moment, the tree might have felt like it was experiencing the worst day of its life. It was as if it had somehow crossed paths with the most feared enemy of the tree world, a relentless bat-themed maniac who seemed to have every tool imaginable to bring it down. Forget it, I'm done. The tree, which had just moments ago taken root in a futile attempt to fight, now yanked its roots out of the ground again. The courage it had mustered for a final stand vanished in the face of the overwhelming power of the dehydration bomb. Its roots once again transformed into short legs, and it began to flee, dragging its enormous trunk behind it. But no matter how hard it tried, those stubby legs simply couldn't carry it fast enough. Running or fighting, the outcome was inevitable. Its fate had been sealed the moment it encountered Batman. After another short and futile attempt to escape, the tree finally split open, its trunk cracking under the strain, the once mighty tentacle tree reduced to nothing more than a broken, withered relic. Meanwhile, in the cave behind the orphanage, the infected crawled out from the shadows, emerging from every dark corner of the cave. The dim light from the torches flickered against the rough stone walls, casting eerie shadows that made the scene all the more unsettling. Fana stood in the center of the dim orange light, her black dress flowing around her like a shroud. Her face was pale, her expression cold and distant. Beside her, the woman in red stood silently, her hair disheveled and wild. The shadows on the walls seemed to dance with the flickering firelight, rising and falling like restless spirits. Rhea stood on the other side of the infected, watching in shock as the scene unfolded. Her eyes were fixed on the red figure beside Fana, disbelief etched across her face. "What are you?" she murmured, her voice barely audible. In that brief moment, Rhea had witnessed something that defied explanation. The movements of the woman in red were unlike anything she had ever seen. It was as if she were watching a deadly dance, the woman's movements as graceful as a ballet, yet as lethal as a blade. The woman moved with an otherworldly grace, her steps light and precise, as if her body were weightless. She seemed to glide across the ground, her movements almost dreamlike, as if she were performing in a world where the laws of physics didn't apply. And yet, with each step, she brought death to the infected, cutting them down with ease, as if they were nothing more than paper targets. In a matter of seconds, the infected were reduced to lifeless heaps on the ground, their bodies crumpling under the woman's deadly blows. Rhea could only stand there, stunned, as the last of the infected fell. For a brief moment, she was alone again, the silence in the cave almost deafening. But her surprise was short-lived. Rhea quickly regained her composure, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "I didn't expect that. Now I understand why you were able to escape from here," she said, her voice calm and measured. "You are special, I can see that." "It's over," Fana declared, her voice carrying a note of finality. She stood behind the woman in red, her posture regal, like a queen overseeing her domain. "The end? Ha ha ha, you're mistaken," Rhea replied with a chuckle. "You may have defeated them, but it doesn't matter. As I said, I don't need them anymore. There are always substitutes. That man brought me the seed, and I planted it here. I watched it take root, and it gave me everything I needed. Although this wasn't part of the plan, I'll let you see it, Fana. The true form of my patron tree. I call it the sacred sky tree." Her voice rose in pitch, her excitement building as she spoke. It was as if she expected the ground to tremble and the cave walls to crack open, revealing a towering, ancient tree with grotesque limbs and countless tentacles, rising from the depths of the earth. But nothing happened. Rhea froze, her smile faltering. Then, realizing that something was wrong, she took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and snapped her fingers. "Appear, my patron tree, sacred sky tree." Still, nothing happened. A gust of wind blew in from the entrance of the cave, causing the flames of the torches to flicker. The atmosphere in the cave grew tense, the silence heavy and oppressive. "Impossible," Rhea exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her mind to the subtle connection she had with the tree. What she sensed made her blood run cold. Her face paled, shock and horror overtaking her features. This shock was far greater than when she had witnessed the woman in red earlier. It was the kind of shock that made her question everything she knew, the kind that shook her to her core. Through the faint connection she still had with the sacred sky tree, she could sense what had happened on the other side. The tree, her patron tree, her sacred guardian, had lost. And not just to anyone, but to a bat-themed lunatic. "Why does this feel like a bad dream?" Rhea stood in stunned silence, her mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. "Where is my holy tree? What happened to the patron saint tree?" Just moments ago, she had been arrogantly flaunting her newfound power to her friends, proudly showing off her mother the invincible tree she had nurtured and revered. But now, the smugness that had filled her heart evaporated as quickly as it had come. She was frozen in shock, her skin turning pale as she tried to process the reality before her. The person who had stood confidently in the front row, basking in the glory of her achievements, was now utterly devastated. How could this happen? Her mother, the tree she had cherished and relied upon, had been stolen right out from under her by a madman dressed like a bat. A careless loss of her mother, indeed. For Rhea, the patron saint tree had always been the epitome of invincibility. In her mind, it was a force of nature, a symbol of absolute power. She had believed with all her heart that before this mighty tree, all other beings were nothing more than ants, insignificant and powerless. She had even crafted elaborate fantasies where her tree mother would lead her on a conquest, punching through nursing homes and kicking down the walls of the ultra-cruel kindergarten. This grand plan, one that she had been so eager to put into action, had been obliterated before it even began. Her mother, the tree, was gone. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Raya's thoughts were still tangled in the disbelief and horror of her shattered world when she noticed a figure approaching her. The air grew colder, and she could feel a sinister presence closing in. From the shadows emerged a phantom clad in red, its form barely discernible beneath the flickering firelight. A pale, bloodless hand extended from under the crimson robes, and Raya's heart skipped a beat. The hand was as cold as steel, yet strong and unyielding, like a vice. It latched onto her throat with terrifying precision and lifted her off the ground with ease. Raya's legs dangled helplessly in the air as she struggled to breathe, the pressure on her windpipe growing unbearable. The phantom's fingers dug into her flesh, distorting her neck and cutting off her airway. Gasping for breath, Raya's vision began to blur. Through the dim haze, she saw Fana, her once closest friend, standing before her, those light blue eyes now devoid of warmth, filled only with an eerie emptiness that sent chills down Raya's spine. It was in this moment, as the last remnants of oxygen slipped away from her, that Raya realized something that made her blood run cold. The girl who had once been her best friend, the one who had shared her dreams and fears, now truly intended to kill her. Fana, you want to give me? The words caught in Raya's throat, the sentence left unfinished as her body convulsed in a desperate attempt to draw in air. Her face twisted in agony, her lips turning blue from the lack of oxygen. Fana's gaze remained fixed on Raya, the girl suspended in midair by her phantom's merciless grip. Fana, the friend she had once cherished above all others. Contrary to what many might think, Fana hadn't forgotten the events that transpired after leaving the orphanage. She remembered everything in vivid detail, especially every moment shared with Raya, her only true friend. She recalled their clandestine adventures, sneaking out of the orphanage compound to explore the world beyond. Together, they had discovered the hidden cave, their secret sanctuary. Fana remembered the books they shared, the stories they whispered in the dead of night, the comfort they provided each other during those dark days of despair. They had been each other's lifeline, a source of hope in an otherwise hopeless existence. She remembered it all, but none of that changed anything now. The phantom's grip tightened, its fingers sinking deeper into Raya's flesh, cutting off her air supply entirely. Raya's consciousness began to fade, her body going limp as darkness encroached on her vision. You broke the law. Fana's voice was cold, almost mechanical, as she spoke. The infected are eliminated. Despite her words, Fana didn't deliver the final blow. Instead, she reached into her coat and retrieved a small, handheld device. It was a portable scanning unit, designed by Professor Miyazaki specifically for field agents like her. The device was meant to quickly assess the level of infection in potential threats, determining whether they posed enough danger to warrant immediate elimination. Standard protocol dictated that agents could engage in combat with infected individuals only in self-defense. However, once the threat was neutralized, agents were required to scan the individual before executing them, ensuring that the infection level exceeded 40%. Only then was execution permitted. Fana was nothing if not a stickler for the rules. She had assumed that Raya, who had manipulated and controlled so many others, was a high-risk infected individual. Fana had been prepared to end her life on the spot. But as she scanned Raya with the handheld device, the readings that appeared on the display were completely unexpected. The infection level was 0. Fana tilted her head slightly, her expression one of mild surprise as she studied the unconscious girl suspended in midair. Raya was not infected. The phantom in red released its grip, and Raya fell to the ground with a thud. She crumpled into a heap, gasping for breath, coughing violently as she greedily inhaled the stale, lifeless air that filled the cave. You are not, Fana repeated, looking down at the coughing girl, infected. In other words, every action Raya had taken, every decision she had made, was of her own free will. Nothing had compelled her, no external force, no infection. Everything she had done was what she truly desired. Raya continued to cough, her lungs burning as she struggled to recover. Eventually, she managed to catch her breath. I just wanted what everyone else has, she rasped, her face still contorted in a grimace, making her appear even more twisted and grotesque. Is that so wrong? No. Fana's voice was calm as she stepped forward, the phantom lifting Raya once more, but this time by her wrist. With practiced precision, Fana pulled out a pair of black handcuffs and snapped them around Raya's wrists. But you broke the law, she stated with unwavering conviction. Raya's eyes widened in shock and fear. She could feel her body trembling uncontrollably. She had thought that by changing, by becoming stronger and more powerful, she could finally take what she wanted. She believed that she had become someone new, someone who could pursue her deepest desires without hesitation. But now, as she stood on the brink of losing everything, she realized that she had changed nothing. She was still the same helpless child, crying alone in the corner, desperate for anyone to hear her voice. But the one who had truly changed was Fana. At that moment, Raya felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity and dread. The Fana who stood before her was not the friend she had known, but a stranger, a cold, detached enforcer of the law. It wasn't long before the Special Service Division arrived at the scene. The area around the orphanage was quickly cordoned off with a thick line of tape. Marcus, an agent from the Riverton branch of the 9th Secret Service, surveyed the scene, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. After receiving a briefing on what had transpired, he found himself casting admiring glances at Fana, who stood quietly to the side, her expression unreadable. She had located the culprit on her own, single-handedly subdued multiple infected individuals, and captured the enemy. No wonder Professor Miyazaki spoke so highly of her. As the team continued their investigation, they discovered the true source of infection deeper within the jungle, a massive, grotesque tentacle tree that had clearly met its end. When the agents found the tree, it was a pitiful sight. Its trunk was riddled with holes, and the once vibrant wood was now dry and lifeless. Broken branches and severed vines lay scattered around the base of the tree, evidence of a fierce battle. Upon seeing the destroyed tree, Raya's emotions overcame her, and she rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Mother, you died so miserably." Her outburst left the agents momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react to the bizarre display. In the hours that followed, the pieces of the puzzle began to come together. The analysts pieced together the events, unraveling the mystery of the infection. Based on the evidence and the corpses we've found, it appears that this is a plant-type infection source with relatively weak infectious capabilities, one of the analysts explained. The infection process requires the target to ingest the tree's fruit or other body parts through the digestive system. However, despite its weak infectious ability, the tree itself is a formidable entity. Its exterior is incredibly tough, and standard ammunition has little effect on it. High explosive grenades or individual rocket launchers can penetrate the outer shell, but the tree seems to possess a self-healing ability similar to that of infected organisms. It can repair itself quickly, even after sustaining significant damage. In addition to its durability, the tree uses vine-like tentacles to capture its prey, and its fruit appears to be a form of explosive. The tree can hurl these explosive fruits at targets, detonating them with considerable force. While we still need to conduct further tests to determine the exact blast radius and power, preliminary estimates suggest that it's quite potent. As the analyst continued to speak, Marcus's expression grew more serious. He turned to Fana, who stood silently beside him, her gaze distant. "You handled this on your own?" Marcus asked, incredulity creeping into his voice. The description of the tree made it sound like a fortress, a target well beyond the capabilities of a single agent. Such a creature would typically require a full special operations team armed with heavy weapons to take down. The idea that one person, even an agent as skilled as Fana, could handle it alone seemed almost impossible. But Fana shook her head lightly, indicating that she hadn't done it alone. An investigator approached them, adding, "No, it wasn't her. It appears that Batman was the one who took down this tree-like source of infection." Batman. Marcus blinked, his previous disbelief vanishing in an instant, replaced by an expression of resigned acceptance. At this point, the bizarre had become almost routine for the agents. The idea of one person taking down such a monstrous tree was ludicrous unless that person was Batman. Suddenly, everything made sense. "So, the source of infection is this tree," Marcus said, turning his attention to Rhea, who sat in handcuffs, her eyes vacant. "And that girl, the one responsible for spreading the infection, is she just an ordinary person?" "Yes," the investigator confirmed. "But regarding the source of infection, she said someone gave it to her." "Someone gave it to her?" "Yes. She claims that a man gave her the seeds of the tree and instructed her to plant them. The tree grew rapidly, and she was then told to use it to infect others, while she herself remained uninfected." Marcus narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he considered the implications. This problem could be far more dangerous than the infection itself. He approached Rhea, crouching down to meet her gaze. "Who gave you the seed?" he asked, his tone firm. Rhea lifted her eyelids, her eyes dull and lifeless as she glanced at him. "A man," she replied coldly. "I didn't see his face. I was adopted by the Jordans at the time, and he came to the house looking for me. He showed his ID to the Jordans, said he was an official. They should have seen his face. But the Jordans were now dead, lying among the fallen infected in the cave." "But," Rhea paused, a faint smile playing on her lips as she glanced at Marcus. "He was wearing exactly the same clothes as you?" In fact, Batman didn't leave immediately after crushing the strange tentacle tree. When the agents of the 9th Special Service Division arrived at the scene, he was crouching in a nearby bush, silently eavesdropping on a conversation through his communicator. Charlie had instructed Batman to stay hidden and listen in on the ongoing conversation while he took the opportunity to catch his breath. Charlie himself leaned back in his gaming chair, the adrenaline from the battle still pumping through his veins. He got up, headed to the refrigerator, and pulled out a bottle of soda. The cool liquid felt refreshing as he downed half the bottle in one go, the familiar fizz providing a brief respite. One of the things Charlie enjoyed about this game was the physical engagement it demanded. The rapid movements, intense focus, and high stakes made it feel like a full-body workout. The energy burned quickly, and Charlie relished the excuse to indulge in his favorite soda without worrying about the extra calories. After a few sessions, he even thought the fat around his waist might have decreased, though he wasn't entirely sure if it was real or just wishful thinking. He sat back down, positioned himself comfortably in front of the screen, and slipped his headphones back on. As Batman continued to crouch in the background of the in-game screen, listening intently, Charlie took the opportunity to send a quick message to his friend, Walter. "Hey, can you sign in for me tomorrow?" The message read. Tomorrow was Monday, and Charlie had a class scheduled in the morning. However, Megan had booked a train ticket for the same time, and Charlie had promised to take her to the station. Skipping class was the only option, and he trusted Walter to cover for him by signing in on his behalf. Charlie waited for a reply, but none came immediately. He figured Walter was probably engrossed in a first-person shooter game, possibly one of the more intense battle royales that demanded his full attention. Whether Walter was playing while standing, sitting, or even lying down, Charlie knew he'd eventually get back to him. Suddenly, Raya's voice came through his headphones, pulling Charlie back into the game. "He's wearing exactly the same clothes as you," she said, her tone laced with a knowing smile. The words sent a ripple of tension through the group of agents present at the scene. Even Charlie, sitting miles away, felt a twinge of surprise. On the surface, it seemed to imply that the person who had provided the documents to Rhea and helped spread the infection was someone within the 9th Special Service Division, someone who was supposed to be on their side. Of course, such an implication couldn't be taken at face value. The possibility that Rhea was lying to manipulate the situation couldn't be ruled out. Even if she was telling the truth, it didn't directly prove anything. The uniforms of the 9th Special Service Division were highly secured and not something easily replicated. However, if someone was determined enough, it wasn't impossible to create a convincing copy. And no one had actually seen the documents Rhea was referring to, leaving the possibility of forgery open. But if her claim was genuine, it led to a classic scenario. There's a mole within the organization. Strangely, Charlie wasn't shocked by the revelation. Instead of thinking, "Wow, there's a mole," his reaction was more along the lines of, "Wow, the mole didn't show up sooner." This almost nonchalant attitude was largely influenced by his exposure to the SHIELD universe, where the presence of infiltrators like Hydra was almost expected. An organization riddled with spies from its inception, SHIELD had always operated under the shadow of potential betrayal. However, this wasn't to suggest that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director was incompetent. On the contrary, the fact that a straightforward agent could ascend to the position of leader in an organization teeming with spies and manage to navigate the treacherous waters to achieve an eventual victory was a testament to his skill. Charlie respected the director's ability to turn what could have been a complete disaster into a series of strategic moves that ultimately led to Hydra's downfall. In fact, Charlie mused, the one who probably caused the most damage to Hydra over the years wasn't Captain America or the Avengers, but the SHIELD director himself. His strategic embezzlement of public funds and consistent outmaneuvering of Hydra agents likely left the organization in shambles. But if the 9th Special Service Division had a mole, even one of Hydra's caliber, it wasn't the end of the world. It would be more of an inconvenience than a crisis, and the organization had likely faced worse in the past. After all, it was a miracle that Hydra's infiltration hadn't led to the complete collapse of SHIELD sooner. If push came to shove, a simple test like whispering "Hail Hydra" in the ear of every agent and seeing who responded could flush out the traitor and stabilize the situation. Coincidentally, just as Rhea finished speaking and the agents began questioning her, everyone's phones buzzed with an incoming notification. Charlie's phone lit up as well, displaying an alert from the 9th Special Service Division's app. It was a red raid alert, a notification that was reserved for only the most critical situations. The aircraft carrier of the 9th Special Service Division had been breached. A few minutes earlier, aboard the 9th Special Service Division's aircraft carrier, Professor Miyazaki's fingers danced rapidly over the floating keyboard, making the final adjustments to the device in front of him. The device was a head-mounted apparatus surrounded by an intricate network of cables, each one connected to a series of monitors that displayed a constant stream of data. The screens were filled with readings, graphs, and data curves, all essential to the successful operation of the machine. Since the unexpected attack by the mysterious infected person who had the ability to manipulate dreams, the headquarters of the 9th Special Service Division had been working tirelessly to develop countermeasures. As the leading expert on infected cases, Professor Miyazaki had been appointed to spearhead the project, a task he accepted with both pride and determination. The device in front of him, the helmet, was the result of their efforts. Though Professor Miyazaki wasn't the sole creator, it was his research on similar psychic abilities that laid the foundation for the design. The equipment department had collaborated closely with him to bring the concept to life. Fortunately, Professor Miyazaki had previously conducted extensive research on dream-related spiritual abilities, which had allowed him to propose the prototype's design early on. However, the lack of concrete data had stalled its completion until now. The recent encounter between the 9th Special Service Division agents and the dream-wielding enemy had provided the necessary data, enabling Professor Miyazaki to complete the previously unfinished project. The result was a prototype device designed to shield the wearer's brain from external psychic influences, particularly those that manipulated dreams. In theory, it could prevent outside forces from altering the wearer's perception while in a dream state. As it stood, the prototype was functional but still unstable. There were concerns about potential side effects on the wearer's brain, which required ongoing adjustments to ensure safety. At that moment, Melanie stepped into the laboratory, her presence barely acknowledged by the professor, who was deeply engrossed in his work. "Is it done, Professor?" she inquired, her voice cutting through the low hum of machinery. "Almost," Professor Miyazaki replied without looking up. His focus remained on the task at hand, his mind wholly occupied with the final stages of debugging. "The dream shielding function should be operational," he continued, his tone matter of fact. "The next step is to minimize the impact of side effects. However, I believe it's ready for field deployment. Although there may be some risks, a special person should be able to handle them." This was one of the advantages of being a special person. These individuals were not only physically superior to ordinary humans but also possessed extraordinary self-healing abilities. The side effects that might pose a threat to a regular person were unlikely to be an issue for them. Professor Miyazaki had advocated for this approach early on, suggesting that the unique qualities of special agents such as their enhanced self-healing factors should be factored into the design and testing of new equipment. Unfortunately, his proposal had been met with resistance and ultimately rejected. That would be ideal, Melanie said, moving closer to the workstation. I fell into a dream once. Whoever that person was, their dream manipulation was nearly perfect. The environment felt completely real, the touch, the smells, even the pain. Everything was so convincing that it was as if your own brain was working against you, making you believe the dream was reality. She paused, rubbing her temples as if the memory itself was enough to cause a headache. You know, after experiencing something like that, you're left with this overwhelming sense of helplessness. It's as if the entire world is beyond your control, like you're trapped in the center of an endless vortex, constantly being pulled down. I'm sure that must have been quite uncomfortable, Professor Miyazaki replied absent-mindedly, his attention still fixed on the equipment. But don't worry, he added, his tone almost reassuring. The data we collected from your last encounter was invaluable. Once I finish the final adjustments, the helmet will be ready for mass production. We won't have to worry about being caught off guard again. Is that so? Melanie murmured, her voice laced with a hint of something unspoken. Professor Miyazaki finally glanced up, noticing the subtle shift in her tone. He saw her reflection in the glass of one of the monitors, her expression slightly off, her smile faint but unsettling. Then tell me, Professor, Melanie said softly, her voice carrying an almost eerie calmness. How do you know that the work you're doing right now, what you're experiencing, and even this equipment you're about to complete, how do you know it's not all just a dream? The question hung in the air, its implications sending a chill down Professor Miyazaki's spine. For a moment, he froze, the gears in his mind turning as he processed her words. He turned around slowly, his eyes narrowing as he faced her directly. What exactly are you trying to say, Melanie? He asked, his voice tense with suspicion. Nothing, she replied, her smile widening just a fraction. Before Professor Miyazaki could react, Melanie reached into her coat and drew out a sleek, silver-white pistol. The gun's streamlined design gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights, its metal casing reflecting a cold, unyielding brilliance. The black muzzle, pointed directly at the professor, seemed to stare into the depths of his soul. Good night, Professor, Melanie whispered. She pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the lab, a sharp, deafening crack that shattered the stillness of the room. In the brief flash of the muzzle flare, Professor Miyazaki's world went dark. The pain was sharp but fleeting, a searing agony that disappeared as quickly as it came. The light in the room dimmed, the colors fading until there was nothing left but a deep, impenetrable black. He felt himself falling, his body collapsing to the floor with a dull thud. But it was as if he had lost all sense of weight, his consciousness drifting away into the void. The world around him vanished, consumed by the darkness that swallowed everything in its path. And in the final moments, as the last remnants of awareness slipped away, two words echoed in the silence, lingering in the shadows like a haunting refrain. Good night. Boom! A completely unexpected explosion tore through the air, the sound like that of a colossal popcorn machine on overdrive. The shockwave rippled through the aircraft carrier, sending vibrations through its massive frame as though a giant had dropped an iron ball onto the deck. The very steel beneath their feet seemed to tremble as if in fear. Within seconds, the sharp blare of a siren cut through the chaos, its shrill wail piercing every corner of the mothership, a sound designed to drill into the minds of everyone aboard. It was a sound meant to signal the unthinkable, an attack, an intrusion in what was supposed to be the safest place in the world. The command room was a flurry of movement, the sudden explosion snapping everyone into action. Alarms blared, screens flashed with urgent warnings, and orders were shouted amidst the confusion. A holographic image of Commander Ross flickered to life on the central screen, his face a mask of controlled intensity. His voice, cold and unwavering, sliced through the noise. What's the situation? He demanded. We're under attack, a voice responded from the command pit, the tension palpable. There's an aircraft on the left wing of the ship. We're under attack. The words hung in the air like a bombshell. Even though many aboard had already guessed the truth, hearing it confirmed left a chill in their veins. They were in the most secure location known, with an impenetrable security system, or so they had been led to believe. The idea that someone could breach this fortress was unthinkable. The early warning systems should have detected any threat long before it came close. Yet here they were, caught off guard, the radar silent as if it had simply given up. Commander Ross's mind raced. How could this have happened? His thoughts briefly drifted to the security chief, the man who had assured him of the mothership's safety. Perhaps he should have that man reassigned to a less critical post, perhaps growing potatoes in some distant frontier. But this was no time for such thoughts. The reality was far more dire. Their alarm system had failed, possibly sabotaged. The third engine room is on fire, someone shouted, their voice strained with urgency. The fire is spreading, the engine might overheat. Commander Ross's eyes narrowed into slits of determination. He quickly began issuing orders, his mind focused on the immediate task at hand. Containing the fire and protecting the engine was paramount. If the engine was lost, the consequences would be catastrophic. This was no mere vessel, it was a flying fortress, and a fall from this height would be nothing short of a disaster. The thought of the mothership crashing, its monumental structure plummeting to the ground, was enough to tighten his resolve. But before he could finish giving orders, another shockwave rocked the ship. A second explosion reverberated through the hull, the source unclear but the impact undeniable. The entire ship shuddered violently, and the lights flickered ominously before the main screen in the command room went black with a resounding pop. The holographic image of Commander Ross vanished from the screen, leaving behind a massive, pitch-black monitor that now reflected the frantic scene in the command room like a distorted, chaotic mirror. It was as if the ship itself was mocking them, a silent witness to their desperation. Then, without warning, the door to the command room exploded inward with a deafening crash. The metal door was blown off its hinges by a force so strong that it sent the twisted panel flying across the room. It smashed into an unfortunate agent, lifting him off his feet and sending him crashing into a console, where he lay motionless. In the aftermath of the blast, a figure darted into the room. It moved with unnatural speed, landing on all fours in the center of the room. Its limbs twisted at grotesque angles, joints bending in ways that defied human anatomy. The creature, whatever it was, crawled across the floor like a reptile, its movements fluid and unnerving. An infected. The realization hit the agents like a bucket of cold water. They had seen the infected before, knew what they were capable of. Without hesitation, one of the agents drew his sidearm and opened fire. The crack of the gunshot echoed in the enclosed space, but the infected was already moving, its body contorting as it dodged the bullet with inhuman reflexes. The shot went wide, sparking against the metal walls of the command room. More agents responded, drawing their weapons and firing at the intruder. The command room was filled with the sound of gunfire, the flashes of muzzle flare casting eerie shadows on the walls. But the infected was too fast. It weaved between the bullets, evading them with a preternatural grace. But the agents were not ordinary soldiers. Many of them had undergone enhancements procedures that had heightened their physical abilities to superhuman levels. With a burst of speed, several agents charged forward, blocking the infected's path and engaging it in hand-to-hand combat. A flurry of punches and kicks followed, the agents' movements a blur as they struck at the creature. Yet, for every infected they subdued, more poured into the command room through the blasted entrance. The room descended into chaos as agents and infected clashed, the air thick with the sounds of battle. Infected have boarded the mothership? Repeat, infected have boarded the mothership. The correspondent's voice was frantic as he issued the alarm through the ship's communication system. But his words were met with silence. No response came from the agents scattered throughout the ship. The only thing that answered was a chilling whisper on the communication channel, a sound that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who heard it. It was like the rustling of leaves in a haunted forest or the murmur of ghosts in the dark and eerie, otherworldly sound that made the hair on the back of the neck stand on end. At the same time, agents across the mothership were desperately trying to contact the command post. They too were met with the same unnerving whisper, the sound filling their headsets with an unnatural quiet that seemed to seep into their very souls. Agent Felix, who had just completed a routine report, was making his way down one of the long corridors of the mothership, heading to catch a flight back to the surface. The second explosion struck just as he was nearing the end of the corridor, the impact nearly knocking him off his feet. He stumbled, grabbing onto the wall for support, as the lights overhead flickered and then went out, plunging the corridor into darkness. Gunfire and the sounds of combat echoed from around the corner ahead, the sudden outbreak of violence a clear sign that something had gone terribly wrong. A sense of dread settled over Felix as he tried to peer through the darkness, his eyes slowly adjusting to the lack of light. The corridor's outline became faintly visible, but what lay ahead was still shrouded in shadow. He reached up, tapping the communication device in his ear, trying to raise the command room. All he heard was that same, unsettling whisper. The sounds of battle abruptly ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. Felix swallowed hard, trying to calm the growing unease that gnawed at him. He drew his pistol, the weight of the weapon offering little comfort as he flicked off the safety. With cautious steps, he began to move forward, his senses on high alert. A cold draft seemed to brush the back of his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. The air felt wrong, too cold, too still. Felix froze, instinctively turning his head to look behind him. What he saw made his blood run cold. A woman was hanging upside down from the ceiling of the corridor, her long, black hair hanging like a curtain that almost touched the floor. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and empty, as if life had long since fled from them. From her mouth, a serpentine tongue slithered out, flicking in the air like a snake's. She stared at him with a look that made his heart clench with fear, her presence more ghostly than human. Over there, a team of agents raced through the narrow hallways, their footsteps echoing off the metal walls as they rushed toward the site of the first explosion. The blast had torn a gaping hole in the side of the mothership, and through that breach, an unidentified aircraft had approached, depositing its deadly cargo infected beings, twisted and deformed, who were now running rampant through the ship. The breach was dangerously close to the power room, where the fire from the explosion was already threatening one of the mothership's massive engines. The engine was still operational for now, but if the fire wasn't contained soon, the consequences could be catastrophic. The agents knew they were racing against time, and every second counted. As they ran, the agents were on high alert, their senses tuned to detect any threat. They knew the infected had boarded the ship, which meant they were likely to encounter a horde of them before reaching the power room. They steeled themselves for the inevitable battle. But as the agents approached the breach, what they found was not at all what they had expected. Instead of a horde of grotesque, distorted infected, there was only one figure standing at the far end of the passage. The figure was shockingly normal in appearance, even elegant. He was dressed in an immaculate tuxedo, the kind one might wear to a high society event rather than an invasion. In his hand, he held a polished cane, and a mask painted with a hypnotic spiral covered his face, giving him an air of eerie sophistication. He moved slowly, unhurriedly, as if he had all the time in the world. The agents, though momentarily taken aback, didn't hesitate. The moment they laid eyes on him, they raised their weapons and opened fire. The confined space of the corridor amplified the sound of the gunfire, the noise deafening as it reverberated off the walls. The agents were well armed, with not just pistols, but also high-powered rifles and shotguns, weapons designed to unleash devastating force in close quarters. But their bullets did nothing. As they watched in disbelief, the bullets slowed as they approached the masked man, their trajectories bending as if they were being redirected by some unseen force. The projectiles curved away from the man's body, veering off to the sides and embedding themselves harmlessly into the walls. It was as if the bullets were afraid to touch him, as if they knew better than to strike this enigmatic figure. The masked man paused, seemingly amused by their futile efforts. He twirled his cane with a flick of his wrist, then brought it down sharply against the floor. In that instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact. It was invisible, yet its effects were immediate and devastating. The agents felt the ground beneath them give way as gravity itself seemed to vanish. Their bodies were lifted off the floor, suspended in midair as the very fabric of the ship began to tear apart. The walls and floors around them disintegrated, metal plates peeling away like paper as the corridor collapsed into a chaotic swirl of debris. It was as if the entire section of the mothership was being dismantled by some unseen, omnipotent force, each part reduced to fragments that spun wildly in the air. The agents could do nothing as they were caught in the vortex, their bodies dragged along with the disintegrating passage. They plummeted toward the earth below, falling through the air alongside the disintegrated remains of the ship, the descent endless and terrifying, like the fall of Lucifer from the heavens. The masked man, untouched by the destruction he had wrought, continued his unhurried pace, walking through the crumbling passage as if it were a garden path. To him, the mothership was no more than a playground, and he was merely taking a leisurely stroll. Not long after he left the scene of destruction, Melanie appeared before him, her face set with determination. "Did you retrieve the item?" the masked man asked, his tone casual, almost bored. "On the way," Melanie replied, producing a small card from her pocket, Professor Miyazaki's ID card. She waved it in front of him with a satisfied smirk. "It'll take a bit more time to complete the extraction. You should keep them occupied in the meantime." "Of course," the masked man replied with a light twirl of his cane. "It's no trouble at all."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.